This is a fantastical tale of an underachiever who unexpectedly becomes wealthy, effortlessly navigating the realities of life. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System. In a parallel universe, the year is 2023. At 10:42 on a Wednesday morning, Qinxing groggily rose from his bed. Glancing at his phone screen and rubbing his heavy dark circles, he surveyed his less than 10 square meter rental room, sighed, and finally resolved to get out of bed. Alas, I stayed up late reading novels again last night. I can't continue this downward spiral. My routine has become a vicious cycle. After a quick splash of water on his face and a bowl of cereal for breakfast, Qinxing plopped back down on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, exuding an aura of sheer despondency. One might wonder, with nearly 11 o'clock upon him, why he was not at work, but rather lingering here. Work? Qinxing wished for it, but the truth was, he had no job to go to. Last month, after over 3 years at the company, he was optimized under the pretext of business adjustments. Though he was infuriated, he had no recourse, as they had generously compensated him with over 40,000 yuan according to the N1 standards. Yet, Qinxing would have preferred to remain unoptimized. The days without work were indeed a source of great anxiety. It was not that he reveled in being a corporate drone, but without employment, he would be left to live off his dwindling savings. How would he manage in the days to come? Indeed, Qinxing was just another cog in the vast machinery of corporate life, as ordinary as one could be. His family had no wealth to speak of. For 3 generations, they had been impoverished farmers. As for the reason behind his optimization, Qinxing was well aware. On the surface, the company cited declining performance over the past 2 years, but the deeper issue lay in the fact that this 30-something old rabbit offered too little value for his cost. Although he earned over 10,000 yuan a month in Yinjing, which was not high by any means, how could he compete with freshly graduated university students? They were eager, full of vitality, and willing to endure hardships, making them ideal candidates for extracting surplus value. For an employee like Qinxing, who could not keep up with the pace, the company's decision not to dismiss him was akin to practicing charity. It is I who cannot bear to part with you. It is I who cannot live without you. Around noon, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Mom. Xing, tomorrow is the 11th, your birthday. Don't forget to treat yourself to something nice. Take care of yourself in Yinjing. Mom, I know. Don't worry. When the New Year holiday comes, return home early. Your uncle's village has a girl. Although she has been married before, she's a good person. I'll have your uncle introduce you. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Qinxing felt a lump in his throat. Has it really come to November so quickly? On the day he left his job, he was still in short sleeves. Now, he could wear a down jacket when going out. Another birthday, another year of being single. Birthdays have never held much significance for Qinxing, who tends to disregard them entirely. Yet, his mother consistently calls him each year to remind him, fully aware that he never truly values the occasion. He refrained from informing his parents about his unemployment, wishing to spare them any worry. He still harbored a fantasy of rescuing his situation before the Spring Festival, hoping to secure a new job. Reflecting on his journey, Qinxing arrived in Yinjing in the summer of 2015, becoming a proud Jingpiao. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years have passed. Not only has he failed to achieve anything noteworthy, but he has also lost his job, marking a true defeat. One cannot blame anyone. The path is one he has forged step by step on his own. In 2008, after failing the college entrance examination, Qinxing found the idea of repeating the year bothersome and casually enrolled in a second-tier university within his province, only to be assigned to the most dismal major, biological engineering. At that time, brimming with youthful arrogance, he believed himself to be exceptional, dismissing the importance of the university's prestige or major, convinced that success came solely from navigating the complexities of society. This engendered in him a peculiar confidence. Ultimately, reality dealt him a harsh lesson. His parents earnestly encouraged him to repeat the year and aim for a prestigious university, at least to secure a spot in a first-tier institution, but he was unwilling to listen and stubbornly enrolled in the university instead. Years later, Qinxing finally recognized the extent of his foolishness, yet regrettably, there are no remedies for regret in this world. After more than 2 years in university, he came to realize just how unworthy his chosen major truly was. Graduate school? He had no inclination to pursue it. After graduation, he decisively changed careers, thinking, I refuse to believe I cannot achieve wealth. During that time, Qinxing still believed himself to be quite capable. Upon graduating from university, he set off for Shanghai, clutching the sole highlight of his English proficiency with a score of 650 in the CET 6, eager to delve into foreign trade and amass great wealth. Foreign trade seemed so glamorous, far superior to domestic sales. Shanghai, being the largest metropolis in Huaxia, boasts a port with world-class throughput, making it an ideal first stop in his career. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh slap in the face. In 2012, during a booming economic period in Huaxia, foreign trade flourished, with orders often reaching hundreds of thousands or millions. Those who excelled could even operate as independent contractors, free from the scrutiny of their bosses. Yet, none of this applied to Qinxing. Armed with his CET-6 certification, he secured a position as a foreign trade salesperson at a small company in Yangpu. A base salary of $3,000 with no accommodation or meals provided, and commissions on sales. Although it was called a company, there were only 3 people, including the boss, engaged in the LED lighting business. A few months later, due to a lack of orders, the company disbanded. Subsequently, Qinxing drifted among various companies and factories in Shanghai, working in flooring, toys, telephones, electronics, and home appliances, yet he managed to close only a handful of orders. After 3 years of frugality, he had barely saved a few tens of thousands. He finally understood that he was not cut out for sales. In 2015, encouraged by friends, Qinxing ventured north to Yanjing in search of luck. At that time, the film and television industry was thriving, with hot money flooding in and celebrities earning astronomical sums. Even entry-level workers were reportedly enjoying decent salaries. Yet, this still had little to do with Qinxing. Seamlessly transitioning from Jiangpiao to Jingpiao, he leveraged his English skills to join a film and television media company, managing overseas project collaborations. It appeared glamorous, yet his monthly salary barely exceeded $5,000. 8 years later, he had finally managed to break the 10,000 mark, but the film and television craze had long since waned, leaving the industry in decline. To be frank, while the film industry pales in comparison to the internet sector, there are still high salaries to be found. Unfortunately, Qinxing was not among those fortunate individuals. The successful players in this field are all socially adept, able to converse with anyone, be they human or ghost. An introverted, honest person like him simply could not thrive. He is allergic to alcohol, unable to drink, and even less skilled at socializing, so he could only remain a humble, invisible presence at the bottom. Transitioning from project manager to script reader, he was euphemistically labeled a creative staff member, but in reality, he merely assisted the screenwriters with low-skilled tasks. Aspiring to be a screenwriter? Even more challenging. A screenwriter must cultivate good relationships with directors, and drinking and socializing are unavoidable. The more prominent the screenwriter, the more this holds true, with the bulk of the writing work often relegated to temp workers in studios. After more than a decade since graduation, Qinxing found his path increasingly constricted. Back in his hometown, some classmates are thriving in business, while others have become civil servants, flourishing in the county town. Most of his university peers, now in the provincial capital, have pursued advanced studies in research and development, steadily accumulating experience, and have also become part of the new middle class, owning cars and homes, with children already in elementary school. And what of Qinxing? At 33, he is on the brink of 40, drifting aimlessly like a rootless duckweed. In his younger days, he excelled in elementary school for 6 years, middle school for 3, and high school for another 3, consistently achieving first place in every examination, earning him the nickname First Place. But now, his middle school classmate, Lin Xiaotong, who barely ranked outside the top 10, is now working at a research institution on rocket technology, earning $2 million a year. Meanwhile, he used to frequently explain math problems to her. Having squandered a promising hand, Qinxing cannot blame anyone but himself. He is acutely aware of his standing, not a trace of the tall, handsome, and wealthy, merely an ordinary loser, living a life of utter failure. With a mere 6 out of 10 in looks and a height of 1.70 meters, he has been labeled a third-rate cripple online. The only redeeming quality he possesses is his physical fitness. He has not neglected his running, has a full head of hair, and no beer belly, managing to bench press a peak of 100 kilograms. After losing his job, he did seek employment. He cast his resume into the vast ocean of the internet, but it all vanished without a trace. Attempts to have friends recommend him bore no fruit either. Friends? Merely acquaintances. Networking requires money, and as a lowly worker, he lacks the surplus to indulge in such social endeavors. As for childhood friends, benefactors, or the ethereal white moonlight, such things belong only in novels. He has none of them. The film industry is characterized by grandiose claims, yet meager returns, merely providing entertainment for outsiders while yielding an annual output value of only a few $100 billion. The giants of the industry disdain it, and it sustains few. There are only a handful of legitimate companies, many of which are barely surviving. With limited opportunities and a lackluster resume, finding work is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the adage that men fear entering the wrong profession rings true. Chen had also visited job fairs, yet the venue was filled with positions for cleaners, warehouse managers, drivers, and cooks, none of which he could fulfill. Upon exiting the venue, he silently affixed the label of waste upon himself. A month passed, and he found himself retreating further into despair within his rented room. Perhaps it was time to leave Yinjing. But returning to his hometown, what could he possibly do? With 5 acres of land, could farming sustain him? Purchasing an apartment in the county town and working as a security guard? A direct descent into mediocrity. His parents were aware of his struggles in Yinjing and periodically urged him to return. Yet, being simple farmers, what good advice could they offer? What weighed heavily on their minds was his lifelong marital prospects. Over the years, his parents had sought introductions through relatives and friends, but even the slightest possibility had numbered no fewer than 8. Chen, having spent years away, with a low income and lacking confidence, and not being particularly charming, had only descended further into the realm of the loser. Yet he wished to marry, thus he did not reject blind dates, but alas, none ever came to fruition. He understood how much concern his parents had for him, how many people they had implored. As he approached his 30s, even the number of those willing to introduce a partner dwindled, and it seemed the villagers had long since condemned him to a life of bachelorhood. Whom can he blame? Blame poverty. Poverty is the original sin. If only he had wealth, would things be this way? How could he possibly acquire money? In this life, he felt he had little hope left. Without a golden finger, a turnaround seemed virtually impossible. He even felt that he was not far from going up to the rooftop. If only he could be reborn, just like the web novels he often reads. Reborn in 2008, he would immediately repeat a year, aiming for a 985 university to study computer science, graduating just in time to ride the wave of the mobile internet, securing a position at a back company, living without worry, and marrying would be easy. Reborn in 2012, he would enroll in an Android training course, taking a roundabout path to success. A high school classmate of his, with a technical degree in civil engineering, had transitioned to coding after training, later earning tens of thousands a month and successfully altering his fate. Why had he not thought of this? Reborn in 2014, during the World Cup, in 2015, during the bull market. On Bitcoin. In 2012, it was only a couple of hundred yuan each. He had known early, but had not taken it seriously. Of course, Chen could not be reborn. He merely entertained such thoughts. He had not yet become so obsessed as to memorize lottery numbers daily. Thus, the afternoon passed in its entirety. Tomorrow is my birthday. I shall venture out to procure some delicacies to reward myself. Dining out? Unthinkable. I am currently unemployed, and even ordering a modest 20 yuan takeout requires extensive deliberation. Perhaps a visit to Wumei supermarket would suffice, where bread and milk are often discounted, and I possess a 3 yuan voucher in WeChat. I shall also gather some inexpensive vegetables and fruits to address my meals for the upcoming days. Upon returning from the supermarket, Chen ambles along the roadside, carrying his shopping bag. The neon lights gradually illuminate the surroundings, while delivery drivers zip past with remarkable speed. Regrettably, no matter how enchanting the city lights may be, they do not belong to him. Why not consider delivering takeout? Could I not earn 1.02 million in 3 years? Ding. Binding the divine wealth system. Binding complete. Ding. The host's asset balance is detected to be critically low, triggering a temporary task. Please pay attention to the system panel and complete the task promptly. Chapter 2. The temporary mission who? What is the situation? A crisp electronic voice exploded in Chen mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Within seconds, several lines of deep blue text materialized before his eyes, akin to a holographic projection from a science fiction film. System name, Shenhao System, authentic. Unique, host, Chen. Only, total currency assets of the host, 34,360, 837 Huaxia Yuan temporary task. Empty the wallet task description. Bid farewell to your past self. The host must exhaust all savings within 24 hours. At the conclusion of the task, the host's wallet, WeChat, Alipay, bank account balances, and all online and offline financial platforms must have no monetary assets remaining. Upon task completion, the system will issue corresponding rewards and the next stage of tasks based on the host's performance. Task failure will result in system disconnection. Temporary task countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 8 seconds. Chen Crossing stared at the lines of text, rubbed his eyes, and read it several times before daring to believe this was not an illusion. A system? A golden finger? Incredible. After waiting a lifetime without reincarnation, he was instead struck by a system. He was now a person with an external advantage. How exhilarating. System, are you there? Hello, where are you? Chun Xing called out repeatedly in his mind, even muttering softly, yet the system exhibited no response. Apart from the frugally designed system panel before him, it provided no further information. He experimented with closing and reopening his eyes, discovering that the panel would automatically vanish after a few seconds, but would obediently reappear if he silently summoned the system. Well, it seemed quite obedient. To be cautious, Chun Xing hurried into a nearby convenience store, discreetly calling forth the system panel in front of the cashier and customers. Remarkably, those around him acted as if they could see nothing, continuing with their activities. What a relief. Only he could see it. There was no concern about being mistaken for a lunatic. Since the system appeared authentic, it was time to comply with the requirements. He had to spend over 340,000 yuan within 24 hours. If he failed the task, he would lose everything. However, upon calming down, Chun Xing felt a wave of doubt wash over him. The task description was clear, yet the system itself divulged nothing. There were no attributes, no points to allocate, no marketplace, not even a beginner's gift package. While the Xinhao system sounded related to wealth, what exactly were the rewards? What if it didn't provide any money? Chun Xing had learned his lesson the hard way. After graduating for 11 years, he had a modest income, yet was exceedingly frugal, treating every penny with utmost caution. His phone and computer? As long as the screens lit up, he saw no need for replacements. Clothing? He shopped on Taobao and Pinduoduo, finding physical stores too expensive. Purchasing only a few items a year, and wearing out old ones until they became rags. Dining? He ordered takeout only when subsidized. Otherwise, he cooked at home. For time was of little value to a struggling soul. Rent? Living in Yanjing was no easy feat. He rented a dilapidated 80s tube building near his company in Shuangmen. A mere 8 square meters, sharing kitchen and bathroom facilities, paying 3,000 yuan a month. Although it was somewhat expensive, the proximity to his workplace saved him time for cooking, making it a reasonable choice. After being unemployed for a month, he had not yet moved. As it was still early, he managed small ailments himself and had never faced serious illness. Life was frugal, but he had no choice. Coming from a rural background, he was terrified of poverty. Without savings, he felt insecure. He longed for a peaceful existence, wishing to indulge in shopping, yet reality held him back. A girlfriend? With his current lifestyle, dreaming of romance was futile. Through his frugality, Chun Xing had managed to save over 500,000 yuan. But how was it that he now had only 340,000 left? He had to revisit the painful saga of his stock market experience. The year prior, he had set his sights on a stock, believing it to be his opportunity for a turnaround. With no urgency to buy a house and bank investment returns too low, he thought it wise to gamble in the stock market, hoping for a miraculous transformation. Gritting his teeth, he left a few thousand for emergencies and plunged 500,000 into the stock. Confidence was his companion. What was the result? The very next day, the stock hit its limit down, leaving him dumbfounded. Within a month, the stock price halved, fluctuating thereafter, peaking at 30 lower than his purchase price and dropping by 80 at its lowest. After enduring a year of losses, he finally cut his losses at 50 and exited with 250,000 remaining. That year was tormenting. He was restless, sleepless, losing hair, waking in fright at night, and frequently making mistakes at work. His boss likely began to view him unfavorably at that time. After liquidating his holdings, he decisively closed his brokerage account, uninstalled all stock trading apps, and never glanced at that stock again. He dared not mention this to his parents, and when discussing the details with friends, he refrained from revealing specific amounts. His friends were speechless upon hearing he had invested all his funds, having lost over 200,000 yuan in stock trading. Chun Xing drew 2 conclusions. First, he was foolishly naive, entirely unsuitable for investing. Second, in a market with trillions in daily transactions, the big players would inevitably target small investors like him for exploitation. Since then, he had not dared to touch any bank investments either. Fortunately, after another year of frugality, his savings returned to 340,000 yuan. This was the fruit of over a decade of hard work, living frugally, lacking social interactions, devoid of entertainment, leading a life akin to that of an ascetic. Now to spend it all? To claim he was unhesitant would be disingenuous. Yet, the allure of a Xinhao system beckoned him. Chun Xing gritted his teeth. Let us do it. Let us take a big gamble. The question was, how to spend 340,000 yuan. Not too much, not too little. It was quite an awkward sum. Buying a phone, computer, or clothing. He had no need for those now. Purchasing them would be wasteful. Selecting items one by one felt tedious. Ideally, he could spend it all in a few transactions. Chen Xing also wished to leave himself a backdoor. What if the task rewards were lackluster? What if the system didn't provide any money? His fear of poverty forced him to be cautious. Ideally, any expenditure should allow for some recovery of funds. Transferring money to his parents? That would be the safest option, akin to moving money from one hand to another, but he would have to explain for ages, which was too troublesome. Moreover, what if it didn't count? Online shopping? Adding items to a cart one by one was inefficient, and returning items would be even more cumbersome, with no guarantee of retaining value. Buying a house? In Yanjing? Dream on. Donating or lending? Forget it. It would be akin to tossing meat buns to dogs, no return. After much contemplation, Chen Xing refocused on the system panel and re-examined the task. After scrutinizing the system information multiple times, he realized that aside from the ticking countdown, nothing else had changed. Wait a minute. Did he truly have 360, 837 yuan? To the last cent? Chen Xing decided to verify this. He possessed 3 bank cards, one with China Merchants Bank for the bulk of his savings, one with Bank of Communications for his salary, and one with Industrial and Commercial Bank, which he seldom used. His credit card had long been canceled. There were small amounts in WeChat and Alipay, but he had not registered on any other platforms. He opened the banking app, logged into WeChat and Alipay, and calculated 360, 837 yuan, precisely. Goodness. The system was impressive. It required serious consideration. Looking back at the task, the phrase "spend it all" was bolded. Indeed, the devil lurked in the details. The repeated emphasis on monetary assets made it clear. The system required him to spend the money genuinely. Not a single cent could remain. And attempting to find loopholes would be futile. After mulling it over, Chen Xing finally made up his mind. He would buy a car. He knew nothing about vehicles, not even having obtained a driver's license. However, although cars depreciated the moment they hit the ground, selling them promptly would mitigate losses. For the sake of the system, he was all in. Checking the time on his phone, it was already 7:13 p.m. There was no way he could complete the purchase today. Chen Xing decided to prepare tonight and head straight to the 4S dealership first thing in the morning to sign contracts and make payments in one go. He efficiently transferred all his savings to his China Merchants Bank card, ensuring the transfer limit was adequate, then let out a sigh of relief. He opened his phone's browser and searched, "What car can I buy for around 300,000?" Chapter 3. Buying a car. Chen Xing lay on the creaky single bed in his rented room, fixated on the phone screen, his fingers swiping back and forth. Finally zeroing in on his target, Toyota Highlander. Why did he choose it? Simple, reasonably priced, and with a high retention value. In the online car owner guide, numerous individuals recommend this vehicle, claiming it to be robust and durable, with a thriving second-hand market. Most crucially, a staff member from the 4S dealership, who introduced himself as Li Ming, assured him over the phone that there were cars available for immediate purchase, and he could drive one away the very next day. Chen Xing, feeling no desire to deliberate further, made a decisive choice. He arranged a time with the salesperson and confirmed there were no issues, even though it was already past 11 at night. Glancing up at the dim light of his rental apartment, he noted the peeling paint in the corner seemed to mock his meager existence. Chen Xing rubbed his face and resolved to do nothing more, opting for an early night to rejuvenate for the promising new life awaiting him. Yet, as he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His heart raced like a drum, his mind consumed with thoughts of the system, exhilarated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. The Xinhao system. Wasn't this akin to the novice tasks found in online literature? Once he surpassed this hurdle, the system would undoubtedly begin to operate at full capacity. The more he pondered, the more his spirits soared, a smile stretching from ear to ear. He began to envision, how would the system dispense wealth? Would it measure by breath? $1 per breath? Or perhaps by heartbeat? Thump, thump, thump. Would it be dozens of dollars per minute? Maybe by seconds? That would be even more exhilarating. It could even count his steps while jogging, as he often exercised, and could easily accumulate a high count. Even if he needed to check in daily, he would accept it. Of course, there was also the possibility that the system would bombard him with tasks, turning him into a mere tool. No matter. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he would accept. After all, he was merely a struggling individual without a golden finger to turn his fortunes around. As for the system simply dispensing cash, Chen Xing dared not entertain such lofty expectations. What if he set his hopes too high, and all he received was a token encouragement from the system? That would be devastating. Lost in thought, the glow from the streetlights outside filtered through the tattered curtains, and Chen Xing stared at the ceiling, remaining awake throughout the night. Strangely, he felt no fatigue. His mind was as clear as if he had consumed 10 cans of energy drink. At 7 in the morning, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, Chunxing splashed some water on his face. Upon looking into the mirror, he was taken aback. His eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed with excitement, resembling a hungry tiger ready to pounce, or a zombie detecting human scent. He hastily prepared a bowl of cereal and boiled an egg, swallowing them in 3 bites. Then urgently summoned a ride to the Toyota 4S dealership at Sanyuankyo. Typically, Chunxing was frugal to a fault, preferring to walk rather than ride a bike, and to ride a bike rather than take the subway. If he could take public transport, he would never hail a taxi, championing a low-carbon and economical lifestyle. Today, however, he decided to splurge, ordering a luxury vehicle without even checking the model, assuming it would be within $1 million. At this point, what difference would an extra $100 or $80 make? Before 8 o'clock, the car arrived at the dealership, which had yet to open. The sign indicating business would commence at 8:30. Chunxing called the salesperson, Li Ming, who assured him he would arrive shortly. He was left pacing outside, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed on the gleaming rows of cars visible through the glass doors, his heart racing once again. Shortly thereafter, Li Ming arrived. A portly figure clad in a gray suit and tie, exuding the quintessential demeanor of a salesperson, appearing to be in his early 30s, much like Chunxing himself. "Brother, you're here early. Come on, let us take a look at the Hanlanda," he exclaimed in a thick Beijing accent, his enthusiasm palpable as if he were greeting a long-lost sibling. In no time, Li Ming unlocked the door and ushered Chunxing inside. The dealership was quiet, with various models displayed across 3 levels, the lights bright enough to dazzle, and the air infused with the faint scent of new leather. With only the 2 of them present, the exhibition hall felt somewhat empty. Li Ming led Chunxing directly to a white Hanlanda, enthusiastically extolling its virtues. This car features a 20T 4-wheel drive, ample space, powerful performance, and remarkable retention value. As you mentioned last night, let us check out the actual vehicle and take it for a test drive. Not particularly loquacious, Chunxing feigned interest as he circled the car, touching its body and tapping on the windows, yet his mind was preoccupied with the system tasks. He waved his hand to decline the test drive and got straight to the point. "Keep the final price under 340,000, as close to this figure as possible. Recommend a model and quote the price directly. I wish to finalize the contract swiftly." Li Ming was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, you're quite direct with your bargaining. I sensed your strong intent to purchase last night, but I didn't expect such straightforwardness. This is practically a gift of a sale." He beamed broadly, his smile reaching ear to ear. "No problem. Brother, if you're looking for a fuel vehicle, I recommend the 2023 model of the 20T 4-wheel drive Premium Edition, priced at 338,000, rounded off. How does that sound?" Chunxing nodded, hardly listening to the specifications and lacking the inclination to haggle. He accepted the complimentary floor mats and dash cam without a second thought, eager to spend his money. Over an hour later, the contract was signed. Chunxing handed over his ID, swiftly completed the bank transfer of 338,000, and prepared to leave with the invoice. Li Ming invited him to sample the dealership's staff meal, but Chunxing had no appetite for such distractions. Throughout the car buying process, he had merely sipped a few gulps of the bottled water Li Ming had offered. Noticing Li Ming's momentary distraction, Chunxing stealthily glanced at the system panel. The task countdown displayed over 9 hours remaining, while his monetary asset balance read 558,837 yuan. He still needed to spend a little more. "Brother, what's next for the license plate? Our dealership can assist with the paperwork," Li Ming asked with a smile. "Oh, no rush. I need to take a moment to think," Chunxing casually replied, finding a sofa to sit down on, his thoughts far from the license plate. That was a joke. He didn't even possess a driver's license, let alone the qualification for a Beijing plate. His intention in purchasing the vehicle was solely to deplete his savings, with no plans to drive it away. As the dealership gradually filled with customers, sales staff busily served tea and water, the exhibition hall resonating with low conversations and occasional laughter. Chunxing sat in a corner, fixated on his phone, his mind racing. With over 500 yuan remaining, how should he spend it? After some contemplation, he called Li Ming over and whispered, "Brotherly, I'll need your assistance shortly." Saying this, he transferred 2,000 yuan via WeChat. Li Ming waved his hands, refusing to accept it. "This is too much. I've already earned my commission from your car purchase." Chunxing chuckled. "Just take it. You'll find I didn't give you enough later." Under the pretense of needing help with the license plate, Chunxing persuaded Li Ming to accept the transfer. Once confirmed, he decisively topped up his mobile phone with the remaining 500 yuan. After all, he usually spent only a few dozen yuan a month on phone bills. This time, he loaded enough to last a lifetime. Mission accomplished. He took a deep breath, pulled up the system panel, and focused on the line of blue text. His heart racing as if he were running a marathon. In the past 30-plus years, he had never felt this anxious, not even during the college entrance examination. His hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's, his legs restless. Memories of his shabby rental, his parents' worries, and stock market losses flashed through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "System, please be reliable." Ding. Temporary task confirmation complete. System information has been updated. Host, please check. The crisp electronic voice startled Chen Xing, nearly causing him to leap from the sofa. He hurriedly accessed the panel. System name, Paiqian Shenhao System, genuine, unique. Host, Chen Xing, only, officially bound. Cannot be unbound. Total monetary assets under the host. 0 Huaxia Yuan temporary task. Empty wallet, completed. Temporary task evaluation. A. Empty wallet, temporary task reward. 1 billion Huaxia Yuan, distributing. Good heavens. It's real. He truly received it. 1 billion. This was more extravagant than a helicopter showering cash. What an extraordinary birthday gift. Wait, the system name seems to have changed? However, such details were no longer significant. At this moment, Chen Xing's gaze was solely fixed on the last line of the system column, the fiery red figure of 1 billion. The system, I adore you more. Chen Xing shouted fervently in his heart, overwhelmed with excitement as he leaped from the sofa, stomping his feet and clapping his hands like a giddy lottery winner. The sales staff and customers at the 4S dealership turned to gaze at him in unison, their expressions akin to those witnessing a lunatic. Had he not just acquired a vehicle, the staff might have deemed him mad and ushered him out. Chen Xing quickly composed himself, clearing his throat and feigning calmness. Although the billion had yet to be credited, the system's proclamation was enough for him to place his trust. Was this the dawn of financial freedom? Brother, have you considered the registration details? Li Ming approached, his grin slightly bewildered. Chen Xing cleared his throat once more, attempting to maintain his facade. Manager Li, is it still possible to return this car? Li Ming was taken aback, his smile frozen as he thought. Brother, your actions are truly beyond my comprehension. Chapter 4. 10 Small Goals. Li Ming was dumbfounded. He never anticipated that this esteemed individual would act in such a manner. Ding. A message arrived, and Chen Xing eagerly opened his phone to check. The night before, he had maximized the ringer and notification volume on his phone in anticipation of this moment. China Merchants Bank, your account 0972 received a remittance of 100 billion yuan at 11:01 on November 11, 2023, from the Yanjing City branch. Current balance, 100 billion yuan. Just as Chen Xing momentarily calmed down, a wave of ecstasy surged within him once more. Ding. You have a new system task. Please check promptly. Initially, Chen Xing had intended to return the vehicle, but now that he found himself suddenly untroubled by finances, perhaps it was unnecessary to return the car? Chen Xing hurriedly inquired of Li Ming whether there were any channels to register the vehicle, indicating that money was no object, only to discover that they did not possess any license plates. This was understandable, as securing a Beijing license plate was notoriously difficult, akin to finding a rare gem. Private license plates were prohibited from being bought or sold, making it not merely a monetary issue. Typically, in Yanjing, car buyers first obtained a plate, often through a lottery, before visiting a 4S dealership to select a vehicle. Furthermore, Li Ming's establishment was not a luxury car dealership. They primarily sold economical models and had no need for license plate procurement services. While they could issue temporary plates, Chen Xing, who did not know how to drive, found them meaningless. Alternatively, you might consider renting a license plate or associating with a company plate, though this entailed risks. However, most car owners resolve this way. I could personally assist in contacting someone to explore options, though this would require time, at least 10 days to a month for results. Or, if you truly are not short on funds, purchasing a shell company with a license plate would be equivalent to buying a plate, though this might take longer to arrange. Chen Xing had heard of what Li Ming mentioned. Renting a license plate carried regulatory risks, so he dismissed that option. Besides, he now possessed a fortune of 10 billion. Why would he rent a license plate? It was absurd. He was unwilling to waste excessive time merely to obtain a plate. After all, acquiring a company plate lacked certainty, and storing the car at the 4S dealership indefinitely was inconvenient. It was unnecessary to fuss over a vehicle worth only 300,000. However, to simply discard the car? Chen Xing could not fathom such an act, even with 10 billion newly credited to his account. There was another solution. You could get an out-of-town plate, and we could assist with that. However, This would restrict your ability to drive within the 6th ring. Of course, we could transport the car to another province in Huaxia for you to use there. As for the shipping fees, Li Ming pondered before suggesting. Alternatively, you could have the car shipped back home and use it there? Chen Xing contemplated, shaking his head. No, he felt he would soon purchase a better vehicle. Frankly, after receiving the 10 billion, he had begun to regard this modest family car as beneath him. Ultimately, Chen Xing opted to proceed with the refund, as it was the simplest solution. As he had stated, he wished to avoid complications and quickly depart the 4S dealership to embark on his journey of financial freedom. After some discussion, Li Ming, representing the 4S dealership, agreed to the return and refund, effectively nullifying the recently signed purchase agreement. Since the vehicle had not been registered and insurance had yet to be secured, the full amount of 38 million would be refunded to Chen Xing. Though it would take 3 business days for the funds to arrive, Chen Xing was indifferent to this. He intended to test whether the money spent could be refunded or whether items purchased could be resold, curious about how the system would handle it. Upon leaving the 4S dealership, Chen Xing still felt a bit dazed, hailing a taxi by the roadside and instructing the driver to proceed leisurely towards Choingmen. There was no rush. He needed to find a place to calm down, plan his future, and take a serious look at the system. The system seemed to indicate a new task. Earlier at the dealership, he had only taken a moment to transfer 1 million to his Alipay account to confirm the authenticity of the funds. In the taxi, seated in the back, Chen Xing accessed the system. System name, Wealth Distribution System, official, unique. Host, Chen Xing, unique, officially bound. Cannot be unbound total currency assets of host. 100 billion Huaxia Yuan temporary task. Clear wallet, completed. Temporary task evaluation. A. Clear wallet, temporary task reward. 1 billion Huaxia Yuan, dispersed, novice task. Spend 1 billion novice task description. Money never sleeps. Only liquid funds hold significance. The host must spend all funds awarded from the temporary task, clear wallet, 1 billion Huaxia Yuan, within 30 days. This system's funding sources are entirely legal and compliant, carrying no risks. Rest assured, host. No one will question the source of the host's funds. The host may freely spend on various fixed and non-fixed assets, but may not purchase virtual currencies, financial products such as bank wealth management products, stocks, funds, bonds, futures, etc. The host must not make significant donations or gifts to others. During the task period, any violations will result in a warning from the system. Upon task completion, the system will issue corresponding rewards and the next phase of tasks based on the host's performance. Task countdown, 29 days, 23 hours, 10 minutes, 13 seconds. What? Chen Xing had initially thought that with his newfound financial freedom, he could leisurely watch the clouds drift by and indulge in a luxurious lifestyle starting today. However, the 1 billion fortune had not even warmed up before it must be spent. Yet, to exhaust 1 billion within a month? The mere thought was exhilarating, considering it was all a windfall. Moreover, this was merely a novice task. Chen Xing also noted that after the formal binding, the system's name seemed to have changed. From the task description, the difficulty of completing this task did not appear to be high. He merely needed to buy. The task description was quite clear. The system urged him to consume rather than invest or manage funds. This 1 billion also needed to be spent concretely. Houses, cars. All were viable purchases in the system's view, categorized as consumption. In this light, depleting this substantial amount within 30 days seemed genuinely manageable. Spending money? Who cannot do that? All the necessities he once hesitated to indulge in were now within reach. Cherries, kiwis, freedom. Durian, Chilean watermelon, freedom. Salmon, tuna, Australian lobster, tomahawk steak, freedom. Shanmu. Zio, Hama, Zio. No longer must one rush to the supermarket to seize discounted fruits and vegetables. When venturing outside, there is no longer a need to purchase bottled water at the meager price of 2 yuan. Even those luxurious items once deemed unattainable are now within reach. Bidding farewell to online shopping, I shall exclusively wander through brick-and-mortar stores. What shall I procure? Contemplating the impending spree of indulgent consumption, Chen Xing could not help but smile. Yet, how could one solely think of food and drink, revealing a narrow perspective? It is also time to consider investing in a home. The inability to find a spouse stemmed from financial constraints, but primarily, it was the housing predicament that hindered him. Acquiring property is essential, as it is a swift expenditure that holds its value. This aligns perfectly with Chen Xing's intentions. Even if the system ceases to dispense funds thereafter, the assets acquired from the expenditure of 10 billion would suffice for a lavish life. Reflecting on the system and the tasks, Chen Xing felt that, compared to previous temporary assignments, the requirements of this main quest were considerably more lenient. One is not permitted to purchase stocks, funds, bank financial products, bonds, trusts, futures, various virtual assets, or cryptocurrencies in large quantities, nor may funds be donated or gifted in significant amounts. This implies that purchasing is allowed. Donations too, as long as they are not excessive. However, the definition of excessive remains ambiguous. Ultimately, Qinxing decided to refrain from meddling with these matters, as he did not wish to overly test the limits of the system. Although the system would provide warnings for any violations, his actions would undoubtedly impact the rewards received upon completing the task. Notably, he observed that the term spend was not emphasized in bold within the task description, nor was there any corresponding penalty for failure. Yet, Qinxing understood that if his spending was not executed correctly, it would severely affect the task rewards. He pondered what surprises the next phase of the system might hold for him. "Excuse me, where exactly is your address near Choingman? I am almost there." Observing in the rearview mirror, the passenger was seated in the back, grinning incessantly without providing a specific address, prompting the driver to inquire. Qinxing instinctively arranged to return to his rental, casually order takeout, catch up on sleep, and then embark on his grand spending plan. However, just as he thought of ordering takeout, an epiphany struck him. This habit must be amended. After all, he was now a small tycoon with 10 minor goals. Thus, instead of revealing the address of his rental, Qinxing asked, "Driver, which dining establishment nearby is the most upscale?" Suddenly feeling quite famished, he realized that since last night, his mind had been in a heightened state of excitement, consuming considerable energy. Now that things had settled, he felt both hungry and tired. Upscale? How upscale do you desire? Inside Fenglian, there is a Cantonese restaurant with an average cost of 300 to 400 per person. If you crave hot pot, there's Xiaohuiga, to the west. In Fangkaidi, there is Hanjianghui, averaging around 2,000. To the south, near Ritten, there is a Russian restaurant that is also commendable, and an Italian restaurant whose name escapes me, but I know the address and can guide you there," the driver casually remarked. As it was not he who would dine there, Qinxing realized he had never been to any of these restaurants and had scarcely heard of them, leaving him uncertain of which to choose. In truth, the most extravagant dining experiences in his life had been limited to seaside establishments, his wife's family, and Beimanchuanru. He was aware of many Western restaurants near Ritten, given its status as an embassy district. In Yinjing, any reputable Western cuisine could hardly be deemed inferior, something Qinxing had previously been reluctant to indulge in. However, he did not wish to wait long for a meal. Ultimately, he opted for Hanjianghui, the nearest and most expensive option. Let the spree of indulgent consumption commence here. After all, if the experience proved unsatisfactory, he could simply blacklist it. Chapter 5. Commencing Consumption Hanjianghui. The decor was indeed quite luxurious, with dark golden embellishments, walls adorned with relief patterns, and chandeliers casting a warm glow. The tables and chairs were crafted from high-quality hardwood, complemented by velvet cushions, exuding an air of opulence. As Qinxing entered, he was enveloped by a faint aroma of sandalwood. Yet, he had no inclination to savor the surroundings. Feeling both hungry and weary, his mind was in a daze, intermingled with an undeniable thrill. The waitress, a woman in her 40s with softly curled short hair, donned a crisp uniform, and her smile revealed gentle lines at the corners of her eyes, radiating warmth. She presented the menu with a soothing voice. "Sir, please place your order." Qinxing waved his hand, disinterested in perusing the menu, and requested she select a few signature dishes that could be served promptly. A dish of tender goose feet paired with rice liver, meltingly soft. A serving of spring onion abalone that was so fresh it could tangle the tongue. A bowl of aged vegetable congee, fragrant and inviting, and a crispy black stone crab that crunched delightfully. The portions were modest, sufficient for one person. Qinxing was not one to squander. Even in the face of indulgent spending, ordering excessively would be a transgression. In the end, he lavishly added a bottle of Evian mineral water for rinsing his palate. Previously, he would have never dared to glance at a bottle costing over 10 yuan, fearing reprimand from his wallet. But now, what is a bottle of water? The bill totaled 399 yuan. As Qinxing scanned the payment code, his heart did not race a beat. In the past, such a meal would have sustained him for 3 months of takeout. Yet now, he felt as tranquil as the surface of Shihu, undisturbed. It was not that he had become extravagant. Rather, this sum was but a drop in the ocean compared to 10 billion. He calculated, spending over 3,000 for a meal at a daily expenditure of 10,000 would take him 273 years to exhaust 10 billion? Absurd. Clearly, he needed to elevate his consumption level further. Otherwise, he would not do justice to the title of wealthy. Sated and refreshed, Qinxing wiped his mouth and pushed open the heavy glass door of Han Jianghui, greeted by the cool air of the Fengkei shopping center. Beside the elevator, the IWC brand poster dazzled, its silver logo gleaming under the lights. Qinxing paused, a thought crossing his mind. Why not buy a watch? What man does not appreciate a timepiece? In the past, he had been so financially constrained that he could only browse threads on wristwatch forums, salivating at the sight. He would even venture to the luxury watch counters in Wangfujing, peering through the glass, shamelessly gazing as a mere pilgrim, yet never purchasing. The sales staff's scrutinizing gazes made him timid, averted from direct contact. But now, with 10 billion in his bank account, a little indulgence in watches is hardly excessive, is it? Although IWC was not his top choice, he had desired brands like Rolex and Omega, but this store was conveniently nearby. And he was too lazy to venture further, so he impulsively walked in. The flagship IWC store in Huaxia had only 2 locations, and the one in Fengkei was one of them, grand as a miniature museum. The glass display cases shone brightly, the light reflecting off the watch dials creating a dazzling spectacle. The store was eerily quiet at noon, with few customers. 3 sales associates were tidying display cases in the corner, whispering to one another, the atmosphere a tad desolate. I'm just browsing, Qinxing declared, his voice resonating confidently. In the past, he would have entered such a store without daring to breathe, hastening his steps to avoid drawing attention. But now, he could maintain eye contact with the staff for an hour. The sales associates glanced up, offering polite smiles, but did not rush to approach him. In luxury boutiques, it is not customary for every customer to be immediately greeted by the staff, following them around as they browse. Due to the fact that the majority of individuals entering the store are merely onlookers, genuine purchasers are few, rendering the presence of sales personnel unnecessary. They do not need to approach and call out greetings unless a customer explicitly expresses a desire for assistance. For those who truly possess purchasing power, maintaining an appropriate sense of distance is the optimal response. If one simply wishes to browse, as long as they do not exhibit peculiar behavior, they are free to do as they please. Sales associates do not judge based on appearance or look down upon customers. Such scenarios are almost exclusively found in online novels. Naturally, each brand has its unique service style. In some brand boutiques, the moment a customer steps in, staff members promptly inquire about their needs. Qinxing cannot be considered a veteran in the watch community. He is at best a casual enthusiast, with a rudimentary understanding of brands and models, lacking expertise. As he leisurely wanders, the display cases are filled with an array of watches, each dial, strap, and hand presenting various designs, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Mechanical watches, chronographs, perpetual calendars, these names sound grand, yet he does not recognize a single model, only perceiving them as quite handsome. Ascending to the second floor, he immediately spots a watch, a silver dial with deep blue hands, a brown leather strap, subtle yet slightly vintage, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic as an old white rabbit. The price tag clearly states 268,000 yuan. How much is this one? Qinxing casually inquires, pointing at the watch. He is certainly aware of the price, yet still asks, partly to confirm stock availability and partly to test if there might be a discount. A sales associate approaches briskly from a distance. Appearing to be in their 30s, dressed in a white shirt complemented by a black vest, impeccably tailored trousers, and slicked back hair, an embodiment of a sales elite. With a professional yet warm smile, they respond, Sir, you have selected the Portuguese series perpetual calendar wristwatch, model IW3-44202, which is in stock. The price is 2,680,000 yuan, and if you are a VIP, you may receive a 10% discount. Would you like to try it on, or shall I provide you with detailed specifications? No need. I'll just pay by card. Qinxing waves his hand, feeling a sense of grandeur that surprises even himself. The sum of 2,680,000 yuan once represented years of savings, but now? Not a blink. The sales associate momentarily appears taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Yet their smile becomes even more radiant. Very well, sir, please follow me to the counter to complete the transaction. As Qinxing follows them to the cash register, the sales associate maintains a calm demeanor. They did not anticipate closing a sale so suddenly, yet they do not display excessive joy, perhaps having become desensitized from witnessing numerous transactions in a high-end watch store. Their movements are methodical as they assist Qinxing in processing the sale. Qinxing keenly observes this detail, noting the absence of the shock often depicted in online novels where luxury store employees or customers react with disbelief at someone's attire. Considering the store's inventory of watches worth millions, they have undoubtedly encountered a myriad of situations, making it improbable for them to be easily astonished. The card is swiped. The sale is finalized, and the watch is elegantly packaged. Throughout the process, Chun Xing remains composed, feeling a tinge of pride within. Previously, when visiting luxury stores, he could hardly breathe, feeling as though a mere glance from a sales associate could expose him as someone merely seeking the comfort of air conditioning. Now, he stands tall with newfound confidence. Subsequently, with the assistance of the sales associate, he registers as a VIP member of the brand, immediately enjoying the 10% discount. The weighty new watch adorns his wrist, akin to carrying a B-class car, with its brown leather strap and silver dial exuding a low-key yet vintage allure, prompting him to steal glances at it repeatedly. Holding the exquisite packaging and receipt, Chun Xing steps out of the store, merging once more into the bustling midday crowd of the Fankaidi shopping mall. The cool air conditioning envelopes him, mingled with the aroma of coffee and the scent of women's perfume, as well-dressed professionals and fashionable young women pass by, creating a lively yet harmonious atmosphere. Chun Xing meanders into the adjacent Under Armour store, deciding to purchase some clothing. Buying formal attire and trying on garments feels overly cumbersome. He is in no mood to linger. He desires to return home for a quick nap. A set of sports shoes, sweatpants, a long-sleeve t-shirt, and a windproof down jacket amounts to less than 10,000 yuan, a true bargain. After all, UA is not a major brand in his view, comparable to Adidas, and perhaps even inferior to the North Face. As for the individual prices, he is oblivious, having not even glanced at them. In the past, Chun Xing would have immediately checked the prices. His mindset has clearly shifted. Trying on the items, checking out, and departing takes no more than 10 minutes. His old clothes are discarded directly into a trash bin within the mall, worn-out items from years of shopping on Taobao, surely not worth salvaging. Exiting the Fankaidi Mall, Chun Xing glances back at its entrance, reflecting. He used to frequent this mall, but only as a casual visitor, unable to afford anything. With a simple meal on the second basement level already feeling extravagant. Now, with considerable funds in hand, he perceives the mall as somewhat unworthy of his current status. After all, the brands within are predominantly mid-range and designer labels, with genuine high-end luxury brands being almost non-existent. To him, only the IWC flagship store stands out. On his way home, Chun Xing opts against taking a taxi. The distance to his residence is merely a 10-minute walk. A taxi might take longer. In the afternoon of Yanjing, the shadows of the sycamore trees dance along the roadside. Chun Xing, carrying his shopping bag, stands beneath his apartment. The dilapidated walls of the 1980s building peeling, with clutter strewn at the stairwell, and the air filled with a musty scent mingling with the aroma of his neighbor's cooking. He frowns, pushes open the door, and is met with the creaking of a single bed and a chipped table that seem to mock his past struggles. This rental space has become uninhabitable. An 8-square-meter dilapidated room with shared kitchen and bathroom, costing 3,000 yuan monthly, now feels utterly disheartening. It is undoubtedly time to find a new place to live. Money that is not spent becomes obsolete. Buying a home requires careful consideration, and moving in is not an immediate process. Should he stay in a hotel tonight or endure another night here and seek a hotel tomorrow? As Chun Xing grapples with these thoughts, his phone suddenly rings, displaying 95555. A call from the bank. How efficient. His heart races as he answers. A steady middle-aged male voice greets him. May I speak with Mr. Chun Xing? It's me. He clears his throat, striving to sound calm. Hello, I am Hui Xingli, the manager of the Yanjing Fengshuang branch of China Merchants Bank. Mr. Chun, you truly are a remarkable young man. May I be fortunate enough to visit you? The tone of Manager Hui is warm, tinged with a hint of formality, yet imbued with sincerity. Manager Hui is quite direct. With this statement, Chun Xing understands that the intention is to discuss his savings. Although the system assured him that the source of funds poses no issue and that he can spend freely, he cannot help but feel anxious, worrying whether he might be called in for questioning about the source of such substantial funds. After all, the bank possesses clear records of his information. He is uncertain about the system's capabilities or whether it can offer him any protective measures in this regard. At this moment, Chun Xing could hardly fathom that the financial systems across the globe had imposed restrictions at a subconscious level on anyone who might access his personal information or trace his financial transactions. They would harbor no doubts regarding the origins of his funds. The underlying principles of this phenomenon were beyond Chun Xing's comprehension. However, for him, the unresolved banking issue loomed like a heavy stone in his heart, compelling him to confront it sooner rather than later. Gazing at the dilapidated and cramped rental apartment, Chun Xing politely declined the suggestion of an in-person visit. Let's forego the visit. I will make time in the next couple of days to come by your bank, as I need to attend to certain matters. Very well. We shall be at your service at any time, came the reply. I will add you on WeChat shortly. Should you require anything, Mr. Chen, feel free to command. By the way, we have also arranged for a new dedicated financial manager for you, who will add you on WeChat as well. A new dedicated financial manager? Did I have an old one? Chen Xing inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the representative confirmed. I shall not disturb you further. Almost simultaneously with the end of the call, a message popped up on WeChat from the bank's manager, Hui, and a financial manager named Chen Yu, requesting to add him as a friend. Chen Xing was not surprised. He had previously registered for WeChat using his mobile number linked to the bank's public account, making this confirmation quite reasonable. After connecting on WeChat and exchanging greetings, Manager Hui reiterated that he would be at the bank for the next couple of days, ready to welcome Chen Xing, and did not elaborate further. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, the financial manager from Chen Xing's family, sent her location and mentioned that the bank provided 24-hour service, offering to visit if Chen Xing could not come by. Chen Xing paid little heed to this, believing it was better to discuss matters at the bank for their first meeting. However, prior to that, he needed to acquire suitable attire, whether it proved useful or not, to present himself as a successful individual before the bank. Additionally, he needed to devise some potential talking points. But first and foremost was the matter of moving. Inside the rental apartment, the bedding, clothes, pots, and daily necessities were worth little, barely fetching a couple of hundred yuan if sold secondhand. Chen Xing was too lazy to fuss about it. He only returned to ensure he had not forgotten his bank card and all essential documents. As for the secondhand Lenovo laptop he had used for over 4 years, he synchronized any potentially useful files and images to OneDrive, formatted the hard drive, and tossed it directly into the garbage bin downstairs. Locking the door behind him, he departed. Before leaving, Chen Xing called the real estate agent, stating, I am moving out today, and I do not need any of the items inside. Please handle it as you see fit. As for the deposit and rent, whether I get them back or not is up to you. The agent on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback, presumably having never encountered such a bold tenant. Standing downstairs, Chen Xing glanced up at the worn building he had inhabited for several years, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Just yesterday, he was a struggling individual. Today, he had become wealthy, and the rapid turn of events felt dreamlike. He opened the DD app, summoned a luxury vehicle without scrutinizing the specifics, and headed straight for the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Wangfujing. With a fortune of 1 billion at his disposal, staying in a 5-star hotel seemed entirely justifiable, did it not? Chapter 7. Checking into a 5-star hotel, relaxing in the leather seat of the luxurious DD vehicle, Chen Xing relished the tranquility, broken only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning as the vibrant streets of Dongdan flashed by outside. The driver, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and black-framed glasses, occasionally stole glances at him in the rearview mirror, likely pondering the reason behind this individual in Under Armour sportswear heading to the Mandarin Oriental. Amused, Chen Xing grinned, his hands nestled in his pockets, where his bank card and ID resided. Among the finest hotels in Yanjing, the consensus was that the Amman at Summer Palace was unparalleled. Located adjacent to the east gate of the Summer Palace, exuding an air of antiquity, standard rooms commenced at 6,000 yuan per night, while the most opulent courtyard suites were rumored to command upwards of 14,000 yuan per night. Scratching his head, Chen Xing mused that with 1 billion in hand, such expenditures were trivial, but why venture so far? It felt exhausting. Other renowned hotels flashed through his mind. The artistic flair of Bulgari, the modernity of Rosewood, the vintage charm of Waldorf, the businesslike demeanor of Renaissance Beijing, and the grandeur of China World Hotel, all glimmering with luxury, each worthy of experiencing in due time. But for now, he merely sought a place to rest and recuperate from the previous 30 hours of exhilaration. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel, situated at the heart of Wangfujing Pedestrian Street and opened in 2019, was close enough to the Forbidden City that one could almost smell the scent of the red walls. A mere 15-minute walk led to Tiananmen Square. It was said that some rooms offered views of the golden rooftops of the Forbidden City. Colleague Wang had stayed there for a night and raved about the experience, claiming it felt like reigning as an emperor. Proximity and prestige made it unnecessary for Chen Xing to fumble with his phone. He strode directly to the front desk. The hotel lobby resembled a miniature palace, with crystal chandeliers casting a warm yellow glow, marble floors polished to a mirror-like sheen, and the air infused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. Adorning the walls were several gilded Chinese paintings, exuding understated elegance and luxury. 4 front desk staff members, impeccably uniformed, greeted him with overly sweet smiles, bowing in unison. Welcome to the Mandarin Oriental. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback by this display, quickly clearing his throat to project his voice, wary of sounding inexperienced. Do you have a presidential suite? I would like to book it for a month. He addressed the nearest staff member, his confidence bolstered to the point where he barely recognized himself. Although the presidential suite was humorously dubbed the beggar's version within elite circles, it remained the pinnacle of luxury. And booking it for a month certainly made a statement. The young lady, in her 20s with a fringe and crescent-shaped eyes, smiled sweetly. Sir, I apologize. The presidential suite is available for tonight and tomorrow, but the following week is fully booked. I will need to confirm for later dates. Her fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, her tone both gentle and professional. Chen Xing was taken aback. The presidential suite was in such high demand? Hadn't he heard that it cost several tens of thousands for a single night, making it hardly occupied? Sensing his confusion, the young lady explained with a smile. Every day, numerous political and business elites, international celebrities, and multinational executives traverse Yanjing. The presidential suite is considered standard for them. When converted to USD, it costs less than 10,000 yuan per night, which is akin to sipping a cup of coffee for them. Some affluent individuals even book it for an entire year as a residence, while others share the experience. Indeed, it was no surprise that demand outweighed supply. Chen Xing scratched the back of his head and opted to book for 2 nights instead, totaling over 120,000 yuan. He paid with his card, presented his ID, and provided his phone number, completing the transaction within 10 minutes. The front desk promptly arranged for a dedicated butler, Qin Lingyue, in her 30s, tall and elegantly attired. Exuding an air akin to that of a flight attendant, her smile a tad formulaic, not particularly appealing to Chen Xing's taste. The elevator chimed as it reached the floor of the presidential suite, and Qin led Chen Xing into the room, spanning 260 square meters, where a subtle opulence greeted him as he opened the door. The redwood furniture gleamed softly, the Persian rug felt as soft as walking on clouds, and the natural marble floor was cool to the touch. A 2-meter-wide bed was adorned with crisp white linens, and the pillows were fluffy like cotton candy. The walk-in closet was spacious enough to accommodate a vehicle's worth of clothing, and the independent dining area could host a small party. The bathroom featured an extravagantly large soaking tub exuding steam, twin sinks gleaming brightly, and a walk-in shower equipped with underfloor heating. Butler Qin briefly showcased the suite's amenities, informing Chen Xing that he could contact her or the hotel front desk 24/7 for any needs, including transportation. Before departing, Butler Qin added Chen Xing on WeChat for future correspondence. As for the brands of the furniture, appliances, and bedding used in the room, she refrained from providing any details, perhaps to maintain an air of exclusivity. After Qin Guangjia's departure, Chen Xing took a moment to survey his surroundings and noted that the toiletries were from Diptyque. The hairdryer was a Dyson, the Nespresso coffee machine was present, and the Bose speaker was nearby, while the refrigerator was a Miele. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a 300-square-meter terrace, where the golden tiles and red walls of the Forbidden City shimmered in the sunset. So close it felt as if one could reach out and touch it. Chen Xing tightened his UA jacket as the chilly November wind nipped at his ears. No matter how splendid the terrace was, it was merely a sight to behold during this season. He decided to prioritize sleep instead. As he collapsed onto the large bed, a wave of comfort washed over him, rendering him almost immobile, and a thought flickered in his mind. Life is truly delightful. The hot shower nearly lulled him to sleep, with Diptyque shower gel enveloping him in a floral embrace, while the silk robe felt as soft as a second skin. Chen Xing sent a WeChat message to Qin Lingyue, ordering a steak and seafood mushroom soup, which arrived half an hour later. The steak was perfectly seared, and the mushrooms in the soup were so fresh they almost made his tongue dance. After brushing his teeth and glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 5 p.m. He reminded Qin Lingyue not to disturb him before breakfast the next day, then turned over and drifted into slumber. After over 30 hours of exhilaration, he finally succumbed to exhaustion. In his dreams, there were no rent worries, no joblessness, only the glimmer of 1 billion in his bank account. The bed was as soft as if he were sinking into clouds, surely contributing to his bliss. Upon awakening, it was already past 8 a.m. on November 12th. After sleeping for several hours, Chen Xing felt rejuvenated, although his stomach was grumbling. Breakfast was included with the presidential suite, and he was too lazy to order anything extra, as it hardly cost much and seemed unnecessary. He messaged Qin Lingyue for breakfast and proceeded to wash up. In the bathroom mirror, his hair was disheveled, but his complexion was vibrant, as if he had transformed into a different person. Indeed, the confidence from 1 billion was palpable. Breakfast was delivered and laid out on the rosewood dining table. Translucent shrimp dumplings, steaming century egg and beef congee, accompanied by refreshing vegetables, almond tea, and a small bowl of sago pudding that was sweet, yet not cloying. After Qin Lingyue delivered the meal, she departed as instructed, not lingering. The portion was just enough to satiate him. The restaurant at the Mandarin Oriental boasted Michelin-level quality, but Chen Xing couldn't discern whether the breakfast was worth 500 yuan. Regardless, it was 100 times better than the 10 yuan jianbing he used to have. After satisfying his hunger, he slumped into a genuine leather sofa by the terrace, staring blankly at the distant forbidden city. With 1 billion in hand, spending needed to be strategic. He planned to purchase a new outfit in the morning and visit the bank in the afternoon to solidify his financial foundation. Last night, he had contemplated acquiring a high-end suit to present himself as a corporate executive, but upon reflection, he realized it was impractical. Custom suits would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks, and the alterations could be cumbersome. If he didn't opt for a bespoke suit, it would be better not to wear one at all. Moreover, on the streets of Yanjing, it was often the intermediaries, lawyers, and banking professionals who donned suits. The true magnates typically favored sportswear. People like Li and Ma could often be seen in t-shirts and jeans. Furthermore, at a height of 1.7 meters, he might not fill out a suit well, and it could potentially make him resemble an insurance salesman. Hence, he decided on a sporty style, comfortable and versatile. No more working for others. He was a big shot now, and anything he wore would exude flair. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Xing opened his phone to search for trendy brand stores near Wangfujing, preparing to indulge in some shopping before heading straight to the bank in the afternoon. On the bustling streets of Wangfujing, the aroma of street food wafted through the air, enticing Chen Xing's senses. He tightened his jacket and walked with a lightness akin to a lottery winner. After a delightful slumber, his first shopping destination was the Apple flagship store, located not far from the hotel. The store was packed with customers eagerly trying out devices, while the staff darted around busily. Without hesitation, Chen Xing approached the counter and pointed to the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. This one, please, in the top configuration with 1 terabyte. His 3-year-old Redmi phone had a screen cracked like a spider's web and was barely functional. He figured it wouldn't even be accepted for recycling. Instead of recycling, he simply wiped his data clean and tossed it into the outdoor trash bin, bidding farewell to the impoverished days of the past 30 years. The young sales associate, in his 20s and sporting black-rimmed glasses, smiled like an eager rookie. "Sir, would you like a screen protector or phone case?" Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, feeling extravagant in a way that surprised even himself. "No need, I want the bare device feel. I'll get a new one if this breaks." He then casually added a whole bundle of products to his cart: an iPad Pro, AirPods 3, an Apple Watch Ultra, along with numerous cables and chargers. Spotting a top-spec 13-inch MacBook on display, he couldn't resist and placed an order. If he weren't without a fixed residence at the moment, he would have definitely acquired a 27-inch iMac for home. After nearly an hour of excitement in the store, he spent half his time upgrading his phone. He registered for an Apple ID, activated 3 years of 12 terabytes iCloud storage, and installed the banking app, WeChat, Alipay, and all his essential software without missing a beat. With his new phone tucked away, he asked the staff to deliver the other products to the Mandarin Oriental's front desk, then clapped his hands, ready for the next stop, the Rolex counter at Wangfujing department store. When it comes to watches, Chen Xing had 2 true favorites, Rolex and Patek Philippe. Other brands like IWC and Omega seemed somewhat diluted in his eyes, lacking the hardcore essence he desired. After purchasing the IWC Portuguese perpetual calendar yesterday, he realized after wearing it for a day that the dial was too large, at over 40 millimeters, making it feel cumbersome on his wrist, leaving him with an awkward sensation. In the future, he resolved to stick to watches with diameters below 40 millimeters, lest he end up looking like he was wearing a small clock. The Rolex counter was located in the silver-tinted in 88, just a few steps from the Apple store. Upon entering, the atmosphere felt as serene as a museum, with only a handful of customers and 5 or 6 sales associates, all in their 30s and dressed sharply, exuding an air of sophistication reminiscent of high-end office workers from the financial district. Chen Xing sauntered through the display cases in silence, taking his time. The selection of watches was limited, with many entry-level models like the Datejust and Oyster Perpetual, priced between 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, including the popular Submariner models in green and black. However, they all seemed to resemble mere replicas. In the past, he had dreamt of owning a black Submariner, which was now priced around 100,000 yuan, something he could save up for in a few years. Rumor had it that just a few years ago, this watch only cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Now, with his 1 billion fortune, such a basic model seemed beneath him. He needed something high-end to command respect. Chen Xing waved at one of the sales associates. I would like to see the Date 8 series, high-end models, ready for immediate purchase. The associate, Li Lecky, in her 30s with a sharp bob haircut, wore a fitted uniform that accentuated her figure. When she smiled, a small dimple appeared on her left cheek, making her seem quite approachable. She nodded. Sir, most of these outside are models. Let me take you to the VIP room to view the actual stock. The VIP room, tucked away in a corner of the store, featured sofas that felt like sinking into clouds, with vintage Rolex advertisements hanging on the walls, evoking a sense of nostalgia. After a brief inquiry about Chen Xing's personal information and confirming his preferences, Li Lecky handed him a tablet and a bottle of water, smiling as she said, Sir, we only have 2 entry-level watches in stock. All other models require pre-order. You can make your selection here. Her voice was clear, and she explained everything thoroughly, tapping the screen to showcase the popular watches one by one. Chen Xing had anticipated a limited selection at the Rolex counter, but he was taken aback to discover that almost none were available. Such demand, the purchasing power of the wealthy was indeed formidable. He could hardly suppress a gasp. With no other option, he had to consider pre-ordering. Soon enough, Chen Xing found himself overwhelmed by choices. He had no affinity for flashy gold watches or those adorned with diamonds. They felt too gaudy for his taste. The final decision encompassed 3 exquisite timepieces, M11834600073, M128349 RBAR0026, and M228396 TBR0027, totaling to 77 million yuan, to be worn in rotation, exuding an air of grandeur. To this collection, an additional cosmic chronograph Daytona, M1265060002, with a stunning ice blue dial, priced at 700,000 yuan, was added. At this moment, Li Lecky subtly enticed, Mr. Chen. Our store is a primary authorized dealer of Rolex. If you are willing, we could attempt to procure these from secondary dealers, thus sparing you the wait for allocation. Although it may require a premium. It turned out that the rumors were true. Rolex could indeed only be purchased at a markup for immediate stock. The price was negotiable, but expediency was essential. Ultimately, for the 4 exquisite timepieces, Chen Xing agreed to a 1 million yuan premium, with the promise of receipt within a week. Observing his lavishness, Li Lecky's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet her demeanor remained composed. Sir, I will first assist you in registering as a boutique member to enjoy some privileges. The transaction was completed seamlessly, with over 3 million yuan spent, and Chen Xing did not even blink. Upon arrival of the watches, delivery could be arranged promptly, or he could collect them from the boutique. Both options were available. Chen Xing nodded, deciding to address that later. However, he mused, what is the point of being a Rolex member? There is no global VIP system. It seems rather useless. Exiting Rolex, Chen Xing meandered through the first floor of Intai. The mall felt desolate, akin to a once popular tourist spot. The previous Cartier, Burberry, and Prada boutiques had vanished, replaced by lesser-known brands. He scoffed, recognizing that the glorious days of Intai were long gone, leaving little worth browsing. Upon stepping outside, the streets of Jinbao beckoned. Lined with luxurious vehicles, Porsches and Bentleys dazzled the eye. In a nearby cafe, affluent gentlemen in tailored suits laughed and chatted over cups. With the aroma of coffee wafting through the air, Chen Xing felt a surge of joy, realizing he was now part of this elite circle. Moreover, unlike those around him, he was preoccupied with the challenge of expending 1 billion yuan swiftly. Chapter 9. Huangfu Peninsula. Chen Xing initially intended to explore Jinbaohui, a street boasting several upscale malls he had passed by previously, yet had never dared to enter. However, midway, he spotted a hotel with grand architecture and exquisite decor. To his surprise, the ground floor housed boutiques of Hermes, LV, and Chanel. Unable to resist, he checked his phone and discovered that this was the illustrious Huangfu Peninsula Hotel. Established in the 1980s and recognized as one of Yinjing's most luxurious hotels for over 30 years. More enticingly, the display on his phone indicated that the presidential suite, also known as the Peninsula Suite, was available for reservation at 128,888 yuan per night. Chen Xing's eyes lit up. What was there to ponder? With 1 billion at his disposal, a month-long stay in the presidential suite seemed entirely reasonable. With a spring in his step, he proceeded directly to the lobby of the hotel. The front desk radiated opulence, with crystal chandeliers casting a warm glow, and everywhere exuded an unmistakable aura of luxury, surpassing that of the adjacent Mandarin Oriental. 2 front desk attendants, impeccably dressed, greeted him with sweet smiles. Welcome to the Huangfu Peninsula. You have a presidential suite available, correct? I would like to book it for a month. Having become familiar with the process, he addressed the more attractive of the two attendants, adopting a tone of affluence. Yes, the presidential suite is available for booking. After discounts, it is 120,000 yuan per night, totaling 3.6 million for 30 nights, with a prepayment of 4 million required. Please provide your ID and bank card. The attendant replied while swiftly typing on the computer to confirm the room details, displaying professionalism without a hint of neglect. Chun Xing presented his card and identification, internally questioning, is there a scrutiny of identity and status for this prestigious suite? Yet, the attendant did not inquire further, completing the transaction in a mere 10 minutes. While the Mandarin Oriental's standard presidential suite had cost him 12,000 yuan for 2 nights, the Huangfu Peninsula suite, at 120,000 yuan per night, offered double the space and luxury. The front desk had arranged for a dedicated butler named Liao Yuma, appearing to be around 30, standing at 165 meters tall, elegantly attired in a beige hotel uniform that accentuated her figure, with her shirt impeccably buttoned and hair in a high ponytail. Her footsteps echoed in her petite heels, and a smile revealing 2 dimples added charm, blending sweetness with a touch of professionalism. Rating her a 75. Chun Xing considered her beauty, not overly stunning, but certainly a cut above the other attendants he had encountered in recent days. He added Liao Yuma on WeChat, and she escorted him to the 13th floor via a private elevator. Upon Liao Yuma opening the heavy door to the peninsula suite, Chun Xing nearly stumbled. Spanning 660 square meters, it was the largest hotel suite in Yanjing. The suite resembled a miniature palace, adorned with traditional redwood furniture, Persian carpets, and natural marble flooring. As he gazed around, dozens of paintings and calligraphy, worthy of an art gallery, graced the walls, while genuine antiques were artfully displayed throughout the suite. The expansive living area featured an L-shaped leather sofa, and the study boasted a redwood desk paired with an executive chair, with large floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the vibrant street scene of Wangfujing. The dining room could accommodate 18 guests, and a separate kitchen led to a private exit for direct delivery of ingredients. The master bedroom featured a 2-meter-wide bed draped in silk sheets, while the guest bedroom was equally impressive, with a walk-in closet spacious enough for a multitude of garments. The bathroom was extravagant, with a double soaking tub steaming invitingly, a spa room equipped with massage chairs, heated floors that warmed the stalls, and all toiletries from La Mer, enticing one to indulge in multiple washes. The private cinema featured surround sound by Bose, with a 100-inch projection screen that dazzled the eyes. Additionally, a multifunctional gym area included spaces for running and yoga, resembling a fully furnished luxury apartment. Liao Yuma provided a thorough tour, her voice melodious as she explained, "Sir, the suite includes complimentary Rolls-Royce transportation, and for any needs, feel free to contact me or the front desk at any time." After handing him a business card, she gracefully departed. Chun Xing waved her off, not wishing for further pleasantries. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the luxury of this place, envisioning a lifetime of residence. He called Butler Chin from the Mandarin Oriental, canceling the second night's reservation, as 60,000 yuan, though not a substantial sum, was still worth saving. He also asked her to redirect the deliveries from the Apple Store to the administrative front desk of the Peninsula Hotel. As he hung up, he imagined the expression on Chin's face, likely sour as if she had bitten into a lemon. However, he decided not to dwell on it. Collapsing onto the sofa in the living room, Chun Xing stared at the intricately designed ceiling in a daze. With 1 billion in hand, spending required strategy. Yet the pace was still lagging. The 4 million yuan hotel, over 3 million on watches, and tens of thousands on phones and computers had hardly scratched the surface. He needed to contemplate a grand plan. A house? A yacht? A private jet? No, the jet was excessive. He didn't even possess a license. Perhaps starting with a house would suffice. However, at present, a wardrobe update was essential. Though comfortable in his UA sportswear, he felt it lacked a certain flair. Chun Xing strolled into the Hermes store on the first floor, where the glass display showcased bags and watches that dazzled the eye, while the staff exuded elegance, as if they had stepped from the pages of a fashion magazine. Upon entering, he was enveloped in a subtle scent of perfume, with shirts, sweaters, and belts displayed like works of art. Chun Xing's gaze swept the room, contemplating, if I buy too much, how will I carry it all? He decided to seek assistance. The sales associate attending to him was a beautiful woman in her 30s named Wendy, exuding a warm demeanor, her delicate glasses lending her an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a university counselor when she smiled. She spoke softly. "Sir, we offer complimentary home delivery, regardless of distance. If this is your first visit, We can register you as a member to enjoy more exclusive services. Chen Xing was taken aback. Home delivery? So this is how the elite operate? However, he waved his hand, saying, no need for now. I would like to browse a bit first. At that moment, Chen Xing was oblivious to the fact that these luxury brands could provide delivery services, allowing customers to select items on site. After all, many clients at this level either possess unique statuses or have limited time, making frequent visits to stores impractical. Of course, this is contingent on the customer's cumulative spending or membership tier reaching a certain level. As for the realm of haute couture, Chen Xing had yet to reach that stage of exposure. Nonetheless, even had he been aware of these services, he would still prefer to personally visit the store for his purchases. He wished to savor the experience. Although it is often said that 1,000 wealthy individuals each have their own lifestyle, Chen Xing, having suddenly gained wealth, was still navigating the nuances of being affluent, adapting to his new identity as per his understanding of the world. After all, everyone undergoes a process of growth. Chapter 10. Shopping farewell at the Hermes boutique in the Huangfu Peninsula Hotel. Chen Xing spent over an hour acquiring 6 pairs of sports pants, each priced around 10,000. 3 matching hoodies, each over 10,000. 2 identical windbreakers, each costing over 60,000. 10 short-sleeve t-shirts of similar styles, each around 5,000. 2 pairs of flat shoes. 3 pairs of sneakers, none exceeding 10,000. A wallet for men, over 7,000. A backpack, over 50,000. And 20 pairs of underwear and several dozen pairs of socks, each under 1,000. As for styles and collections, Chen Xing understood little and cared less, choosing solely based on aesthetics and without scrutinizing the prices. After all, these were mostly basic items, not limited editions. He preferred genuine leather for accessories, eschewing synthetic materials. Regarding clothing, he made no stringent demands about natural fabrics, recognizing that sports apparel often consists of synthetic materials. And he chose to trust the quality and environmental standards of the renowned brands. His only requirement was that the clothing bore no overt logos. Wendy, with a striking appearance and a beaming smile, greeted him. Though he could not ascertain whether her demeanor was a standard professional smile or a reflection of joy at serving a distinguished customer. He tried on the pants, hoodies, jackets, and shoes, settling for those that fit adequately, as they were all the same style. With the assistance of the sales associate, he was able to try on multiple items swiftly. He glanced at other merchandise, adding satisfactory items directly to his cart. In the end, after a card swipe totaling 390,000, Chen Xing became a member of Hermes, albeit the most basic tier. How could such a substantial purchase amount to less than 400,000? It felt surprisingly inexpensive compared to the legendary luxury brands. Of course, this sentiment stemmed from Chen Xing's lack of exposure to limited editions and custom pieces. He instructed the sales associate to arrange for all items to be sent to the presidential suite. Realizing it was noon, he decided to hasten to the LV store. He first secured a 20-inch rolling carry-on for just over 20,000. He also picked up a pair of sunglasses, regardless of whether he would wear them, for just over 5,000. Upon examining the clothing, he found them excessively fashionable or gaudy, unsuitable for his taste. And since he had enough to wear for the time being, he refrained from further browsing. Chen Xing bought his parents each a jacket and a pair of casual pants, totaling over 40,000, suitable for middle-aged individuals, selecting sizes based on his recollection of their measurements. He was cautious not to purchase too much. Wary of fit issues, there would be more opportunities in the future. Additionally, he chose a stylish black handbag for his mother, costing over 100,000. The most expensive item in the store, avoiding those styles that clearly wouldn't suit her. After all, this was a boutique, not a flagship store. And the selection was limited. Finally, he browsed for men's and women's belts, gloves, hats, and scarves, acquiring a few accessories, each priced at a few thousand, which seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme. These items could be shipped to his parents' home, but Chen Xing, contemplating how to explain the purchases to them, decided against it for now. Thus, everything was sent to the hotel suite. After spending over 30,000, he also became a member of the Louis Vuitton brand. As it approached 1 o'clock, Chen Xing decided to have lunch before attending to business matters in the afternoon. He harbored a vague plan, readying himself for a significant undertaking. Lunch was at the Jing restaurant in the Peninsula Hotel, where he ordered an Australian Wagyu ribeye, a Maine lobster, an Atlantic black cod, and a serving of ice cream. He didn't distinguish between appetizers and main courses, indulging in whatever pleased him. Chen Xing abstained from alcohol and ordered a glass of orange juice, totaling over 500. It wasn't a large sum, but neither was it insignificant. Unlike protagonists in certain online novels who, despite their vast fortunes, insist on dining at roadside stalls for the sake of authenticity. Xing had spent 30 years indulging in such fare. He knew all too well the quality of those ingredients and the standards of cleanliness. When money was scarce, one had to make do. Now that he had the means, he felt no need to deprive himself further. Equally, he was not like other protagonists in online stories who order extravagant feasts costing tens of thousands for no reason other than opulence, particularly when not tied to essential business meetings. Nature provides for all living beings. It is not merely a matter of wealth. The reason he frequently references online novels is that he had only encountered such affluent lifestyles through their pages. The dishes were exquisite, albeit served in modest portions. But Xing's appetite was not particularly large, so it sufficed. If it were insufficient, he could always order more. While ordering, Xing glanced at the prices. Though he was not overly concerned about them, his curiosity led him to inquire about the costs, much like his morning shopping spree. As he had never experienced such extravagance before, this feeling was exhilarating. Xing suddenly realized that, in just a day, his mindset and perspective on the world were shifting. His former self lacked social engagement and consumer experiences beyond mere survival, feeling constrained and repressed. He had been trapped in a vicious cycle, unable to see hope, leading him to retreat into himself, halting his exploration of the world, akin to a dying elder. His past self was devoid of light. Now, however, Xing felt like a curious child, perceiving everything as new, rekindling his desire to explore the world. Yesterday had been filled with excitement and haste, leaving no opportunity to pause and savor it all. Today, however, marked a significant change. He bid farewell to the past, expanded his social circles, and embraced life. The first half of his life had passed, with its ups and downs, yet the second half must be vibrant, living each day to its fullest. Xing resolved to define today as the beginning of his rebirth. A dragon should not swim in shallow waters. The circles he had inhabited for the past decade were too lowly. Henceforth, while he would not entirely abandon them, he was certainly not inclined to engage with them actively. Monarchs and beggars cannot forge deep friendships. Only those of similar stature can truly appreciate one another. It is said that the former boss of the company possesses a fortune in the billions, with faucets in his home costing tens of thousands each. While the exact amount of his liquid assets remains unknown, it is evident that his family is quite affluent. The previous owner of the company was even more remarkable, with a peak net worth exceeding 100 billion and owning a private jet. Such magnates likely are unaware of the existence of an individual like himself. There is no need to awkwardly approach them. It is better to find a different place and start anew, thought Xing as he dined. Moreover, he must resolve his lifelong commitment soon. If he were still in his 20s, Xing could afford to be patient, but after crossing into his 30s, his mindset has shifted. When he lacked funds, he felt unworthy of pursuing relationships, let alone marriage. Now that he has unexpectedly acquired wealth, he is at a loss regarding how to proceed. Throughout the morning, he interacted with sales associates in luxury boutiques, even adding them on WeChat. Yet he found no flirtations or even a young woman in her early 20s. The overall attractiveness he encountered barely reached a score of 7, with ages typically above 30. This is not how it unfolds in online novels. Perhaps he was frequenting the wrong places? Over the years, among his former colleagues, while he cannot claim that those with an attractiveness of 8 are abundant, there were certainly several who surpassed a score of 7. However, they were either married or supported by wealthy patrons. He decided to leave it to fate for now. There is no need to rush. Chapter 11. Agreement, Part 1. After retrieving the Apple family bucket that had been set aside at the hotel front desk, Xing returned to the presidential suite on the 13th floor, now past 2 in the afternoon. He informed Butler Liao of his need for a vehicle shortly. He intended to take full advantage of the hotel's complimentary services. After a brief rest, he changed into a white Hermes tracksuit and admired himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, finding it satisfactory. In comparison to the UA outfit he purchased yesterday, he suddenly found it lacking and entrusted the hotel to donate those clothes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the lobby on the first floor, a voice greeted him. "Mr. Chun, I am Yao Jun, the driver from the Peninsula Hotel's fleet. It is my pleasure to serve you. Please, step into the car." Xing nodded, observing Yao's professional demeanor, white gloves, and a black suit, setting him apart from ordinary ride-hailing drivers, befitting a top-tier hotel. Thus, Xing embarked on his first journey in a luxury vehicle worth over 2 million, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and seemingly an extended version. With the license plate Jing AK8888 in the back seat, he explored the spacious interior, feeling that even lying down for a nap would be quite feasible. The orange leather and solid wood decor exuded an air of antiquity and luxury. He noticed an absence of large electronic screens, onboard refrigerators, or small wine cabinets. Everything essential was present. Finally, as he looked up, he indeed found a starry ceiling, quite splendid. If given the opportunity in the future, he would certainly consider customizing his own vehicle. Although Chen Xing had never driven, he understood that a Rolls-Royce, a Patek Philippe watch, and an Hermes bag are undisputed symbols of excellence, and he would gradually come to possess them. He was in no hurry. As for whether other vehicles maintained a respectful distance from the Rolls-Royce, he did not pay attention. His mind was occupied with the dialogue he might need in the near future. Soon, the Rolls-Royce arrived at Fengzhuang. During the ride, Chen Xing had already sent a voice message to his financial manager, Chen Yu, informing her of his imminent arrival at the bank. She instructed him on where to park, assuring him she would meet him in the parking lot. In a nearby parking area, Yao parked the car, and Chen Xing asked him to wait. Upon stepping out, he spotted a young woman in bank attire waving at him, undoubtedly Manager Chen. How she recognized him could be attributed to the photo he had previously left at the bank, or perhaps due to his recent descent from the Rolls-Royce. Manager Chen appeared to be in her late 20s, standing approximately 172 meters tall, yet her attractiveness only rated a 7, causing Chen Xing to feel yet another twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Mr. Chen, I hope your journey was pleasant. President Hui is waiting for you over there." It was not a hassle. "Let us proceed," he replied, exchanging pleasantries as Manager Chen guided him toward the bank. Upon arriving at the bank's entrance, President Hui was indeed there, awaiting him. Contrary to his expectations of a portly middle-aged leader, President Hui Xingli, in his 40s, was clean-shaven, with a well-proportioned figure, dressed in a high-end blue suit, exuding an air of sophistication. "Mr. Chen, it is evident that you are a young and accomplished individual. I am Hui Xingli, the head of our Zhaoshang Bank Fengzhuang branch. It is a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine," Chen Xing responded, finding such formalities rather mundane. Had it not been for the system, he would never have imagined a day when he could be associated with the term young and accomplished. After exchanging handshakes and pleasantries, President Hui and Manager Chen led Chen Xing to the VIP room on the second floor of the bank. It was Chen Xing's first visit to such a place, and he struggled to contain his curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. "Mr. Chen, would you like something to drink? We have black tea, green tea, pu'er, and coffee." "Black tea, please," he replied nonchalantly. "I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." "Not at all," Chen Xing reassured her. Once Manager Chen prepared the tea, Chen Xing took a sip, merely quenching his thirst. He was not particularly knowledgeable about tea but assumed it to be of decent quality, not overly expensive, yet certainly not the cheap brands sold at supermarkets. After a round of polite conversation and flattery, as President Hui continued to delay addressing the main topic, Chen Xing decided to be direct. "May I inquire about the purpose of President Hui's invitation?" Hui smiled slightly. "There is no hidden agenda. We simply did not realize we had such a valuable client like you. We have been somewhat remiss in our service and wish to enhance the quality of our offerings as a form of compensation. Additionally, we have several premium investment projects. Might Mr. Chen be interested? Could you kindly elaborate on those?" Upon sensing Chen Xing's interest, President Hui began to expound enthusiastically. Chapter 12, Agreement, Part 2. Zhaoshang Bank categorizes its personal clients into 5 levels. The basic card client, the most common type, the gold card client, requiring an average monthly asset of at least 50,000 yuan. Chen Xing previously fell into this category. The gold sunflower client, requiring an average asset of 500,000 yuan. The diamond client, needing 5 million yuan, and the private banking client, necessitating an average asset of 10 million yuan. Each tier offers distinct services and privileges, with different card designs. Given that Chen Xing now possessed 10 billion yuan in his account, he needed no further qualifications. He was immediately upgraded to the highest tier of private banking client. Following this upgrade, Chen Xing would enjoy Zhaoshang Bank's global connectivity services, available 24/7, and Chen Yu would serve as his dedicated private banking manager. Furthermore, he would benefit from airport transfers both domestically and internationally, access to global airport lounges, convenient hotel accommodations worldwide, comprehensive healthcare services, and unlimited golf access. As if anticipating Chen Xing's unfamiliarity, President Hui elaborated on the privileges associated with his card in great detail, while Chen Xing remained unhurried, eager to absorb this new knowledge and experience, for he had ample time at his disposal. In addition, President Hui presented Chen Xing with an on-site application for the Centurion Black Card, commonly referred to as the Zhaoying Black Card. This card, a collaboration between Zhaoying Bank and American Express, represents a lower-tier version of the prestigious Black Card in the Huaxiao region. The annual fee for the Zhaoying Black Card is 38,800 yuan, with a credit limit of 10 million yuan. The cardholder benefits are largely similar to those of previous private banking services. While Chunxing showed little interest in the point system, what truly piqued his interest was the ability to apply for supplementary cards, each with an annual fee of 20,000 yuan, which offered the same privileges as the primary card, albeit with a reduced credit limit. Chunxing immediately requested several supplementary cards. Although the initial limit was 2 per person, President Hui made an exception and approved 3. Chunxing planned to give 1 card to each of his parents for use as a savings card, keeping 1 as a backup. The bank had prepared the cards in advance, and like the previous private banking cards, the credit cards were activated and opened on the spot. Subsequently, President Hui began promoting investment products, offering a 1-year fixed-term investment with an interest rate of 37 and a 3-year term at 44. Various other investment products were available, each with differing terms and rates, naturally accompanied by significant minimum investment requirements. He emphasized that these offerings represented the utmost sincerity within his authority. However, with the general decline in interest rates for investment products over the past 2 years, Chunxing had no intention of purchasing any, as he was eager to spend his funds quickly and politely declined all offers. President Hui, the money I've just received is intended for purchasing a house in a few days. I've recently set my sights on a property, and I'm not entirely sure this amount will suffice. I may need your esteemed bank's assistance then. This was the truth and also Chunxing's primary request during his visit, as he was determined to buy a house. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to exhaust the funds. He had already identified a preliminary target and would rely on the bank for assistance with the transaction. However, I should have another sum arriving next month. We can collaborate then. Chunxing spoke somewhat evasively. As for whether the system would actually transfer the money next month, he could not be certain. Seeing this, President Hui remained calm and refrained from further comments. After all, if a client wished to transfer their money, he could not obstruct them. Moreover, compared to attracting deposits, the bank was primarily eager for quality loan projects. No problem, Mr. Chun. Just let us know, and we will assist you at any time. President Hui even suggested that Chunxing could provide him with the property and agent information later, and the bank could help with evaluations. After a series of discussions, the time had already surpassed 5 in the afternoon. May I invite you to share a meal, Mr. Chun? No, I must return to the hotel promptly. I have other matters to attend to. Chunxing disliked socializing. President Hui had no choice but to concede. As he departed, President Hui arranged for personnel to present a bank-customized gift as a token of appreciation, which included various gold items such as small gold bars, gold ingots, and a gold rabbit, along with a tea set, a box of tea, a backpack, and an umbrella, all beautifully packaged with the bank's golden logo. There were no bags filled with rice, flour, or oil, nor were there large bags indicating deposits exceeding 100 million. The value of the gold, in Chunxing's estimation, would not exceed 100,000 yuan, so he accepted it graciously. President Hui escorted Chunxing to the bank's entrance, while Manager Chen assisted in placing the gifts into the car. Once seated in the Rolls-Royce and departing from the bank, Chunxing finally felt a sense of relief. Over the past 24 hours, as he indulged in extravagant spending, he also felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, reality is not fiction. Regardless of how appealing the system's assurances might be, he envisioned the worst-case scenario, sudden intervention by the Economic Investigation Bureau, taking him away without a word. Or at the very least, facing the bank's curiosity regarding the source of his funds. To his surprise, the bank did not raise any inquiries about the source of his wealth, as if it were entirely natural for Chunxing to possess such a sum. It must be the system, Chunxing reassured himself. Although the system was powerful, it did not mean he could act recklessly. On the contrary, he resolved to remain as discreet as possible. Fame breeds scrutiny, and he desired to enjoy his wealth without attracting attention. He had no interest in flaunting his riches online or becoming an internet celebrity, recklessly spending in live broadcasts. Such behavior, in his view, was akin to an old man consuming poison. Avoiding the internet and minimizing exposure was prudent. After all, there is no comparison between the pleasures of reality and those of the online realm. Perhaps, in the future, if his wealth increased, he would consider hiring a public relations team to manage his image and prevent exposure. However, the time was not yet ripe, and his status was still somewhat unrefined. Chapter 13. The plan. On the way back to the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, Chunxing scrolled through his phone, searching for luxury housing information in Yanjing. After sifting through various options, he eventually contacted a real estate agent. The agent's voice was warm and welcoming. You are welcome to view the properties at any time. but a verification of funds is required on-site. Chen Xing thought this was reasonable. After all, a mansion worth over 100 million yuan should have some prerequisites to deter unqualified onlookers from overwhelming the agent. In this day and age, there are plenty of curious onlookers and internet personalities eager to join the fray. Chen Xing, however, was unconcerned about the verification process. He even planned to have someone from the bank accompany him to facilitate a swift resolution. Although the task had a month's time frame, it seemed ample. Chen Xing's goal was a large villa, a first-hand property with simple procedures, located in a community called Yanjing Zhuangyuan in the Shuani district. The area was expansive and the price steep, previously advertised on social media, but the specifics could only be determined through an on-site visit. Yanjing boasted thousands of luxurious properties, ranging from apartments worth tens of millions to traditional courtyard homes valued in the billions. Yet, options that met Chen Xing's criteria were few. He focused on properties priced around 1 billion yuan, free from potential risks and disputes, ensuring a hassle-free experience with a controllable transaction timeline. He had no desire to purchase multiple properties scattered across various locations that would only lead to exhaustion. After careful consideration, he found that the villa in Yanjing Zhuangyuan was the most suitable choice. Though somewhat remote, Chen Xing rationalized that since he did not plan to return to work, any purchase would be delivered to his doorstep, alleviating any concerns. He tentatively arranged to view the property the following day. With everything in order, Chen Xing couldn't help but exhale in relief. He was ready to call his mother. It was time to share the joy of newfound wealth with his parents. He had already prepared a speech in his mind. However, when he called his mother, the call did not connect. Chen Xing paid little mind. As it was common for her to misplace her phone, he decided to try again after dinner. Returning to the hotel, still early at just past 5, he lay on the plush, cloud-like bed in the presidential suite. As he gazed out at the dazzling lights of Wang Fujing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his reflection appeared, clad in sporty attire and a luxurious pilot watch. He resembled a newly affluent individual. How to spend the evening? Chen Xing scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. There's a saying that one thinks of such matters only when their basic needs are met. It was only now, with his newfound wealth, that he contemplated this. Not that he was being unreasonable. Nonetheless, Chen Xing had no intention of posting online. Where do wealthy individuals meet beautiful women? He did not believe that anyone he encountered online would possess better answers than his own limited knowledge. Based on his current understanding, he regarded the distribution of female beauty as resembling a normal distribution, with few women scoring below 4 or above 7. The majority, scoring between 5 and 6, were merely considered ordinary. Between scores of 6 and 7, a girl possesses a certain charm, qualifying her as an ordinary beauty, albeit not universally acknowledged as such. Those scoring above 7 are widely regarded as beauties. The number of beauties falling between 7 and 7.5 is still relatively abundant. Yet those scoring above 7.5 are exceedingly rare. In the perception of Chen Xing, a 10-point beauty does not exist at all. A 9 is considered legendary. Belonging to the caliber of Lin Qingxiao, Wang Zuxian, and Li Jiesin, a rating only justifiable in their youth. Even a certain celestial beauty can merely attain an 8-point rating in Chen Xing's estimation. As for the frequent depictions of 95 or 98-point beauties in online novels, Chen Xing deems them to be based on a 1,000-point scale, where taking it seriously would lead one to defeat. In everyday life, the ordinary person typically encounters beauties scoring around 7, with 7.5 being the upper limit. Beyond that threshold, the social circles differ greatly, making interactions difficult. Even if there exist some 8-point beauties from humble origins, they have long ascended to higher echelons, leaving behind only a few, who soon fade in attractiveness due to inadequate maintenance. Genuine beauties scoring 8 and above have either entered the entertainment industry or remain hidden away in seclusion, frequenting 5-star hotels and upscale shopping malls, traveling in luxury cars and business class, often jetting around the globe, appearing only fleetingly in street photography. Where would an ordinary person find the opportunity to encounter them? Must one truly stake out such places in hopes of a chance meeting? Chen Xing sat up abruptly, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. The private butler, Liao Yumao, who served the affluent daily, might offer some insight. It would be a mere chat to alleviate boredom. After all, it wouldn't cost a thing. He clapped his hands, deciding to order dinner and request the butler to bring it up. Chen Xing pulled out his phone and ordered a Western cuisine set for 2. Originally priced at over 8,000, comprising 7 dishes: New Zealand crayfish tartare, crab legs, duck liver, sous vide egg, lobster, aged M5 Wagyu beef tenderloin, and tropical dessert, complemented by 2 glasses of mixed juice. He contemplated opening a bottle of red wine, but deemed it inappropriate, settling instead for juice. Before long, the doorbell rang. Liao Yuma entered, pushing a dining cart accompanied by a chef, the two working in harmonious unison. The silver covers on the cart gleamed, and the aroma of the dishes wafted enticingly, causing Chen Xing's stomach to rumble. The chef, a man in his 40s with a round face and a slightly plump physique, wore a tall hat and spoke in a gravelly voice. Sir, the tartare is made from fresh crayfish, the beef is M5 Wagyu, cooked to tenderness, and the dessert features mango and coconut milk. Please enjoy at your leisure. After the introduction, the chef nodded and departed. Liao Yuma, dressed in a cream-colored uniform, her white shirt impeccably pressed, with her hair styled in a high ponytail and a professional smile tinged with a hint of detachment, arranged the dishes on the table. Chen Xing gestured to a chair. Manager Liao, why not sit and share a meal? I cannot possibly finish all this alone. It would be such a waste. Besides, I have some inquiries that require your expertise. Surely, sharing a meal is not too much to ask? Liao Yuma hesitated momentarily before responding gently. Sir, that does not quite align with our regulations. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. No need for the formalities, just call me Chen Xing. Rules are rigid. But people are not. Please, have a seat. Liao Yuma, after a moment's consideration, ultimately refrained from sitting down, instead remaining standing with a polite smile. Mr. Chen, it would be best if you invited a friend to join you for the set meal. In the presidential suite of the Huangfu Peninsula, the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the mahogany furniture. The dining table displayed 7 exquisite Western dishes. The New Zealand crayfish tartare gleamed with transparency. The crab legs were artfully piled. The duck liver boasted an enticing hue. The yolk of the sous vide egg flowed messily. The lobster radiated a celebratory red, and the M5 Wagyu beef tenderloin was perfectly seared, while the tropical dessert was adorned with mango chunks and coconut foam. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Liao Yuma finally consented to dine with him. Once Chen Xing began eating, she too took small bites of the dishes. After all, it was not uncommon for guests to invite staff to share a meal. Mr. Chen, please feel free to ask if you have any matters to discuss, she offered. Manager Liao, I believe I am a few years your senior. You may call me Chen Go. I have some inquiries that may fall outside your usual scope of service. I hope you can forgive me. That is perfectly acceptable. Engaging in conversation with guests and addressing their queries falls within our responsibilities. After enjoying a modest portion and sipping his juice, Chen Xing carefully formulated his words before speaking slowly. It is this way. I have a friend, an exceptionally honest and simple fellow. Consider him a regular courier who has worked in the delivery industry for a decade. Recently, however, he has come into a substantial fortune, achieving financial freedom overnight, perhaps even more than that. Being a man, he naturally has an affinity for beautiful women. Yet, my friend is somewhat troubled. He cannot fathom where he might meet such lovely ladies. He asked me for advice, but I am at a loss. Might you have any suggestions for my friend? Manager Liao? Liao Yuma paused, her gaze fixed on Chen Xing for several seconds, observing his earnest expression, with eyes wide and blinking like a curious student. She could not help but wonder about this wealthy individual. However, she refrained from jumping to conclusions and decided to listen first. Clearing her throat, she shifted into a professional demeanor. May I inquire what your friend's intentions are in seeking beautiful women? Upon hearing this, Chen Xing realized he had not articulated his question clearly. Nevertheless, he was content to play the fool at that moment. Intentions? Is there a specific definition? After a brief moment, sipping his juice and glancing at Chen Xing, Liao Yuma began to speak slowly, as if contemplating her response. When men seek beautiful women, it generally falls into 2 categories, for casual encounters or for relationships. Let us first discuss the former. If it is merely for casual encounters, I would advise your friend to enhance his appearance first, perhaps by changing his hairstyle, wearing a good watch, and investing in some high-end brand clothing, preferably genuine, as counterfeits are easily discerned. Then, he could try his luck at nightclubs. Chen Xing nearly reached up to touch his hair, but thankfully kept it short, avoiding any embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly. Nightclubs? The ladies there must not be very innocent, I presume? Liao Yuma smiled slightly. Naturally, they are not innocent. But if it is merely for fun, she continued, in a nightclub, there is no need to be overly ostentatious, but one must be willing to spend money as a demonstration of wealth. After all, when going out, one cannot avoid expenditures. I trust your friend would not mind this aspect? I believe he would not, Chen Xing shrugged. May I ask, Manager Liao, have you ever been to a nightclub? Liao Yuma hesitated slightly before responding. No, I cannot afford to go, nor do I have the time. What about live streaming? Is it possible to arrange a meeting with a lady through that? Chen Xing inquired further. Liao Yuma shook her head. Those are heavily edited with filters, unlike nightclubs, where what you see is what you get. Additionally, most streamers are backed by agencies. One could spend millions and still not secure a meeting, or even if they do, not much can occur, as your friend might fall victim to a scam, being strung along while spending money. The scenario where a major influencer drops in after tens of thousands of gifts is purely a fabrication of online fiction. Unwilling to give up, Chen Xing pressed on. Surely there are individual streamers available? Liao Yuma sighed lightly. It is difficult to discern. Smaller streamers have their own shortcomings. One would realize this upon meeting them, otherwise, they would have already gained popularity. Larger streamers are ambitious and discerning, with exceptional skills. Given your friend's background, he would not be able to keep up. She concluded with a gentle shake of her head. Chen Xing scratched his head, somewhat skeptical. Is there a more efficient way than the nightclub? Liao Yuma paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, frequenting nightclubs naturally leads to acquaintances with agents. At this point, she halted, leaving her words unfinished. Some truths, if expressed too openly, may descend into the trivial, particularly between men and women who are unfamiliar with one another. Yet, Chen Xing was not oblivious to her insinuations. In fact, he extrapolated further and was enlightened. Are there agents in nightclubs? Surely, there must be elsewhere as well. What if it involves dating? Chen Xing inquired with curiosity. That hinges on the capabilities of your friends. Capabilities? Precisely. 100 million signifies financial freedom, while 1 billion also embodies the same. With 100 million, I suggest seeking a partner for a simple life. With 1 billion, one could venture into business, expand their social circle, and gradually connect with remarkable women. As for marriage, that can be considered later. That requires quite a bit of time. Relationships cannot be rushed. Chen Xing nodded in agreement. Is there a quicker method for expanding one's social network? I mean, under substantial circumstances. You could consider attending auction houses, charity galas, wine events, car enthusiast meetups, fashion shows, VIP gatherings, or even forums and exhibitions. Enrolling in an executive program, playing golf, or engaging in other elite sports are also options. For instance, our hotel frequently hosts parties and art exhibitions, which are excellent opportunities to meet new acquaintances. Indeed, one could also book a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel and consult with a beautiful personal concierge, Chen Xing added, echoing her sentiments. Liao Guangjia's cheeks flushed slightly. Mr. Chen, you truly have a way with words. No jesting here, merely stating facts. Chen Xing shrugged once more. After a brief pause, Liao Guangjia remarked, in fact, regarding the last mentioned issue, there exists a method that could save you worry while being efficient. Chen Xing did not notice that she referred to you rather than your friends. What method? He inquired. I wonder if Mr. Chen has heard of a particular mobile phone. Chapter 15. Eager, a mobile phone? Indeed, it is called Virtu. Upon hearing Liao Guangjia's mention, Chen Xing recalled something. Virtu, or Way2, is a luxury mobile phone manufacturer and operator established by Nokia, with products that typically range from tens of thousands to millions, offering bespoke services. The exorbitant price of Way2 phones is not merely for the device itself. It primarily includes value-added services such as a 24-hour personal assistant, arranging flight bookings, hotel accommodations, restaurant reservations, access to high-end clubs, hospital appointments, visa and immigration services, investment management, and even the procurement of luxury yachts, private jets, or private islands. Essentially, any conceivable service can be catered to, and all these services are available globally. Evidently, the target clientele for this phone comprises billionaires from around the world. After a brief introduction from Liao Guangjia, Chen Xing felt intrigued. This seemed like a tailor-made product for his situation. However, he chose not to mention his intention to ask for assistance in purchasing it, planning to handle that himself later. He still wished to maintain some dignity. In the presidential suite of the Huangfu Peninsula, as night deepened, the lights of Yanjing outside the floor-to-ceiling windows glimmered like a fallen galaxy, sparkling in a myriad of colors. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Xing relaxed against the plush pillow, gripping his phone as the screen illuminated, revealing the visage of his mother, Xiao Chunlan. Her hair was graying, the wrinkles on her face appearing more pronounced under the light, her eyes filled with concern. Xing, did you celebrate your birthday yesterday? Why did you call? Chen Xing smiled broadly, adjusting his position and shaking the phone to capture the opulent bed and chandelier behind him. Mom, I have something to tell you and Dad. Is he home? Is anyone else there? Yes, your dad is in the kitchen washing dishes. Can't you see I'm in the living room? There's no one else. What is on your mind? The camera shook slightly, revealing a corner of the dimly lit kitchen, where the sound of dishes clinking could be heard. Chen Xing took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. Mom, I've struck it rich. Our family won't have to worry about money anymore. His mother paused, a hint of helpless laughter escaping her lips. You silly boy, stop talking nonsense. Have you received a raise? Chen Xing, feeling anxious, shook his head. No, our family has genuinely come into wealth. I can't explain it all over the phone. I'll return home soon to discuss it with you and Dad. For now, just know that we're financially secure. No more farming or hard labor. We can enjoy life at home. His mother turned the phone to the kitchen, calling out, Guoxing. Listen to this. Your son says he has struck it rich and that we shouldn't work the fields anymore. Just enjoy life at home. The camera captured his father, Chen Guoxing, standing by the sink, wearing a faded old shirt, slightly hunched over, holding a dish sponge, without lifting his head, muttering, This boy is rambling again. Clearly, his parents did not take him seriously. Chen Xing, feeling a surge of urgency, sat up straight, turning the camera around to show the grandeur of the suite, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the thick carpet, and the extravagant bed. Mom, it's true. Look at the hotel I'm staying in. It costs over $1,000 a night. If I hadn't come into wealth, how could I afford such luxury? As the scene shifted, his mother squinted, scrutinizing him. You must be on a business trip, right? They've put you up in a nice hotel. Chen Xing nearly leaped up. Mom, which boss would arrange such a lavish hotel for a business trip employee? Just look at this decor, this grand bedding. As he spoke, he panned the camera around, revealing the luxury of his surroundings. Finally, Xiao Chunlan realized that her son was indeed not in his previous rented apartment, but rather in a hotel, albeit one she could not quite gauge the caliber of. Before he could finish, she interrupted, her tone turning serious. All right, remember to take care of yourself while you're away. If your boss has put you in a nice hotel, focus on your work. Don't just think about getting rich. Be grounded and do your job well. Your dad and I don't expect you to be extraordinarily wealthy. We just hope you'll find a good wife and lead a stable life. Whether we are rich or poor, life goes on. We're getting on in years and can't help you much. There's a new clothing factory that opened in town, and your dad and I have been working there daily to save up a little for your future wife. If you can't reach us during the day, don't worry. Hearing this, Chen Xing recalled his parents' previous words. That clothing factory was newly established this year in the town, where they worked 10-hour shifts with a single meal provided at noon, earning a meager 50 yuan combined daily. The wages were pitiful, yet for the elderly in their hometown, it was still a decent income. His parents were over 60, not in great health. A few years ago, they could work out of town, but now they could only farm at home or do odd jobs during the agricultural off-season. Contemplating this made Chen Xing's heart tighten. Here he was, residing in a presidential suite and indulging in luxury, while his parents toiled in the wind and rain for mere pocket change. This was unacceptable. Chen Xing clutched his phone tightly, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The original plan was to remain in Yanjing for a month, completing his tasks before returning home to confront his family. If the system continued to provide financial support, that would be splendid. If not, he could sell the house and still ensure a comfortable life for his family. Today, he intended to give his parents a gentle warning, preparing them psychologically for what was to come. However, he could no longer wait. Though he had considered directly transferring money to their account, he knew that without clear explanations, a hasty transfer could lead to misunderstandings. Transferring too little would be futile, while too much would certainly alarm them, depriving them of sleep. His parents had long advised him to keep his earnings for himself. Chen Xing understood that as long as they refused to accept the reality of his financial situation, no amount of money in their account would prompt them to act. This matter needed to be addressed face to face. Transferring money without spending it was meaningless. His true desire was to provide his parents with a better life. With this thought, Chen Xing could no longer remain seated. He sprang from his bed and approached the window, gazing blankly at the night scene outside. The neon lights of Yanjing flickered, and the traffic flowed like a dragon. But all he could see were his parents' stooped figures and the dilapidated garment factory in town. To hell with the mission. A month was far too long. He needed to take immediate action. The screen of his phone was still aglow, and his mother's voice came through the video call. Xing, why aren't you speaking? Chen Xing snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Mom, it's nothing. I'll be home in a couple of days. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourselves. After ending the call, Chen Xing paced back and forth in his room, his mind racing. He had the funds, but how should he use them? First, he would bring his parents out, find them a nicer place to live, and hire a caregiver, at the very least. They shouldn't have to work. He planned to visit the Yanjing Manor Villa tomorrow, but would his parents be willing to come? Chapter 16. Returning Home, Part 1. In the presidential suite of the Wangfu Peninsula, the night had deepened, and the lights of Yanjing outside the window resembled a flowing painting, with the neon lights of distant skyscrapers casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the glass. Inside the room, The warm yellow wall lamps illuminated the space softly, and the rosewood furniture emitted a subtle scent of sandalwood. Chen Xing reclined at the head of the bed, picking up his phone and opening the ticket booking page on 12306. It was now 9:25 p.m. Tickets for today had already sold out. So he hurriedly selected a business class seat on the high-speed train for the next morning at 8:20, securing his ticket in an instant. He also booked a return trip for 7:30 p.m., calculating that he would have enough time to spend a half day at home. After completing the ticket booking, he pulled out the WeChat contact for the real estate agent and rescheduled the house viewing for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, notifying the bank to send someone along. He also messaged Liao Yuma to confirm the arrangements for transportation the next morning. Once he finished these tasks, Chen Xing began to stare blankly at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would be returning home in style, and his recently tranquil heart fluttered with excitement once more. Unable to sleep, he wandered around the presidential suite. He opened door after door, marveling at the crystal-clear chandelier in the living room, the high-quality silk sheets in the guest room, the gleaming marble surface in the bathroom, and the treadmill in the gym that appeared brand new, as if just unwrapped. He touched this, knocked on that, growing increasingly fond of everything he saw. The designs were beyond anything he had ever envisioned, let alone encountered. Once he had the means, he would certainly create a dream home of his own, one that could not be inferior to this. With that thought, he grinned broadly, his mind already envisioning a grand estate with a swimming pool. As he arrived at the bar area, he paused. A row of neatly arranged bottles lined the bar, resembling a miniature exhibition. There were red and white wines, champagne, Hennessy, Louis XIII, whiskey, vodka, and Matai, alongside a selection of various beverages, juices, and mineral water. Aside from Matai, everything was imported, with flashy bottles making it difficult for him to discern. His throat suddenly felt parched, and Chen Xing realized he was a bit thirsty. The alcoholic beverages, priced in the thousands, required separate payment. He didn't care about the cost, but which bottle should he choose? It wouldn't do to scan each bottle to check its ingredients and flavor, would it? After much deliberation, he settled on a bottle of sparkling water, twisting off the cap and guzzling it down. It wasn't due to the free nature of it. Rather, he simply couldn't handle alcohol and feared that drinking recklessly might lead to complications. After catching his breath, an idea struck him. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and placed it on the bar, then retrieved a packet of nuts, a small cake, and a plate of beautifully arranged fruit, strawberries, blueberries, and mango chunks. After adjusting the angles, he snapped a photo, aiming to create an air of sophistication. After finishing his late-night snack, he returned to the bedside. Lying on the absurdly soft bed, and opened WeChat's Moments feature, writing, "I've never had this wine before. I wonder if it's any good?" He attached a photo and then tagged the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, making it visible to all. With just over 300 contacts on WeChat, there was nothing to hide. In truth, he hadn't posted a genuine moment in years. Previously, he had nothing to showcase, and now, the platform had devolved into a wasteland of advertisements and displays. He typically shared work-related content, visible only to colleagues, while friends were divided into 3 groups: colleagues, family, and others. After posting, he grabbed a bottle of Voss water, climbed back into bed, and leaned against the headboard to continue browsing on his phone. Remembering Liao Yuma mentioning the Vertu phone, Chen Xing opened the official website of the brand and began chatting with customer service. Customizing the body with diamonds seemed overly tedious, so he directly selected the most expensive model from the Signature V series, priced at $5.58 million, adding another $1 million for a year of the highest level of personal concierge service. He promptly transferred the amount via bank transfer, not fearing the possibility of being cheated. As he was purchasing a service, the phone would merely serve as a microphone. He then visited the telecom website to acquire a SIM card for a monthly plan of 599 yuan. Subsequently, he contacted Unicom to upgrade his current card to the 159 yuan 5G Supreme plan, which should suffice for the time being. The Vertu customer service representative informed him that they would need to communicate with headquarters for registration and that the fastest delivery would be the morning of the day after tomorrow. However, he would not be at the hotel then. Nonetheless, Liao Yuma could receive it on his behalf. Waiting a day or two was inconsequential. After all, he had plenty of time. After completing these tasks, he opened JD.com and selected the latest flagship phones from Oppo for his parents, choosing the highest specifications, each priced over 6,000 yuan, with the platform indicating that they would be delivered to his hometown tomorrow. Once all operations were complete, he opened WeChat again and discovered that his previous moment had already garnered dozens of likes and comments. For many, receiving dozens of likes on a moment was commonplace. But for Chen Xing, it was unprecedented. His past had been so dismal that he could hardly fathom such a response. Wendy, a sales associate at the Hermes Boutique in Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Chun, if you are dissatisfied with any items purchased today, please feel free to contact us for after-sales service. Jessica, a sales associate at the LV Boutique in Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Chun, we at LV are equally at your service. Li Meichi, from the Rolex counter at Wang Fujingyintai. Boss Chun, the watch you ordered will arrive the day after tomorrow. I will message you privately. Liao Yuma, the room manager at Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Chun, this red wine is from the 2016 vintage of Chateau Margaux. It is low in acidity and slightly sweet. Should you need anything, I can assist with decanting it. Qin Linghua, room manager at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. So sorry. Cielina from Edge Video. Wow, Wangfu Peninsula. Even the discounted rooms cost over 2,000. Their afternoon tea is quite nice. Highly recommended. Zhang Xinhua, where are you now? Bai Jingjing, you really know how to enjoy. Wang Peng, are you coming back to Z City for the new year? It's been ages since we gathered. Cheng Fei, wow, is this really Xingu? Haven't seen you in over 10 years. Still in Yinjing? Ma Dongfeng, has Xingu gone on a business trip? This hotel is impressive. Niability. Chen Haiyang, Xingu, when will you return home for the new year? We should play a couple of games then. Qi Lingyu, have you struck it rich? Go Fuguai, cling to the wealthy. Chapter 17, Returning Home, Part 2. Chen Xing sat on the large bed. The glow from his phone illuminating his face as the likes and comments on his WeChat moments surged rapidly. He couldn't be bothered to scrutinize who had liked his posts, but he felt it necessary to respond to those who had commented. The sales pitches were largely uniform for each customer, and Chen Xing merely listened, choosing to disregard them. Cielina, a fair maiden he had previously known, hailed from Yinjing and boasted a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. With a wealthy family that allowed her to lead an exquisitely refined life, frequently traveling abroad with luxury bags worth tens of thousands. Chen Xing had only interacted with her professionally, as they belonged to different social strata. After some contemplation, he replied, I'll arrange it for tomorrow. Zhang Xinhua, who spoke so directly, was another acquaintance from work, though not a colleague. Her background was modest, originating from a county town, and after completing her graduate studies, she had been working in Yinjing as a product manager at a large company, her income clearly substantial. Chen Xing found her likable, rating her appearance around 75, and despite being a B, he considered that they might connect further in the future. He responded, currently unemployed, taking some time to relax. Bai Jingjing was a former colleague, also from a big city, and her attire suggested she came from a well-off family. She was now married. Wang Peng was a university dorm mate. Chen Xing replied, it depends. Cheng Fei was a high school classmate, with whom he had once shared many moments, but they had drifted apart over the years, having had no contact for over a decade. Unsure of what to say in this sudden reconnection, Chen Xing simply responded, hello, Chenggu. Ma Dongfeng was a buddy Chen Xing had met while working at Jianghai, and he was now uncertain of his whereabouts when he unexpectedly reappeared. Chen Haiyang was a brother from the same village, 2 years younger than Chen Xing, currently employed in their hometown, P City. Chen Xing replied, it's still early. As for Qi Lingyu, it took Chen Xing a considerable time to remember her as a former roommate he had met years ago. She had been quite attractive back then, easily a solid 7 in looks, though standing a little over 1.6 meters tall, she was quite appealing. She should still be under 30. He wondered if she was married. After some thought, he replied, let's get in touch when we have time. He chose not to respond to anyone else, feeling it unnecessary. Many others had merely liked his posts without commenting, including his sister, cousin, and various old classmates, even salespeople and delivery personnel he couldn't recall adding. Chen Xing then messaged Li Leqi to contact Liao Yuma, instructing her to deliver several Rolex watches to the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel. After completing these replies, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Chen Xing realized he had yet to pack for tomorrow's trip. He hurriedly got out of bed, placing the clothes and accessories he had bought for his parents in the LV suitcase and backpack, filling them to the brim. The gifts from the bank served as evidence of his newfound wealth, which pleased him greatly. His mother had a bag, but what about his father? Chen Xing resolved to gift his father the Portuguese watch he currently possessed upon his return. This would suffice for this trip. He could purchase more later. He then checked his JD orders, confirming that his parents' new phones would arrive tomorrow. The Oppo flagship model, fully equipped with a large screen and excellent sound quality, would surely be comfortable for his parents. After some consideration, he added a few accessories, Bluetooth headphones, and a power bank to avoid any inconvenience for them. The time was now 10:40, and the night outside deepened. Chen Xing turned off the bedside lamp and crawled under the covers, staring blankly at the ceiling. The alarm was set for 6:30 a.m., with plans to depart by 7 o'clock. His luggage was ample, and his plans were nearly finalized. Yet, the excitement within him was uncontainable. With 10 billion in hand, he would reveal everything at home, taking life step by step. But his heart remained most concerned for his family. He closed his eyes, the image of his parents' smiling faces filling his mind, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 18. Returning Home, Part 2. On the morning of the 13th, the alarm rang promptly at 6:30. The hotel provided a wake-up service. But Chen Xing wasn't accustomed to using it. After enjoying the breakfast provided in the presidential suite, he hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading to the high-speed train station. The driver was still Yao Jun, who transported Chen Xing in a Rolls-Royce to a parking spot not far from the north entrance of the West Station. It was still before 7:50, and Chen Xing gave Yao a 100 yuan red envelope before entering the station and passing through security. After clearing security, he recalled that business-class passengers had access to a dedicated waiting area, so he decided to check it out, curious since he had never traveled in business class before. The entrance to the business class waiting area required a second ticket check. Upon entering, Chen Xing noticed the seating consisted of sofas, and the decor was indeed of a much higher standard than the ordinary waiting hall, though it was rather empty with few people present. He casually chose a spot to sit. Shortly after, a staff member announced it was time to board. This time, there was no further ticket inspection. Guided by the staff, Chen Xing and a few other affluent-looking passengers quickly reached the carriage, which only had 10 seats, and was not fully occupied. Finding his seat, he tossed his luggage into the corner and reclined comfortably. The seats were spacious, capable of reclining and rotating 180 degrees, making for a delightful sleeping experience, far surpassing second class. The passengers in the carriage were strangers to one another, each with different destinations, refraining from conversation and absorbed in their phones, Chen Xing included. However, he did take a moment to observe the other passengers. A middle-aged man exuding a business aura frequently checked his phone, responding to messages. A mother with a child around 5 or 6 years old sat quietly with her well-behaved offspring. An elderly couple sat together, and a girl in her 20s, resembling a university student with a score of about 6 in looks, possessed an unusual aura that suggested she hailed from an extraordinary background. She politely presented her Australian passport to the train attendant to process an extended ticket. Should he have wished, Chen Xing could have easily approached this young lady to strike up a conversation, potentially forging a new friendship or collaboration in the future, whatever form that might take. At this moment, he felt no reason for hesitation. Yet ultimately, Chen Xing refrained from taking action. Throughout life, one encounters countless fleeting passers-by, and he preferred to let things unfold naturally. Observing their attire and demeanor, Chen Xing could ascertain that none of these individuals were lacking in funds. Their wealth could range from several million to potentially billions. The specifics remained unknown to him. However, one thing was certain. The social strata from which they hailed were beyond what Chen Xing had previously known. Even now, with 10 billion in his pocket, he would not dare claim that his wealth surpassed that of any one of these families. With 1 billion people, there were hidden talents everywhere. Chen Xing reminded himself that it was unnecessary to be overly ostentatious. Chen Xing's hometown, W County, is located in the central region of H Province, and the train journey would take less than 5 hours. For the past decade, Chen Xing has only returned home for a few days during the New Year holidays. He has almost forgotten what November is like in his hometown. Remarkably, the high-speed railway was only recently established in his county. Previously, even ordinary passenger trains were non-existent. Chen Xing used to travel home by first taking a high-speed or regular train to the provincial capital, Z City, and then driving back, often requiring multiple transfers. Though the distance from the capital to his home is less than 200 kilometers, the journey would consume at least half a day. Even after the county introduced high-speed rail, he still had to transfer at the capital, as there were only 2 direct trains each day, which were not conveniently timed. More critically, Chen Xing often found himself unable to secure a ticket. He used to purchase only second-class tickets, and if a suitable green train ticket was available, that was even better as it saved money. The thought of buying a business-class ticket was beyond his imagination. However, for Chen Xing today, the 400 yuan fare for a business-class ticket is virtually insignificant. One point he finds amusing is that although the high-speed railway station is located in the county, it is officially named D City West Station, situated 20 kilometers from both the city center and the county town. The station is also about 20 kilometers from the village where Chen Xing's home is located, necessitating a taxi ride. Reflecting on this, he suddenly feels that not knowing how to drive is quite inconvenient, even though he could always hire a driver. Previously, he lacked the time and motivation to learn. But now, with a more leisurely lifestyle, he decides to obtain a driver's license. He finds the most renowned driving school, Dongfang Shishing, in Yanjing and enrolls in an expensive VIP class, costing 30,000 yuan, which offers one-on-one instruction and flexible scheduling. The customer service representative assures him that he will receive his license in about a month, after transferring the payment and sending in the required documents and photos. The school promptly arranges for an instructor for the first subject. Once everything is set, Chen Xing begins to study while on the train. As the journey progresses, the train attendant offers snacks, which he declines. However, he does not hesitate to accept the complimentary boxed lunch at noon, simply to gauge its quality. The result? Chen Xing finds it on par with affordable takeout meals. As the train approaches his destination, he calls his mother to inform her of his imminent arrival, mentioning that he has matters to discuss upon his return. It happens to be lunchtime, and his parents, who have just finished eating at the factory, are surprised by his sudden decision to return home. They quickly put aside their afternoon tasks and rush back from town. Upon exiting the high-speed rail station, Chen Xing hails an unlicensed taxi, agreeing on a fare of 50 yuan to take him home. In this area, ride-hailing apps are unreliable. At around 1:30 p.m., the taxi drops him off at the village entrance. The path from there to his home comprises a somewhat uneven rural road of over 100 meters, which may present challenges for outsiders. To avoid any inconvenience, Chen Xing decides to carry his luggage and walk the rest of the way home. He leaves his contact number with the driver, asking him to return at 6 p.m., dressed in a complete Hermes sports outfit and carrying an LV suitcase. He wonders if he appears too ostentatious in the countryside, in a place where brands like Kong Shui Fu and Ada DC are commonplace. He doubts anyone would recognize the Hermes label. Even if someone did, they likely wouldn't believe it to be genuine. As for the LV suitcase, it might be considered authentic in the business class section of a high-speed train, but it would surely be deemed counterfeit on a green train. Passing by a house, he notices several elderly villagers basking in the sun, with one of them eating from a bowl. Though they are familiar faces from his village, he can no longer recall their names. After exchanging brief greetings, he continues on his way, but not long after, he hears whispers behind him speculating about his identity. Who is this child? I don't recognize him. Isn't he the second son of Guoxing from the East End? Having been away for school and work for over a decade, he has changed. Ah, yes, it's him, Chen Xing. Why has he returned now? He is not married. Is he? Who knows? He hasn't married yet. He had a few suitors, but none materialized. Hao from the Xuanzhu family is also 30 and still single. Not just him, there are at least 10 young men in our village who are in their 20s or 30s and unmarried. In our entire brigade, the numbers are even higher. Chen Xing pays little mind to the gossip, such as life in the countryside. Chapter 19. The Confrontation, Part 1. Dragging his LV suitcase over the slightly uneven stone path, Chen Xing turns into his home and spots his parents waiting for him at the entrance of their two-story building. His mother, Jiao Chunlan, is wearing a faded floral shirt with her graying hair loosely tied up. His father, Chen Guoxing, leans against the doorframe, dressed in an old vest with his pants worn at the knees, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he squints at his son. Their home, a two-story building completed a few years ago, stands on the original site of their old house, with each floor measuring 100 square meters. The upper floor contains 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, while the lower floor has 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, along with a small courtyard of about 20 square meters, which includes a dry toilet and a washroom. The space in front of the house can accommodate 3 or 4 small cars. The reason for building this house was twofold. The old tile house had become uninhabitable, and it was intended to impress potential brides for Chen Xing. However, soon after the house was completed, it became evident that building a house and marrying off a son was no longer sufficient. The minimum requirement for prospective brides was now a small apartment in the county, and any college-educated woman demanded a house in the provincial capital. At that time, the family had 100,000 yuan in savings, which Chen Xing and his older brother, Chen Yang, each contributed 50,000 yuan towards, while their cousins pooled together additional funds to finally complete the construction. With no renovations, they simply painted the walls white and laid down inexpensive flooring, allowing them to move in after spending 300,000 yuan. Even now, the debt has not been fully repaid. Indeed, Chen Xing is not an only child. He has an older brother, Chen Yang, who is 5 years his senior, has graduated from a prestigious university, been married for over a decade, works in the provincial capital, and has a child in 5th grade there. Furthermore, Chen Xing has a younger sister, Chen Yu, who is 3 years his junior, has completed her college education, and has been married for several years to someone from another village in the same town. The three siblings maintained an excellent relationship. Having three college graduates in one family was once a sensation that reverberated through several surrounding villages. Now, it is simply the norm. Upon seeing Chen Xing, his parents' faces light up with smiles as they rush to greet him. His mother takes the suitcase from him while his father pats him on the shoulder, asking, "Why the sudden return? Didn't you say everything was fine yesterday on the phone? You were on a business trip." His mother adds, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." "Mom, I'm not hungry. I already had something on the train," he replies. His mother helps him find a corner to place his luggage while his father grabs a small stool, lights a cigarette, and sits down. His silence indicating that he has questions for Chen Xing. This child hasn't he run into any trouble while away, has he? Chen Xing does not rush to speak. Instead, he returns to the door, closes it behind him, and locks it from the inside, as if fearful of eavesdroppers. His mother furrows her brow. "What is wrong with you?" Acting all paranoid in broad daylight. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xing turns around, his expression serious. "Dad, Mom, our family has really struck it rich." His mother nearly spills the tea she is pouring, and his father's cigarette almost falls to the ground as they both stare at him in shock. "Really? Weren't you just fooling us on the phone yesterday? Is it true?" Unable to contain his curiosity, father inquired with a hint of skepticism. Chen Xing chuckled. "When have I ever tried to placate you?" The elderly couple exchanged glances, half convinced, but seeing him lock the door, they sensed he was not jesting, gradually believing his words. They refrained from pressing further and awaited his explanation. Chen Xing guided his parents to the dining table, pouring each of them a glass of water. The living room was dimly lit, the white paint on the walls peeling, dust lodged in the crevices of the floor, and an old enamel tea mug resting on the table. Rather than hastily providing an explanation, Chen Xing first opened his suitcase and retrieved the souvenirs the bank had sent him. He laid the gifts on the table, beaming. "Father, Mother, look here. These are the gifts I received from the bank when I was saving money. Take a look." The couple examined the items. They recognized the logo of Zhaoshang Bank. The gold bars were substantial, larger than the typical 3 gold pieces bought for weddings, and the other gifts appeared authentic. They believed him to some extent, but did not rush to inquire about the exact amount. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Xing smiled mischievously. "Father, Mother, I won't disclose how much I earned just yet. First, take a sip of water to calm your nerves, then guess the amount. If you guess correctly, there's a reward." This was his preamble, as he feared that revealing the balance outright might startle them, needing to provide a buffer. His father chuckled and playfully scolded. "You rascal, making it all so mysterious." He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, we won't guess, and you needn't say anything. Just keep your earnings for yourself and do as you wish, as long as the source is legitimate." His mother nodded in agreement. "Yes, no need to discuss it. Your father and I do not need to know." Chen Xing insisted. "No, it's imperative to guess. If you don't, I'll just tell you." Given the circumstances, the elderly couple realized it was impossible to remain ignorant of how much Chen Xing had earned and thus complied with his performance. Regardless of the amount, they had no intention of spending his money. Based on their assumptions, they estimated he had at most 1 million, perhaps from a lottery win. Chen Guoxing occasionally bought lottery tickets, but had never won more than 50 yuan, believing that was the extent of it. As part of the game, Chen Guoxing extended a finger. Chen Xing shook his head. "Father, are you suggesting 1 million? Think about it. Would the bank offer these gifts for merely 1 million? Look at this gold. It's genuine and worth at least several tens of thousands. Guess again." The couple exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization. The gold bars and ingots on the table glimmered, and father attempted to weigh one, exclaiming, "Could it be first prize, 5 million? He nearly stood up, his gaze darting between Chen Xing and his mother, as if searching for answers. Chen Xing encouraged them to take a sip of water and then calmly said, "That's too low, significantly too low, guess again." The couple looked at each other, unable to guess further. Chen Xing did not rush them. The living room fell silent, with only the sound of his father smoking. After a while, observing that his parents had regained their composure, Chen Xing retrieved his phone, opened the banking app, and exaggerated his expression. "Father, Mother, don't get too excited. Just look at my account balance. But you must promise not to overreact." His mother shot him a glance. "Who is getting excited? I can handle it." Chen Xing brought the screen closer for them to see, and they stared at it repeatedly, counting several times before confirming that the account held over 900 million, nearly 1 billion. Contrary to Chen Xing's expectations, while his parents were indeed excited, they did not react with the same exuberance he had initially displayed, nor did they faint. He silently rejoiced that nothing disastrous had occurred. Unbeknownst to him, whether his parents truly believed it or not, once they accepted it, it was not as difficult as he had anticipated. 48 hours after his sudden wealth, he finally revealed the truth to his parents. This efficiency was impressive. As expected, his mother broke the silence. "Xing, how did you acquire such a fortune?" His father nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. The source certainly needed clarification, and Xing had prepared a narrative. Chapter 20. The Revelation, Part 2. Father, Mother, are you familiar with Bitcoin? Upon seeing his parents shake their heads, Xing began to elaborate. He first introduced them to the concept of virtual currency and then started to share the story he had just concocted over the past few days. The gist of the tale was that in 2012, while working in foreign trade in Shanghai, he secured a substantial deal, earning over 100,000 yuan, and during discussions with a foreign client, learned about Bitcoin. The foreigner was a wealthy procurement manager for a European supermarket chain, fond of new technologies and various high-risk investments, who strongly encouraged Xing to invest in Bitcoin. After conducting some research, he indeed believed it could be profitable and decided to invest 100,000 yuan to buy 3,000 Bitcoins, which were valued at around 30 yuan each at that time. The foreigner had purchased even more, likely tens of thousands. That 100,000 yuan was a significant amount back then, so Xing had not dared to mention it to anyone. Shortly thereafter, the Bitcoin trading platform experienced a sudden malfunction, becoming inaccessible for nearly 2 years. Xing was anxious but felt powerless, eventually comforting himself that the initial investment had been easy come, easy go, and convinced himself to forget about it. It was only recently, while rummaging through files on his old laptop from a decade ago, that he stumbled upon the key to his Bitcoin wallet, bringing the matter back to mind. Inspired, he sought out a contemporary Bitcoin trading platform, and to his astonishment, found that his old wallet and password worked. The 3,000 Bitcoins lay dormant in the wallet, unchanged, and with the current price exceeding 300,000 yuan each. The total value surpassed 1 billion. Of course, at that moment, Xing could not have predicted that in 2 years, the price would exceed 1 million. He decisively sold all of it, having completed the transaction just a couple of days prior, netting nearly 1 billion after deducting fees. The bank had facilitated this process, so the funds were entirely legitimate and could be spent freely. Upon completing his tale, his parents, though initially skeptical, were compelled to believe him. As the bank balance was indisputable, wealth does not come from external sources. They had come to accept that their son had indeed experienced such a serendipitous turn of fortune. If there were any issues with the money, the bank would not have transferred it to Xing, would they? His father even took out his phone to search, discovering that Bitcoin was indeed valued at over 300,000 yuan each now, and that it had been quite inexpensive over a decade ago. While the story was riddled with inconsistencies, his parents, lacking understanding, were easily deceived by Xing. He had indeed learned of Bitcoin in 2012, but he had never purchased any. Nonetheless, even with newfound wealth, it was crucial to remain low-key. He couldn't disclose to the villagers how they had come into riches. After Xing finished speaking, he added suddenly, "Oh, and one more thing." His mother rolled her eyes, as if you need to tell me that. Wealth should not be flaunted. Regardless of how much money you have, if anyone inquires, we will simply say you are in business and investing. We are not privy to the specifics. You needn't tell us any more. Your father and I just need to know that your money is legitimate, and that suffices. No one else needs to know. Not even your brother or sister. His father stated sternly. Sunlight streamed through the window into the living room, casting light onto the white wall, revealing several cracks. Xing leaned back in his chair, releasing a long breath, having successfully navigated the first hurdle of his revelation. He had anticipated his parents' stubbornness, but their reactions exceeded his expectations. But wait, I had more to share with you. My employer, as you may know, has previously mentioned that he operates an investment firm and possesses wealth amounting to several billion. I am preparing to partner with him in futures trading. Futures are akin to stocks, yet they offer the potential for swifter gains. Out of the 10 billion, I intend to allocate 9 billion towards futures. If fortune favors me, I may multiply my investment to tens of billions within half a year. Even in the event of loss, I would not feel regret, as it is essentially money that I have acquired without effort. You are no longer young, and having your own opinions is commendable. As for your finances, you are the master of your own decisions, and we have no authority over that. Xing aspires to achieve his goals in one decisive move. Should he inform his parents that he has earned several million, they would not spend a single penny of it. Even if he claims to have amassed tens of millions, they would still be reluctant to part with their money. However, if he possesses 10 billion or even more, the circumstances would undoubtedly change. His parents would be more inclined to spend, thereby enhancing their quality of life. Xing expresses his intention to engage in futures trading. perceiving it as a foundation for securing greater wealth in the future. He harbors a subtle premonition regarding this. When one possesses merely 100,000, the aspiration to generate 1 million through investment is exceedingly challenging. Yet, with 10 billion at one's disposal, acquiring an additional 20 billion could potentially transpire swiftly, almost effortlessly. Furthermore, even if his net worth fails to surpass 10 billion in the future, he would still endeavor to present an inflated version of his wealth to his parents, thus ensuring their comfort in spending. The art of projecting an affluent facade should be reserved for family, rather than for indulgent pursuits. To his parents, Chen Xing indeed exhibits a certain gambling spirit. During his university years, he was headstrong and later ventured across the country alone. If he could invest 100,000 in Bitcoin years ago, it is understandable that he would now contemplate investing his 10 billion in futures trading. Of course, this is partly due to their ignorance of futures and stocks, as they remain entirely unaware of the associated risks. Subsequently, Chen Xing presented his parents with credit cards issued by a bank, each containing 5 million. He instructed them to utilize these funds, explaining that he could not provide more as he needed to reserve capital for his upcoming investments. The money was preloaded by Chen Xing, and surprisingly, the system did not issue any warnings. He refrained from mentioning the possibility of overdraft to his parents. To Chen Xing's astonishment, his parents accepted the cards without hesitation. Very well, we shall keep this 10 million for you, as a safety net, in the event that you lose all your money. This amount will suffice for purchasing a house or marrying, his father remarked. His mother added, excellent. I will announce that we will buy a house in the county outright and acquire a car as well. The betrothal gift will be 200,000. I refuse to believe no one will come forward as a matchmaker. His father responded, what county are you speaking of? 10 million is more than sufficient to buy a property in the province. Yang's apartment costs just over 1 million. Chen Xing was left speechless. Do we really need to resort to matchmaking? His mother replied, what's the matter? No matter how wealthy you become, you still need to marry and have children. Chen Xing dared not contradict her further. After a while, the phone that Chen Xing purchased was delivered to his home. Without hesitation, he unboxed the device, replaced his parents' SIM cards, activated the phone, installed essential applications, and even helped them log into WeChat, binding the newly acquired credit cards with a small payment setting. He had recorded the passwords for his parents in a small notebook. His parents' old phones had been used for several years. They were sluggish and cracked, and Chen Xing suggested they consider trading them in, estimating that they might be worth a mere 50 yuan as second-hand devices. Observing Chen Xing's flurry of activity, his parents could not intervene. After all, the phones had already been purchased, and it was not a complete waste. A good phone would enhance their experience on Douyin. Chen Xing then presented his parents with the clothing, bags, and accessories he bought. In his words, a 200,000 yuan IWC watch was reduced to several thousand. A 130,000 yuan LV bag became less than 2,000. A 40,000 yuan coat was priced at around 1,000, and a 5,000 yuan belt and scarf were now valued at just 200 to 300. Despite this extravagance, his parents could not help but exclaim that Chen Xing was frivolously spending money. Nevertheless, since the purchases had been made, returning them to Yanjing was not an option. Chen Xing realized that expecting his parents to spend more money willingly was unrealistic in the short term. He would need to take the initiative himself. Thus, he opened the Hema app and proceeded to make extravagant purchases. He bought 20 pounds of M9 grade beef at over 600 yuan per pound, along with various other high-end steaks, beef, and meat rolls, totaling several dozen pounds. He ordered 10 boxes of black pork, each containing over 8 pounds, enough to last well into the new year. He purchased 5 pieces of Spanish Iberico ham, each costing over 3,000 yuan, causing the inventory on the page to dwindle. He also ordered boxes of frozen cod, frozen yellow croaker, prawns, and crabs, opting for convenience over live products. Selecting only the most expensive fruits, he chose Chilean cherries, Malaysian Musang King durians, kiwis, oranges, grapes, and watermelons, ordering 5 boxes of each. He also bought 200 cases of Fiji water, with 24 bottles per case. Subsequently, he sought out nuts, milk, powdered milk, and health supplements, opting only for the highest quality. Chen Xing's total expenditure amounted to over 600,000 yuan. Was it excessive? Indeed, it was substantial, yet it paled in comparison to the price of a single watch, thus rendering it not overly extravagant. Many of the foods and ingredients were items his parents had never experienced. It was time for them to indulge. What if he bought too much and could not finish it all? He could always share with relatives and neighbors. Even if his parents only sampled a bite, To Qinxing, the money would be well spent. In the remote area where they lived, if the platform refused to deliver, Qinxing contacted customer service. Upon seeing his order, they assured him that they would coordinate a single delivery, arranging a refrigerated transport vehicle to deliver to the designated address, albeit a few days later. Qinxing specifically requested that the price not be disclosed upon delivery. At around 5 o'clock, his mother prepared a bowl of egg noodles for Qinxing's dinner. By 6, a taxi driver arrived in the village, and Qinxing set off on his journey back to Beijing. He glanced back at the family home, which was surrounded by roads and neighbors, realizing there was no room for reconstruction. For now, it would remain as is. This visit home felt rushed. From Qinxing's perspective, the money he currently possessed did not truly belong to him. He hoped that on his next visit, he would have the means to orchestrate a grand affair. Indeed, with sufficient resources, he could quickly arrange a medical team for his parents. That evening at Qinxing's home, the watch was inconvenient to wear during work, so he asked his parents to remove it for him. The bag was too youthful and did not suit him, so he decided to give it to Xiaoyu when she returned. By the way, where's the card Xiaoxing gave you? Bring it here so I can keep it safe. The money inside is all Xiaoxing's hard-earned savings. We must not spend a single cent. His mother insisted. Xiaoxing has mentioned he wants to engage in futures trading. I recently saw on Douyin that trading futures carries far greater risks than stocks. Becoming wealthy overnight or losing everything overnight is commonplace. What about your phone? I will unlink the 2 bank cards from WeChat. His father inquired. His mother added, are we still going to work in the town tomorrow? Xiaoxing has said we needn't go anymore since his funds are sufficient. How can we not go? Xiaoxing may have his capital, but we have yet to secure our own future, his father replied. Let us get some rest then. We must rise early to work tomorrow. Chapter 22. The 10 Billion Tycoon. The journey proceeded without incident. Qinxing returned to the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, well past 1 a.m. The driver was still Yao Jun. Qinxing transferred him a red envelope of 500 yuan, acknowledging the late-night effort. It's only right, Mr. Chun. Please accept it and rest early. Although he had dozed off for a while on the high-speed train, Qinxing quickly fell asleep on the spacious bed in the master suite, perhaps feeling particularly relaxed after resolving his concerns and arranging for his elderly parents. The next day, around 8 a.m., Qinxing awoke leisurely, enjoyed a slow breakfast, and freshened up before Yao Jun drove him to the target property. Qinxing had scheduled to view the house at 10:30 a.m. The destination was Yanjing Zhuangyuan, located in Shuani District, northeast of the 6th Ring Road in Yanjing. This community comprises 200 standalone villas, claimed to be designed by a chairman, all delivered with exquisite renovations, with a minimum sale price of over 50 million yuan per unit. It opened in 2019, yet it appeared that only a few units had been sold thus far. The Pinnacle Villa was priced at 1 billion yuan, a property that Qinxing deemed almost essential to acquire. At exactly 10:30, Qinxing arrived at the sales office, where the real estate agents and bank representatives awaited him. Yesterday, he had already connected the bank's client manager, Chen Yu, to the agent for prior discussions. Upon Qinxing's arrival, the group promptly approached him. Welcome, Mr. Chen. I am Wang Qinian, the manager of the Yanjing Zhuangyuan sales office. These are our colleagues from the sales and property management teams. Manager Wang introduced the 7 or 8 individuals present. In projects valued in the hundreds of millions, the commission is typically shared among the entire team rather than attributed to a single individual. Naturally, Manager Wang would take a larger share as the leader of the sales team and the initial point of contact for Qinxing. Mr. Chen. The financial manager Chen Yu also greeted him briefly, accompanied by several individuals, including property appraisers and legal advisors, though they were not introduced in detail. It remained unclear whether they were from the bank or sourced externally by Manager Chen. All were dressed in suits, carrying briefcases, exuding professionalism. Among the crowd of over a dozen, only Qinxing was clad in sportswear. However, no one dared cast him an odd glance. If any were to, it would likely be one of envy. The sales office was merely a few hundred meters from the villas, making transportation unnecessary. The group strolled leisurely towards the villas, with Manager Wang leading the way, providing an overview of the property's basic features, primarily concerning amenities and services. French-style estate, 20-meter spacing between buildings, designed by WFA. High-end imported materials, top-tier brands, fully equipped luxury delivery, and club-level property services. To Qinxing, having spent such a substantial sum, especially after experiencing the elevated standards of luxury hotels in recent days, these seemed to be the minimum expectations. Soon, they arrived at the Pinnacle Villa. Manager Wang continued his detailed presentation with poise. The villa featured a southern garden entrance with 5 levels in total, 3 above ground for living spaces, with distinct zones for activity and tranquility, and 2 underground for entertainment and leisure, complete with 8 parking spaces. The property spanned 300 square meters of ownership area, with a usable area of 250 square meters, in addition to a 600 square meter private garden. The building measured 268 meters in width and 20 meters in depth, with the first floor covering 520 square meters and a ceiling height of 5 meters, the second floor at 5 meters, and the third floor at 4 meters, featuring a 95 square meter atrium in the lobby. The spacious living room of over 100 square meters could accommodate 2 to 3 dozen guests for independent banquets, complemented by a multitude of dining areas, reception rooms, and living spaces, totaling over 10. There were 12 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, with the largest master suite nearing 200 square meters, boasting a walk-in closet of generous proportions, alongside 9 communal restrooms, a gym, a screening room, a KTV room, a billiards room, a wine cellar, and more. Truly a comprehensive offering. Additionally, the 2 underground levels included a standard 25-meter indoor swimming pool. All interior and exterior stone materials were imported natural marble, with bespoke Italian luxury dining ware and cabinetry, a 2 million yuan crystal chandelier, and a 300,000 yuan French custom carpet, with the entire renovation reportedly costing 100 million yuan. As for the total price of the villa, it was precisely 1 billion yuan. As manager Wang stated, set by the company. Even so, it was not the most expensive property in Yanjing. The villa's design blended French luxury with opulent gold accents, exuding an unmistakable air of affluence. Manager Wang and his team guided Chen Xing through each level of the property. Chen Xing merely observed, nodding occasionally without offering any comments. The bank representatives scrutinized the villa much more closely, yet maintained a calm demeanor throughout, likely having become desensitized from frequent exposure to luxury homes. As the tour neared its conclusion, Chen Xing casually inquired, "Do the faucets in this villa cost several thousand yuan each?" Manager Wang appeared visibly startled, perplexed by the young man's question. "Yes, we use Dornbracht customized faucets throughout the house, with market prices ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan each." Chen Xing's inquiry stemmed from hearing that his former employer had faucets priced at over 10,000 yuan each, which had genuinely piqued his interest. How should one say it? Chen Xing felt that the villa was undeniably luxurious. The design and decor were certainly not lacking in sophistication, yet it did not align with his personal preference for modern minimalism. Nevertheless, he felt indifferent. His primary motivation for purchasing this property was to fulfill a task. He did not envision himself residing there long-term. Living alone in such a vast house seemed rather pointless. A month later, should he find himself short on funds, he could sell or mortgage it. If not, he would keep it as a collectible. Chapter 23. Acquiring the villa at noon. Manager Wang invited Chen Xing and others to dine at the new Rongji restaurant in the community clubhouse, excluding beverages, with the meal costing nearly 10,000 yuan. Given that the bank representatives accompanied them, Manager Wang placed great importance on this meeting, resulting in a significant expenditure. No alcohol was served, as Chen Xing had declined. Who would dare to urge him to drink? The next phase naturally involved discussing the price. Chen Xing found a vacant room to privately consult with Chun Yu and the others. "Mr. Chun, to be frank, we have already conducted a thorough assessment of this villa on behalf of the bank. Upon hearing of your interest yesterday, we revisited our analysis. There are 6 villas in total at Yanjing Zhuangyuan, all with similar layouts, and the developers' quoted prices start at over 800 million yuan. Certainly, this unit, with the largest garden area and the prime location, is also the sample house, with the most meticulous attention to renovation and design, making it the priciest among the entire project. According to our bank's understanding, 2 of the pinnacle villas have been sold, with actual transaction prices below 800 million yuan. And that was 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, the real estate market has declined, and the luxury market has suffered even more. Considering the location and surrounding environment, this project lacks any unique scarcity in the luxury market of Yanjing, particularly among similar villa offerings, making future appreciation uncertain. Therefore, we recommend you offer 800 million yuan. Any price exceeding 850 million yuan would not be advantageous." As he spoke, he presented a thick stack of evaluation reports from the bank, containing dozens of pages. Chen Xing casually flipped through the documents. "To be candid, Mr. Chun, should this villa be mortgaged to our bank in the future, the internal valuation will likely fall well below 800 million yuan. However, it should not dip below 600 million yuan. After a while, Manager Chen added, seemingly concerned that Chen Xing might suffer a loss. Analyzing the situation, Chen Xing found himself rather hesitant. If he were to secure this villa for 5 billion, he would still have over 1 billion left to spend. How should he allocate that? Should he purchase another property? Acquiring an additional residence would entail considerable hassle, making it difficult to enjoy his leisure time. He was eager to spend the money promptly and fulfill his mission. Equally troubling was the prospect of reselling the property. If the market were unfavorable, he might only be able to sell it for 600 million, or perhaps even less. Time waits for no one. After a brief moment of indecision, Chen Xing resolved to negotiate based on the bank's advice, accepting the role of a buyer without complaint, as his funds felt as if they had come from the wind. If negotiations failed, he would quickly seek alternative projects. Chen Xing summoned manager Wang and offered 8 billion. As expected, manager Wang expressed his difficulties. Although our project sales were not particularly rapid, our boss was in no hurry to clear the inventory. After all, our design and planning were quite rare in the market for luxury residences in Yanjing. Additionally, this was a model home, priced at 8 billion. Here's the deal. Consult with your boss, and if you can agree to 8 billion, I will pay in full, and we can sign the contract this afternoon. Chen Xing was reluctant to engage in further discussion. Manager Wang had no choice but to consult the big boss, Lu Deming of Huaqing Real Estate. Today, Boss Lu was not in Yanjing, so he conducted video negotiations with Chen Xing over the phone. After much back and forth, the final transaction price was set at 2 billion, including 2 years of property management fees. Of course, the developer's property management only provided basic services and landscaping. Indoor cleaning after handover was not included in their service scope. Homeowners would not permit outsiders to enter their residences casually. If needed, homeowners could individually purchase housekeeping services from the property management or hire their own staff. Next came the drafting of the contract, where the legal personnel from the bank and the legal director of Huaqing Real Estate connected on site to present the document to Chen Xing for review. The contract spanned over 100 pages, detailing every aspect meticulously. Naturally, the most crucial clauses pertained to payment, transfer of ownership, breach of contract, and confidentiality. The contract stipulated that on the day of signing, Party B, Chen Xing, would pay 20 million as a deposit. By the 20th, Party B would complete the inspection of the property and pay 400 million. On the 21st, Party A would assist Party B with the transfer, which must be completed by the 24th at the latest, upon which another 400 million would be paid. Without the homeowner's consent, the developer and its property management were prohibited from disclosing the personal information of the villa's buyer and owner to any individual or institution. Chen Xing deliberately compressed the timeline, fearing that prolonged negotiations might lead to complications. What if the transaction was not completed within a month? He asked Chen Yu to help him estimate costs, including taxes and fees, concluding that the villa would ultimately cost 5 billion. Chen Yu initially suggested that Chen Xing purchase the villa under the company name, but he dismissed the idea due to the impracticality of registering a company on short notice. However, he proposed that they assist in acquiring 1 or 2 existing companies to serve as a housekeeping service for the villa, which would be quicker than starting from scratch. Chen Xing also requested her assistance in obtaining a few license plates, which could be registered under his housekeeping company. He did not desire special numbers, just ordinary Beijing plates, making it relatively easy to procure. The bank had ample resources for shell companies and license plates. They just needed to navigate the necessary procedures to facilitate this for Chen Xing. Therefore, Manager Chen readily agreed to all these requests. Ultimately, Chen Xing chose to sign the real estate transaction contract under his personal name. Manager Chen, do you know any reliable real estate agents? I am considering purchasing another large flat in the city. Yes, I can help you get in touch. Chen Xing briefly outlined his requirements. He indeed knew several agents, but none specialized in luxury properties. He was not keen on searching the internet for listings and visiting them one by one. The thought alone felt exhausting. Thus, he sought the assistance of the present bank manager once more. Chapter 24. Gu Annie in the evening. Before dispersing, Chen Xing transferred 5,000 yuan as a red envelope to Chun Yu and several other bank employees who had come to assist him. Helping clients buy homes somewhat exceeded the scope of private banking services. However, if future needs arose, Chen Xing would not hesitate to seek their help again, valuing their professionalism, particularly since he had no one else available. He believed in rewarding those who aided him. After Chen Xing and his group departed, a wave of celebration erupted in the sales office of Yanjing Manor, echoing for quite some time. On the way back, Chen Yu, driving her Mercedes E300, dialed a WeChat call. Hey, what are you up to? I have great news. The big order you wanted is here, with a 90% probability of closing, provided you can offer something the other party finds satisfactory. The client is undoubtedly young and affluent. Although he may be slightly shorter, he is quite handsome. The key point is that he is single, It all depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. I will pass this along to you. Really? That sounds wonderful. You should take it yourself. A warm, sweet voice responded from the other end, laced with playful banter between friends. Oh, come on. You know I don't have much of a desire for money. My family only wants me to have a stable job at the bank. Besides, I can tell he has no interest in me. Unlike you, without wealth, you might as well prepare to return to your hometown. As soon as I finish here, I'll give you a heads up. I treat you well, right? You treats me the best. Love you. Mua. After that, the two continued chatting for a while. Chen Yu conveyed Chen Xing's housing needs and described some of his basic information, noting his generous spending, honesty, designer clothing, and the luxury experience of being chauffeured in a Rolls-Royce to a presidential suite at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Such attributes might not necessarily impress the other party. Securing a deal remains paramount. In truth, for private banking managers and luxury property salespeople, staying in five-star hotel suites and wearing designer brands are merely standard. Chen Yu's portrayal of Chen Xing aimed solely to elevate his status in the eyes of the client. Of course, the specifics of Chen Xing's wealth remained unspoken. She held on to her professional integrity. A native of Yanjing, Chen Yu, as a private banking client manager for the bank, earned a substantial salary. Many of her family members and relatives also worked within the banking system, and her family owned several properties for rental, rendering financial concerns virtually non-existent. She had accumulated over a dozen high-end bags and would purchase more without hesitation. Even after years of interactions with various wealthy individuals, she did not feel an urgent need to become richer. In many ways, her social standing was among the most comfortable in the world. She faced no anxieties about making a living and was free from the myriad troubles that accompany extreme wealth. Content with her modest affluence, she had little interest in ascending the social ladder. Naturally, in the eyes of most, she was far beyond mere modest wealth. In her life plan, she envisioned a steady career, finding a partner of equal social standing, and enjoying a leisurely life. And indeed, her reality aligned with this vision. Her fiancé was a promising civil servant in Yanjing's financial system. Therefore, her earlier statements on the phone were genuine. However, her knowledge of Chen Xing was limited to the personal information recorded in the bank system and the 1 billion in his account. As for why Chen Xing suddenly acquired 1 billion, her mind seems to refuse to ponder this question. Regarding the standard of being content with small wealth, at least, Chen Xing does not align with Chen Yu. In the past, there were several social strata separating Chen Xing from Chen Yu, despite the possibility that they shared a common ancestor centuries ago. Even now, with 1 billion in her pocket, she may have surpassed her counterpart in financial strength. Yet in terms of connections, depth, social status, or simply put, social class, she still falls short. Chen Xing possesses wealth without substance. Everything still requires her to build from the ground up. The real estate agent that Chen Yu is associated with is named Gu Annie, and her situation is quite different. Although her name sounds exquisite, Gu Annie hails from a modest working-class family in a small third-tier city in the south, with both parents being blue-collar workers outside the system. Through diligent study, she gained admission to Yanjing University's School of Finance, fortuitously becoming an alumna of Chen Yu, who scored 200 points lower than her. They graduated in the same year, but from different majors, meeting on campus through a shared club. Gu Annie stands at 1.78 meters tall, and her figure and beauty surpass even Chen Yu. By Chen Xing's somewhat stringent standards, she would score an 8. Perhaps it is this complementary aspect in appearance and background that has forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between Chen Yu and Gu Annie. After graduating with a degree in marketing, Gu Annie chose to remain in Yanjing to pursue her career. As for the boyfriend she dated in college, they naturally parted ways. Much like many other graduates, making a fortune and staying in the big city became Gu Annie's lifelong aspiration. Of course, if she could find a wealthy husband to elevate her status, that would be even better. After some deliberation, she decided to become a real estate salesperson, focusing primarily on high-end properties and luxury homes. With high commissions and fast earnings, she felt that the sophisticated lifestyle of the big city was now within closer reach. In her initial years, the booming real estate market and frequent luxury transactions, combined with her hard work and attractive appearance, allowed Gu Annie to close numerous deals, earning a few million in total. However, with high earnings came high expenditures. She needed to match her exquisite lifestyle with that of her best friend, indulging in clothes, handbags, and high-end cosmetics. The curated lives showcased on Xiaohongshu left her feeling exhausted just trying to keep up. She contributed some to her family, but spent most on herself. Acquiring a BMW X3, albeit with a rented license plate, and making a down payment on a small one-bedroom apartment nearby Zawan, leaving her finances quite depleted. The only area where she could not match her friend was in housing. as the disparity in their backgrounds was too vast. In recent years, while working in luxury real estate, she has indeed met many wealthy individuals, whether they are business owners or high-level executives, yet the majority of them are married middle-aged men. Presently, she has long ceased to set age requirements for potential partners. However, her self-imposed boundary of not becoming a mistress remains firm. Even so, many affluent individuals still regard her with caution, leading her to suspect that industry bias plays a role. In the past 2 years, with the real estate market in decline, Gu Annie has even begun to deal with essential housing, yet the number of transactions has dwindled, with fierce competition yielding meager results. Not to mention commissions. She often struggles to make ends meet on her base salary, relying on clients introduced by friends to barely sustain herself. She feels that returning to her hometown to find a decent man to settle down with is becoming an increasingly viable option. In a certain sense, Gu Annie and many others facing similar predicaments can be seen as the inspirational and high-spec versions of Chen Xing, of course, referring to the Chen Xing prior to his newfound wealth. To the old Chen Xing, both Chen Yu and Gu Annie were figures beyond his reach. To speak realistically, if it were not for business, he would not even have the qualification to sit down and share a coffee with them. The suitors available to Chen Xing in his hometown are mere village girls from the surrounding areas, and even they might not look favorably upon him. In contrast, Gu Annie, as the last resort in his imagination, would likely eclipse Chen Xing in both appearance and material standing by several levels. Naturally, at this moment, Chen Xing is unaware of all that has transpired. Chapter 25. Way too mobile currently, having casually dined at a Chinese restaurant downstairs. Chen Xing finds himself idling in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel. To be precise, he is troubled by how to meet his basic needs. Do not be quick to scorn. Chen Xing is merely an unexpectedly wealthy older loser, now enjoying an unparalleled sense of security in his leisure. So do not expect profound thoughts to emerge from his humble mind. Mr. Chen, this is your mobile phone, delivered this afternoon. Liao Yuma smiled, her delicate face adorned with makeup, dimples gracing her cheeks as she respectfully presented a beautifully packaged gift box. Upon receiving the phone, Chen Xing felt that the smile of butler Liao carried a certain depth of meaning. However, he no longer cared. If one possesses a fortune of 1 billion and still feels awkward and shy, it would be rather disappointing. After butler Liao departed, Chen Xing unwrapped the packaging and began to fiddle with the Way2 mobile phone he had ordered 2 days prior, noticing the meticulous craftsmanship, though he felt it had little to do with practicality. Regardless, he decided to give it a try, decisively pressing the red button in the center of the phone. On the Way2 side, he did not have to wait long. A few seconds later, the service was connected. A calm yet not overly enthusiastic voice emanated from the phone's speaker. Mr. Chen, I am your exclusive personal butler, Sean. It is my pleasure to serve you. How may I assist you today? Not surprised by the recognition, Chen Xing was nonetheless taken aback by the fluent Mandarin. Wasn't he expecting a British butler? You are. Hua Xiaoren. Indeed. Sensing a hint of doubt in Chen Xing's tone, the self-identified butler Sean continued, while we pride ourselves on offering English butler service. Our staff is not exclusively from the UK. We provide different levels of service tailored to our clients. For you, Mr. Chen, we have 4 butlers from various time zones around the globe, ensuring continuous 24-hour service. The quality of service and personnel allocation meets the highest standards. Moreover, each butler can access the service records of others assisting you, so you need not worry about service quality and continuity. Rest assured, your personal information and service details are held in the highest confidentiality. Chen Xing then understood. Could you please briefly outline the services you offer? Certainly. Sean proceeded to elaborate on the range of services available, which exceeded the descriptions on the official website and sounded significantly more upscale, leaving Chen Xing both impressed and bewildered. Mr. Chen, do you have any further needs? Not at the moment. If I require anything, I will contact you again. Very well. I am about to finish my shift. If you call back shortly, you will be assisted by Xiao Lin. However, as I mentioned earlier, you need not worry about repeating any information. Wishing you a pleasant day. Thus concluded Chen Xing's first call to the Virtu service. He was merely curious. Given his current situation, he felt he did not have an immediate need for their services. Or rather, he was at a loss for what specific service requests to make. He could not simply call and say, "Hello, please arrange for a few young models." It is not merely a matter of refusal, but rather a question of whether it seems too demeaning, perhaps a tad juvenile. The sentiments expressed by Liao Guanjiao align closely with the thoughts harbored by Chen Xing. However, to venture into a nightclub, to indulge in a few extravagant cocktails? He does not partake in alcohol. Furthermore, who would he be impressing? Surrounded by strangers, the notion feels excessively naive, contrary to Chen Xing's nature. Crucially, He harbors a strong aversion to the nightclub atmosphere. In his current state, it remains uncertain whether he would be the hunter or the hunted. This aside, he fears that should he squander his money, no charming young lady would approach him, which would be utterly frustrating. Should a video of him be captured and disseminated online, it would lead to social demise. As for the establishments lining the streets, they reek of gimmicks, and without guidance, he fears they would lack appeal, rendering him reluctant to visit. Presently, Qinxing finds himself troubled by fundamental needs. Unbeknownst to him, following his sudden wealth, a series of predatory pursuits targeting him is destined to unfold gradually. In truth, he need only engage in ordinary spending. Qinxing paced within the suite, his gaze ultimately landing on the well-appointed desk by the bedside, where he discovered a thick, exquisitely printed service guide. As he perused its pages, his attention was captivated by a particular offering. SBA. Massage, he mused, was indeed a missed opportunity. He should have arranged for this earlier. The service guide detailed a plethora of options, ranging from standard massages to essential oil treatments and hydrotherapy. Services could be enjoyed in the hotel's dedicated SBA room or within the suite itself, leaving Qinxing quite dazzled. Naturally, these services come at a premium, with the most basic half-hour massage priced at 2,000 yuan, far exceeding the offerings on certain platforms. It was unclear whether Liao Guanjia had failed to mention this, or if Qinxing had simply not been attentive. The written descriptions were straightforward and formal, devoid of any suggestive language. A hotel of this magnitude surely offered legitimate services, did it not? Qinxing, bypassing Liao Guanjia, dialed the suite's service hotline. Answered by a young lady who offered no superfluous words, he requested the most expensive full-body massage available in the suite, specifying that he desired the most beautiful and youthful practitioner. Indeed, Qinxing explicitly referred to her as a practitioner rather than a technician, as he found the latter term somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hanging up, Qinxing noticed a friend request notification on WeChat from a young lady in a suit, with a message reading, "Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Gu Annie, a real estate consultant from Yanjing, introduced by manager Chen Yu." This was a matter of importance. Qinxing promptly accepted the friend request. After exchanging polite greetings, he reiterated his requirements: a spacious apartment, well-furnished, ideally within the 5th Ring Road, with price being no object, ideally in the billion yuan range, though expediency in the transaction was paramount. Gu Annie assured him she would begin sourcing properties tonight and would arrange viewings as soon as possible. Qinxing merely emphasized the need for speed, disregarding any considerations of value for money. Following their conversation, Qinxing contemplated and then accessed Gu Annie's WeChat moments. He found that she regularly posted numerous property listings, ranging from several million for modest homes to tens of millions for larger residences, including villas around Beijing, a comprehensive array. As he scrolled further, he also encountered sporadic selfies of her, along with photos of her hiking and traveling. Judging by her profile picture and the selfies, Qinxing considered her to be a beauty of at least 7 points. However, he held no expectations regarding the accuracy of online appearances. Until they met in person, everything remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Qinxing, his seemingly simple, even somewhat ostentatious request posed a challenge for Gu Annie. The luxury housing market in Yanjing primarily revolves around courtyard houses within the 2nd Ring and standalone villas surrounding the city. Given that Yanjing lacks the concepts of riverview or sea view properties, the appeal of spacious apartments is limited. Within the 4th Ring, spacious apartments are scarce, and beyond the 5th Ring, they hold no competitive edge. At least, among the upscale residential communities she was familiar with, none seemed to meet Qinxing's criteria, particularly regarding pricing. Gu Annie wasted no time, swiftly mobilizing her network to scrutinize various high-end developments one by one. Meanwhile, Liao Guanjia led a qualified young practitioner into the expansive living room of the presidential suite. The waning rays of the sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shadows of the two figures upon the polished marble floor. As Liao Yuma was indeed his personal steward, it was unlikely he could conceal anything from her. Given the circumstances, there was little point in dwelling on it. Qinxing discreetly glanced at the two, nodding to himself. The young practitioner appeared to be in her 20s, standing approximately 165 meters tall, with a slender figure and slightly curled chestnut hair elegantly styled, complementing her porcelain-like complexion. Her eyes sparkled like two clear springs, capable of conveying unspoken emotions, imbued with a hint of vivacity. While she lacked exceptionally long legs, her proportions were harmonious, with a soft waist and curves in all the right places, rating comparably to Liao Yuma. Dressed in the hotel's standard cream-colored uniform, tailored impeccably, the ample curves of her chest somewhat compensated for her shorter stature. despite their similar levels of attractiveness and physique. The distinction between the two became apparent when they stood together. Liao Yuma exuded a poised demeanor, her refined features and confident air accentuated by her tailored suit, radiating professional elegance that immediately conveyed her status as a sophisticated white-collar worker. In contrast, the practitioner displayed an innate allure, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her figure beneath the uniform exuding a captivating charm, as if she possessed an inherent seductive quality. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Xing instructed the practitioner to prepare in the SBA room, while Liao Yuma departed, maintaining an impassive expression throughout. In Chen Xing's presence, she refrained from revealing her characteristic dimples, a detail he failed to notice. He remained oblivious to the fact that, upon exiting the suite, Liao Yuma lightly tapped her high heels before heading to the elevator. At this moment, all of Chen Xing's thoughts were consumed by the impending service. If he were a seasoned user of a certain platform, he would undoubtedly log into Post. As a first-time SBA visitor, how can I appear as if I frequent such establishments? After feigning calmness, Chen Xing entered the SBA room, feeling slightly anxious and somewhat guilty. He had never experienced a massage in his life, not even a blind massage. The reasons were twofold. He was too honest and had always been reluctant to spend money on indulgence. The SBA room was spacious, featuring two neatly arranged massage beds, a large bathtub, a shower area, aromatherapy, fruits, snacks, and various equipment whose specific purposes Chen Xing could not discern. "Good evening, Mr. Chen," the young lady greeted. Having made the necessary preparations, with soothing music playing through the SBA room's sound system, she had donned a clean massage uniform, and her toolkit revealed an array of bottles and jars, while towels and other essentials were readily available within the SBA room. "What services do you offer?" Chen Xing inquired. Attempting to engage in conversation, the young lady responded with a charming smile. "Sir, I can provide traditional Chinese massage, Thai massage, full-body oil massage, as well as SBA treatments, scalp therapy, facial cleansing, exfoliation, and foot reflexology, along with ear picking, cupping, gua sha, and lymphatic detoxification. Quite a variety, isn't it? Are they all comfortable?" He had yet to experience any of them. But what about that one? After hearing the young lady's introduction, Chen Xing found himself uncertain whether to feel disappointed or pleasantly surprised. Could I possibly try them all? He thought to himself. Is there a time limit? None at all. "Sir, I am here to serve you until you are completely satisfied." Nice, he thought, appreciating the 5-star hotel service that came at a price of 5,000 kuai. He had expected strict time constraints, as described in some travel group materials. Of course, even without time limits, he couldn't possibly have someone massage him all night long. After all, it was only just past 8 in the evening. Let's start with a full-body oil massage and then move on to a SBA treatment, Chen Xing finally decided. He could admit to himself that he was a tad curious about the full-body technique. Very well, the technician responded, greeting him with a smile. Following her guidance, Chen Xing surrendered to her expertise as she applied the oil. He was first instructed to lie face down, then on his back, and she expertly massaged all the necessary and unnecessary areas without him having to make any requests. Everything was beyond his expectations after spending so much money. How could there be no added value? Following that, they moved to the large bathtub for a SBA treatment. By midnight, on the plush bed in the master suite, resting on a soft, fragrant pillow, Chen Xing found himself cradled in the young lady's arms as she gently massaged his head with her delicate hands. This is blissful. So this is the life of the affluent, he mused. The young lady chuckled. Sir, you are quite amusing. Aren't you a wealthy individual yourself? Chen Xing smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. He simply felt that this massage was exquisite and delightful. Had it not been for the sudden system intervention, he might have never known such luxurious enjoyment existed in the world. He realized he had lived a rather mundane life before. After several hours of conversation, he learned that her name was Xiao Xiao, with the surname Liu, and her English name was also Xiao Xiao. Whether it was her real name, he could not ascertain, nor did he care. As for her skills, he found it difficult to judge without a frame of reference. He only knew that it was incredibly soothing, providing a thorough relaxation of both body and mind. Xiao Xiao continuously praised Chen Xing's exceptional talents, which brought him immense joy. Strangely enough, he mused. He didn't recall being this impressive before. Although he couldn't be certain, he felt that his current demeanor was indeed remarkable. Little did he know that upon the system's arrival, his body had been silently enhanced. Aside from his height and looks, his health and strength had multiplied many times over. The system was indeed discreet in its benevolence. As their conversation progressed, Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and, with a playful gesture, leaned in closer. Chen Xing found himself unable to resist her charm. Observing her blissful expression, He felt reluctant to interrupt the moment. He was uncertain whether the 5,000 kwai included her full range of services or if she genuinely appreciated his unique qualities and was offering her services at no extra charge. What he didn't know was that no matter how weary he felt after her massages, he quickly became invigorated. Unbeknownst to him, 5,000 kwai would normally not suffice for such comprehensive services. According to Xiao Xiao, their massage services in the five-star hotel required a strict adherence to personal hygiene standards. As the clientele had high expectations, Chun Xing sensed that her words hinted at something deeper, though he could not pinpoint what that might be. To his surprise, Xiao Xiao was an official employee of the hotel, not simply a temporary contractor as he had initially assumed. He also inquired about the SBA establishments he frequently saw on the streets and what they had to offer. Aside from a few particularly upscale venues, most of the services were quite similar, varying mainly based on decor and marketing. Street-side establishments catered to a wider range of clientele and lacked the exclusivity of five-star hotel patrons. The disparity in pricing was even more pronounced. Street-side services ranged from a couple of hundred to thousands of kwai, completely dependent on the customer. Moreover, the biggest trap was the pressure to sign up for membership and prepay, resulting in many unfortunate souls spending hundreds of thousands in a year. In contrast, five-star hotels maintained transparent pricing, ensuring fairness for all. Naturally, high-end hotels held their technicians to rigorous standards regarding skill, appearance, and physique. Chun Xing regarded Xiao Xiao, finding her assertions credible. Is there any risk involved? Xiao Xiao clearly understood his implication and gently shook her head. Sir, we only perform legitimate massages. This is the same worldwide. You can see that there are dedicated channels for this on various platforms. Chun Xing realized he had been narrow-minded. Some truths, when expressed too plainly, lose their intrigue. Guests at five-star hotels are often successful individuals and social elites. But if one believes they are all saints too preoccupied with life's necessities to indulge, that would be a gross underestimation. They are all human. Wealthy individuals know how to enjoy life better and possess greater means to do so, leading to pleasures that one could scarcely imagine. Yet, who has ever encountered trouble in a suite of a five-star hotel? Even street-side establishments rarely see genuine issues arise. These are simply part of normal social consumption. To utter a controversial statement, the most exceptional technicians likely reside in the heavens, far removed from the mundane world. As the night wore on, Chun Xing eventually drifted off to sleep, having informed Xiao Xiao that she could come by whenever she wished. He felt he could remain in a state of perpetual massage. The following morning at 8, Chun Xing awoke refreshed and delighted to enjoy breakfast. After a little while, Xiao Xiao arrived, as he had instructed. However, today she was alone, without the presence of butler Liao, still dressed in her work attire. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Xing encouraged her to make herself comfortable, instructing her to order anything she desired while he took care of his hygiene and studied for his upcoming exam. He couldn't afford to be unprepared. Xiao Xiao was certainly not there for free. In addition to providing him with daily massage services, the hotel compensated her with a commission, and Chun Xing had agreed to pay her 5,000 kwai for her time. He also mentioned his desire to experience every service they offered. Serving one person was far easier than juggling multiple clients. Xiao Xiao had already coordinated with the hotel, ensuring she would not take on any other clients for the next few days, focusing solely on Chun Xing. The day quickly passed, with Chun Xing remaining in the hotel, alternating between studying and chatting. Whenever he felt fatigued from the massage, he allowed Xiao Xiao to take a break, recognizing that she was not a machine. For lunch, the hotel delivered 2 meals to the suite. Chun Xing was uncertain whether it was merely his illusion, yet he felt that Xiao Xiao's professional habits were rather pronounced, as her hands often seemed to stray. In the interim, the property consultant Gu Annie frequently sent Chun Xing updates and recommendations regarding properties. After perusing the options, he found them all unsatisfactory due to their excessively low prices, relegating them to mere backups. Should it come to that, he would have to consider purchasing several inexpensive properties. In addition to various massages, Xiao Xiao also provided Chun Xing with beauty treatments, meticulously arranging for him to experience every available service. Although her appearance was not top tier by Chun Xing's standards, her figure was undeniably graceful and her touch exquisite, yet he perceived her frame as somewhat diminutive. Regardless, she possessed a charming demeanor, spoke sweetly, and was attuned to Chun Xing's body language, ensuring his comfort with her attentive service. Chun Xing appreciated having such an automatic massage device at his disposal, and the cost was of no concern to him. Throughout the evening, Chun Xing and Xiao Xiao engaged in a plethora of conversations, covering a wide array of topics, albeit trivial in nature. Nevertheless, he gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge regarding massage, spa treatments, beauty care, and even medical aesthetics. Chen Xing believed it prudent to familiarize himself with these subjects, as knowledge is never superfluous. Xiao Xiao, do you know where I might find socialites? Chen Xing could not resist inquiring. With her large eyes blinking playfully, she smiled and replied, Sir, are you referring to those kinds of socialites? Indeed, quite astute. I must confess, I am unaware. After all, we are not in the same field. Just as disappointment was about to wash over Chen Xing, Xiao Xiao continued, However, are you familiar with TE? It is a social app. I have heard that many business owners use TE to arrange dates, but it seems that this app cannot be directly downloaded to a phone. So I am unsure how to proceed. Chen Xing smacked his thigh, wishing he could embrace Xiao Xiao in gratitude. How could I not have thought of that? Consequently, he immediately began searching for guides on how to install and utilize TE. After thorough research, he devised a plan. Initially, he intended to acquire a new SIM card for convenience, and he decided to purchase an additional phone. Thus, he envisioned possessing 3 phones, which he could carry in a backpack, and in the future, perhaps he would hire an assistant to manage them. He promptly ordered a new phone and SIM card, expecting delivery to the hotel by the following morning, facilitated by butler Liao. The SIM card was a mobile global card with a monthly fee of 598 yuan, while the phone was the highest configuration of the iPhone 15 Pro Max. To differentiate it, he chose a phone case worth several hundred yuan to avoid the embarrassment of being bare. The current Unicom number would serve for daily use, while the new phone would be designated for dating. This was not to imply he intended to abandon all serious pursuits. Rather, he found the constant screen switching rather bothersome. Xiao Xiao observed Chen Xing busily tinkering with his phone, occasionally chuckling to herself at his antics. The night passed swiftly, and after Xiao Xiao departed, Chen Xing succumbed to slumber. Being perceptive, Xiao Xiao understood that since Chen Xing did not invite her to stay, she knew precisely how to conduct herself. The next day, Chen Xing continued to review his materials while enjoying Xiao Xiao's massages. However, today he harbored new intentions. Xiao Xiao wore her work uniform all day long. Though it was of decent quality, he found himself growing weary of its aesthetics. He decided to purchase her several new outfits to diversify her wardrobe. After all, was it not said that Balenciaga's lingerie and stockings were of commendable quality? A few pieces would suffice for the time being. There were no nearby stores. No matter. The hotel collaborated with Balenciaga and other prominent brands. A simple phone call would suffice to arrange for delivery, much like ordering takeout. Chen Xing requested Xiao Xiao to send him her lingerie size, which he then forwarded to butler Liao, instructing him to arrange for the purchase and delivery to his room. He refrained from overindulging, spending merely a few tens of thousands of yuan, an amount that held little significance in Chen Xing's eyes. However, upon receiving the size information from Chen Xing, butler Liao's first reaction was one of astonishment. How is it identical to mine? Chapter 28. Discovery: merely having lingerie was insufficient. Nevertheless, Chen Xing was unimpressed by the design style of Balenciaga's outerwear and skirts. He instructed Xiao Xiao to venture downstairs to the Chanel boutique and purchase 2 dresses, paired with 2 sets of 8-centimeter high heels, at a cost nearing 100,000 yuan. For women's apparel, Chanel and Dior were the go-to choices. Initially, Xiao Xiao protested against the idea, but Chen Xing insisted, and she complied. Though she had received expensive gifts before, this was her first experience acquiring such costly clothing. Truly, he must be a wealthy tycoon residing in a presidential suite, indulging whimsically, she mused. In the afternoon, the new phone and SIM card arrived. Following the guide he had compiled, Chen Xing meticulously executed each step. Soon, the software was installed, and he registered for TE, adopting the username CX. He activated the location feature, conducted searches, and began adding contacts and groups. Before long, others started adding him as well, though most were advertisements and scams, which he promptly ignored. Transitioning from one group to another, Chen Xing soon found himself a member of over a dozen groups, seemingly aligned with his interests. However, he understood the necessity of filtering through them. After joining several groups, he discovered that while they boasted socialites and models, the quality left much to be desired, leading him to feel somewhat disheartened. Ultimately, he believed he deserved the finest. Finally, he entered another chat group and browsed through the photo albums. This time, the selection appeared promising, as the profiles included university students, white-collar workers, flight attendants, teachers, models, and actresses, all in their 20s. Naturally, he regarded this information with skepticism. Who would take it seriously? As for styles, there was a plethora to choose from. With an overwhelming number of images, he realized that scrolling through them one by one would be tedious. He decided to invest 500 yuan for a 1-month membership, as a longer duration seemed unnecessary. And he was not particularly worried about being scammed. This amount was negligible. Subsequently, Chun Xing reached out to an agent. Hello, CX? Hello, brother. I am delighted to assist you. Are all the profiles in the albums? Is there anything else? Indeed, the album is merely a small sample for reference. Are there any high-end options? If not, no matter. Yes, there are. How high-end are you looking for? Chun Xing found it difficult to articulate a specific level of high-end, as he had never experienced it firsthand. Having come this far, he resolved to give it a try. Let me see the photos first. Price is not an issue. Understood. Brother, what type are you interested in? I can make recommendations. The model should be substantial. Anything below 1.7 meters is unacceptable. The larger, the better. And not just in size, curves are essential. The aesthetic appeal is paramount. I prefer a mature woman, and anything else is not of interest. Not a problem. Rest assured. We can provide models measuring 1.7 meters and even 1.9 meters in full-size SUVs. That would be ideal. I will send you the photos shortly, brother. You can make your selection. Please do not present me with anything that does not match the description. Rest assured, if you are not satisfied, you can cancel the test drive at any time, free of charge. It is quite normal to be infatuated with mature women. However, what drives one to prefer larger vehicles? Chun Xing himself cannot articulate a compelling reason. Aside from the primal instinct to enhance the genetic lineage, he finds no stronger motivation. Regardless, he is particularly drawn to larger cars. For Chun Xing, long legs take precedence, followed closely by a balcony garden, making it difficult to choose, while a well-defined waist comes in fourth. Additionally, good skin is essential. If there are hints of muscle definition, that would be even more perfect. Based on this, he finds himself less interested in Chun manager, Liao Butler, or Xiao Xiao, although in the past, they would have never looked his way. Aesthetics are undoubtedly a prerequisite. He is satisfied with a score of 7 or above, though higher is always preferable. As for other details, he chooses to disregard them. Now that he has wealth, it is time to manifest his dreams. Soon, M sent a compressed file, which upon opening, revealed hundreds of photographs. Just by looking at the images, they represented the unattainable luxury cars of his past. Naturally, he is aware that they are likely deceptive. He trusts only what he can see and is unafraid of potential pitfalls, as he has ample time and money to experiment. Chun Xing is not in a hurry, patiently perusing each photo. The heavily edited images are dismissed, as are those that appear technologically altered or have overly slender frames. He has a strong aversion to flimsy builds. Cars with inadequate lengths are also rejected. Ultimately, he selects 4, named Bing Bing, Lu Lu, Meng Meng, and Yuan Yuan. The remaining dozens do not meet his satisfaction. After sending his selections to M, Chun Xing anticipated moving on to the pricing phase, but after M received a deposit of 4,000 yuan, he directly provided Chun Xing with the contact information. Without hesitation, Chun Xing added them on WeChat. At this point, he had registered a new mobile number and created a WeChat account named CX202-31111 with the nickname Mr. Chun and a random wallpaper as his profile picture, leaving all other details blank. He had no interest in maintaining a curated social persona. This account was purely a channel for communication, with money being its only language. One by one, he added contacts and inquired about their locations. Surprisingly, only Meng Meng was in Yanjing, while Bing Bing and Yuan Yuan were in Zhanghai, and Lu Lu was in Maple Leaf Country. Remarkably, with the process already underway, retreat was not an option. He transferred 2,000 yuan for travel expenses to both Bing Bing and Yuan Yuan, sufficient for a business class ticket, urging them to arrive in Beijing promptly. They replied that they could arrive by tomorrow evening. Lu Lu, however, directly requested travel expenses from Chun Xing, stating the cost from Vancouver to Zhanghai was over 20,000 yuan, while she would cover her travel from Zhanghai to Yanjing and could arrive the day after tomorrow evening at the earliest. Chun Xing, typically cautious, found himself compelled to act. After much deliberation, he transferred 30,000 yuan without hesitation. It seems he had succumbed to impulse. As for Meng Meng, he casually sent 200 yuan for her travel, inviting her to report at her convenience, and she responded that she could arrive by 8 p.m. Quite prompt indeed. Is this the thrill of unboxing a mystery? He felt a surge of curiosity. It was around 5 p.m. He thought he might have dinner first. Xiao Xiao observed Chun Xing's actions throughout, smiling without comment. What is going on? I genuinely thought you had never engaged in such activities before. I did not expect you to be so adept. Truly, a man's words can be deceiving. She feigned disdain, stating it was her first time. You may not believe me, but there is little I can do. By the way, don't rush off tonight. Assist me with the arrangements. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth slightly, appearing somewhat speechless, but ultimately agreed. The whims of the wealthy are indeed peculiar. Chapter 29. A dream while Chun Xing was having dinner. Gu and I messaged him, stating that she had finally discovered 2 properties that should meet his requirements and that she could show them to him tomorrow. Chun-Xing readily agreed. It was time to get down to business. Over the past few days, besides indulging in massages, he had not been entirely idle. Firstly, he had nearly completed the revision of the test questions, as the curated question bank contained only a few hundred items, making it manageable. Next, he directed Gu and I remotely to assist him in finding a property. Meanwhile, the acquisition process for the handbag company was already in progress, and he was scheduled to visit the Administrative Service Center tomorrow afternoon to handle some registrations and sign documents. By around 8 p.m., the night had fully descended. The presidential suite was softly illuminated, with the lights of Yanjing filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm yellow glow across the living room. Meng Meng arrived as promised, escorted by Liao Butler. Liao Umo completed her task with a stoic expression, her white uniform accentuating her slender figure, leaving behind a faint trace of perfume in the air. Upon entering, Meng Meng greeted Chun-Xing with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, boss, I am Wu Meng. Pleased to meet you." Her voice was soft with a hint of sweetness. After introducing herself, she elegantly turned to place her black wool coat and a delicate handbag on the adjacent sofa. As her coat slipped, it revealed her slender wrist adorned with a subtle pearl bracelet, adding to her charm. She cast a glance at Chun-Xing, surveying her surroundings with bright, composed eyes, showing no signs of nervousness. "Hello, please make yourself comfortable," Chun-Xing politely invited. However, Meng Meng did not rush to sit. She remained standing, her posture upright. She wore a stunning purple bodycon dress with a floral pattern, which clung to her figure like an exquisite gown, perfectly aligning with Chun-Xing's vision of an elegant lady. The dress shimmered under the light, accentuating her elongated silhouette. She wore delicate stiletto heels that clicked rhythmically against the floor, towering over Chun-Xing by nearly a head. Her height was recorded as 1.8 meters, and it appeared accurate. Her features were refined, with a touch of allure in her eyes, and her dark red, slightly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, glistening softly. With a heavy application of makeup, her thick eyelashes and vibrant lips suggested a beauty rating of around 75. Chun-Xing observed discreetly, suspecting that her eyes might have been enhanced surgically, while the rest seemed natural, with all the desired curves, especially her strikingly long legs, emphasized by the heels. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that her waist appeared somewhat robust, lacking the delicate quality he had hoped for. Chun-Xing scratched his head, muttering, "Well, considering her long legs, I suppose it's acceptable." After all, she was already present. Returning her was not an option. It must be said that Chun-Xing had indeed become somewhat enchanted. Just a week ago, Meng Meng would have only existed in his dreams. "What do you think?" he inquired of Xiao Xiao, who was lounging in the executive chair nearby. At that moment, Meng Meng seemed to notice the other person in the room and interjected before Xiao Xiao could respond. "Does she want to join the game too?" "That will cost extra." Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, then remarked, "The lady's figure is stunning. I'm quite envious." Clearly, no objective evaluation would come from her. Chun-Xing waved goodbye to Xiao Xiao, who promptly fled the presidential suite. "Shall we have a drink first?" Chun-Xing asked casually, picking up a bottle of red wine. "No, thank you, boss. I do not drink other people's beverages indiscriminately." "Very well," Chun-Xing conceded, placing the wine back down. He gestured for Meng Meng to approach him, and she slowly walked over. 2 hours later, Meng Meng had already departed. Everything that had transpired felt akin to a dream. Chun-Xing transferred her a salary of 10,000 yuan, along with an additional 500 for taxi fare, as it was quite late and difficult to find a cab. Chun-Xing had no intention of inviting her again, not due to her slightly thick waist, but rather because she lacked a service mentality and possessed poor skills, always prioritizing her own victory without regard for Chun-Xing, the landlord's feelings. I hope the other 3 are not like this. Do not criticize Chun-Xing for lacking ambition, thinking that now that he has wealth, he would only engage in such frivolous pursuits. Although Chun-Xing is currently affluent, he does not possess connections with high-status individuals. And in terms of mindset, he still perceives himself as a lowly person. A suddenly wealthy individual remains, in essence, a lowly one. To label him as a nouveau riche might even be an exaggeration. He is still grappling with basic survival, while higher emotional needs and sophistication have yet to figure into his priorities. Of course, he still seeks a serious girlfriend, but there is no rush. However, if you believe that true wealthy individuals would not engage in such behavior, deeming it too lowly, then you are indeed too young and too simplistic. Otherwise, do you think that those extravagant dates costing thousands per outing are only accessible to a select few? This market is far larger, more mature, and more essential than you might imagine. From Chen Xing's perspective, after being single for 30 years, even without first-hand experience, he has observed enough to understand the dynamics between men and women. Those with no money endure a life of shared existence. Those with wealth engage in mutually beneficial arrangements. Love may exist, but for the vast majority, it is a matter of chance rather than certainty. In many instances, he firmly believes that love does not exist at all, viewing it as merely biological instinct. When he lacked money, he could not aspire to any delicate fairy. He would not seek to flatter, and his loneliness was of his own making. Now that he is wealthy, he intends to indulge himself. The delicate fairy must cater to him, showing concern for his well-being and fulfilling his requests. He is indifferent to her past, lacking any obsession with purity, for reality is not a novel, and each individual has a story. He does not care whether the delicate fairy is sincere or possesses exceptional skills. He simply wishes to feel attended to. Yes, it is about being served. To be served, one must naturally spend money. Paying the bill and fulfilling mutual needs is indeed fair. Should any naive, delicate fairy attempt to act with a princess mentality towards him, he would not tolerate it. And he would not hesitate to teach her a lesson with his financial prowess. According to some standards, the former Chen Xing was pitiable and lamentable. The current Chen Xing is despicable and detestable. The notion that men become corrupt with wealth is merely superficial. The truth is that only with money can many desires be transformed into reality. Without it, they remain unattainable. Desire is a facet of human nature. Furthermore, does wealth not corrupt women as well? They are merely human, nothing more. Driving a luxury car is genuinely exhilarating, yet it is also undeniably exhausting. With a sigh, Chen Xing succumbed to slumber. Chapter 30. The meeting the next day, Chen Xing awoke at 7, feeling refreshed, before proceeding with his morning routine seamlessly. He would be out for the entire day, so Xiao Xiao did not come. At 9 o'clock, following the designated location, Chen Xing arrived in a Rolls-Royce at his first property viewing in the vicinity of Xinghe Bay on Qingyan Road in Chaoyang District, a route planned the previous evening. Gu Annie was already waiting at the entrance of the community. She had not driven, as today was a restricted day for vehicles. Chen Xing, still clad in sportswear, had received a haircut just the day before, costing him 2,000 yuan for a meticulous service provided by a stylist accompanied by a female assistant. However, Chen Xing felt that the difference post-haircut was barely noticeable. Having seen photos, he instantly recognized Gu Annie upon first sight. Upon observing Chen Xing emerge from the Rolls-Royce, Gu Annie naturally surmised it was him. Their meeting was marked by mutual greetings and pleasantries, though they did not shake hands. In truth, Chen Xing was captivated by her from the very first glance. Her silky black hair cascaded smoothly, adorned with a white baseball cap tilted slightly, adding a casual flair. She wore a light brown leather jacket over a white cashmere sweater, the soft fabric accentuating her delicate collarbone and elegant shoulder line. Her deep blue skinny jeans fit perfectly, showcasing her leg contours, complemented by brown knee-high boots embellished with fine stitching, radiating an aura of cool confidence. Moreover, her beauty was undeniable. Her demeanor reminiscent of a fresh spring morning, instantly captivating. Her long legs were particularly striking, straight and rounded, resembling a tapered shape. The lines flowing like a piece of art, enhanced by a subtle curve that added to her allure. Moving upwards, her bosom was ample, estimated to be above a D cup, causing the cashmere sweater to gently rise, exuding a natural sensuality. Her large, bright eyes appeared to harbor stars. With thick yet understated eyelashes, her features well-defined and three-dimensional, complemented by light makeup, her brows elegantly arched, and her lips in a natural hue, collectively earning her a solid score of over 8 in beauty, exuding a refreshing and ethereal charm. However, the slightly lower heels of her brown boots diminished the striking stature typically associated with high heels. Had she opted for stilettos, her silhouette would have been even more elongated and graceful. Unbeknownst to Chen Xing, having heard that he was of modest height, Gu Annie had deliberately chosen lower-heeled boots to temper her presence, ensuring she would not overshadow him. Her physique, untouched by strength training, displayed smooth, fair skin devoid of prominent muscle lines, radiating a balanced sense of health and refinement that was captivating to behold. The WeChat photos had indeed captured her beauty faithfully, her finely sculpted face reflecting reality impeccably. Regrettably, they failed to convey the advantages of her physique. Those long, straight legs and perfectly proportioned curves only revealed in person. Chen Xing found himself mesmerized, contemplating how her figure could not be encapsulated within a mere photograph. Unlike Meng Meng from the previous day, who, despite an initial visual impact, lacked many intricate details, the two were of entirely different calibers. To speak frankly, Chen Xing was smitten. Yet, He hesitated to display his feelings immediately. Over the years, he had encountered numerous women scoring 8 or above in beauty, yet all were unattainable, either already in relationships or otherwise uninterested in him. Gu Annie, however, was the first he had met who combined both beauty and physique, surpassing an 8, while also meeting his ideal height. If she were single, he would assess the situation further. Of course, Gu Annie remained oblivious to Chen Xing's internal musings. She noticed his gaze upon her. But such scrutiny was something she had encountered many times before in men, and Chen Xing's observation was neither excessive nor unwelcome. Gu Annie's initial impression of Chen Xing was that he appeared quite honest and youthful, precisely as her friend had described. He was not particularly tall, nor strikingly handsome, but rather clean and tidy. Had he been anyone else, Gu Annie would have dismissed him as an inconsequential passerby, neither repelled nor attracted, destined for no significant interaction. Yet, Chen Xing was not just anyone. Gu Annie was unaware of Chen Xing's familial background or upbringing, yet through her limited understanding, she estimated his wealth to be in the billions. Otherwise, he could not afford such extravagant indulgences. This was sufficient for her. If he truly harbored interest in her and possessed no other intolerable flaws, she was inclined to seize this opportunity, just as her close friend had advised. After several years in real estate sales, Gu Annie had encountered numerous affluent individuals and high-net-worth clients, including some top-tier magnates. However, those younger than Chen Xing generally lacked his financial prowess, while those more financially endowed were typically older. The label often associated with wealth was marriage, family, or multiple romantic partners. The scant few wealthy single men either kept their distance from her or sought only fleeting pleasures without the desire for commitment. She pondered how long she could maintain her stance against becoming a third party in a relationship. If a suave married tycoon pursued her, would she still choose to resist? Of course, contemplating such matters was futile at present. Securing a successful deal was the priority. Chen Xing wasted no words and requested Gu Annie to lead him to the property. "Mr. Chen, this way, please." The two entered the community and soon arrived at the building, taking a private elevator. Gu Annie had prepared the access card and key in advance. Chen Xing was unaware of how she procured the listing. He was not concerned, focusing solely on whether the property would be suitable for purchase. Chapter 31. Property viewing. The listing was situated on the 15th floor, a top-level duplex encompassing 598 square meters. The residence featured 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms. Exquisitely furnished and equipped with appliances, though dust covered every surface due to prolonged vacancy. From an ordinary perspective, the decor, albeit somewhat dated, still exemplified luxury, likely costing no less than 10 million at the time of its completion. Yet, in comparison to the villa at Yanjing Zhuanyuan and the presidential suite he currently occupied, Chen Xing found it lacking and somewhat unappealing. The owner demanded a staggering 100 million, a bold asking price. It was worth noting that similar units in the same community were priced between 50 to 60 million, albeit on mid-level floors and likely inferior in decor. The Xingawan community was located near Qingmian Road in the Dayueching shopping district, close to the 5th Ring Road. While not as bustling as Guomao, it boasted numerous parks and a commendable natural environment. For a duplex of over 500 square meters, with a single floor area of less than 300 square meters, Chen Xing deemed the 100 million price tag rather unappealing. He mused that with such funds, it would be wiser to consider standalone villas outside the 5th Ring Road, which would offer comparable space along with front and back gardens and garages. Wasn't that far more enticing than a modest duplex? In Chen Xing's view, a true duplex should encompass at least 1 or 2,000 square meters. However, such genuine large-scale properties were scarce in Yanjing, and none were currently available on the market. Even if they were, he could not afford them. According to Gu Annie, this was the most expensive large-scale property currently for sale in all of Yanjing. To swiftly deplete his funds, he would indeed have to opt for the pricier options, but spending 100 million on this unit felt unjustifiable. Surely, he wouldn't resort to purchasing another small villa? He believed it was more prudent to acquire a small apartment within the 5th Ring Road. Yes, in Chen Xing's eyes, this type of property was classified as a small dwelling. It's acceptable, was the extent of Chen Xing's evaluation. "Mr. Chen, actually, there is another property in this community that is even larger, though the price does not meet your expectations, which is why I hadn't mentioned it to you before." Sensing Chen Xing's dissatisfaction, Gu Annie continued, "Let's take a look while we're here." They swiftly proceeded to the second property, located in another building, also a duplex, fully furnished and unoccupied. This unit was larger, totaling over 740 square meters, with 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms, and the living and dining areas exceeded 100 square meters. Priced at 65 million, this option clearly offered better value. Alas, we agreed not to consider value for money. It seems the funds are insufficient, Chen Xing remarked. After leaving Xingyuan, they boarded a Rolls-Royce en route to their next destination, Wanlu Shuyuan in Haidian district. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Chen Xing and Gu Annie sat facing each other. With someone accompanying him in the rear, Chen Xing had closed the partition between the front and back seats. Having taken this car several times, he was becoming quite familiar with it. Gu Annie, having previously experienced a Rolls-Royce ride, appeared at ease. After all, I accompany clients to view luxury homes daily. What extravagant vehicles haven't I encountered? Of course, she had only seen and ridden in them, never expecting to afford such a high-end luxury car herself. In the car, both were tacitly inclined to assess the situation and leave a favorable impression on one another, resulting in a lack of any flirtatious atmosphere. Gu Annie compared the two properties they had just viewed, offering her insights into the Xingyuan community. She, too, believed the second property was more worthy of consideration. However, her analysis was more comprehensive and professional compared to Chen Xing's. Despite verbally agreeing with her, Chen Xing refrained from drawing any conclusions, opting to wait until he had seen everything. Soon, they arrived at Wanlu Shuyuan. The community was reputed to be the pinnacle of school district housing in Yanjing, completed in 2015, with the developer providing exquisite finishes. The entrance of the community was adjacent to the Baigu station on Line 10, while to the east, it bordered the Wanlu Shopping Center. And across the road lay the Wanlu Golf Club. To the north, the community was less than 2 kilometers from the Summer Palace, surrounded by Yuanmingyuan, Kunming Lake, Haidian Park, and Baigu Shanshui Garden, thus offering an excellent environment. Despite having lived in Yanjing for 8 years, this was Chen Xing's first visit to the Zhongguancun area and his inaugural exploration of this legendary luxurious community in western Beijing. It was said that Wanlu Shuyuan was renowned for its 5-meter-high perimeter wall, constructed from handcrafted gray clay bricks sourced from the Netherlands. Each brick capable of reflecting different colors depending on the time of day and weather conditions. Chen Xing, intrigued, cast a few glances but found it to be rather unremarkable. Upon reaching the property, Gu Annie guided Chen Xing through the tour while explaining its features. This was also her first visit to this particular residence. The owner had only recently decided to sell, and many real estate agents were still unaware. Properties in Wanlu were indeed highly sought after. Chapter 32. Making a decision. The house was located on the ground floor, featuring 2 basement levels and front and back gardens, totaling over 460 square meters without shared areas. The first floor included 1 kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 1 dining room, and 1 living room, while the first basement level contained 5 rooms. And the second basement level housed 2 parking spaces and a multifunctional room, suitable for a gym or entertainment area. The property was offered at 81 million. Given that the building consisted of only 5 floors and had sufficient spacing between units, there were no concerns regarding natural light despite being on the ground floor. By Yanjing standards, this residence could indeed be classified as a luxury home. However, it still fell short of Chen Xing's ideal standards for luxury living. In order to promptly expend his funds, he recognized that there were no better options available. Before long, they finished the viewing, and it was already past noon. As Chen Xing's stomach growled with hunger, back in the Rolls-Royce, he turned to Gu Annie. "Miss Gu, may I treat you to lunch? This is both a token of gratitude for your diligent assistance in finding properties these past few days, and I have a few questions regarding the properties we viewed this morning." Chen Xing's reasoning was both reasonable and logical, leaving Gu Annie with no need to refuse. After all, she was eager to finalize a deal while also wishing to learn more about Chen Xing. Of course, only Chen Xing himself understood that his intentions were driven by attraction. However, at that moment, Gu Annie perceived it was simply mealtime, merely a meal, and there was no need to be overly formal. "Sure, we can just have a casual meal," she responded. "All right, then let's head to Zenrongji. I've never dined at their establishment." Their prices are quite steep, and reservations can be challenging," Gu Annie remarked. She had indeed visited Zenrongji a few times with Chunyu, but she advised against ordering anything too extravagant, as the average bill would still amount to several hundred yuan, which, relative to their incomes, posed no significant burden. However, that was in the past. Now, Gu Annie hesitated to casually visit Zenrongji. Moreover, her previous outings with Chunyu had only been in the main dining area, never in a private room, which were notoriously difficult to book. As for Chen Xing's last remark about never having dined there before, Gu Annie chose to overlook it, as she did not see anything amiss. After all, wealthy individuals have numerous choices and may not have frequented or favored Zenrongji. "Challenging to reserve?" Chen Xing chuckled, remaining silent as he retrieved his Vertu phone from his backpack and dialed the butler hotline. "Mr. Chun, this is Sean. It's a pleasure to assist you." Sean's warm, yet professional Mandarin soon filled the air. Please reserve a private room at Zenrongji for lunch today, preferably at the Xinyuan South Road location. If not, any other location will suffice. The reason for choosing the Xinyuan South Road branch was its proximity to the municipal service hall they were visiting later that afternoon. Understood, Mr. Chun. Within 5 minutes, you will have a private room. The call was momentarily terminated. Gu Annie watched Chen Xing's actions with mild surprise. She had not anticipated this turn of events. Mr. Chun, is this a Vertu phone? She inquired. Indeed, it's a new purchase. Would you like to try it? Much like a child eager to showcase a new toy, Chen Xing enjoyed witnessing the astonished expressions of beautiful women. As she spoke, he handed her the phone. Reluctantly, Gu Annie accepted it, intending to admire it briefly. She casually browsed through the device, marveling at its craftsmanship. Like most ordinary individuals, she could, if she really wanted to, afford a less expensive Vertu phone, but it seemed unnecessary. Thus, for this enigmatic luxury phone, she had only heard of its reputation without ever witnessing its form. Naturally, she was aware that Chen Xing merely wished for her to indulge in the experience out of courtesy. Soon, she returned the phone to him. At that moment, Chen Xing was contemplating his first experience with Vertu's services. If it turned out poorly, he would truly feel like a fool. Fortunately, not long after, Sean returned the call, confirming that everything was arranged, and all Chen Xing needed to do was provide his name at the front desk. Internally, he silently commended Sean. As they engaged in light conversation, they arrived at Zenrongji just before noon. The restaurant's decor was indeed luxurious, characterized by deep brown tones, which, compared to the ostentatious grandeur of Hanjiangui, exhibited a more understated elegance. Upon providing their name and phone number at the front desk, a waitress escorted Chen Xing and Gu Annie to a private room. Chen Xing encouraged Gu Annie to order whatever she desired, but she remained modest. Despite his repeated invitations, she only ordered a serving of mung bean cake and a dish of sautéed baby bok choy. Consequently, Chen Xing had to order for himself a yellow croaker, a farmhouse salt brine tofu casserole, a scallion braised sea cucumber, a truffle wild mushroom dumpling, and 2 large glasses of juice. They opted not to have rice or alcohol. The total bill came to just under 5,000 yuan. Before long, the waitress began to serve the dishes. With no rush, they leisurely enjoyed their meal while engaging in conversation. Gu Annie once again analyzed the pros and cons of 3 properties for Chen Xing, mentioning that she would continue to assist him in finding suitable options if he remained unsatisfied. Let's do this. For the penthouse at Xinghe Bay, please offer the owner 80 million yuan as a full cash payment and see what their response is. If it doesn't work out, we won't waste any time. For the other property, let's propose 55 million yuan, still as a full cash offer, and gauge the owner's response. If they're willing to negotiate, I'll take it. As for the ground floor unit at Wanlu Shiyuan, let us offer 75 million yuan, also full cash. Anything below 80 million, I can accept. How much we can negotiate depends on your skills. Chen Xing had essentially made up his mind. Understood, Mr. Chun. I will speak with the respective owners this afternoon. Following this, Chen Xing, feigning curiosity, inquired about her work, while Gu Annie candidly shared her experiences, presenting herself as a sincere and genuine young woman without pretense or concealment. It was evident that she was not like the average employee in a real estate agency. She did not receive a base salary, but her commission from successful deals was considerably higher. She was not required to clock in and out, nor was there any quota for showings. Her relationship with the agency was more akin to a partnership. This status was a result of several years of work, established connections, and a solid track record of performance. However, she candidly admitted that the current housing market was particularly challenging, expressing the pressure she felt. Have you ever considered finding a boyfriend? 2 working together would alleviate some pressure, Chen Xing suggested. Yes, I have, but I have my own criteria. I would never consider someone who is married or in a relationship. As for single men, I simply haven't encountered anyone suitable yet. With that, she gently shook her head. Chen Xing felt a surge of delight. A woman who overlooked single men likely did so due to their perceived lack of capability. Beautiful women tend to have high standards, which is understandable. Not only beautiful women, but even some less attractive women often feel entitled to aspire to marry wealthy men, assuming a salary of 3,000 yuan per month, yet believing they deserve a partner earning 30,000 yuan. Conversely, if the situation were reversed, it would be utterly unacceptable. In this world, few average men genuinely believe they can marry wealthy women, yet countless ordinary women harbor dreams of entering affluent circles. Chen Xing understood that, regardless of their steadfastness, beautiful women would eventually yield to reality. For someone like Gu Annie, unless she was willing to settle down with a man of similar standing, Her ultimate fate would likely involve being supported by a wealthy benefactor. However, to maintain a woman of Gu Annie's caliber, even if she acquiesced, a fortune exceeding 100 million yuan was a prerequisite. Anything less would simply be insufficient. If one's wealth were only in the tens of millions, the best one could hope for would be to engage in an equal relationship before moving toward marriage, provided she found the person appealing. Chun Xing believed that Gu Annie was now at a stage where she had given up on the fantasy of marrying into wealth and was instead aiming to find a single elite with a net worth in the tens of millions for marriage and family. As for those with lower financial standing or conditions not much better than her own, it was best to remain cordial acquaintances. Some sleazy clients sought to take advantage of her under the guise of purchasing property, a reality she openly acknowledged. Naturally, she had dealt with such clients effectively. For now, Chun Xing simply listened. He would not take everything she said at face value. He understood that everyone tends to present their narrative in a manner that favors them. Even when discussing unfavorable aspects, it was often to highlight the more favorable ones. Certainly, even if the other party truly has a history of self-sacrifice and selling their property. At this moment, Chun Xing's genuine thoughts remain unperturbed by the prospect of a romantic encounter. It is what it is. Men can be like that. Nonetheless, Chun Xing believes that, based on the current impression, Gu Annie strikes him as a relatively principled and virtuous young woman. In this day and age, what more could one possibly demand? Regardless, he holds a favorable view of her. For someone like her, he feels that one should not immediately shower her with extravagant gifts, as that might intimidate her. It is necessary to adopt a more strategic approach. During a leisurely meal, Chun Xing found himself engrossed until nearly 2 p.m., realizing that there was little left to discuss. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from his mother. With nothing to hide, Chun Xing promptly answered. "Xiao Xing, are you still eating? We just received a plethora of food deliveries at home, an entire truckload. The driver mentioned you ordered them? Our living room is nearly overflowing." As she spoke, she turned the camera towards the mountains of goods, revealing a living space more crowded than during the autumn harvest. "Mom, I did order them. Why are you wasting money again? How can we possibly consume all this?" "It's all right, Mom. These only cost around 20 to 30,000 yuan at wholesale prices, quite affordable. I bought them for you and Dad to try. They're all ingredients you haven't tasted before. If we can't finish them, we can give some to Uncle and his family, so everyone can have a taste. That much meat is fine. We have a freezer to store it. But why on earth did you buy so much water? We have a well at home, and it costs nothing. Mom, this water is clean, better than what comes from the well. If we can't drink it all, we can use it to wash dishes without damaging our hands. Now, go on and enjoy your meal." Noting Chun Xing's nonchalant demeanor, his mother ended the call, realizing he was out dining and wishing not to intrude further. Gu Annie, seated opposite him, remained unseen by his mother. "Can you understand that?" Chun Xing asked with a self-deprecating smile. He had spoken to his mother in their local dialect, which is quite similar to standard Mandarin, making it decipherable for most Huaxia people. "I can understand." Gu Annie, puzzled by his question, had not intended to eavesdrop. Although she understood the conversation, she found it slightly odd but refrained from making assumptions due to her lack of context. Chun Xing recognized this as an excellent opportunity to deepen their mutual understanding. "Have you ever heard of the cryptocurrency realm? Mr. Chen, are you referring to virtual currency?" Chun Xing nodded. After a brief pause, he continued, "In truth, I have not been wealthy for long. To be precise, I have only recently begun my journey as a wealthy individual." Gu Annie was visibly taken aback, uncertain of what Chun Xing meant. Yet she was astute enough not to interrupt him, waiting to hear more. "You should be able to tell that I am from H province. I hail from a rural background. After graduating from university, much like you, I chose to pursue a career in sales, though not in Yanjing. With the audacity of youth, I was filled with enthusiasm. Before long, I secured significant contracts. I managed to close deals for entire containers, earning substantial bonuses. However, I always felt that sales was not my calling. I disliked socializing, and my financial success was merely coincidental. During that time, I met a foreigner who was passionate about stock trading and futures. He was also an early player in the cryptocurrency sphere. Inspired by him, I discovered that I could earn money from the comfort of my home, an ideal profession for me. I began to emulate his approach. Perhaps it was due to favorable market conditions, or perhaps pure luck, but I invested hundreds of thousands in stocks, quickly turning my initial investment into millions. The Bitcoin I purchased at a mere $10 soared to 1,000 within a month, back in 2012. I was among the earliest adopters of Bitcoin in Huaxia. In just 6 months, my capital ballooned into tens of millions. I ventured into futures trading, oil, precious metals, agricultural products, and even Forex. While my experiences yielded mixed results, overall, I amassed a considerable fortune. My primary focus remained on virtual currencies. Besides Bitcoin, I invested in several others. Having entered the market early at low prices, by the time I decided to sell, the values had multiplied exponentially, some even by thousands of times. During those years, I was perpetually seated in front of my computer screen, buying and selling without pause, often merely observing without taking action. I felt as if I were engaged in an endless game, one from which I could not afford to disengage. The fruits of this endeavor manifested as the ever-increasing numbers in my account. One day, I suddenly realized that the wealth I had accumulated appeared extravagant by most people's standards. In my narrative, I presented myself as a clandestine investment mogul, intentionally leaving ample room for imagination. However, from Gu Annie's perspective, she felt compelled to believe him, for his financial capacity was undeniable. Her close friend, a private banking client manager, had access to his account balance, while her friend hadn't disclosed specific figures. It was not unreasonable for someone with a net worth of several billion to contemplate purchasing properties worth hundreds of millions. Coupled with Chun Xing's account, it was not entirely implausible. Furthermore, while Chun Xing's experiences were remarkable, such individuals truly exist. There are even more legendary and extravagant investors out there than him. Gu Annie remained uncertain if Chun Xing was a mathematical prodigy. Yet, even if he were, does financial investment guarantee immense wealth? She understood that some individuals' luck and circumstances defy belief. Perhaps this Chun Xing before her was one of those rare individuals blessed by fortune? Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts perfectly aligned with Chun Xing's intentions. Taking a large sip of juice to compose himself, he continued, "Can you imagine? Despite having amassed considerable wealth, I still find myself living alone in a rental apartment costing only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per month, surviving on meager takeout meals. Eventually, I did move out of that apartment and found a job. Others might be trading stocks while being paid, but I not only traded stocks and futures, but also cryptocurrencies. I was indifferent to work performance and had no interactions with colleagues beyond work-related matters. If the company let me go, I would simply seek employment elsewhere. Working was merely a diversion for me to recalibrate my investment strategies. Thus, even now, I remain just a low-level employee at my current job. Yet, what my colleagues and bosses do not know is that this seemingly ordinary employee is worth billions. For over a decade, I have led a life akin to that of an ascetic, sequestered deep within the mountains. I refrained from leisure activities, socializing, spending, or pursuing romantic relationships. During festive seasons, I seldom returned to my hometown. I was a recluse for 30 years, and even now, I have yet to experience the warmth of a romantic partnership. I am not a miser, yet I find myself lost. I have become obsessed with the growth of my account balances, never contemplating cashing them out or spending, as if even the slightest decrease would tarnish their perfection. It wasn't until my last visit home that I witnessed the frailty of my parents and their relentless toil for meager earnings. I, too, am now in my 30s. In that moment, I experienced an epiphany. I recognized that I had long pondered the significance of my earnings. Thus, I ceased this game. I closed numerous accounts, emptied others, and sealed some away. I began to transfer and liquidate my amassed wealth. Many accounts I chose to neglect entirely, no longer engaging with them, even avoiding a glance, surrendering them to fate, hoping that one day they might yield a surprise. I resolved to embrace a different way of living for the latter half of my life. I yearned to indulge, to savor life, and to honor my parents. I shall reside in luxurious hotels, dine on sumptuous feasts, acquire prestigious timepieces, and purchase opulent residences. I also aspire to seek a romantic partner, for time waits for no one, and I remain unaware of whether tomorrow or misfortune shall arrive first. This transformation has only recently unfolded. Chapter 35. Bridging Relationships. The tale of Chun Xing has concluded. His narrative, aside from the source of his wealth, is a blend of truth and fiction. He would not stoop to masquerading as a scion of affluence, for paper cannot conceal fire. The truth would soon emerge. The crux lies in his current demeanor, which hardly exudes the essence of a wealthy individual. It would be more prudent for him to portray himself as a reformed investment expert, particularly one who is introverted and somewhat socially awkward. Authenticity is the finest disguise. What? You assert he lacks comprehension of the investment knowledge he previously articulated? No one is compelled to subject Chun Xing to an examination of his financial acumen. Furthermore, does possessing extensive financial knowledge guarantee one will become a mogul? As I reiterate, the funds within his accounts are the most eloquent testament to his past abilities and fortuity. Disagree? Then engage in a debate with the system. You wish for Chun Xing to offer you investment advice. Regrettably, he has renounced such endeavors and is unwilling to meddle in others' affairs. You expect him to generate another billion for you? Apologies, but who do you think you are? For those lacking the requisite prowess, yet who probe excessively, Chun Xing is unperturbed to impart lessons on humility. He possesses ample wealth. For those capable of revealing his past, he can only rely on the system to intervene. If the system remains silent, he adopts a rather stoic philosophy. Life is fleeting, and one should indulge in the present. Each individual harbors their own unspoken secrets, especially concerning their rise to prominence. The portions Chun Xing is willing to share are merely for listening. The aspects he prefers to keep private should remain unasked. Wise individuals innately know what to say and how to act. Of course, this does not imply that Chun Xing would indiscriminately disclose his success story. He is not so naive. His openness with Gu Annie serves dual purposes, to win her favor and to practice his conversational techniques. Mr. Chun, your journey is truly remarkable. I never anticipated you to be the hidden investment magnate among us. Indeed, it is quite astonishing if her words bear truth. Gu Annie momentarily found herself at a loss for words, only able to respond with a hint of commercial flattery. If he were not so intent on masquerading as a self-made success, she would have no choice but to accept his narrative. At just over 30, there are indeed many elites who have amassed tens of millions solely through their own labor in cities like Yanjing. However, accumulating billions or more without some fortuitous encounter seems implausible. Besides cryptocurrency, stock trading, and successful entrepreneurship, she cannot conceive of other avenues. Clearly, Chun Xing did not accumulate wealth through entrepreneurship, as he has yet to register a company. On this note, Gu Annie could not help but exhale in relief. If he were a second or third generation heir with substantial family wealth, she might struggle to navigate such waters. Many second-generation heirs lack ambition and merely coast through life. Yet their parents are often shrewd and astute. The gates of wealth are not easily breached. If she were still in her early 20s, perhaps she would entertain unrealistic fantasies of marrying into affluence, but approaching 30 has rendered her exceptionally pragmatic. She now possesses a clear self-assessment, an ordinary woman with an attractive appearance, working in real estate sales and brokerage. She has earned up to $2 million in a year through hard work, but in a post-boom market, maintaining an annual income of several $100,000 is commendable. As for handling more intricate matters or navigating complex interpersonal dynamics, she does not feel equipped. However, the essence of this man before her remains that of a quintessential recluse. Easy to influence. While the term influence may sound harsh, the sentiment remains accurate. She believes she can manage this relationship and perhaps grow alongside him. The only concern is that this recluse has suddenly chosen to explore the vibrant world, and when he begins to indulge in excess, how will she respond? Should she act preemptively or wait for the right moment? What if a third party emerges? In a brief span, Chun Xing contemplated much, yet unbeknownst to him, Gu Annie, beneath her calm and beautiful visage, was pondering even more. Please, no need for formalities. Calling me Mr. Chun feels distant. I haven't even established a company yet. So you may simply call me Chun Xing. Of course, Xinggu is also acceptable, as my classmates address me that way due to our age difference. Then I shall call you Xinggu. That works. And may I call you Annie? Are you well acquainted with Xinyu? Gu Annie smiled, not opposing, tacitly acknowledging the familiarity. We are quite close. We are university classmates. Chun Xing understood. If they weren't close, she would not have introduced such a significant deal to her. Observing Chun Xing's candor, Gu Annie felt no need to conceal anything. Later this afternoon, Chun Yu and I will be handling some company registration matters, as I mentioned yesterday. You are welcome to join us. After all, we are all friends, and the location is not far. All right, Chenggu. I haven't seen you in several days. Thus, their bond deepened over the course of this meal. Chapter 36. Arrival in Yanjing when Chun Xing and Gu Annie arrived at the Administrative Service Hall in Chaoyang District. Chen Yu and two middle-aged gentlemen were already waiting there. Those two were likely the owners of the shell company. Transferring ownership is simpler than dissolution, and they were happy to sell the company to Chun Xing for a modest profit. Nothing unreasonable, right? Upon seeing Chun Xing and Gu Annie arrive together, Chen Yu exchanged a knowing smile and offered a brief greeting. Due to the presence of Chun Xing and the outsiders, Chen Yu felt somewhat restrained in expressing the depth of her relationship with Gu Annie. Soon, she guided Chun Xing to the window to complete various formalities, including registration, photography, signing, and fingerprinting. Meanwhile, Gu Annie was engaged in discussions with several property owners a short distance away via her mobile phone. Although all appointments had been made in advance, Chun Xing remained dazed throughout the process. It wasn't until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon that everything was finally concluded. Of course, what they processed today was merely the equity transfer procedures for two Airbus companies, essentially transferring ownership to Chun Xing himself, with all previous shareholders and legal representatives withdrawing. thereby granting Chunxing complete control. These two companies were previously single-member limited liability companies, devoid of any assets, liabilities, or tax issues, representing entirely premium Airbus companies, an assurance provided by Chun Yu's side, which Chunxing trusted. The acquisition of the two companies cost Chunxing several tens of thousands. He intended to name one of the companies Xianxing Life Service Company, Limited, which would encompass asset management and property services, allowing for future recruitment of assistants and drivers, as well as real estate purchases under this company's name. The other company would be named Xianxing Investment Company, Limited, serving as a facade for his wealth source. However, he had not yet decided on the specifics of its operations. Subsequently, he would need to revisit several times to finalize the company name changes, alterations in business scope, and registration funds, which he estimated would take about another week to complete. Fortunately, Chunxing did not need to return in person, as he planned to delegate all of this to Chunyu. Technically, the purchase of a company and the associated processes did not fall within the service scope of a private banking client manager, yet Chunyu had still assisted him. Chunxing noted this favor. Once he had the means, he would consider depositing a bit more with their bank, and when funds were tight, he would seek other ways to reciprocate. After concluding the formalities, Chunxing intended to invite Chunyu and Gu Annie for dinner. Manager Chun, you worked hard this afternoon. As a token of gratitude, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Annie is welcome to join as well. No, Mr. Chun. Nizi and I have plans to go shopping. It has been a while since we last went. All right then, Chunxing replied, not insisting. Brother Chun, I have contacted several property owners. The owner of the penthouse at Xinghe Bay has firmly rejected the 80 million offer. The owner of the other unit is willing to lower the price to 60 million. As for the property at Wanlu Academy, the lowest the owner will accept is 79 million. Gu Annie seized this opportunity to report the situation directly to Chunxing. Chunxing hesitated briefly before replying, I understand. I will provide you with an answer tomorrow. Chunyu drove over today, and the two women waved goodbye to Chunxing before departing in a Mercedes. Chunxing then began his return to the hotel. Upon boarding the Rolls-Royce, Chunxing was about to close his eyes for a brief respite when he suddenly heard two notification sounds from his backpack. Could it be that Vertu is trying to reach me? Opening his backpack, he discovered it was not Vertu, but rather another new phone. This phone only had a few contacts, and although he had arranged for a meeting with some young ladies for the evening, the busyness of the day had made him forget all about it. He had not thought to check this phone at all that day, indicating he was still unaccustomed to managing multiple devices simultaneously. Chunxing couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Upon opening WeChat on the other phone, he found messages from a young lady named Yuan, with several sent prior. Starting with the first unread message, he began to read. Boss, I have set off. Boss, I ran into Bing Bing at the airport. It turns out we are headed to the same hotel. Then we chatted and discovered she is also someone you invited. Boss, you are truly impressive. Photo. The last message was sent at 4:05 p.m., accompanied by a selfie of the two beautiful women sitting together in the waiting area. Their looks undeniably captivating, rivaling Gu Annie's allure. Naturally, Chunxing had never been one to believe in misleading photos. He had checked their social media the day before, which consisted of afternoon tea pictures, gourmet meals from high-end restaurants, clothing and handbag photos, and beauty tips, with only occasional misleading selfies. Both women were mingling in Shanghai, within the same circle, which did not surprise Chunxing. The next message, sent at 4:40 p.m., read, Boss, we are about to board. We will head directly to the hotel together. The latest two messages, sent at 5:10 p.m., were, Boss, why are you not saying anything? Are you upset? Boss, if it weren't for the fact that you provided the travel expenses, I would have thought you were a scammer. Chunxing realized that Yuan had quite a lively personality. Whatever happened to the sophisticated woman he had anticipated, he decided to respond. I was busy this afternoon and just checked my phone. You all can head to the hotel directly. I have other matters to attend to tonight, so I won't be able to pick you up. A reply came swiftly. Boss, you finally spoke. No problem. We are about to take off. See you tonight. Chunxing chose not to reply further. Upon returning to the hotel, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening. Today, Xiao had not come over, leaving Chunxing alone in the suite to unwind, while his anticipation for the evening grew. He wondered about the reliability of the information he had received. Gu Annie's side needed to be approached with caution. Additionally, her positioning with Chunxing was still different. He decided to indulge in a lavish dinner to replenish his energy. Without hesitation, he ordered a variety of dishes, including steak, oysters, venison, and black cod, all meat, until he felt completely satisfied. The exquisite meal was delivered to the suite's dining area under the supervision of Steward Liao. Steward Liao, I will have two beautiful guests arriving around 9 tonight. Please assist them up when they arrive. At this juncture, Chen Xing held nothing back in front of Steward Liao, sharing all relevant information. I understand, Mr. Chen, Steward Liao replied, maintaining his calm and professional demeanor. Chen Xing nodded, and Steward Liao excused himself, turning away. Her delicate features briefly displayed a hint of surprise and disdain, though it lasted only 2 seconds. Chen Xing remained oblivious and indifferent to it. After enjoying the sumptuous dinner and brushing his teeth, he lay down on the large bed, intending to rest for a while and take this opportunity to calculate his finances. To secure the 2 properties from today, he would need over 1.4 billion. The villa, including taxes, would amount to 8.5 billion. This calculation revealed that his funds were undoubtedly insufficient. 10 small targets were still too few. It seemed he would need to purchase another property. Perhaps the one at Wanlu Academy would suffice. Over the past few days, including accommodation expenses, he had spent nearly 10 million, leaving him with approximately 60 million, which needed to be utilized within the next 20 days. What should he buy? Having made a decision, Chen Xing sent a message to Gu Annie. Annie, I have decided to purchase the property at Wanlu Academy for 79 million. I will no longer consider other options. Please finalize the signing time with the owner as soon as possible. I will pay you the commission according to the standard rate. All right, Brother Chen. The excitement on Gu Annie's side was palpable. A few minutes later, Gu Annie sent new information stating that the homeowner could sign the contract on Monday morning, and the transfer would take place within the week. The homeowner was quite straightforward, seeing that someone had reserved the property. They did not require a deposit and were ready to proceed with the formal contract. Chen Xing planned to pay half upon signing the contract on Monday and the remaining half after the transfer was completed. Once this matter was settled, Chen Xing called the property appraiser from earlier, requesting that they bring their team to inspect the villa over the weekend, considering he was to remit 400 million to the developer on Monday. However, he did not intend to be present during the inspection. The appraiser readily agreed, and of course, Chen Xing's compensation would not be lacking. As 8 o'clock approached, Chen Xing received a message from Yuan, indicating that they had landed and were en route to the hotel. A short while later, the 2 young women arrived at the hotel in a Didi car, finding a spot in the lobby's lounge area before calling Chen Xing boss. Bing Bing and I are already in the hotel lobby. What is your room number? Her voice was melodious, carrying a hint of sweetness. Ah, the room number? I must admit I have not paid attention to that. Please wait a moment. Someone will be up to escort you shortly. Soon. Butler Liao appeared beside the sofa where the 2 ladies were resting. Ladies, I presume you are here to see Mr. Chen? Please follow me. The 2 women were slightly surprised but maintained their composure as they gathered their luggage and followed Butler Liao to the elevator. Dressed in the hotel uniform and wearing a name tag, it was evident that she was a staff member. However, they wondered if it was acceptable for hotel personnel to lead them upstairs. In truth, Chen Xing had not given it much thought. He simply preferred not to descend himself. Unknown to all, Butler Liao Yuma felt immense pressure as she stood in the elevator, struggling to catch her breath. At 1.65 meters tall, she was not particularly short, especially with her 7-centimeter heels. However, these 2 beauties towered over her. Why do I barely reach their shoulders? Is this Chen Xing fellow truly fond of such heights? What an unusual taste. Liao Yuma felt akin to a diminutive figure in a land of giants. The legendary long legs, reaching 1.2 meters, were indeed genuine. She could not help but steal glances at the 2 women. It was one thing to be tall, but their beauty and figures were extraordinary. The woman from the previous night, in her eyes, was merely a heavily made-up vixen. Although the nearly 1.8-meter height was impressive, it still fell within the realm of normalcy. Yet today, how could she describe these 2? Despite surmising their identities, she felt no disdain, only envy. With such beauty and figure, she would trade a decade of her life for what they possessed. In that moment, Liao Yuma could only think of 2 words: exceptional. They were truly remarkable women. Standing in the middle, she felt as though her blood circulation was stifled, as if she were being physically overwhelmed. She could not fathom how, in such a short time, this wealthy man had encountered such extraordinary women. Could it be that he is an experienced player, merely toying with me? Yet that does not seem likely. Could it be that Xiao Xiao, the one who taught this wealthy man? Amidst her swirling thoughts, Butler Liao led the 2 young women, Yuan and Bing Bing, to Chen Xing's presidential suite, where he awaited them comfortably seated on the sofa in the grand living room. Hello, boss. Yuan greeted with a slight smile upon entering and spotting Chen Xing. Bing Bing. Look, this is a presidential suite. With a casual toss of their large suitcase into a corner of the hallway, Yuan eagerly pulled Bing Bing to explore the spacious living room of the suite, moving with a light-heartedness that displayed no hint of shyness. The soft, Luminous light from the crystal chandelier cast an enchanting glow on the polished marble floor, accentuating their graceful figures. It was clear that the lively one was Yuan, while the other, exuding a cool elegance, was Bingbing, whose name perfectly matched her aura. Chunxing silently nodded in approval. Yuan wore a black fairy dress, its hem light as a cloud, paired with red-soled high heels that clicked rhythmically against the floor. The top was a fitted black turtleneck wool sweater, the soft material hugging her figure, while her delicate pink lips curved slightly upward. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, glistening with sheen. She casually draped a beige long coat over the back of the sofa, revealing her slender neck. The entire ensemble exuded a glamorous aura befitting a socialite, combining ethereal charm with a touch of seduction, her porcelain skin rivaling that of Guani, with features as intricately sculpted as if crafted by an artist. Bingbing, too, possessed long, straight black hair, thick and lustrous, mirroring Yuan's in length and sheen. She adorned a black beret tilted at an angle, adding a hint of artistic flair. Her bright red lips were striking, reminiscent of freshly bitten strawberries, enhancing her fair complexion. She wore a black leather jacket over a black t-shirt, boasting strong lines without sacrificing femininity. Her fitted black leather skirt accentuated her slender waist, and her high, knee-length leather boots wrapped around her long legs, creating a strikingly cool and fashionable appearance. The materials and craftsmanship of their outfits were evidently exquisite, radiating an undeniable presence. Neither wore stockings, their bare legs glimmering under the lights, straight and shapely, exuding a healthy glow. Chunxing felt a tightening in his throat, nearly losing control of his saliva and blood flow. While he did not display overtly lustful behavior, his heart raced uncontrollably. In reality, the heights of the two women were not as exaggerated as Butler Liao had guessed. Yuan stood at 1.9 meters, while Bingbing was 1.93 meters tall. With their elegant figures and an additional 10 centimeters from their heels, they visually approached the 2-meter mark, truly breathtaking. After his initial impression, Chunxing began to scrutinize them closely. Their features were exquisitely natural, each possessing unique characteristics, with lively expressions and delicately applied makeup that appeared effortless. Who said tall women must have large frames? Who said they could only be flat? Yuan's figure was astonishing, and Bingbing was no less impressive, each possessing well-defined curves. Remarkably, though both women were slender, they were not so delicate as to be blown away by the wind. They were perfectly proportioned. Chunxing, weighing nearly 70 kilograms, estimated that the two women were likely not much lighter than himself, yet they appeared anything but bulky, radiating a sense of healthy beauty. In comparison, the previous night's Meng and these two were on entirely different levels, at least 2 tiers apart. Chunxing pondered how they could belong to the same circle. Yet, upon reflection, he felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such treasures. What a remarkable find. After living for over 30 years, how have I never encountered women of this caliber? He mused inwardly. In truth, given the population of over 1 billion, one could find all kinds of individuals. It was merely a matter of probability. However, given Chunxing's previous social standing, he had been physically isolated from high-caliber women, which explained why he had never witnessed such beauty before. It was entirely normal. Meanwhile, Butler Liao breathed a sigh of relief as she took her leave. In this place, the two young women found a suitable spot to place their bags and coats, approaching a location not far from Chunxing. As unrelated individuals departed, the three exchanged glances, with Yuan being the first to speak. Boss, the date costs 20,000. Chunxing was taken aback. Isn't it 10,000? Boss, you surely must have seen our TE account signature. You don't think we are deceiving you, do you? Noticing Chunxing's surprise, Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically while pulling up the TE page on her phone to show him. Indeed, she is not mistaken, Chunxing realized. At that moment, he had not scrutinized the details, merely added her on WeChat, shared his location, and sent the travel fare without further inquiry. We are the highest tier of socialites. We are not like others, Yuan added with a hint of pride. No problem, Chunxing replied nonchalantly. As he was not concerned about the money, he believed that one gets what one pays for, and he considered it a fair deal. You could accuse him of price gouging, but without the means, one wouldn't even qualify for that. How do you charge per day? Chunxing inquired, feeling a surge of excitement while maintaining a calm demeanor. This time, the two women appeared slightly taken aback, clearly having not anticipated that the boss would charge by the day. Yuan did not respond verbally, but extended her dainty hands. Chunxing noticed her slender fingers adorned with lovely pink nail polish. However, that was not her intention. Is it 100,000? Chunxing understood. Yet, Yuan shook her head proudly while gently saying, "No, boss. What I mentioned earlier was in the context of a single person's date. For two people together, it doubles." She paused, as she had never encountered a request like Chunxing's before. Chunxing grasped the implication. Two people together meant the expenditure would be double, thus 200,000 per day. Although this figure sounded somewhat exaggerated, she felt a tinge of embarrassment in stating it. Chunxing was not a miser. He would not spend a dime on what he deemed unworthy, yet he was willing to invest generously in what he valued. Presently, he had 60 million and was eager to spend it. He had indeed become a generous benefactor. He promptly instructed the two women to take out their phones and scan the payment code. Upon seeing 200,000 credited, Yuan and Bing both rejoiced. "Boss, so generous." They shared a smile and turned to rummage through their bags. "So early, preparing umbrellas before heading out?" Chunxing mused. To his surprise, the two women produced their identification cards and presented them to him. "Darling, from now on, within the next 24 hours, I will be your devoted girlfriend. Remember, my name is Li Shiwan. Darling, from now on, within the next 24 hours, I will also be your devoted girlfriend. Remember, my name is Wang Bing." Even Bing, who had been silent before, chimed in playfully, refusing to be outdone. The names turned out to be authentic. Chunxing indeed took the ID cards to examine them. The photographs, names, ages, and origins were all clear and genuine. Yuan hailed from S Province, W City, while Bing was from L Province, H City, both being ladies from large urban centers. Chunxing felt enlightened. He thought that was the end of it. But he had not anticipated that the two women would delve back into their bags. This time, they produced several A4 sheets and a certificate. Upon opening the A4 sheets, Chunxing discovered they were health check reports, freshly completed just days prior. Very healthy. Quite satisfactory. The certificate was a university diploma. Yuan graduated from Jianghai Visual Arts Academy, and Bing from Jianghai Business School. The diplomas bore official seals, indicating they were indeed legitimate. After all, it is unlikely one would forge documents from lesser-known institutions when they could fabricate from prestigious ones such as 985 or 211. The two women returned to organize the health reports, then approached Chunxing, each strutting in high heels with alluring expressions. "Darling," they exclaimed in unison, presenting him with a box of facial cleanser. This is indeed a genuine facial cleanser. Chapter 39. On Cloud 9, a night of revelry. That night, Chunxing felt as though he had experienced a surreal dream, envisioning himself seated atop a gigantic, soft cloud, floating higher and higher into the heavens. It was a novel experience he had never imagined, let alone possessed. He truly wished this dream would never conclude. Fortunately, with his wealth, such dreams could be repeatedly realized. The following day, around 10 a.m., Chunxing finally awoke. He hadn't slept long, and his current state was a mix of slight fatigue and profound relaxation. Difficult to articulate. The two young women were still fast asleep. Before diving into dreams the previous night, Chunxing had ordered them a late-night snack. Otherwise, their stamina would not have kept up. Embracing the smooth contours of the luxurious surroundings, he reminisced about the intimate and delightful moments, the tactile experience being simply exquisite. It should be noted that, based on Chunxing's first-hand experience, the entire vehicle, top to bottom, was original, including the balcony and garden. No previous experience could compare to the night prior. He understood why a monarch would not attend morning court. "What? You claim the rear of the vehicle is misaligned?" One could only say that different vehicles come with different experiences. You might think Chunxing is peculiar. He would simply assert that you do not comprehend. Upon seeing grand luxury SUVs, Chunxing felt an inexplicable thrill at a soul level, igniting an intense desire to drive and conquer. Such an insatiable instinct. He wondered if Butler Liao had delivered breakfast yet. Never mind, Chunxing decided to merge breakfast and lunch, thus contacting Butler Liao to request a lavish meal for 3 around noon, providing a brief menu. After some time, Yuan and Bing lazily awoke. At Chunxing's request, the three proceeded to shower. As Chunxing soaked, he enjoyed the duo's bathing service. However, while the pristine vehicle appeared stunning, the women's bathing skills were rather average compared to Xiaoxiao's expertise. It seemed that some tasks are best left to professionals. Yet, this grand bathtub felt spacious for one. But with three, it seemed a tad cramped. Clearly, in the future, a larger bathtub would be a necessity when purchasing a home. Following their bathing, it was time for a feast. Chunxing ordered nearly all the expensive signature dishes and desserts from the hotel restaurant. Although he had sampled most of them in recent days, the small dining table in the living room was nearly overflowing. Without opening any wine, they sipped juice instead. Chen Xing and the two women, clad in pajamas, gathered around the dining table. Before they began to eat, the two women naturally took photos. However, after snapping the pictures, Chen Xing did not see them posting on social media. They merely saved the photos to their phones. The previous night, Chen Xing had specifically mentioned that all areas of the suite were open for exploration and photography, but he must not be included in any shots. He paid little mind to the two women, focusing instead on his meal, for he was genuinely hungry. Although the women were also quite famished, they ate delicately and gracefully. After dining, the two women brushed their teeth and applied light makeup. This was quite satisfactory. Chen Xing discovered that the other party placed significant emphasis on personal hygiene, not resembling those seemingly pristine individuals who are, in reality, quite disheveled. This pleased Chen Xing immensely. Through in-depth discussions, he learned that the two women underwent physical examinations at least once a month. Furthermore, they did not work every day. In fact, they might only manage to work 5 days in a month, and it was common for them to work merely 2 or 3 days. Although their earnings were modest, they refused to lower their own standards, as doing so would be exhausting and detrimental to their health. In their words, they were positioned at the highest echelon, preferring quality over quantity, and could not afford to be reckless. To Chen Xing's surprise, both women came from financially stable backgrounds, not being forced into their current circumstances. They owned cars and houses, and their parents held stable jobs, significantly better than Gu Annie's family situation. They chose this line of work purely for self-sufficiency, aiming to minimize or eliminate dependence on their families. Indeed, it was difficult for those from impoverished backgrounds to cultivate such poise, Chen Xing silently mused. However, self-sufficiency was not an easy path. Ordinary jobs were tedious and unfulfilling, failing to meet their material desires. Becoming models or engaging in sports required rigorous training from a young age, which was not only arduous but also dependent on innate talent. Of course, there were opportunities for substantial earnings through live streaming and becoming internet celebrities, where one could easily earn hundreds of thousands or even millions a year. Yet, to achieve internet fame, one either needed talent or had to resort to questionable means. The former was not within their capabilities, and the latter was something they simply did not enjoy. Moreover, live streaming every day was quite taxing, which they were unwilling to undertake. Perhaps being a car model was a viable option, but the work was exhausting and the income uncertain. Unprofessional modeling would not differ much from their current situation, rendering it unnecessary. In their words, the current arrangement was quite satisfactory. They enjoyed a high degree of freedom, spending most of their time in a vacation-like state, able to enjoy afternoon teas and shopping sprees with friends at their leisure. Their earnings were not insignificant, sufficient for their needs, and they interacted with affluent individuals and high-end social circles, frequenting upscale venues. Although they might hold the title of fake socialites, their lifestyle and experiences were quite akin to those of genuine elites. Chen Xing recognized that they possessed a unique skill, pleasing wealthy individuals and serving as the most exquisite and elegant adornments when required. Everyone has their own means of survival. In this intricate web of society, each individual ultimately finds their most suitable ecological niche. Chapter 40. On Cloud 9, Part 2. Yuan and her companions harbored a profound desire to encounter a wealthy individual who genuinely appreciated them, to be cherished and cared for, thus enabling them to enjoy a life free from financial worries. To support women of their caliber, Chen Xing estimated that an annual investment of at least 10 million yuan would be necessary, not as income, but as expenditure. This was not a game for the average wealthy individual. Naturally, this liking was not of the ordinary sort, but rather akin to a relationship between a master and a toy, or a pet. Such scenarios do exist in reality, and not infrequently. Some may question why someone so affluent would choose to support them when they could have anything they desired. However, as Chen Xing understood, his former employer had several women under his care within the company, including their salaries, provided vehicles, allowances, and various gifts. Each woman cost him at least 1 to 2 million yuan annually. These women were merely the most ordinary of individuals. Consider the average honest man who wishes to pursue a girlfriend. He must spend money, offer gifts, and when it comes to marriage, he must provide a dowry and purchase a house. Spending tens of millions is quite normal, even for someone who may only rate a 4, 5, or at most 6 out of 10. Marriage is often likened to two birds in the same forest, yet when adversity strikes, they quickly flee. The so-called establishment of a family by most men is fundamentally a matter of financially renting a woman. A certain real estate magnate, at the height of his success, extravagantly spent billions to support a prominent actress, establishing a studio and producing numerous films, all of which resulted in losses. There is a cost to every gain. It remains true that each party has their needs. Everyone is astute. They calculate the return on investment in their minds. In the afternoon, Chunxing sat on the large bed, remotely overseeing the inspection of the villa. Led by property appraiser Zhao Jian, the inspection team had taken numerous photos and compiled several lists to send to Chunxing. So far, there appeared to be no issues. As this was a flagship model home, and the contract explicitly detailed the brands and materials of every fixture, surely, the developers would not dare to commit fraud. Suddenly, Chunxing overheard two young ladies discussing tickets and luggage. What? He feigned annoyance and inquired, "What are you talking about?" Yuan smiled and replied, "Darling, we are deliberating whether to return to Jianghai tonight or tomorrow morning." Chunxing then realized he had not made himself clear. Return to Jianghai? When did I say our date would end today? Darling, but there are no buts. Listen to me. I never said the date was over. Only after clarifying that should you consider returning to Jianghai. Each of them had a daily activity budget of 200,000 yuan. They could order whatever they desired to eat or drink and indulge in red wine as they pleased. Of course, he would not be purchasing gifts for them. He had but one request, no playing on their phones in his presence. Hearing this, the two ladies rejoiced, realizing they had encountered a true benefactor. Far more relaxed than their usual routines, they hurriedly nestled beside Chunxing, showering him with affectionate kisses, one on the left exclaiming, "No problem," and the one on the right saying, "Darling, you're wonderful." Before long, Chunxing's cheeks were adorned with lipstick marks. Yuan playfully whispered in Chunxing's ear, however, "Darling, are you feeling all right today? What if we give it a try now?" As Chunxing spoke, he pulled her close, gently patting her long legs. While she pretended to shy away, though she did not truly resist, Chunxing began to feel that this was perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the experience. He was growing increasingly fond of this sensation. "Darling, what are you looking at?" Such beautiful photos of the villa. The two women had evidently noticed the illuminated screen of Chunxing's tablet. "I recently purchased a villa, and today it is being inspected." "Wow, darling, you bought a large villa. How could you not show your girlfriend? Let us go take a look. It's quite far, there's not much to see." Chunxing genuinely did not want to make the trip. "Darling, staying at home is rather dull. I mean, don't you want to experience what it's like in the car?" This sparked Chunxing's interest. He realized he was lacking in playfulness. "Let us go?" He called out to Zhao Jian. After a while, the two women changed their outfits, and after some tidying up, the three of them set out. Chunxing and the two ladies nestled in the back of a Rolls-Royce, driven by Yao Jun, heading straight for Yanjing Manor. Bing bing. Doesn't it feel so much more comfortable in a big car? Yesterday, in that little Benz, I could hardly stretch my legs, Yuan remarked, extending her long, fair legs onto Chunxing's lap. "Nice." Chunxing found himself quite taken with the gesture. The two women were evidently not strangers to the prestigious Daoth, displaying no signs of curiosity as they touched and examined their surroundings. Instead, they directly embraced Chunxing. Chapter 41. A tour of the villa. Chunxing, naturally, did not hold back and wore a somewhat smug expression as he eagerly joined the revelry. Soon, the three of them were playfully tussling in the rear seat of the car, laughter and cheerful banter echoing within the spacious interior. However, the so-called extended rear space still felt a bit cramped. It seemed the extension was insufficient, leaving him feeling somewhat restricted while attempting to stretch his legs. As he laughed while warding off the playful assaults from the two women, he internally criticized the situation, thinking to himself that next time he should opt for a more spacious vehicle. Nevertheless, throughout the journey, he indulged in a bit of playful exploration, satisfying his curiosity somewhat. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. Wasn't there a Olu coming tonight? Good things should be savored slowly, to be discussed later. Since his recent windfall, Chunxing had encountered many individuals, regardless of their income levels, who had long been accustomed to luxury brands, Balonlisher, Da Bin Li, and grand mansions. Only he remained a novice, experiencing everything for the first time. Were it not for his facade of composure before outsiders, he likely would have revealed his inexperience and become the subject of ridicule. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but smile wryly, lamenting how lowly his previous circumstances had been. Compared to this crowd, he felt worlds apart. "Do you fancy sports cars?" Chunxing could not resist casually inquiring of the two women, his tone laced with a hint of probing. With several million at his disposal, he had long considered acquiring a vehicle, including a sports car among his options. However, truth be told, he had little interest in sports cars. Once he obtained his driver's license, given his novice skills, he doubted he could handle such machines. He merely thought that sports cars were expensive and consumed money quickly, aligning well with his current proclivity for spending. Absolutely. Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, and Bing nodded in agreement, adding that while they enjoyed watching them, They preferred the comfort and grandeur of Dalao and Dabin. Yuan Yuan tilted her head playfully and added, "What's the matter, darling? Do you wish to buy a sports car?" Her tone carried a blend of curiosity and seriousness. "Nothing much," Chen Xing chuckled awkwardly, quickly diverting the conversation to mask his momentary unease. His hands, however, were far less restrained, wandering over the two pairs of long, fair legs, the silky texture stirring his desires. He silently acknowledged that a sports car would indeed do a disservice to such exquisite legs. The confined space could hardly accommodate such perfect curves. It seemed he needed to reconsider his car choice, ensuring it was spacious enough to allow for comfortable legroom. Yao Jun drove the car directly to the private parking lot north of the villa, although the transaction had yet to be finalized. The developers had already acknowledged Chen Xing as the owner. Wang Qinian and his associates, having heard that Chen Xing intended to inspect the property personally, were present at the villa to receive him. The Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop, and the door opened slowly. Yuan Yuan elegantly exited first, her long black hair shimmering in the sunlight, followed by Chen Xing, who adjusted his collar, and finally Bing Bing, whose black beret tilted slightly, adding an artistic flair. The trio emerged in succession, leaving Wang Qinian, Zhao Jian, and a dozen staff members outside momentarily stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The afternoon sun bathed the lawn in front of the villa, and a gentle breeze swept through, making the scene even more dramatic. In their eyes, Chen Xing, as a super-rich tycoon, was perfectly normal with beautiful girlfriends. Even having multiple girlfriends accompanying him was hardly unusual. After all, such arrangements were commonplace in the wealthy circles. However, the heights of these two girlfriends seemed somewhat exaggerated. Wearing high heels, they must have stood at least 2 meters tall. They squinted, noting that Chen Xing's head barely reached the chest of these stunning women, a height difference that was truly astonishing. Perhaps this could be considered a peculiar yet fitting pairing? Their heights aside, the figures and beauty of these two companions were breathtaking. Yuan Yuan's ethereal charm and Bing Bing's cool demeanor intertwined. Their porcelain skin and exquisite curves were simply extraordinary. To have such two tall beauties willingly by his side was not something easily achieved. It must require a substantial fortune, perhaps even a colossal gold mine. At that moment, they did not entertain any other thoughts, automatically assuming the two women were Chen Xing's girlfriends. Both appeared to be in their early 20s, exuding a refreshing and elegant aura. Their eyes devoid of any hint of worldly weariness, only exuding sensuality and composure. Of course, no one would clarify the truth, leaving ample room for imagination. The two women maintained their fashionable and elegant style from the previous day, wearing new outfits. Yuan Yuan's purple sequin dress sparkled in the sunlight, while Bing Bing donned a black leather jacket paired with a fitted top, exuding a cool vibe. However, they had not brought an abundance of clothing for their trip to Yanjing, as their luggage could hardly accommodate much. In that moment, the group stood in place, torn between finding the scene absurdly unique and feeling a twinge of envy. Perhaps both emotions mingled together, making it difficult to discern. Although their expressions were not exaggerated to the point of being dumbfounded, Chen Xing keenly sensed the complex emotions swirling among them. For human nature is universal. Envy and surprise are difficult to mask. "Mr. Chen, welcome to guide our work." Wang Qinian stepped forward, respectfully greeting him, his tone tinged with a hint of reverence. Chen Xing nodded slightly, refraining from idle chatter as he took the hands of Yuan Yuan and Bing Bing, leading them confidently into the villa to begin their tour. Sunlight streamed through the immense floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the living room and casting playful reflections on the crystal chandelier. Chen Xing's hand was warm and firm as he held the soft, delicate fingers of the two women. The scene felt entirely natural to him. In truth, it had been many years since he had held a woman's hand, let alone paraded so openly in public. Yet, in this moment, he felt no embarrassment, whether it was holding the hands of two stunning beauties or the amusing height difference. It all felt perfectly justified and natural. He needed no adjustment, no transition. It was as if he, Chen Xing, was destined for this. Indeed, money emboldens the heart. Yuan Yuan and Bing Bing, too, exhibited no signs of shyness, their faces adorned with gentle smiles as they obediently followed his lead. There was no urge to wander off and explore on their own, nor did they display any exaggerated astonishment akin to a naive visitor. They presented themselves as genuine girlfriends, accompanying their boyfriend through his cherished new home. Naturally, their occasional praises for the villa were not expressions of naivete, but rather perfectly timed compliments, as if to delight their boyfriend, admiring his prized possessions. For instance, upon seeing the Italian-imported genuine leather sofa, Yuan Yuan softly remarked, "This leather is so soft. It must be incredibly comfortable." Bing Bing pointed to an abstract painting on the wall, nodding in agreement. This artistic touch shows real discernment. Even more impressively, for certain pieces of furniture and decor that Chen Xing could hardly comprehend, like the gold-edged mahogany coffee table or the unidentifiable bronze sculpture in the corner, both women could articulate their thoughts with ease. As they entered the master bedroom, Chen Xing's gaze was instantly captivated by the 3-meter-wide custom bed at the room's center, sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the soft silk bedding. He felt a spark of excitement, silently marveling. Why didn't I notice this gem during my last visit? This bed is fantastic. It's even larger than the beds in hotels. Chen Xing couldn't help but exclaim, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Lowering his voice, he winked at the two women, suggesting with a teasing tone, perhaps we can come back to experience this later. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Husband, I too am quite looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Yuan's lips curved into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of alluring charm, her eyes reflecting genuine yearning. As if she were already envisioning that scene, Bingbing stood beside her, lightly biting her lower lip, a flicker of shyness passing through her gaze, yet she remained silent. And the atmosphere became palpably intimate. The group strolled from the first to the 5th floor, exploring each level, which took them several minutes. They visited the master bedroom, guest rooms, gym, media room, and even the rooftop terrace garden. After completing the tour, Chen Xing paused, turned back, and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" His tone inadvertently carried a hint of smug satisfaction. The two women simultaneously rolled their eyes, and Yuan covered her mouth with a light laugh, exclaiming, "It's fantastic, so luxurious. I dream of living in such a grand house." Bingbing remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze, unable to conceal her envy, her long lashes quivering as if suppressing her astonishment. Once the tour concluded, and with no other matters at hand, Chen Xing prepared to head home. He clapped his hands and nodded to Zhao Jian and Wang Qinian, saying, "Manager Zhao, thank you for your hard work today. If we don't finish today, we may have to trouble you again tomorrow." Zhao Jian quickly waved his hand, smiling earnestly. "No problem, Mr. Chen. Just give us your instructions." Chen Xing then turned to Wang Qinian, speaking earnestly. "Manager Wang, thank you for your hospitality. I won't keep you any longer today. Rest assured, I will remember to transfer the funds the day after tomorrow." Wang Qinian beamed, revealing a set of neat teeth, and politely replied, "Mr. Chen, take care." As the sun began to set, a gentle breeze swept across the lawn outside the villa, carrying a hint of late summer's coolness. Chen Xing held the hands of the two women, glancing back at the mansion, quietly contemplating. This place is indeed quite nice. Chapter 42, Lulu, Part 1. On the way back to the hotel, the interior of the Rolls-Royce was softly illuminated, with exceptional soundproofing, leaving only the low rumble of the engine. Chen Xing reclined lazily in the leather seat, one arm around Yuan and the other around Bingbing, savoring the warmth of their bodies in tranquil silence. Outside the car window, the streets of Yanjing gradually receded, as neon lights cast dappled shadows on the glass, creating a mesmerizing ambience. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Yuan tilted her head, her voice soft and curious, her hair brushing gently against Chen Xing's face. "Nothing much," Chen Xing casually replied, pausing for a moment before a sudden thought struck him, and he grinned, saying, "Oh, by the way, I just remembered something to tell you. A lady named Lulu will be coming to the hotel tonight." "Husband, you're something else." Looking at the pot while eating from the bowl, "Are you?" Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes widened in mock anger, lifting Chen Xing's chin with one hand, her rosy lips curving into an exaggerated pout. The scene was comical, resembling a silent film comedy. Yet Chen Xing found it utterly delightful, chuckling softly, neither refuting nor getting upset, simply enjoying this moment of playful banter. At that moment, Bingbing suddenly spoke, her voice cool yet inquisitive. "Husband, are you referring to the Lulu from Maple Leaf Country?" Her long, straight hair glistened under the lights, her eyes narrowing slightly beneath her beret, exuding a hint of intrigue. "Yes, her. However, she is no longer in Maple Leaf Country. She should be en route from Jianghai to Yanjing. Do you know her?" Chen Xing was taken aback, intrigued, as he turned his gaze towards the two women. "We do know her. We've shared afternoon tea a few times," Bingbing replied with a calm nod, her tone suggesting familiarity, having already deduced Chen Xing's preference for tall women. And mentioning Lulu could only mean her. "Ah, I see," Yuan chimed in, her voice tinged with realization, as her slender fingers unconsciously brushed through her hair. "What's the matter? Is there going to be more people, requiring extra payment?" Chen Xing half-jested, half-serious, probing, but noticing Yuan's demeanor seemed slightly subdued. He quickly added a line to ease the atmosphere. What extra payment? As long as there are no issues with Lulu, we won't ask for more money from you. Husband, where's your mind wandering off to? Yuan shot him an exasperated glance, gently tapping Chen Xing on the head, her delicate fingers tracing an arc in the air, carrying a hint of playful affection. What's the reason behind this? You seem a bit upset, Chen Xing remarked, rubbing the spot she had tapped. His tone laced with curiosity. It's about Lulu. Bing took over, her voice dropping slightly, her eyes flashing with complexity. What about her? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She is somewhat different from us. Bing paused, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, lowering her gaze, casting delicate shadows with her lashes in the light. Seeing this, Chen Xing decided not to press further, trusting that Lulu's uniqueness would be revealed later that evening. He leaned back in his seat, smiling and opting to temporarily set this topic aside. By the way, what is your relationship with your manager, Em? Can you share a bit? Chen Xing switched the subject. His tone relaxed, attempting to lighten the mood. There's nothing to hide. We don't have much of a relationship with him. Yuan shrugged casually, grinning. He helps us connect with clients and takes a small fee for the referrals. That's all. Wow, this Em really knows how to profit from both ends. Chen Xing mused internally, his lips twitching as he silently marveled at the business acumen of intermediaries. In fact, we haven't even seen Em's face. We don't even know if he is male or female, at least not yet. Perhaps M isn't a single individual at all, Bing added, her tone calm, as if stating the ordinary. Husband, you don't think we're in an employer-employee relationship with him, do you? Yuan turned to Chen Xing, a hint of amusement sparkling in her eyes. Chen Xing chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. To be honest, he had indeed entertained such a notion, conjuring an image of a behind-the-scenes mogul in his mind. Impossible, Bing chuckled lightly, a note of disdain in her voice. Husband, you should know that M has a wealth of information on many ladies, right? It's impossible they are all hired help. I won't deny that such arrangements exist elsewhere, but with M, it's a relationship of equal cooperation. If one comes, they come. If one leaves, they leave. M is simply an intermediary, a platform that organizes information and gathers clients. After hearing this, Chen Xing nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of their statements. The car fell into a quiet lull, only the distant sounds of traffic filtering through. He leaned back in his seat, stroking his chin in contemplation. This industry is indeed fascinating. You must have your own circles, right? I mean, in your line of work, Chen Xing tentatively inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. The two women exchanged glances, not offended but rather smiling more brightly, clearly unreserved about this topic. Of course, we are high-end, only associating with equally high-end sisters. Our circle is on an entirely different level from the kind of women you might imagine, Li Xiuan replied with a touch of pride, her hair swaying gently under the light, her long fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the seat. She paused for a moment, her confidence increasing. They rely on quantity to succeed. They earn significantly more than we do, truly working tirelessly to make money. We, however, are different. We focus more on enjoyment, advocating for a life of freedom and ease. Most of our time is spent in Modu, but when needed, we travel everywhere, living as if we are on a perpetual vacation. As she spoke, Li Xiuan seemed to suddenly realize something, her almond-shaped eyes widening in feigned anger as she shot Chen Xing a playful glance, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Husband, you're not thinking of using us to meet more ladies like us, are you? Although Bing and I haven't been in this line of work for long, we can guarantee you won't find anyone better than us. I am aware that you have an affinity for individuals like us, yet there are truly few who resemble us. Surely, you do not equate a towering height of 1.9 meters with an ordinary cabbage? Upon hearing this, Chen Xing smiled silently, stroking his chin in contemplation. Statistically speaking, individuals like Yuan and Bing, who stand above 1.8 meters, possess exquisite figures and boast a beauty rating exceeding 8 points, are indeed a rare find, especially as they are unmarried and conveniently encountered by him. In the materials previously sent by M, there were numerous large SUVs exceeding 1.8 meters. Yet he consistently identified various flaws. Either the proportions were not perfect or the aura was mismatched, resulting in rejection. In recent days, he had covertly infiltrated several groups in search of prospects, but was met with disappointment, as all he found were less than desirable. Nevertheless, his intrinsic determination remained, and he would undoubtedly continue his pursuit in the future. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Xing waved his hand generously, settling the dating fees for the next 3 days for both women in advance, as he found daily transactions cumbersome and preferred a one-time arrangement. After the settlement, he wasted no time, The three of them eagerly descended upon the custom-made 3-meter-wide bed, laughter and joy enveloping the room. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow on the silk bedding. Chun-Shing had specifically requested that both women keep their high heels on. The striking red-bottomed stilettos and sleek black knee-high boots creating an alluring ambience at the bedside. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Lulu's voice message chimed in, "Boss, I've arrived at the hotel." The crisp and powerful tone shattered the intimate atmosphere in the room, causing Chun-Shing to sit up abruptly, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 43, Lulu, Part 2, led by Butler Liao, Lulu confidently approached the door of the presidential suite. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the corridor's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting reflections of their slender and graceful silhouettes on the polished marble floor. Liao Yuemo walked ahead, her steps steady yet tinged with fatigue and resignation, her heart numb. How many times has this been? She silently counted, bemused by the endless array of the wealthy man's whims. Soon, the task was complete, and she briskly escorted her client to the door before promptly leaving. Leaving Lulu standing alone at the entrance, the faint scent of her delicate perfume lingering in the air. Upon learning of Lulu's arrival, Yuan felt a playful urge and instructed Chun-Shing to remain hidden, intending to tease her a little. "Oh, is that Lulu?" Yuan leaned against the doorframe, her long black hair, held in place by a pair of stylish sunglasses, cascading in an orderly fashion. A teasing smile dancing on her pink lips as she greeted Lulu in a light-hearted tone. Lulu was taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise at encountering a familiar face. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be?" Yuan replied with an even brighter smile, elegantly waving her hand. "Not just me, but Bing Bing is here as well." As her words hung in the air, Bing Bing emerged from the depths of the room, her long dark hair swaying gently beneath a black beret. She cast a warm smile towards Lulu and softly said, "Hello, Lulu." In contrast to Yuan's playful banter, Bing Bing's tone exuded warmth, indicating a closer relationship than anticipated. The three of them were not particularly intimate. Their interactions were mostly confined to casual chats in a small group and a few afternoon teas, placing their relationship somewhere between acquaintances and close friends. Each held their own true confidants, but those friends could not compare in appearance, thus delineating their social circles clearly. In comparison to Bing Bing's cool elegance and Yuan's graceful poise, Lulu's style was markedly different. Clad in a snug pink hoodie and matching yoga pants, her sneakers made soft thuds against the floor. Her attire accentuated her strong physique, with a slender yet powerful waist, full and rounded hips, and distinctly defined leg muscles. Even her back exhibiting an upright curve. This was the embodiment of a muscular woman. Having dedicated years to weight training, her physique surpassed that of most female fitness instructors. Standing at 188 meters tall, radiating strength and visual impact, akin to an Amazonian warrior. Her features were exquisite and full, adorned with light makeup. Her eyes reflecting a spirited confidence, her beauty firmly rated at 8 points, her skin glowing healthily under the light. However, her body fat percentage appeared to hover around 20. Her muscle proportion not overly exaggerated. Her upper body was significantly stronger than that of the average woman, while still retaining a sense of softness, far from resembling a muscle Barbie. Perhaps it was Lulu's assertive aura that made Yuan less fond of her, as she always felt that Lulu was somewhat out of place. In truth, Lulu was not overwhelmingly muscular. Her overall harmony was just right. Chun-Shing discreetly assessed her, recognizing the perfect blend of strength and beauty she embodied. "Where's the boss?" Lulu scanned the surroundings, her tone tinged with urgency. "The boss? There is no boss here, only a husband," Yuan teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Has he already been called husband?" Lulu was momentarily taken aback, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. "Well, who told you to arrive so late?" Yuan elongated her tone playfully, feigning reproach. "Before you rush to find your husband, listen to the conditions he has set for you first." With that, she elaborated on the generous terms Chun-Shing had offered, substantial remuneration, flexible arrangements, the enticing conditions causing Lulu's eyes to sparkle with interest. Naturally, Lulu readily agreed. Otherwise, she would not have traveled such a great distance from Maple Leaf Country back to Huaxia, enduring the arduous journey solely for this moment. At that moment, Chun-Shing finally made his appearance. He pushed open the bedroom door, lights spilling around him, outlining his slightly excited figure. A smug smile gracing his lips as he prepared to embrace this grand occasion. He was undoubtedly pleased with Lulu, for he would not have gone out of his way to invite her from afar if he were not. While the balcony view did not rival that of Yuan's expansive one, The garden was impressively vast and awe-inspiring. What astonished him even more was the sight of Lulu's thighs, seemingly thicker than his waist. The circumference of her hips appeared to be around 120 centimeters. Chen Xing stood to the side, unable to suppress a chuckle within, as he had not harbored high expectations for this selection, yet found himself pleasantly surprised. In a sense, Lulu, with her towering stature and sensuous yet powerful physique, was an even rarer find than he had imagined. Achieving her physique required no less than 5 years of relentless training, a feat hardly attainable. If Yuan and Bing Bing were to be likened to full-sized luxury SUVs, elegant and fluid, then Lulu could be considered a robust off-road vehicle, embodying both strength and wildness. Upon seeing Chen Xing, Lulu's expression mirrored that of Yuan and the others before her. She exhibited neither disappointment nor surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Xing, unfazed, promptly took out his phone. Scanning to transfer the dating expenses for 3 days to Lulu, his movements fluid and practiced. Following the same procedure, Lulu had her identification and health report ready, the latter being in English and bearing a postal stamp from Maple Leaf Country, indicating it was freshly completed. Chen Xing received the documents without hesitation, meticulously reviewing them. The identification revealed Dai Xiao Lu, from L Province, age 28, 5 years older than Yuan and Bing Bing. Husband, Lulu softly called out, her voice low and slightly magnetic. Chen Xing listened, finding Lulu's utterance of husband lacked the smoothness present in Yuan and Bing Bing's tones, imbued instead with a touch of straightforwardness. However, he refrained from critiquing. After all, one could not be too demanding, could they? In truth, Yuan's intuition was correct. Lulu was indeed different from them. Dai Xiao Lu had begun her fitness journey in her freshman year of university, and nearly a decade later, she had truly become a fitness coach, working as a personal trainer in a high-end gym with an annual membership fee of $30,000. She engages in fitness not to compete in bodybuilding, fitness, or powerlifting contests. She never pursues exaggerated muscle dimensions, nor does she strive to reduce her body fat percentage to 10 or even more extreme levels. Her initial motivation for exercising was merely to achieve a more refined physique, and the definition of perfection rests solely on her own aesthetic standards. She is passionately devoted to training her glutes, legs, core, and even her back, resulting in a rounded and powerful posterior, sculpted leg lines, and a back that stands tall like a taut bowstring. However, she rarely practices chest exercises and seldom touches her arms, believing that as long as they are not emaciated, they are satisfactory. Her primary focus lies in enhancing her glutes and legs, firmly believing that these two areas are what make a woman truly alluring. Training her core and back is aimed at elongating her silhouette and achieving a more harmonious proportion. Consequently, she exudes a unique aura of strength and beauty. Chen Xing, captivated by Lulu's explosive yet graceful physique, couldn't help but smile. This figure is simply remarkable. Chapter 44. Awakening. Dai Xiaolu initially chose to become a fitness instructor for a rather straightforward reason. It allowed her to earn money while also exercising for free. A perfect win-win situation. At first, she merely saw this career as a means to balance her life and interests, but as her time in fitness progressed, she became increasingly adept, and her goals subtly shifted. The pursuit of personal perfection became her foremost ambition, while material pleasures faded into the background. She began to favor athletic wear and sneakers, with skirts and high heels becoming distant memories. She would buy bags and cosmetics, but only as much as was necessary, never seeking to fill an entire wall with luxury brands, nor did she scream in excitement over limited editions from Hermes. Her wardrobe predominantly consisted of functional sports attire rather than ostentatious luxury goods. However, maintaining a fitness regimen is far from effortless. To persist, the costs in terms of time and finances are considerable. Although she does not aspire to extreme physique transformations for competition, regular expenditures on supplements, nutritional products, and specialized meal plans are indispensable. While she manages to persevere, she must first address these concrete concerns. Even though she does not prioritize material indulgence, as a woman, she still wishes to possess a basic level of refined living. The meal delivery services offering fitness meals at exorbitant prices are merely a facade in her eyes. Whether it be the market's fat loss meals or fast food from street-side eateries, the nutritional balance and hygiene standards fall short of her expectations. Fresh vegetables are manageable, but how could she forego steak and seafood? Coupled with various protein powders and amino acid supplements, maintaining a sophisticated and professional diet incurs daily costs of several hundred yuan. This is still under the assumption that she purchases ingredients and cooks for herself. Dining at upscale restaurants would double her expenses, often exceeding 1,000 yuan. A burden she finds increasingly difficult to bear. Moreover, clothing and equipment represent another significant financial outlay. High-end athletic gear comes at a steep price, with a complete set often costing tens of thousands of yuan, and how could she possibly settle for just one? Additionally, venue rentals are also costly. She refuses to compromise by joining a low-end gym with an annual fee in the thousands, fearing she would be suffocated by the stares of onlookers. Her living situation cannot be too shabby either. She requires a high-end apartment with a monthly rent of at least 10,000 yuan, surrounded by affluent neighbors, to avoid frequent scrutiny from lower-income individuals captivated by her striking physique. The cumulative expenses are far beyond what an ordinary office worker can afford. Not to mention the issue of time. Ordinary office workers toil to the point of exhaustion, leaving no time for exercise, with salaries barely covering expenses. It is truly a double bind. Even as a fitness instructor, her life may appear enviable at first glance, but reality presents its own challenges. Day in and day out, teaching classes leaves her with little time for her own workouts. Each lesson sold raises questions of how many she can sell and how much she can earn. The more classes she sells, the less time she has for herself. Selling a single class for 1,000 yuan sounds appealing, yet after deducting costs and energy, it proves insufficient. She is disinterested in engaging in deceitful practices that exploit clients under the guise of personal training, as selling a single class would consume valuable time. And genuine fitness seekers offer little financial return, demanding significant time investment instead. She refuses to become trapped in such an inefficient cycle. Ultimately, she opted for a more straightforward approach. With a higher client price point and greater freedom, she only needs to teach a few classes a month, amounting to perhaps just a few hours of commitment. The remaining 20-plus days are entirely her own, allowing her to train as she pleases and travel wherever she desires. In Dai Xiaolu's view, trading a few hours of limited freedom for the funds needed for fitness and maintaining a basic refined lifestyle is an exceptionally advantageous arrangement. Of course, Dai Xiaolu has considered becoming a fitness influencer, which could also yield substantial income. But not everyone is willing to expose themselves to the public eye, subjecting themselves to the scrutiny of strangers and the weight of both kind and unkind gazes. In this regard, she shares a similar perspective with Li Xiuan and Wang Bing, preferring to enjoy a low-profile existence rather than becoming the center of attention under the lens of the internet. Moreover, once accustomed to the seamless integration of work and life, she is increasingly reluctant to alter her circumstances. Everything is quite satisfactory, balanced just right. Dai Xiaolu's integration into Li Xiuan's circle is, in truth, an attempt to unearth clients who appreciate her particular style. This is precisely why Li Xiuan finds Lulu so distinctive. While Li Xiuan and Wang Bing are enamored with the world of the wealthy, dreaming of a luxurious life dependent on them, Dai Xiaolu seeks merely to earn funds from affluent individuals, compelling them to invest in her journey toward perfection. Her intentions are simple yet resolute. As pleasantries wound down, the clock edged toward 6 in the evening, the waning sunlight painting the horizon outside in hues of crimson. Chen Xing, oblivious to Dai Xiaolu's background story, remained immersed in his initial impression of her. As the saying goes, before the troops move, provisions must be secured. He decided to treat everyone to a lavish dinner to foster a convivial atmosphere. Handing the hotel restaurant menu to the three women, he cheerfully urged, "Order whatever you like." Li Xiuan and Wang Bing, having long since established a rapport with Chen Xing, wasted no time and ordered several dishes without hesitation. However, they steered clear of the aristocratic dishes priced in the thousands, opting instead for exquisite yet moderate seasonal seafood and meats. Observing this, Dai Xiaolu followed suit, selecting steamed cod and 2 dishes of stir-fried seasonal vegetables with deft precision. The dining experience was held in the suite's grand dining room, with an 18-person long table accommodating only the 4 of them. The spacious room filled with soft background music, creating an atmosphere of openness. Soon, dozens of dishes were brought to the table by the hotel staff, occupying only a corner, beautifully plated, rich in flavor and aroma. The air infused with the delightful scent of seafood and the freshness of vegetables. Feeling the atmosphere could be even more vibrant, Chen Xing pondered for a moment and suggested, "We should have some wine to elevate the mood." He specifically instructed the 3 women to open a bottle, without concern for the price. Enthusiastically, Xiuan dashed to the wine cabinet, deliberating for quite some time before selecting a bottle of Chateau Latour 2010 vintage red wine, valued at around 160,000 yuan. Certainly not top tier, but sufficiently impressive. The group took it upon themselves to decant and pour the wine, without needing to call for butler Liao. The 3 women appeared quite familiar with wine, effortlessly opening bottles, swirling glasses, and pouring, their movements smooth and practiced, the deep crimson liquid swirling in crystal goblets, exuding a rich fruit aroma. Chen Xing, however, was a novice, holding his glass with caution, occasionally taking small sips and frowning in contemplation. The three women, meanwhile, busily captured the beauty of the dishes and wine glasses on their phones, while Chen Xing paid them no mind, simply wishing they would refrain from filming him, opting instead to focus on his meal. Dinner proceeded in a relaxed atmosphere, with conversations ranging from cuisine to travel, fitness to fashion, the topics flowing freely until past 8 o'clock when the gathering finally concluded. Chen Xing had only consumed a small glass of wine, while the bottle was largely shared among the three women. The dishes were nutritionally balanced, devoid of high oil and high salt junk food. However, he noticed that Lulu had not even touched the dessert, presumably adhering to a stringent dietary regimen. Chen Xing was acutely aware that he was not a high-class gentleman, merely an ordinary fellow who, through his financial prowess, had attracted a cohort of stunning beauties he once could not have imagined dining and conversing with. They could not disdain his ordinary appearance or his shorter stature, and even their mobile phone usage had to be restrained. At this moment, Chen Xing was simultaneously intoxicated and lucid, recognizing that a romantic connection with them was inherently impossible, a fact he was indifferent to. He did not care about their genuine thoughts. He merely sought acknowledgement, compliance, and even a degree of flattery from them, which sufficed. They played their roles well, and each party's needs were met. This was quite satisfactory. Chapter 45. Madness, Part 1. After dinner, Lulu had fully integrated into this little collective, and the atmosphere had warmed up, signaling the time to commence the main event. The restaurant was a jumble of dishes, the remnants of seafood lingering in the air, naturally overseen by butler Liao, whose busy figure darted outside. Subsequently, the group moved to the master bedroom to change clothes. In this particular stage of changing, Chen Xing not only supervised but also directed, adopting the demeanor of a grand director, continuously issuing commands that elicited laughter from within the suite. Soon, his misguided directing turned into playful frolicking, with clothes strewn across the floor, and they engaged in a jovial bout, working up a sweat. The perspiration dampened his forehead, and a subtle fragrance permeated the air. Chen Xing suddenly had the idea of receiving a massage. Observing the other two fumbling with their techniques, Lulu promptly took over, professionally guiding Chen Xing through a post-workout stretch. Chen Xing winced in delight, unable to help but exclaim, "Your technique is remarkable." He secretly contemplated inviting Xiao Xiao for some training in the future. The next phase involved bathing. With too many people, the bathtub was clearly insufficient, necessitating a staggered approach. In the steamy bathroom, while someone called hubby was not as smooth as expected, they were exceedingly serious while scrubbing. Shoulders, back, arms, and legs were meticulously attended to, requiring no instruction from Chen Xing. He squinted and stole glances, feeling layers of dead skin sloughing off, his skin brightening visibly. As for the specifics and what followed, they are better left to the imagination. By midnight, fatigue overtook them, and they decided to call it a night, with the promise of tomorrow. Yet, a small issue arose. The bed was not large enough. The 2-meter-wide bed was manageable for playful antics, but hardly sufficient for rest. Chen Xing chuckled to himself. Cramming together is quite healthy. With the lights out, he drifted into a contented slumber. In his dreams, a soft, alluring voice whispered, "Hubby, you can go again." Chen Xing, in a daze, sensed something unusual. A thief in the night? Who dared disturb his dreams? Struggling to open his eyes, in the dim light, he discovered it was none other than Lulu. Her sultry gaze and athletic form appeared even more enticing in the dim glow. Such a disruption of his peaceful dreams warranted a punishment. Just as Chen Xing prepared to act, Lulu scooped him up in a princess carry, striding towards the second bedroom. She possessed remarkable strength, her arms securely cradling him as she moved with ease. Setting him down on the bed, she whispered, "This is convenient for a demonstration." Chen Xing decided not to resist, allowing her to take charge. As the sun rose high, morning light filtered through the curtains into the master bedroom. Chen Xing awoke to find himself back on the large bed, surrounded only by the other two, with no sign of Lulu. What was happening? Had last night been a dream? It felt too vivid to be mere fantasy. How could he not verify? Chen Xing hastily dressed and hurried to the second bedroom, discovering an empty bed amidst a chaotic battlefield, a testament to the night's events being far from illusory. Indeed, one does not feel pain in dreams. No wonder she was a seasoned fitness enthusiast. Chen Xing, invigorated, wandered around the suite until he finally found Lulu in the gym. She wore a women's sports tank and yoga pants, sprinting on the treadmill, drenched in sweat, her power and grace intertwining in a mesmerizing display. Upon noticing his approach, Lulu slowed her pace, wiped the sweat from her brow, and cheerfully greeted him. "Good morning, hubby. Doing some cardio in the morning is beneficial." The latter part was merely an explanation for her early rise. However, Qinxing was not interested in that. He eagerly inquired, "What happened last night?" Lulu laughed as she continued running, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Hubby, you spent so much money. I had to ensure you got your money's worth. Such consideration for me. Then, what was the first round about, where you concealed your abilities?" Qinxing pressed further. "If I didn't hold back a bit, how could you compete with the others?" Lulu paused the treadmill, picked up a towel to wipe away her sweat, and cast a knowing glance at Qinxing. Her smile laden with meaning. Intriguing. Qinxing found it all quite amusing. "Last night doesn't count. I was half asleep. Next time, it must be when I am fully awake." Before he could finish, Lulu approached him, leaned down, and planted a kiss on his lips, then gently lifted his chin. Gazing down at him with a bright smile, "Hubby, I understand now. Let's get ready for breakfast. I've already ordered." Chapter 46, Madness, Part 2. Qinxing roused the still slumbering Yuan and Bing before taking Lulu to the master bedroom for a quick bath. In the steamy bathroom, he rarely took the initiative to help Lulu wash, and indeed, it was just a wash. He had no ulterior motives, simply wishing to experience the joy of serving. Water splashed everywhere. By the time Yuan and Bing emerged from their showers, Qinxing and Lulu were already indulging in breakfast. Qinxing noticed that both he and Lulu had hearty appetites, ordering a lavish spread of eggs, steak, and lean meat porridge, nearly filling the table. It remained unclear whether Lulu's health-conscious breakfast did not appeal to the two girls or if they were simply not morning eaters. In any case, all four finished nearly simultaneously, leaving behind empty plates and a few satisfied sighs. This day, Qinxing had no intentions of going anywhere, preferring to stay in the hotel and ponder what fun activities to pursue. Finally, an idea struck him, and he suggested the three women play a game of do di zhu, a real game of cards. He would not participate, merely dealing the cards and acting as the referee. He established a rule. The loser had to give him a French kiss. The game began, laughter erupted, and the atmosphere became lively. Ultimately, Qinxing concluded. Yuan was enthusiastic, Lulu had an irresistible charm, and Bing was particularly obedient. If he did not call for a stop, she would not relent. However, why did everyone's tongues seem so long? Was it a benefit of height? He stroked his chin, muttering to himself, unable to suppress his amusement. Thus, a delightful day passed, with the four of them enjoying food and fun within the hotel. Qinxing reclined on the sofa, gazing out at the night view of Yanjing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting, this must be the treatment of ancient emperors. At 5 p.m., Lulu announced that she had not exercised for 3 days and could no longer resist the urge to hit the gym. Qinxing could not object, so he took Yuan and Bing along to observe. To their surprise, the presidential suite's gym had a squat rack, much to Lulu's delight. Declaring it unnecessary to trek to the public gym, Lulu's suitcase was fully equipped, containing squat shoes, a weight belt, and several bottles of supplements Qinxing could not comprehend. She changed into her sports tank and yoga pants, donned knee pads, and the group proceeded to the gym. Lulu commenced her warm-up with several sets of hip bridges. Her movements graceful and fluid, the contours of her hips accentuated by the light, with the barbell weighing several dozen kilograms. However, the three onlookers, being novices, could not discern the intricacies but felt her commanding presence and elegant form. Qinxing, with a half bottle of vinegar, insisted on joining the fray, teaching Yuan and Bing how to manipulate various equipment, immersed in a flurry of activity. They were utterly astounded when Lulu commenced her free squats. After a simple warm-up, she directly lifted 150 kilograms for 8 repetitions, the barbell resting on her shoulders as steady as Mount Tai, her muscular contours astonishingly pronounced. Lulu was essentially squatting while bearing the weight of both me and Bing. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Qinxing surmised that if she attempted a 1-rep max, Lulu could potentially squat 200 kilograms. Inspired by this, he resolved to carve out time for training in the future. After all, possessing wealth without the physical capacity to enjoy it felt exceedingly frustrating. After a brief respite, dinner time arrived. Just like breakfast and lunch, they casually ordered whatever they fancied in the suite, the table adorned with exquisite seafood and steak. The evening's agenda included a collective swim. Qinxing had arranged for an entire swimming pool at the hotel through butler Liao, securing exclusive access from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. However, none of the three women had brought swimsuits. They promptly purchased bikinis from a nearby Hermes store. Once donned, Their bodies appeared even more extraordinary. Their curves subtly revealed under the glimmer of the water an indescribable sensation of delight. Chen Xing, however, remained unfazed, commenting that it was merely mediocre. Being unclothed was far more invigorating, eliciting peals of laughter from the three women. All three could swim proficiently, while Chen Xing could only manage a dog paddle. They offered to teach him, pulling him through the water, the buoyancy allowing them to almost cradle him. With only 4 people in the expansive pool, Chen Xing was unconcerned about being seen. As he acclimated to the experience, he found it both embarrassing and exhilarating, his cheeks flushed, yet reveling in the moment. After 2 hours, the actual swimming had been overshadowed by playful splashing and laughter. It was indeed a splendid night. Even the moon seemed to shy away. Was the bed too small? The bedroom floor spanned over 40 square meters. Yet, the undeniable power of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with its roaring engine and howling wind, rendered him unable to sit still, his bones creaking as if he might come apart at the seams. Chapter 47. Reunion the following morning. A Monday imbued with the crispness of late autumn heralded the dawn of a new week. Chen Xing savored a sumptuous breakfast in the presidential suite's dining area, relishing a steaming steak paired with fried eggs, complemented by freshly baked toast, the aroma lingering in the spacious setting. As he sipped his coffee, he contemplated his plans for the day, realizing he would be out for the entire duration. With this in mind, he informed the 3 women, "I may not return until late tonight. You are free to engage in your own activities. Feel free to go out. But I might not be back early. Darling, where are you off to today? Can't we go with you?" Yuan's voice carried a hint of playful pouting. As her words faded, Bing Bing and Lulu cast curious glances, the air thick with a light-hearted teasing atmosphere. "Just so you know, Gu Annie will be on site today," Chen Xing joked. Upon recalling the girl, he suddenly realized that he had not contacted her over the entire weekend. Indeed, in his eyes, she had become merely a girl. Having grown accustomed to the strong presence of Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu, other women now appeared diminutive, akin to little rabbits. He couldn't help but self-deprecate. "I have truly become arrogant. No need for concern." Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. "Today, I'm just going to purchase a small property and meet a friend." Before he could finish, Yuan approached with a hint of perfume, elegantly clad in a revealing camisole, her alluring figure shimmering in the morning light. She lifted Chen Xing's chin with one hand, her luminous eyes locking onto his with feigned seriousness. "Darling, it must be a female friend, right? Either that or your wife, or perhaps someone you are considering pursuing. You shouldn't be so naughty." Her voice playfully elongated with a teasing lilt. Bing Bing and Lulu stifled their laughter nearby, their eyes glinting with mischief. Internally, Chen Xing wanted to shout in disbelief. Their guesses were astoundingly accurate. He had never disclosed to the 3 women whether he was married, allowing them to speculate freely, yet he hadn't anticipated their keen insight. With the proverbial rabbit hopping right into view, how could he let the opportunity slip? Seizing the moment, Chen Xing playfully caught the rabbit, inhaling deeply, then chuckled as he turned to peck Bing Bing and Lulu on the cheeks. Offering no explanations or defenses, he felt no obligation to clarify. Before long, the 3 women had formulated their own plans. After a brief discussion, they decided to visit SKP, the premier shopping mall in Yanjing, which they had yet to explore and were eager to experience. They also requested to use Chen Xing's Rolls-Royce from the hotel, opting against taking a taxi. "Can you drive?" Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly warning them. Yuan smiled confidently, patting her chest. "Darling, you might be the only novice left in this world. We are all seasoned drivers." Bing Bing and Lulu nodded in agreement, casting scornful glances at Chen Xing, who couldn't help but find their antics amusing. However, seeing the burgeoning camaraderie among the women, transitioning from comrades in arms to intimate friends, pleased him greatly. Indeed, true sisterhood forged through numerous battles, he thought. "All right, you can use the car," he readily agreed. As for his own transportation, he was unconcerned. The hotel had another Rolls-Royce, and if necessary, he could make do with a Mercedes-Benz. Butler Liao would ensure everything was arranged appropriately. After sharing affectionate kisses with each of the 3 women, Chen Xing departed to his vehicle. Today marked the first occasion he donned a Daytona watch on his wrist. The Rolex timepieces he had ordered a few days prior finally arrived yesterday, delivered personally by sales associate Li Lecky and 2 of her colleagues, who brought a finely crafted small safe to the hotel, entrusting the watches to Chen Xing. Yao Jun drove the other Rolls-Royce, smoothly steering towards the signing location at Wanlushiyuan. Chen Xing glanced at his phone, noticing that Gu Annie was already en route. Having heeded his earlier advice to take a taxi directly, he had additional matters requiring her assistance that afternoon. Thus, he had specifically advised her against driving herself. On her end, since parting ways with Chen Xing on Friday night, Gu Annie had not heard from him, anxiety gnawing at her over the past 2 days. Could it be that he is not interested in me? She pondered, bewildered. It seemed unlikely, if he had no interest. Why had he opened up and shared his experiences and secrets on Friday? Unable to contain her curiosity, she sent Chen Xing a message last night, reminding him of their contract signing this morning. Yet, Chen Xing failed to respond. Her mind raced with possibilities. Could he have forgotten about tomorrow's signing? Little did she know. At that moment, Chen Xing was immersed in a whirlwind of revelry. It wasn't until this morning that he finally messaged her, allowing Gu Annie to exhale a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that at least the deal was still on. As Chen Xing arrived at the Wanlu Shuyuan community, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled shadows. Gu Annie, alongside a representative from the brokerage firm, awaited him at the community entrance. The young man held a sizable briefcase, its brown leather surface marked with the signs of wear, clearly prepared for the meeting. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of autumn's chill, as Gu Annie stood poised beside him, her black marten boots firmly planted on the ground, her figure upright and graceful. Brother Chun, the young man greeted first, his voice warm yet respectful. My name is He Dongsheng. You can just call me Xiao He. He flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of neat teeth, and offered a simple introduction, his eyes reflecting a sense of anticipation. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the trio set off towards the property. Along the way, Gu Annie's nose occasionally twitched. Chen Xing, who had been observing her attentively, noticed this detail and, curious, inquired, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing Chen Xing's question, Gu Annie offered a slight smile before covering her mouth to stifle a sneeze. "It's nothing. I didn't expect the temperature to drop today. I might have dressed a bit too lightly." Gu Annie maintained her usual polished and elegant demeanor, donning a well-tailored dark gray trench coat over a white blouse. The coat was left unbuttoned, and her jeans accentuated her long legs, complemented by understated black marten boots that exuded a quiet confidence. Indeed, she was a beauty, prioritizing style over warmth. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at this thought. But before he could voice anything, Xiao He interjected, "Sisterin, there's a breeze outside. Once we're indoors, it will be fine." With that, Chen Xing refrained from further comments, recognizing that the temperature did indeed feel several degrees cooler than in recent days. He discreetly assessed Gu Annie, increasingly convinced that his memory served him correctly. Her beauty was on par with that of Yuan and the others. If only she were a few centimeters taller, she would be utterly flawless. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had hinted for her to wear high heels to enhance her presence. Strangely, after 2 days of playful banter with Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu, seeing Gu Annie again seemed to subtly shift his perspective or perhaps his mindset. He could not quite articulate the change, but her refreshing charm appeared to possess a hint of the demure grace typically associated with a refined lady in contrast to the boldness of the 3 women. Could it be that I've been influenced by those audacious women? He mused, stroking his chin, a wry smile forming as he engaged in self-deprecating thoughts. With Xiao He present, Chen Xing and Gu Annie were unable to converse freely. Gu Annie succinctly introduced, "The owner's surname is Kai. He is a professor at the nearby Yenjing University." Chen Xing refrained from probing further into why Professor Kai was selling the property, as it was of no concern to him. His focus remained solely on the house itself. Shortly after their arrival at the property, a man in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, hurriedly entered. Dressed in a gray woolen coat and carrying a black leather bag, he was evidently Professor Kai. He appraised Chen Xing with a glance and smiled. "You must be the buyer." "Yes," Chen Xing nodded politely. "Good day, Professor Kai." Gu Annie also greeted him with a smile, her tone professional. "Good day," Professor Kai replied with a gentle nod, his voice imbued with the calmness characteristic of an academic. After exchanging a few cordial remarks, Xiao He wasted no time and retrieved the prepared contract from his briefcase, distributing copies to both Professor Kai and Chen Xing, while keeping one for himself. "Professor Kai, Chen Gu, this is the tripartite contract our company has prepared. If necessary, you may photograph it and send it to a trusted lawyer for review." As he spoke, Xiao He handed each of them a pen, his demeanor respectful. "Is there any need for a lawyer? I can handle it myself." Professor Kai waved his hand dismissively, seated himself on a nearby wooden chair, adjusted his glasses, and began to meticulously peruse the contract. The pages rustled softly as he turned them, reflecting his conscientious nature. Chen Xing opted to review it himself as well. The contract was succinct, spanning only 20 to 30 pages, slightly modified from the standard template used by the agency, with neat typography and clear terms. Leaning against the windowsill, sunlight cascaded over his shoulder as he opened the first page, preparing for a thorough examination. This property was free of loans or mortgages, the hard furnishings remaining untouched. Yet Professor Kai intended to take all the furniture and appliances. Chen Xing chose to purchase it outright, thus simplifying the process considerably. Following the signing of the contract, the agency would promptly schedule the transfer procedures, enabling the completion of all processes within the week, a remarkable efficiency that made Chen Xing nod in approval. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, casting a warm glow on the polished wooden floor, while a faint woody aroma filled the air, adding a touch of coziness to the home. Chen Xing planned to acquire the property under the name of Xinxing Life Services Company, Limited. With payment drawn from his personal account, the company renaming and related formalities were not yet finalized, but this would not hinder the transaction. After all, Chen Yu would resolve these matters either today or tomorrow. To ensure absolute certainty, he had specifically inquired with both Xiao He and Chen Yu to confirm that all details were accurate. The contract content posed no significant issues. Chen Xing and Professor Kai filled in their personal information and affixed their signatures, with Xiao He signing on behalf of the agency. Even so, completing these 3 contracts had taken them past 11 o'clock in the morning. After signing, Chen Xing immediately called Chen Yu to transfer 39 million yuan as a down payment to the account designated by Professor Kai, while the remaining 40 million yuan would be settled post-transfer. He entrusted the subsequent transfer errands entirely to the agency. Whether handled by Gu Annie or others would depend on the agency's arrangements. Professor Kai, being a professor at Yinjing University, naturally valued his time and was unwilling to squander it on such trivial tasks. Of course, delegating to the agency also necessitated signing a plethora of documents, with papers piling up on the table almost to the height of a small mountain. After Professor Kai hurriedly departed, Chen Xing once again contacted Chen Yu to transfer the second payment of 400 million yuan for the villa. The previous afternoon, Zhao Jian had sent the comprehensive inspection report to his email, accompanied by hundreds of pages of images and charts, the details so exhaustive it resembled a small encyclopedia. Chen Xing found little inclination to scrutinize each page. As long as the conclusion indicated no issues, he felt reassured. For the technical jargon and data seemed like an enigma to him. Chen Xinggu, did you just purchase a villa for 400 million? Xiao He, who had been eavesdropping, exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly with shock, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Xing. There was no way for Chen Xing to avoid this. During the call, his voice had been loud and clear, not attempting to conceal anything, his demeanor casual, as if discussing trivial matters. After finishing the call, he noticed Gu Annie's reaction and decided to indulge in a bit of humble bragging, calmly stating, it's not 400 million, it's over 800 million. There's also a remaining payment of 400 million to be made. He deliberately elongated his tone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gu Annie was evidently taken aback by this staggering figure, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. Sunlight illuminated her face, highlighting her fair complexion. And beneath her polished trench coat, her fingers unconsciously tightened around her phone, as if striving to digest this explosive information. Beside her, He Dongsheng was equally dumbfounded, nearly dropping the contract he held, mumbling, This is too outrageous, isn't it? The room fell silent, save for the melodious chirping of birds outside, accentuating the dramatic nature of this luxury property transaction. Gu Annie was aware that Chen Xing had recently purchased a villa, but she remained oblivious to its specific type or value. As his personal banking manager, Chen Yu naturally refrained from divulging details that pertained to client privacy, adhering to confidentiality principles that left her to speculate. A gentle breeze wafted through the living room's expansive windows, sunlight dancing upon Gu Annie's face, revealing her slightly furrowed brow. Initially, she had assumed that the villa Chen Xing was acquiring was a typical one, priced around 100 million, for she dared not entertain thoughts of 800 million or 1 billion. As an experienced property consultant, she was acutely aware of the implications of such figures. A 1 billion villa and a 100 million villa represented a chasm so vast that only extraordinary wealth could accommodate such a purchase. The reasoning was simple. If one were worth 1 billion, spending 100 million on a villa would pose no challenge. But who would invest nearly their entire fortune in a single property? To afford a 1 billion luxury residence, one would need to have assets amounting to at least several billion, emblematic of immense wealth. 100 million small affluent, 1 billion standard wealthy, 10 billion magnate, 100 billion super rich, 1 trillion top-tier wealthy. Chen Xing could not help but glance sideways at the individual beside him, clad in a conventional Hermes tracksuit, the sunlight outlining his somewhat casual silhouette. If he were the chairman of a publicly traded company, it would be understandable. Yet he was merely a newly minted tycoon who had made his fortune in cryptocurrency. Just how much had Chen Xing earned from trading coins? After the initial shock, Gu Annie's thoughts surged like a tidal wave, a myriad of questions flooding her mind, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a hint of incredulity. Chen Xing naturally observed the subtle changes in Gu Annie's expression, from astonishment to confusion, and finally, to deep contemplation. This series of transformations amused him greatly. He was thoroughly enjoying witnessing the moment of shock on a beautiful woman's face, secretly pleased, his lips curving upwards into a smug smile. Annie, I have one more thing I would like to ask of you. Chen Xing turned to Gu Annie, his tone calm, yet tinged with anticipation. Oh, sure, Brother Chen. Gu Annie replied, regaining her composure and nodding with a smile, returning to her professional demeanor. Let's find a place to discuss my request. Chen Xing stood up, brushing off his clothes, and said, Well, Xiaohe, you've worked hard today. If you have any questions later, feel free to reach out. Of course, Brother Chen. Take care. Xiaohe nodded eagerly, his attitude respectful. Annie, you go ahead. I still need to return to the office. He tidied his briefcase, his words succinct, avoiding unnecessary delays. Chen Xing led Gu Annie away toward the Rolls-Royce parked nearby. The black car gleamed in the sunlight, and the driver, Yao Jun, had been waiting for some time. Opening the door to greet them, Gu Annie kept pace, the sound of her black marten boots lightly echoing on the stone path, mingling with a faint scent of perfume in the air. Meanwhile, Xiaohe adjusted his briefcase, gazing at the Rolls-Royce as it slowly drove away, murmuring to himself. Annie must be getting a significant catch this time. He straightened his coat, a knowing smile crossing his face before he walked toward a nearby electric bicycle, locking his briefcase in the storage compartment. The crisp sound of the bell rang out as he disappeared down the small path beside the residential area. Chapter 49. Initiating a dinner invitation inside the Rolls-Royce. The soft leather seats exuded a subtle scent, while the bustling traffic of Fuqing Road flowed outside. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow within the vehicle. It was just past noon, a peak dining hour. Gu Annie turned to Chen Xing and suggested with a smile, Brother Chen, I can't express enough gratitude for entrusting me with this task. How about I treat you to a meal? How could Chen Xing refuse such an invitation from a beautiful woman? He had initially planned to invite her, but her proactive approach delighted him. He readily agreed, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief contemplation, he suggested, Then let us go to Dadong and savor their roasted duck. His voice carried a note of eagerness, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the window, as if he could already smell the aroma of the roast duck. Gu Annie felt a thrill at his generous spirit and resolved not to be stingy. Dadong it was. She had already mentally prepared a budget of several thousand yuan to treat him well. The interior of the car fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the low hum of the engine. She took out her phone and personally dialed to reserve a private room, her tone professional and composed. Before long, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop in front of the Dadong restaurant. The two entered the private room, where wooden decor filled the intimate space with a hint of sandalwood. The table was adorned with exquisite porcelain, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere. As it was Gu Annie's treat, she graciously allowed Chen Xing to order first. Chen Xing, not wishing to put her in a difficult position, ordered a 398 yuan roasted duck, a sweet cabbage soup, and a stir-fried vegetable dish, totaling just a few hundred yuan. Observing this, Gu Annie intended to add more dishes, but Chen Xing decisively interrupted her. He set down the menu, leaning back in his chair as sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains onto his face. We are all Beijing drifters. It is not easy for any of us. I doubt we will finish all this, so it is unnecessary to waste. Chen Xing's words were not mere pleasantries. He genuinely did not wish for Gu Annie to overspend. Choosing Dadong was solely to sample their renowned roasted duck. He had previously eaten duck for under 100 yuan, so he anticipated that this nearly 400 yuan dish would be of superior quality. Satisfied with just enough, he had no intention of taking advantage of her. Such acts held no charm in his eyes. Despite Chen Xing's insistence not to add more dishes, Gu Annie relented and ordered 2 bottles of drinks before they patiently awaited the meal. As their chopsticks lightly clinked against the plates, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Chen Xing's casual remark about the difficulties of being a Beijing drifter caused Gu Annie's heart to skip a beat. It felt oddly out of place. Are you also a Beijing drifter? However, she did not intend to dwell on the matter, merely smiling and shifting the conversation. Unlike other women who might have seized the opportunity to flirt, saying, Brother Chen, you speak as if we Beijing drifters have it tough. While you can buy a 10 billion villa at will and still indulge in this humble conversation, followed by a flurry of flattery. Gu Annie was not that type. She was not adept at banter and despised insincere flattery. In her business, she relied on keen insight, precise analysis of client needs, attentive listening during every interaction, and diligent effort. Certainly, as a beautiful salesperson, she benefited from clients' inherent leniency, a fact she was well aware of but never exploited. While waiting for the server to bring their dishes, she mentally calculated how to assist Chengxing in leasing office space. Soon, the roasted duck was presented. Its fragrant steam wafting through the air as the chef skillfully sliced the duck, the delicate meat glistening under the light, paired with crispy skin, a feast for the senses. The mingling scents of incense and roasted duck created a cozy ambience. As Chengxing and Gu Annie sat across from each other, enjoying the meal and engaging in conversation, their chopsticks occasionally lifted a slice dipped in sauce, their lips involuntarily curling into smiles. "Brother Chen, you mentioned you wanted to rent an office?" Gu Annie inquired. Lifting a piece of duck meat and looking at Chengxing with curiosity, her eyes bright. "Indeed, and I intend to have you assist me. What do you think?" Chengxing replied slowly, the warm light of the restaurant illuminating his face with a serene glow. "Certainly. What kind of office does Brother Chen have in mind?" Gu Annie set down her chopsticks, opening her phone's notes app to record the key points, her professional demeanor evident. After a moment's thought, Chengxing replied, "It should accommodate dozens of people. As for rent, it should be at a normal level, nothing too extravagant, preferably in Dongqing or Chaoyang district. Other than that, I have no additional requirements." His tone remained casual, yet his gaze subtly observed Gu Annie's reaction. "Brother Chun, such an office is not difficult to find." "You can," Gu Annie began to suggest, but Chengxing interrupted her. "Annie, do you not know me yet? I am too lazy to search for it myself. This matter, I leave to you." Chengxing smiled knowingly, adding that necessary gratitude would certainly follow. "Brother Chun, truly, you need not worry. This is a minor matter." Gu Annie smiled gently, waving her hand in refusal. Chengxing merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. While he certainly had the capability to seek out an office himself, he preferred not to involve himself in every detail. He sought to enjoy life, and laziness was his true nature. More importantly, if he handled everything himself, how could he foster more interactions with Gu Annie? Without more contact, how could they deepen their understanding? Laziness became his universal excuse, concealing a hint of cunning thought. "By the way, there is no rush regarding the office search. When will you be available to assist me? It would suffice if you could take a look whenever you have the time. Even results in 10 days or half a month would not be too late." Chengxing paused for a moment, shifting his gaze towards Gu Annie. "This afternoon, I have other matters to attend to and require your assistance." He had already devised a plan, determined not to allow this young lady to leave all day. Spending more time together would surely foster greater familiarity, would it not? "What is it, Chenggu?" Gu Annie tilted her head slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing through her eyes, yet she appeared earnest. "The situation is as follows. You are already aware of my circumstances. As part of a retaliatory expenditure, I wish to acquire some clothing and so forth. And I have arranged for this afternoon. However, I am not particularly knowledgeable in this area." Chengxing carefully chose his words, striving to sound sincere. "Therefore, I wonder if I could entreat you to oversee this process?" He understood well that there was no need to flaunt his wealth before Gu Annie, yet it remained crucial to maintain an air of generosity, to possess riches yet refuse to spend, neither for oneself nor for a woman one admires. Raises questions about one's allure. The reasoning is straightforward. No matter how affluent one may be, if I see no prospect of benefiting from you, why would I hold you in high regard? Naturally, the distinction between being generous and thoughtlessly squandering money is clear, and there is no need to elaborate on that. The two properties Chengxing purchased, totaling nearly 1 billion, sufficiently attest to his financial capacity. However, in the eyes of many, purchasing luxury residences is still a necessity. Merely residing in opulence does not guarantee generosity in daily expenditures. He felt it essential to address this shortcoming in front of Gu Annie. Moreover, he could not spend every day languishing in a hotel, intoxicated by leisure, while millions awaited expenditure. A bit of effort was required, was it not? Chapter 50, Patek Philippe. 1. The roasted duck had just been consumed, the steam still lingering in the air. As the aromatic essence of both the dish and the fragrant wood mingled, permeating the room with a sense of satisfaction. Gu Annie delicately wiped her mouth and nodded with a smile, saying, "All right, Chenggu. In any case, I do not have much to do this afternoon." After a brief contemplation, she deemed Chengxing's request reasonable. More importantly, it was an opportunity to understand one another better. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating her face and revealing a fleeting glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. her long eyelashes gently fluttering. By the way, Chingu, did you go out to play over the weekend? After a while, Gu Annie could not resist asking, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. Her gaze inadvertently sweeping towards Chen Xing, seemingly trying to glean some clues from his expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing immediately understood. Having not contacted her for an entire weekend and failing to respond to her messages, this young lady might harbor a slight grievance. He smiled calmly, concocting a casual excuse. Oh, over the weekend, a few friends came to Yanjing to visit, and I went to accompany them. After saying this, he left it at that, taking a sip of tea to mask a trace of unease that flickered in his eyes. Annie, for your assistance in finding the property, I have already transferred the deserved commission of 790,000 to you via my phone. Could you please check if it has arrived? Seizing the moment, Chen Xing decided to advance the commission. According to the contract, he was to pay after the transfer was completed. The total commission for the property transaction amounted to 15 of the purchase price, with the intermediary company receiving 5 and Gu Annie 1, all of which would be directly transferred to the respective accounts. When signing the contract that morning, he had photographed Gu Annie's bank account number, making the transaction seamless. What? Chingu, there's no need to do it so early. You can give it to me after the transfer is complete, Gu Annie exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. Take it. You have earned it, Chen Xing insisted, his tone firm. When we go shopping this afternoon, who knows what you might fancy and wish to buy? Before long, lunch concluded, and the two prepared to depart. A wave of sentiment washed over Chen Xing. It was the first time in many years he had a girl accompany him on a shopping excursion. The Financial Street Shopping Center was the first destination, conveniently close, and the brands present were of a high caliber, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Upon entering the shopping center, the spacious corridors were bustling with people, chandeliers casting soft light upon the scene. Chen Xing led Gu Annie into Burberry, leisurely browsing 2 laps. Unlike the impulsive spending spree he had embarked upon just days before, driven solely by the thrill of wealth, his mindset today was entirely different. Gone was the urgency of retaliatory consumption. Today, he was not pressed for time, indulging in a sense of freedom. Even more delightful was the company of a beautiful companion. He selected a sporty jacket and trousers, along with 2 pairs of sneakers. While trying on the items, he purposefully sought Gu Annie's opinions on color coordination and style choices. She offered timely suggestions, which Chen Xing accepted without concern for their correctness. He simply appreciated her counsel. Leaving the store empty-handed, all the purchased clothing and shoes would be delivered directly to the hotel. For he had no desire to burden himself with heavy bags. That would be both exhausting and foolish. To be precise, he was not entirely empty-handed this day. As he carried his beloved Hermes backpack, Gu Annie sported a stylish yet simple Gucci shoulder bag, priced around 10,000 yuan, which he noted discreetly. Subsequently, Chen Xing took Gu Annie to Bottega Veneta, where he selected a backpack as a backup and a briefcase for his notebook and iPad, deciding against further clothing purchases, finding the brand's designs too youthful for his taste. Then, at Arc'teryx, he chose several athletic t-shirts, sweatpants, sneakers, a down jacket, and even a few thermal underwear, all to be delivered to his residence. He handled only the fitting, payment, and then departed, enjoying a leisurely and pleasant process. After visiting 3 stores, the variety of purchases was limited, yet the time had already reached past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Xing intentionally controlled the pace, neither rushing to make sweeping purchases nor hesitating excessively, striking a balance of generosity. Gu Annie, throughout the excursion, did not make a single purchase. She was merely accompanying him, quietly following by his side, her black marten boots making soft sounds on the polished floor, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the shop windows and then back to Chen Xing, exuding professionalism and thoughtfulness. Upon exiting the Financial Street Shopping Center, Chen Xing stretched lazily, turning to Gu Annie with a smile. Annie, let us proceed to Patek Philippe. I wish to acquire a watch. The purchase of a watch was the main event of his day. Gu Annie readily agreed. She had already noticed the Rolex Daytona on Chen Xing's wrist, its platinum case adorned with a diamond-studded ice blue dial, shimmering under the sunlight, given his financial prowess. She was not particularly surprised. In contrast, her own wrist bore a Mito quartz watch, simple yet elegant, priced around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which paled in comparison to Chen Xing's timepiece. Patek Philippe was a name known to all. She had seen many individuals wearing those iconic, complicated timepieces. Yet she had never set foot in a Patek Philippe store. Accompanying Chen Xing today was indeed a splendid opportunity to broaden her horizons. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity flickered in her beautiful eyes. For Chen Xing, a Patek Philippe watch was an absolute necessity. To him, There were only 3 kinds of watches in this world: Patek Philippe, Rolex, and the rest. Although he acknowledged Rolex for its quality and classic appeal, he could not overlook certain flaws, such as its sales network not being directly managed by the brand, but rather relying on agents, which somewhat diminished its high-end aura. In contrast, Patek Philippe stood unparalleled, its prestige firmly established, with only about 30 boutiques worldwide, making it an exceptional rarity. Before long, the Rolls-Royce glided smoothly to the Patek Philippe boutique near Tiananmen. This was an imposing 2-story European-style building, its gray-white exterior adorned with exquisite carvings, spanning over 1,000 square meters, with neatly arranged evergreen plants glistening softly in the sunlight. Patek Philippe boasts only 2 boutiques in Huaxia, both named Yuendi, which translates to Maison in English. Among the 20 global boutiques, the Yuendi locations are of the highest caliber. Thanks to the brand's transcendent prestige, Patek Philippe operates a mere 20 flagship stores worldwide, complemented by 12 authorized dealers, making its store count among luxury brands exceedingly sparse. This singularity alone secures Patek Philippe's exalted position at the pinnacle of the global luxury brand hierarchy. Upon entering Yuendi, one is enveloped by a subtle scent of wood, and the floor gleams with a mirror-like sheen. Adorning the walls are exquisite art pieces that serve as delightful embellishments. In the lobby, a sales associate in her 30s approaches with a warm smile, clad in an elegant black uniform, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream. "Sir, madam, welcome to Patek Philippe." Chun Xing nods slightly, refraining from immediate conversation, instead taking in the surroundings with keen interest. Chapter 51 Patek Philippe 2. Chun Xing's curiosity swells. This is the sanctuary he has long yearned to visit, and now that he stands within, a wave of fulfillment washes over him. The autumn sunlight cascades through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across the room, where walls are adorned with stunning European-style murals. The warm white lighting softly highlights every detail, rendering the ambience both luxurious and refined, akin to being within an exquisite European palace. Rooted in place, Chun Xing's gaze sweeps the boutique, his senses captivated by the overwhelming aura. Although he cannot precisely identify the materials of the furnishings, the quality resonates profoundly with him. It is said that the architectural style and interior design of Yuendi were crafted by renowned designers invited by Patek Philippe, and every piece of furniture and decor within is a unique work of art. In recent days, he has visited numerous luxury brand boutiques, and in terms of prestige, Patek Philippe undeniably reigns supreme. However, as he surveys the space, a perplexing thought arises. Where are the watches? Not a single one is in sight. More curiously, aside from him and Guani, there are no other patrons present, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent, save for the soft whispers of the lights and carpet, as if he has entered a secret private domain. "Dear guests, are you here for watch maintenance? May I inquire if you have an appointment?" A sales associate in her 30s approaches, her demeanor warm and inviting, dressed in black, exuding elegance. Her name is Wang Yan, and she has served at Patek Philippe Yuendi for many years. She quickly discerns that the two are not regular clients, and their somewhat awkward demeanor suggests this is their inaugural visit. With an innate understanding of how to cater to different customers, she still feels compelled to convey the necessary information. "We do not have an appointment. We simply wish to purchase a watch," Chun Xing replies, his curiosity evident in his tone. Guani, noticing his hesitation, quietly follows suit, her large, beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with equal intrigue, her lashes fluttering in the gentle light. "I apologize, but we currently have no watches available for immediate purchase. However, if you wish to pre-order, I would be delighted to assist you." Wang Yin maintains her charming demeanor, her tone friendly and her voice flowing like a gentle brook. "Not a single watch." Chun Xing blinks in surprise, a flicker of disbelief crossing his brow. "Indeed, sir. From the basic models to the intricate chronograph series, our watches require prior appointment for pre-order." Wang Yin explains patiently, standing with poise, her professionalism radiating calm. "Then, how does one become a member?" Chun Xing seizes upon the pivotal element of her words, his eyes bright with interest. "Becoming a member is quite simple. You merely need to purchase a watch from our brand." Wang Yin responds softly, her smile unwavering. "Isn't that a vicious cycle? If there are no watches available, how can one become a member?" Chun Xing feels a wave of frustration, the corners of his mouth twitching as he nearly stifles a laugh. "Dear guests, may I invite you to our lounge for a brief respite? I can introduce you to the history and legacy of Patek Philippe, should you be interested." Wang Yin, sensing their discomfort, proposes gently, her gaze softening. "Certainly," Chun Xing nods, thinking they are not pressed for time, and it would be worthwhile to listen. With a bright smile, Wang Yin leads them into a VIP lounge. Inside, deep brown leather sofas exude a subtle aroma, while two beautifully printed brand catalogs lie on the table, their golden covers glistening under the light. She invites them to sit. Her service demeanor respectful yet warm. Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, and soft drinks available. Her voice is soft, imbued with professional enthusiasm. I'll have a cup of black tea. Annie, what about you? Chen Xing replies candidly, feeling somewhat parched after their lengthy wait. I'll take a cup of coffee. Gu Annie responds quietly, her hands resting gracefully on her lap. Please hold on for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Wang Yin nods, turning to relay the order. And soon another staff member brings the drinks on a tray, steam rising, the air fragrant with tea and coffee. After a few pleasantries, Wang Yin introduces herself as a sales associate at Patek Philippe UND. Her official title is Director of Client Relations for Patek Philippe in China. Through conversation, she learns that the young gentleman's surname is Chun, while his beautiful companion is named Gu, quickly identifying Mr. Chun as the primary shopper. Chen Xing does not rush to reveal their full names, merely nodding politely, leaving an air of mystery. Subsequently, Wang Yin begins to articulate the contents of the elegant catalog in her hand, her explanations clear and delivered with a warm, breezy tone, merging professionalism with enthusiasm. Moreover, she guides them through the exhibition hall and reading room within the boutique. The exhibition hall features artistic displays within glass cases, while the reading room showcases neatly arranged hardcover books, even the air imbued with a delicate scent of leather and paper. As they walk, she continues her narrative for several minutes without pausing for water, her admirable professionalism evident. Chen Xing observes that Wang Yin possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of Patek Philippe. Her explanations are thorough and seemingly tireless. She recounts the brand's nearly two-century development, its brand ethos, and even the layout, decor, murals, and collection of UND, all conveying her profound understanding of the brand. Regarding the watch collections, she briefly introduces several main categories but refrains from recommending specific models or discussing prices, maintaining an air of aloof sophistication. The warm yellow light casts a glow upon her figure, capturing her engrossed expression reminiscent of an art lecturer. Chen Xing notes that while manager Wang does not explicitly proclaim Patek Philippe as the unrivaled leader in the watch industry, her presentation only strengthens his conviction of the brand's preeminence. Naturally, the renowned phrase that no one truly owns a Patek Philippe, but merely preserves it for the next generation, also flows from her lips. Chen Xing recognizes this as a masterful form of persuasion. However, he finds himself captivated by the very essence of the truth she presents. Every detail within UND, the brand's century-long legacy, silently attests to its extraordinary status. No billionaire can claim to be without a Patek Philippe. Yet, all that unfolds before him starkly contrasts with the scene he had envisioned for his first visit to a Patek Philippe boutique. In his imagination, upon first stepping into this place, he envisioned being greeted either by haughty and condescending salespeople who would scrutinize him with disdain, or, alternatively, being ushered into a VIP room where an array of exquisite timepieces worth millions would be presented for his selection, reminiscent of a comical scene from a movie. However, the reality was quiet and composed, devoid of dramatic confrontations, and infused with an unexpected elegance that made him chuckle softly, reflecting on how exaggerated online novels could be. Chapter 52 Patek Philippe 3. The silence within the Yuan was surprisingly profound, and indeed, not a single watch was in sight. In fact, there were no genuine timepieces to behold, not even a mere model. At this moment, Chen Xing was still somewhat oblivious to the fact that, unlike the narratives in novels, the likelihood of casually walking into Patek Philippe and leaving with several timepieces worth millions was almost non-existent in reality. In luxury sports car dealerships, the inventory of available vehicles is often limited, and the prospect of simply purchasing a desired supercar without prior reservation is nearly impossible. Similarly, the availability of watches at Patek Philippe's Yuan is even scarcer than that of sports cars. Last time at the Rolex counter, he had managed to acquire several watches priced at hundreds of thousands, albeit with an additional payment of 1 million required to finalize the purchase. His luck had been extraordinary. Otherwise, waiting 6 months for stock was the norm. Compared to Rolex, Patek Philippe holds an even higher status, and its rarity is unquestionable. Here, almost every piece requires a reservation, regardless of whether it is a basic model or an expensive, intricately designed one. After placing an order, one must often wait in line, with a wait time exceeding 6 months being commonplace. For rare models, or those requiring complex craftsmanship, waiting 1 to 2 years is not unusual. The reason is not that Patek Philippe hoards stock, but rather that the demand far exceeds the supply. The limitations imposed by rare materials and exquisite craftsmanship dictate that the production of high-end watches is inherently limited, akin to the rarity of art that enhances its value. As for Wang Yan's fervent efforts to enlighten Chen Xing, was she not concerned about wasting her time? How could she be certain that Chen Xing would make a purchase? Firstly, upon entering the store, although he appeared curious, his attire was of high-end brands. And he wore the latest Rolex Daytona on his wrist, accompanied by a beautiful woman. His purchasing power was indisputable. Wang Yan, having encountered numerous clients, quickly recognized his potential as a customer, thus opting to enhance his experience. She was confident that he could afford a Patek Philippe, and that was sufficient. As for whether he would become a loyal customer, she did not feel compelled to see every potential client as a guaranteed sale. That is a fundamental principle of a salesperson. Moreover, until a customer expresses a clear desire to purchase, blindly recommending specific models is not her style. Chen Xing understood her unspoken cues. Since she was not in a rush, he too felt no need to be impatient. With Gu Annie accompanying him, he found it quite beneficial to acquire knowledge. Now, having grasped the essentials, he finally asked, with a hint of testing in his tone, "Manager Wang, is there a swift method for me to become a member of Patek Philippe today?" His voice echoed in the tranquil lounge, tinged with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's smile deepened, her face radiating warmth as if kissed by spring breezes, and she began to explain. Through her introduction, Chen Xing learned that Patek Philippe's membership system is not overly complex, comprising 3 tiers: ordinary member, VIP member, and super VIP member, VVIP. However, the disparities between these tiers are significant. An ordinary member is someone who is registered on the Patek Philippe official website and has purchased at least one watch through official channels. Ordinary members may receive invitations to member gatherings and new product launches, but they lack the privilege to purchase limited edition timepieces, even for many popular models. Such as the high-end Nautilus series or the Minute Repeater, they cannot queue for purchase, often relegated to acquiring basic models and waiting in line. Essentially, Patek Philippe's ordinary members cannot truly be considered members at all, but rather ordinary customers. VIP members, on the other hand, have a consistent purchasing record at Patek Philippe, and upon reaching a certain cumulative spending threshold, they are invited to become VIP members. Yes, VIP membership is by invitation only, rather than automatically granted upon meeting spending criteria. Generally speaking, a cumulative spend of at least 1 million Huaxia yuan is required to attain VIP status. All the privileges of ordinary members are naturally afforded to VIP members, with the critical advantage of prioritizing the purchase of popular models, though they too cannot buy limited edition pieces. Some wealthy individuals, in an attempt to impress, might boast about their Patek Philippe VIP status, claiming to have spent hundreds of millions. However, that is fundamentally misleading. So what exactly constitutes a genuine Patek Philippe VVIP member? VVIP membership is also by invitation. A VIP member with an outstanding purchasing record may be invited to become a VVIP. Outstanding means achieving a cumulative expenditure of at least 10 million Huaxia yuan. The invitation is contingent not only on spending history, but also on other factors such as status, influence, and wealth. Many VIP members, having spent tens of millions, may still not receive an invitation. Globally, true Patek Philippe VIPs are estimated to number around 300, with a single Patek Philippe store serving merely a handful of VIPs. In the entire Huaxia region, the number of VIPs likely does not exceed 50, each one a top-tier magnate. Limited edition timepieces from Patek Philippe are predominantly reserved for VIPs. Manager Wang, I have a general understanding now. Chen Xing nodded, his gaze unwavering. I wish to become a member today, ideally a VIP member. Please recommend any available models for reservation. Price is not a concern. However, I prefer the dial diameter to be within 40 millimeters. Anything exceeding 42 millimeters is not to my liking. With that, he confidently extended his wrist adorned with the Daytona, the dial glistening under the light. This gesture was not merely for show. It served as a tangible reference for Wang Yan. Throughout this interaction, Gu Annie remained silent, quietly observing from her seat. At that moment, Wang Yan was positively elated, her inner universe bursting with joy. The setting sun's rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the VIP lounge, casting a warm glow on her face and illuminating her uncontrollable smile. Her most optimistic expectation had merely been that Mr. Chun might order 1 or 2 basic models as a trial. She had never imagined he would aim straight for VIP membership. Her intuition suggested that encountering Chen Xing today was sheer luck. Adding a high-value client to her roster and securing funding for her daughter's extracurricular classes next year. Although her annual income was substantial, it barely sufficed in Yanjing. And who would ever complain about having too many bonuses? With a beaming smile, Wang Yin expertly operated her tablet, first assisting Chen Xing in registering on the official site, then accessing the order system to guide him in selecting 4 timepieces. The images on the screen were vividly clear under the lighting, and she meticulously explained the details of each model. Ultimately, Chen Xing settled on the following selections: 24 Series 7300-1200R, 18K rose gold, 36 mm diameter, adorned with 160 diamonds, radiant and resplendent, official price $4.52 million. Nautilus Series 7010-1 R013 quartz watch, rose gold, 32 mm diameter, case set with 46 diamonds, elegantly refined, official price $4.99 million. The complicated timepiece Series 4947G010 in platinum features a diameter of 38 mm, adorned with 141 diamonds totaling 1.28 carats, and a crown embellished with 14 diamonds weighing 0.06 carats, exuding an air of opulence, with an official price of $5.25 million. The complicated timepiece Series 5396G in platinum has a diameter of 38.5 mm, devoid of diamond embellishments, showcasing a minimalist and elegant appeal, with an official price of $510,000. It is worth noting that all 3 models are designed for women, and Chen Xing has his own intentions. It is not that he is unwilling to purchase more, but rather that, as a newly registered member, his initial selection is limited to these few models. According to Wang Yin, all 4 timepieces can be sourced from the headquarters within a week, a remarkable efficiency that brings him internal satisfaction. He retrieved his Jiaosong car and made a purchase of nearly $2 million in the store, the sound of the Union Pay machine resonating in the quiet room, radiating a sense of extravagance. Mr. Chun, your accumulated spending record now allows you to reserve the vast majority of non-limited edition watches. Once the 4 timepieces arrive, I will notify you immediately for pickup. Of course, we can also offer delivery service. Should you require maintenance, repairs, or adjustments to the strap in the future, feel free to visit us anytime. Additionally, your membership information has been entered into the headquarters system, so for any future watch-related needs or purchases, you can always contact me. Furthermore, should any member events arise in the store, I will ensure to invite you promptly. She had exchanged contact information with Chen Xing. He nodded, his gaze calm, yet his heart brimmed with pride. Next to him, Gu Annie was astonished, her beautiful eyes wide open, her lips slightly parted. Did he really just buy 4 watches for $2 million? She had initially thought his afternoon shopping spree for clothes and bags, costing hundreds of thousands, was extravagant. Now, he had lavishly spent $2 million. However, recalling his recent purchase of a villa worth over $800 million, this sum seemed trivial in comparison. At that moment, Chen Xing unexpectedly spoke, his tone casual, yet imbued with seriousness. Manager Wang, please list Miss Gu Annie as the recipient for the 73001-200R. He turned to Gu Annie, a faint smirk gracing his lips, his gaze flickering with a hint of mischief. Chapter 53 Patek Philippe 4. This scene unfolded so unexpectedly that Gu Annie's beautiful face was a canvas of astonishment. The waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her flushed cheeks. After a brief pause, she seemed to regain her composure and softly replied, Chen Gu, please do not jest. This is far too valuable. Her voice trembled slightly, and beneath her long eyelashes, her expressive eyes shimmered with complex emotions. However, Chen Xing's expression remained earnest as he leaned back against the dark leather sofa, his gaze fixed on her, resolute in tone. I assure you, I am not jesting. You accompanied me for such a long time this afternoon. It must have been tiring. Consider this a token of my gratitude. His voice was steady, the sunlight accentuating his calm demeanor, masking the inner calculations he held. Accompanying someone on a shopping spree could warrant a gift of a Patek Philippe watch worth $450,000. Gu Annie silently mused, finding the rationale rather flimsy, yet Chen Xing articulated it with such sincerity that it left her momentarily speechless. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his unwavering demeanor, causing her heart to race. Despite her reservations, Gu Annie shook her head, her hands clasped on her lap, resolutely declining. No, I cannot accept this. Nearby, Manager Wang Yin watched anxiously, internally urging Gu Annie to seize such an excellent opportunity. She thought to herself that if she were in Gu Annie's position, she might not have the courage to accept such a precious gift. Nonetheless, these thoughts remained unvoiced, her face maintaining a professional smile. At this moment, Wang Yin discerned the underlying dynamics. It was evident that the young Mr. Chun was pursuing Miss Gu, Their exchanged glances hinting at burgeoning feelings, albeit still in the tentative stage of their acquaintance. This delicate moment was pivotal. Recognizing the situation, she felt compelled to assist her esteemed guest. Thus, she cleared her throat and interjected gently, guiding the conversation. Miss Gu, this gesture is indeed rare. Mr. Chen has specifically chosen the 24 series for you, a design both elegant and befitting your character. Perhaps you might consider accepting it, as it serves as both gratitude and a testament to fate. She smiled warmly at Gu Annie, her gaze radiating kindness. Seeing Gu Annie still wavering, Wang Yin leaned in slightly, whispering, moreover, a Patek Philippe watch signifies not only craftsmanship, but also the embodiment of emotions. Mr. Chen's generosity, should you accept, could mark the beginning of trust. Upon hearing this, Gu Annie's cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze instinctively avoiding Chen Xing's. Her head bowed in silence as she seemed to wrestle internally. Chen Xing, witnessing her conflict, felt a surge of joy. Wang Yan's subtle encouragement seemed to be effective. Yet he maintained a composed exterior, patiently awaiting her response. He was keen to see her accept the gift. If she did, it would signify a successful investment, allowing him to adjust his approach towards her in the future. However, based on his understanding of her character, he suspected she would not easily acquiesce. Ultimately, Gu Annie still did not agree to accept the watch. Chen Xing, recognizing her discomfort, did not press the issue. While he could have her registered as the recipient with Wang Yan's cooperation, he understood that such an action might yield adverse effects. As the matter seemed to reach a close, Wang Yin prepared to bid farewell to the guests, but Chen Xing remained seated on the sofa, unfazed. Leisurely flipping through another product catalog, sunlight danced upon the gilded cover of the catalog as he casually turned the pages, saying, Manager Wang, please take note of these models. I wish to place an order. He flipped through the pages, pointing out to Wang Yin, the super complicated timepiece series, 5,160,500G, 5016P, 5374 G001. 527111P010, 5531G, 5178 G012. The AQUNDUT series, 5260355 R001, 79683300R, 5072R. The Nautilus series, 7300145R, 7118145R. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping her tablet, her eyes wide with disbelief. Regaining her composure, she forced a steady tone. Mr. Chun, you wish to reserve all of these? Indeed, all of them. Have you noted them down? Please check for me, Chen Xing replied, his gaze calm as if confirming a trivial matter. All right, just a moment. Wang Yin took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she began her inquiry on the tablet. Minutes later, she reported back, 5,160,500G, 79 million, waiting time of 6 months, 5016P, 8 million, waiting time of 15 months, 5374 G001, 2 million, for months, 527111P010, 3, 1 million, 8 months, 5531 G, 3, 82 million, 8 months, 5178 G012, 2, 77 million, 5 months, 5260355 R001, 2, 1 million, 7 months, 79683300R, 1, 9 million, for months, 5072R, 930, 000, 1 month, 7118145R, 2, 85 million, 7 months, 7300145R, 3, 18 million, 12 months. The prices quoted remained inclusive of taxes. As Wang Yin concluded her report, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her gaze towards Chen Xing imbued with complexity, the aroma of black tea in the air now tinged with a sense of tension. Chen Xing nodded slightly, his gaze calm as it fell upon Wang Yin, his tone imbued with a hint of determination. Manager Wang, I will take all the aforementioned watches and will pay the full amount immediately. Please proceed with the necessary arrangements. His voice resonated within the serene ambience of the VIP lounge, transitioning from a previously composed demeanor to one of undeniable authority. Wang Yin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as though she had been struck by an unexpected surprise. The warm white light illuminated her face, failing to conceal her astonishment and excitement. Although she had encountered high-profile clients before, each one a renowned magnate with considerable wealth and influence, this Chen Xing was an enigma. At such a young age, making his debut with a lavish purchase of over 30 million for watches, if he hadn't just swiped 2 million moments ago. She might have doubted he was merely a trendy influencer visiting for amusement. Her thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, rendering her nearly unsteady on her feet. Despite her exhilaration, she understood the necessity of processing Chunxing's order. She had no time to ponder his identity. All she needed to grasp was this. This client was extravagantly wealthy and would undoubtedly become one of her top clientele. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, adjusting her posture to focus on her work, tablet firmly in hand, her eyes reflecting a touch of reverence. If Wang Yin and her two colleagues were merely flabbergasted, Gu Annie seemed utterly incapacitated, her mind blank. The sunset bathed her face in golden hues. Her lips slightly parted in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Her beautiful eyes widened, long lashes fluttering, as she stood rooted in place, as if frozen in time. She recognized Chunxing's propensity for high expenditure, yet spending over 30 million on watches in one go seemed excessive. She couldn't help but wonder if such purchases would continue in the future. In her understanding, while Chunxing's wealth was impressive, purchasing luxury estates and presidential suites was astonishing yet reasonable due to necessity. Watches, being mere ornaments, seemed an extravagant indulgence. His lavish spending surpassed her comprehension. This was no longer a matter of spending money like water. Gu Annie mused to herself that it was as if he treated money as air, casually discarding it as mere numbers. If Chunxing continued this reckless spending spree, no amount of money would suffice. Even a fortune in the billions would likely vanish quickly. This hidden investment genius, who had toiled diligently for a decade, accumulating his wealth like a monk, now squandered it so freely, leaving her torn between admiration and concern. Gu Annie sighed softly, her heart a tempest of emotions. At this moment, Gu Annie longed to shout out her heart's plea to Chunxing. Hey, brother Chen, you can't spend money like this. You must save some for the future. However, she ultimately found herself unable to voice her thoughts. What authority or position did she hold to advise him against such extravagance? Moreover, with Wang Yin and the staff present, the situation was simply not appropriate. Biting her lip, she fantasized, if only she were his girlfriend. She would surely be able to guide him and help plan for the future together. Meanwhile, Chunxing was highly satisfied with the reactions of everyone present, particularly Gu Annie's astonished and complex expression. Reclining on the dark leather sofa, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his eyes gleaming with pride. Although he had committed to acquiring 11 watches in one go, his selections were far from impulsive. Each watch had captured his attention as he perused the catalog, the designs stirring his heart. Most were new models from recent years, even 2023, readily available through official channels with merely a wait in line. He was already familiar with several models, such as the 5016P and 5160, praising their craftsmanship and design. Of the remaining models, all but the 527111P010, with a diameter of 42 millimeters, were 40 millimeters or smaller, perfectly suited to his wrist and ensuring a seamless fit. This was, in fact, Chunxing's restrained approach. He had a strong desire for a PP Starry Sky series watch, captivated by the profound beauty of its celestial dial. Yet the 44mm size deterred him. Many iconic models were similarly unattainable due to size constraints, leaving him with a tinge of regret as he sighed softly. The additional women's watches he selected were intended for potential future girlfriends, and as his gaze swept over Gu Annie, a subtle glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Chunxing understood that given his current financial limitations, these purchases were sufficient for now. He had already mapped out his strategy. Once the task concluded, if the system ceased funding, these watches could be liquidated due to Patek Philippe's undeniable value retention. If the system continued to dispense money, his expenditures would be trivial. He could, of course, acquire a few Patek Philippe watches through third-party or private collectors, but that would require a markup and come with considerable risk. If he were to be taken advantage of, it would be disastrous. In contrast, the official channel provided peace of mind, with no additional costs, merely a wait, which he was more than willing to endure. As for the multi-million-dollar watches, nearly all were limited editions, obtainable only through official channels. A rare opportunity even for a new VIP like him. Private channels still required a premium, and with his current capabilities, it was prudent to act within his means. Mr. Chun, the total for these 11 watches amounts to 31,240,000. Wang Yan's voice trembled slightly in the VIP lounge. The glow of her tablet casting light upon her face, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Unfamiliar with Chunxing's background, she refrained from hastily proposing a VVIP invitation. After a brief pause, she added, actually, you could opt to pay half as a deposit for each, which would alleviate some pressure. Warm white light bathed the dark leather sofa. and the air carried the fragrant aroma of black tea, heightening the tension. No need, that would be too cumbersome. I prefer to pay in full, Chen Xing replied, waving his hand decisively, his gaze firmly fixed on Wang Yan. Internally, he had calculated his finances, though this expenditure would leave him with just over 10 million in liquid assets. It would suffice to sustain him in a presidential suite for another 20 days until the task concluded. He then instructed Wang Yan. The first 4 watches should be delivered to my hotel presidential suite in a few days. When additional watches arrive, I'll return to the store, or you may send someone to deliver them. These are minor details we can address later. His tone was casual, his eyes briefly scanning the order page. Exuding a sense of confidence and control, the Union Pay machine beeped, and Chen Xing swiped his card for 31,240,000, concluding his watch-buying journey with satisfaction. To manage the significant expenditure, he specifically called his private banking manager, Chen Yu, and provided brief instructions. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of fulfillment as the day reached a satisfying conclusion. Wang Yan and the entire staff escorted Chen Xing and Gu Annie out of the source residence. Standing at the entrance as they watched the Rolls-Royce glide away, the headlights traced a luminous path on the dusky street before the staff returned indoors. Their store manager, the president of Patek Philippe's Asia-Pacific region, happened to be away today. Had she been present, she would have personally attended to Chen Xing, making the occasion even more grand. As the lights in the store dimmed, the air still lingered with the excitement of the earlier encounter. The Rolls-Royce had traveled a considerable distance, the soft leather seats within exuding a faint fragrance. Yet Gu Annie remained in a daze, her thoughts still not fully collected. She sat across from Chen Xing, her expression a tapestry of shock, concern, confusion, and a hint of helplessness, all vividly intertwined. The scenery outside the car window blurred by, while the last rays of the setting sun kissed her face, casting a glow upon her tightly pressed lips and slightly quivering eyelashes. Was this young lady truly taken aback? Chen Xing mused silently, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Annie, what troubles you? He could not help but feign ignorance, his tone laced with playful sarcasm as his gaze lingered on her face, seemingly scrutinizing her reaction. Chen Gu, Gu Annie stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Her voice barely above a whisper as she clenched her handbag resting on her lap, her eyes darting about as if wrestling with an unspoken desire to express something. Yet, Chen Xing had already grasped the nuances of her silence. He chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed yet tinged with assurance. Rest assured, Annie, I have it all under control. He offered a simple response, refraining from elaboration, and turned his gaze to the window. In truth, Chen Xing was still somewhat inexperienced, or perhaps lacking the necessary courage. If only he could boldly take her hand or envelop her in a gentle embrace, whispering sweet reassurances or explanations, Gu Annie would likely not resist. Such actions might seamlessly advance their relationship, and even if they did not culminate in something more, they would undoubtedly represent a significant step forward. Chapter 55. A tour of the suite. It was hardly surprising that Gu Annie reacted this way. After all, the scene and the nature of their relationship were anything but ordinary. The final glimmers of sunlight streamed through the Rolls-Royce's window, illuminating her pressed lips and slightly lowered eyelids. The plush leather seats of the car made her feel somewhat constrained, her fingers instinctively tightening around her small bag resting on her lap. Had it been any other girl, faced with Chen Xing's extravagant watch-buying spree, she would have undoubtedly showered him with flattery, exclaiming things like, Chen Gu, you're so extravagant. I'm utterly bewildered. In this intimate space, shared by just the two of them, such girls would likely have already leaned closer to Chen Xing. However, Gu Annie was clearly not that type. Indeed, she had a clear goal in mind, to find a wealthy boyfriend and settle down. As a beautiful woman, such aspirations were entirely understandable. Yet, she maintained her own standards and principles. In essence, while she was somewhat materialistic, she was also a reserved and self-respecting young woman. She valued her dignity and possessed self-awareness. If not for this, with her looks and circumstances, she would have long since found a partner, yet she remained single, still grappling with mortgage payments. This was not a matter of being both principled and pragmatic, as Chen Xing had previously surmised. Her steadfastness, though commendable, could not escape the encroachment of reality. Given enough time, it was likely that she would eventually succumb to the relentless passage of time, unless she were exceptionally fortunate and encountered a Prince Charming, thereby evading the inevitable. As the scenery outside the car sped by, Gu Annie occasionally glanced at Chen Xing, seemingly weighing something in her mind. She could naturally sense his interest in her, yet the more apparent it became, the more she was conscious of the need for boundaries and distance. A good girl, by nature, is inclined to be cautious. Despite the disparity between Chun-Xing's height and looks and her previous expectations, his generosity and affluence were precisely what she valued most. More importantly, when stripped of his wealth, Chun-Xing was merely a shy, introverted homebody, an honest man. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? Chun-Xing, too, recognized that he needed to be more proactive in engaging with Guanyi, as he was the man in this scenario. However, he was concerned that being overly assertive might frighten her away. This uncertainty lingered in his mind, especially regarding whether his decision to have her accompany him to buy a watch was a good or bad idea. Having recently acquired wealth, Chun-Xing found himself somewhat disoriented. His mindset far from healthy. When he had no money, he lacked the courage to pursue a girlfriend. Now that he did, he could think of no better way to court a woman than through his financial means. Yet, he feared that such an approach could lead to insincere emotions. He understood that finding a girlfriend could not be rushed, so he chose to proceed gradually, all the while using his wealth to seek enjoyment and alleviate boredom. Yet, as time passed, he began to question the distinction between a girlfriend procured through money and mere transactional relationships. Perhaps, in truth, there had never been a fundamental difference between the two from the outset. In the stillness of the car, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, momentarily at a loss for clarity. Never mind, as the old saying goes, let's enjoy today, he finally resolved. Turning to Guanyi, his tone brooked no refusal. Annie, after a long day, I invite you to dinner tonight. You cannot refuse. You treated me to lunch. Guanyi, resigned, nodded in agreement. Her voice soft, yet carrying an undertone of acquiescence. All right, Chun-Gu. Her gaze fell, still concealing the turmoil within her heart. Chun-Xing had already planned for the evening, intending to take Guanyi to dine at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, while also inviting her to tour his presidential suite. He had no ulterior motives. He merely believed that inviting her to his residence would be a good way to strengthen their bond. Yao Shifu, let us stick to the plan and return to the hotel. Thank you, Chun-Xing instructed the driver, Yao Jun, as he sent a red envelope of 500 yuan as a tip via his phone. For the past few days, he had been sending varying amounts as tips whenever he used the car. Upon returning to the hotel, the clock approached 6 o'clock. As night descended, the neon lights outside began to flicker. When the car door opened, Guanyi stepped out, her eyes still reflecting a mix of confusion and anticipation. Annie, please accompany me to my room first, and then we shall go down for dinner, Chun-Xing suggested, his tone light, yet tinged with eagerness. Sure, Guanyi replied without much hesitation, her voice gentle and natural. She had little to ponder. She believed Chun-Xing was not the type to coerce her into staying. Moreover, this was a lavish 5-star hotel, and under the bright light of day, he would not force her into an uncomfortable situation. After all, he had said they would go down for dinner shortly, which reassured her. Furthermore, she had never witnessed a presidential suite firsthand, and curiosity bubbled within her. As for why Chun-Xing felt confident enough to invite Guanyi to see his suite, he had no fear of being exposed. In reality, he was quite assured. The presidential suite was meticulously cleaned each day by several hotel staff under the direct supervision of butler Liao. Every afternoon around 2 o'clock, the suite would be restored to pristine condition, regardless of how chaotic or unkempt it had been the previous day, leaving no trace of any prior occupants. On the way back, Chun-Xing had confirmed the situation with butler Liao and the 3 women. They had spent the entire day shopping and had yet to return to the hotel. He had instructed them to act as if they did not know him if they encountered him with another woman. When Yuan replied, her tone was playful. Darling, we understand, laced with a hint of teasing. And how did butler Liao respond? Rest assured, Mr. Chun, the suite is spotless. Not a single hair can be found, with no trace of any woman having stayed there. Of course, this was contingent on not opening the luggage compartment or the wardrobe, where one might stumble upon the feminine luggage and belongings of 3 young ladies. Upon hearing this, Chun-Xing silently commended butler Liao for his meticulousness. In truth, receiving Chun-Xing's request for a room inspection had left butler Liao somewhat speechless. In recent days, they have unearthed a plethora of unspeakable items from the suite. Strands of women's hair, discarded soiled undergarments, tissues, and mysterious locks of hair among others. The bed linens were too filthy to salvage, necessitating the replacement with an entirely new set. The stains in the bathroom and spa area required considerable effort to scrub clean. She could only imagine how exuberantly Chun-Xing and these women had reveled. Of course, she had encountered clients far more adept at enjoyment than Chun-Xing. The so-called 5-star hotel, aside from a fraction of guests who genuinely checked in for business purposes, is hardly the epitome of purity and grandeur one might envision. In this regard, the distinction between a 5-star hotel and a budget inn lies solely in the quality of the escapades, nothing more. This newly minted tycoon, with an innocent facade, claimed ignorance, which was both amusing and exasperating, as she nearly fell into his trap. Remarkably, in a mere few days, he had already found a potential romantic interest. Liao Yuma could not help but wonder what manner of woman this would be. Chen Xing, oblivious to Liao Guan's intricate thoughts, merely noted how the latter professionally welcomed him and Gu Annie in the lobby. The hotel lobby was resplendent with light, the air infused with a gentle aroma of essential oils. Liao Yuma, clad in a cream-colored uniform, greeted them with a warm smile. "Mr. Chun, welcome home." Simultaneously, she cast a curious glance at Gu Annie beside Chen Xing, her gaze lingering momentarily without rushing to greet her, maintaining an appropriate sense of distance. Gu Annie stood nearby, her black combat boots lightly tapping the floor, her eyes wandering nervously, tinged with curiosity. Chapter 56. The Slip-Up, Part 1. Chen Xing had been residing at the hotel for over a week, and as his personal steward, Liao Yuma was well aware of his daily activities. As night fell, the lobby's lights shimmered upon the crystal chandelier, casting a soft glow. While she observed the scene from her position, with her keen intuition, she could almost ascertain that the beautiful woman accompanying Chen Xing was the first among those he had met recently with potential to evolve into a romantic partner. Their acquaintance was still in its nascent stages, marked by mutual affection yet tempered by timidity, each party testing the waters. Given this context, Liao Yuma deemed it inappropriate to address her formally, opting instead to regard her as simply another guest brought along by Chen Xing, thus avoiding any awkwardness by foregoing even the inquiry of her name. Consequently, she maintained a poised demeanor, occasionally casting discreet glances at Gu Annie, preserving a professional distance. Although Chen Xing had yet to formally introduce Liao Yuma, Gu Annie needed no further deduction. The hotel uniform, the nameplate, her composed mannerisms, and tasteful makeup clearly indicated her role as the personal steward of the presidential suite, embodying professionalism. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Liao," Chen Xing expressed softly, his tone amiable. He and Gu Annie then ascended via the private elevator under Liao Guan's guidance. Inside the elevator, the mirrored walls reflected the trio's figures, while soft music filled the air, enhancing the tranquility. Upon reaching the presidential suite, Liao Yuma did not linger, smiling as she nodded her farewell, gracefully retreating and leaving the two alone. "Annie, let us first store the contract in the safe. Afterwards, I'll give you a tour of the suite," Chen Xing said, his voice steady yet infused with warmth as he turned to Gu Annie. He guided her towards the study, their steps leisurely on the plush carpet that muffled their movements. Unbeknownst to Chen Xing, the moment they entered the presidential suite, Gu Annie's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat disoriented. In the study, Chen Xing opened the safe beside the bookshelf in her presence, placing today's property purchase contract inside. The glint of metal flashed within. Although Gu Annie did not intentionally glance, she caught sight of several exquisite Rolex watches and a hefty document. Presumably the contract for the exorbitantly priced villa Chen Xing had acquired days prior. Following this, Chen Xing led Gu Annie on a tour of every room within the suite. From the expansive living room to the opulent bathroom, the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows was dazzling, while the interior decor was exquisite yet understated. He refrained from elaborating on the furnishings, aware that Gu Annie, as a property expert, would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge, thus avoiding any embarrassment. Gu Annie remained silent throughout, merely trailing behind. Eventually, Chen Xing noticed her apparent lack of enthusiasm, her demeanor growing increasingly subdued as the tour progressed. He observed her footsteps slowing, her gaze wandering around the rooms, lacking the initial curiosity she had displayed. Chen Xing speculated that, as a luxury real estate agent, she must not be overwhelmed by the suite's grandeur. Perhaps, experiencing the presidential suite for the first time revealed a disparity from her expectations. After all, the luxury of legend often diverges subtly from reality. "Annie, what do you think of this presidential suite?" Chen Xing could not help but inquire, his tone laced with curiosity as he paused and turned to face her, his gaze hopeful. He genuinely wished to hear her evaluation as a property expert. Gu Annie lifted her eyes, her voice calm yet concise. "Chen Gu, it's quite good. If put on the market, it would fetch no less than 300 million. Her response was succinct, and after a brief pause, she gently caressed her bag, as though concealing unspoken worries. "Chen Gu, I would like to use the restroom." Gu Annie finally spoke softly. The nightlight streamed through the suite's expansive windows, casting upon her slightly fatigued, yet still graceful visage, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, revealing a hint of weariness. "Ah, so it was a relative who arrived unexpectedly. I was wondering what was the matter," Chen Xing mused, realization dawning upon him. He nodded inwardly and said, "Oh, there's a bathroom in both the master and guest bedrooms, and another beside the living room. Do you need me to show you the way?" "No need, Chen-gu. I remember the way," Gu Annie replied with a shy smile, rising gracefully towards the master bedroom's restroom. In response, Chen Xing thought little of it and proceeded directly to the restroom adjacent to the living room. Pushing the door open, the sound of running water from the sink echoed softly as he quickly attended to his needs. A few minutes later, Gu Annie emerged from the master bedroom, her face regaining some vitality, and together they exited the suite, taking the private elevator down to the Jing restaurant located on the basement level for dinner. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the lighting was dim, and the air was filled with a subtle aroma of delectable cuisine. Yet Gu Annie remained reticent, her gaze cast downward, seemingly burdened with heavy thoughts. Assuming her relative's unexpected visit weighed on her mind, Chen Xing chose not to press her, taking the initiative to order. He opened the menu and calmly announced, "Brittany blue lobster, wagyu ribs, confit duck liver, tuna tartare, scallops, cabbage, lemon, chocolate trio, and 2 glasses of coconut juice." As the server recorded the order, the pen's scratching sound on paper resembled a prelude to a grand banquet. In this high-end restaurant catering to the affluent, the traditional practice of taking orders by hand still persisted, Chen Xing mused. He turned to Gu Annie. "Annie, take a look and see if you'd like to add anything." "Chen-gu, this is more than enough," Gu Annie replied softly. "Shall we open a bottle of red wine?" Chen Xing inquired tentatively, his gaze lingering on her face, infused with a hint of anticipation. "No need, Chen-gu. Do you enjoy drinking?" Gu Annie glanced at him, her tone carrying a note of inquiry. Chen Xing shook his head, recognizing her disinterest in alcohol, and thus refrained from further insisting, smiling as he said, "Then let it be." The atmosphere in the restaurant lightened somewhat with his concession. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table, the aroma of the blue lobster wafting enticingly, and the glistening wagyu ribs presented an irresistible allure. As the two dined, they awaited the arrival of the remaining dishes, refraining from the customary sharing of food. Each wielded their knife and fork to select their desired portions, their movements synchronized yet imbued with an appropriate sense of distance. Midway through their meal, they engaged in a desultory conversation, primarily instigated by Chen Xing, who sought to dispel the silence, his words laced with a hint of awkwardness. It was not until after 7 in the evening, through Chen Xing's persistent efforts, that they finally polished off the entire spread. The remnants of sauce glimmered under the soft glow of the lights, and he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of closure to the day's labors. Chapter 57, A Slip-Up, Part 2. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xing and Gu Annie ascended to the lobby on the first floor, preparing to escort her home. The lobby was brightly lit, suffused with a subtle aroma of essential oils. The murmurs of staff and guests created a warm atmosphere. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu returned from their shopping spree, each laden with bags, strolling through the lobby. Yuan and Bing Bing sported sunglasses, while Lulu donned a baseball cap. Despite their attempts at concealment, the trio stood together, exuding an aura that captivated passers-by from a distance. Such a scene was rare, even in a 5-star hotel. Indeed, the 3 women complied with the unwritten rule of social decorum, feigning indifference as they walked past Chen Xing and Gu Annie, their strides brisk and their gazes unassuming. Chen Xing, too, restrained himself, casting a casual glance ahead, maintaining his composure. However, Gu Annie could not help but murmur, "What stunning beauties, and 3 of them at that. They smell delightful." After speaking, she glanced at Chen Xing and instinctively wrinkled her nose. "Is that so?" "They are indeed quite impressive," Chen Xing replied, attempting to keep his tone neutral, concealing the subtle turmoil within him, though the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Soon, the trio rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to Chen Xing, Gu Annie keenly noted the direction in which the 3 stunning women had disappeared, precisely toward the exclusive elevator leading to the presidential suite. Her gaze sharpened, her lips pressed together, as if she had confirmed a troubling suspicion, a wave of profound disappointment washing over her. "Annie, let me arrange for the hotel car to take you. After all, we've spent so much on the room. It would be a waste not to utilize it." "Brother Chun, that's unnecessary. I've already called a cab," Gu Annie replied with a smile, gently waving her phone. Chen Xing acquiesced, nodding with a slight smile as he watched her depart. Before long, a white Xian-E pulled up in front of the hotel, its headlights casting a soft arc of light in the evening darkness. Gu Annie waved cheerfully at Chen Xing as she entered the vehicle, the door closing with a soft thud as she disappeared around the corner. Seated in the Didi taxi, Gu Annie maintained a facade of normalcy, the neon lights outside gliding past the window, reflecting her serene visage. Half an hour later, upon returning home, she delicately placed her bag on the bed, yet did nothing further, instead collapsing onto the headboard, her quiet sobs filling the room. The bedside lamp cast a dim glow, and her muffled cries resonated against the sheets, her tears soaking the pillow, an embodiment of unspoken sorrow. What Qinxing was unaware of was Gu Annie's innate sensitivity to various scents, including those of human presence. When she encountered him earlier that day, she detected a subtle difference in his scent compared to Friday. Though the change was so slight, it could have been attributed to sensory error or perhaps a shift in his bathing products, leading her to dismiss it, attributing her sensitivity to the chill that made her sneeze. However, upon entering the presidential suite that evening, the atmosphere was palpably different. Numerous corners of the room were imbued with fragrances typically left behind by women, not only the scent of perfume, but also more clandestine notes of desire, each belonging to different women. What tightened her chest was the undeniable presence of Qinxing's scent intertwined within. Initially, she attempted to reassure herself that perhaps it was merely remnants of previous guests, or that the hotel had not cleaned thoroughly. Though the presidential suite underwent meticulous cleaning each day, no amount of scrubbing could completely eradicate the traces of scents lingering in the air, the faintest residues clinging like shadows. Thus, seizing the opportunity to visit the restroom, she returned to the master bedroom to discern the aromas more accurately. Her suspicions were confirmed. These scents were not coincidental, but rather tangible evidence. She was not so idle as to inspect the wardrobe in the closet, finding it unnecessary. Perhaps she still clung to a sliver of hope, unwilling to take that final step toward confirmation. It was not until she spotted the three women, each possessing enviable long legs, boarding the exclusive elevator directly to Qinxing's presidential suite, that her remaining illusions shattered completely. The sound of the elevator door closing echoed in her ears, akin to the final blow to her heart. She had once believed that after years of perseverance, she had finally awaited her moment when destiny, through her dear friend, would bring Qinxing to her, a divine gift. After a brief spell of solitary weeping, she composed herself, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She was aware of Qinxing's circumstances, with his background. It was implausible that he could have found such high-caliber companions in such a short span, let alone three simultaneously. Surely, it could not be faster than the time she and Qinxing had known each other. What on earth was happening? She furrowed her brow in contemplation, her thoughts growing increasingly chaotic. She dared not delve deeper, despite the fact that the three stunning women appeared nothing like the type she had envisioned. It is often said that wealth can corrupt a man, yet was her brother Qin's descent into this abyss occurring at an alarmingly rapid pace? Had he fallen too deeply too soon? In her original imaginings, she and Qinxing would first cultivate their relationship, only for him to subsequently transform from a once innocent homebody into an ordinary member of the debauched elite. She had even contemplated how she would confront that reality. Yet, she could never have anticipated that reality would so swiftly upend all her expectations. In the silence of the room, she sighed softly, her heart a tumult of emotions. After wrestling with her turmoil for some time, Gu Annie could no longer restrain herself and picked up her phone, sending a WeChat message to Qinxing. Gu Annie, Brother Qin, do you prefer taller women? Should she retract it? Her finger hovered over the screen, hesitating momentarily, but to her surprise, Qinxing replied promptly. Qinxing, Annie, how did you know? Seeing his response, she began to type. Is it that they must be significantly taller than me? But after a moment's thought, she swiftly deleted it, ultimately sending only a smiling emoji. After a while, she resolved to consult Qinyu. Gu Annie, you, do you think wealthy men often indulge in play? Once the message was dispatched, she fixed her gaze on the screen, awaiting a reply. The response came swiftly. Qinyu, play? What sort of play? Qinyu's reply carried a teasing tone. Gu Annie, you know full well what I mean. The kind of play you're thinking about right now. She bit her lip as she typed, her tone tinged with resignation. Qinyu, now that you mention it, I can't help but think about it. A moment later, Qinyu sent another message. While I wish to tell you that good men exist who are wealthy yet do not indulge in frivolities, my 20-plus years of life experience and reality offer little support for that conclusion. Fairy tales are but illusions. Chapter 58. Author's note with this. The narrative has officially surpassed 100,000 words, exceeding 110,000 words. The formal recommendation for this book by Fanxia has commenced, yet the data reflects dismal performance. With a scant readership, I am not at all surprised by this, for I never anticipated a large audience. To be candid, I never intended for this book to be published. It was merely a personal endeavor, a playful exercise in writing. I am not a seasoned bibliophile. My literary journey is relatively brief. Among the books I have read, The genre of Shinhao narratives comprises a significant portion. After all, who does not harbor a dream of overnight wealth? Despite having perused numerous Shinhao tales, I have seldom encountered one that truly satisfied me. Either the characterizations felt implausible, leading to disengagement, or the narrative became bogged down in excessive filler, rendering it unreadable. Thus, I resolved to try my hand at crafting my own Shinhao story, one that would please myself. As I indicated in the introduction on the book cover, this is a Shinhao narrative with a realistic style. To ensure that the stories within resonate with reality, I have endeavored to construct unique dilemmas, motivations, and objectives for each principal character. Each character, to varying degrees, possesses a backstory and personal aspirations. In other words, within the pages of this book, you will not encounter even a single archetypal character that is typically found in other online narratives, particularly the naive female characters. I strive to create fully realized individuals, rather than mere NPCs with predictable responses. Likewise, in keeping with the realistic style, this book will entirely eschew tropes such as the playing dumb to deceive or ostentatious displays of wealth. And even chapters featuring live-streamed gifts or being the top donor will be absent. In essence, this will be a work that deftly sidesteps all the cliches and gratifying moments of the Shinhao genre you have previously encountered. I am aware that this approach may fundamentally undermine the book's readability. However, my initial intention was to create a distinct Shinhao narrative. Naturally, due to the limitations of my writing skills, the final execution may not meet my expectations. Regarding some character designs within this book, many readers, particularly those accustomed to naive characters, may find them jarring, unappealing, or even distasteful, perceiving them as detrimental. I do not impose my perspective upon them. If you find this book tolerable enough to read, then please do so. If it does not resonate with you, let us part ways amicably, as we each have our own time to consider. Some readers have remarked that the style of this book may be better suited for another platform rather than Fanxia. This may indeed be the case. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, I will leave it to fate. Additionally, I do not believe that all readers on Fanxia are averse to this style of writing. Even if only a handful genuinely enjoy this story, I shall continue to write. Should you have any suggestions for the subsequent development of the story, feel free to leave a message, and I will do my utmost to consider your feedback. I also welcome segment reviews, chapter reviews, and book reviews, and I shall respond to all meaningful comments. Lastly, a small note. If you feel that certain chapters are lacking in content, it is likely due to significant cuts made for the sake of review requirements. I truly did not anticipate the stringent nature of Fanxia's review process. It seems that in many forthcoming chapters, certain topics that you might understand were unnecessary to include from the outset. Chapter 59. Unexpected surprise. Qinxing had no idea of the tumultuous storms that Gu Annie was currently weathering. After dinner, the perilous moment in the hotel lobby passed without incident, leaving him quietly pleased with his performance. Upon returning to the suite and reclining on the sofa, he reflected on the day's events, growing increasingly satisfied. As the night deepened outside, the soft glow of the suite's lights spilled over the dark carpet, and a smile crept upon his lips as he realized he had not only spent a considerable sum, but had also taken a significant step forward in his relationship with Gu Annie, a true win-win situation. At that moment, he received a WeChat message from Gu Annie. "Gu, do you prefer tall girls?" He felt a surge of joy, believing that she had taken the initiative without him needing to hint at it. Perhaps she was merely sensing his feelings for her and sought to discuss it further? But why did the conversation not continue? Did my gaze betray me when I noticed the three women passing by in the lobby? Qinxing was perplexed. He recalled every detail of his actions, but could not pinpoint any flaw. Unable to resolve his confusion, he chose to dismiss it. Soon, he shifted his focus away from Gu Annie. As the evening drew closer, and a desire to indulge in his favorite activities rekindled within him. Upon returning to the suite, the three women, Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lu, began sorting through the spoils of their shopping spree. They had already taken care of dinner themselves at the mall, and were now busily engaged in their task. Qinxing could not help but approach out of curiosity. Goodness! The master bedroom, the floor, and the wardrobe were overflowing with treasures, from expensive coats worth thousands to socks, lingerie, bras, and a plethora of cosmetics. Even various trinkets costing mere dozens. It resembled a grand celebration of consumerism. He privately marveled at their spendthrift approach of spending money they earned the same day. He noted with interest that Lu had primarily purchased protein powder, muscle gain supplements, and various workout enhancers, along with a significant amount of activewear, with the wardrobe filled with fitted tops and yoga pants. However, he noticed the absence of any stockings, black, nude, or white, none at all. It occurred to him that he had never seen the three of them wear stockings. At most, they only wore knee-high socks. He could not help but frown and mutter. Why didn't they buy any stockings? Upon hearing this, the three women seemed to instantly grasp Chen Xing's unspoken thoughts. Yuan playfully patted his head, her smile laced with a hint of flirtation. Darling, our sizes make it difficult to find stockings. Difficult to find a size? They could be custom-made, but that would be a matter for the future. For now, Chen Xing could only helplessly shrug. Well, directly admiring their bare legs wasn't so bad, was it? He chuckled to himself, deciding to go with the flow. Darling, was that beauty downstairs just now your girlfriend? Bing asked with a playful tilt of her head. Lu chimed in. Darling, what you're doing is quite dangerous. Yuan added with a teasing tone. Darling, you're being naughty. Chen Xing could hardly respond. That would be beneath him. Instead, he took action, using his physical presence to subdue them, prompting the trio to scatter in laughter, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. Due to his immense satisfaction with the day's achievements, Chen Xing's spirits soared that evening. On the racetrack, 3 cars took turns racing, and Chen Xing completed several laps. The roar of engines and the blaring of horns creating a symphony of sound that enveloped him. Exhausted yet exhilarated, he felt an unparalleled thrill. He believed his driving skills improved significantly, confident that he would pass the driving test with ease. This wasn't merely a figment of his imagination. He sensed a marked improvement in his racing, nearly achieving a seamless connection with the vehicle. Indeed, he silently noted that competition is essential in all endeavors. A dreamless night followed. However, in the early hours, as dawn approached, he sensed some unusual movements nearby. Chen Xing, still heavy with sleep, struggled to open his eyes. Feeling disinclined to do so, in his hazy state, he was aware that Yuan and Bing were nestled asleep on either side of him. Could it be Lu again? Hadn't she just gone to the guest room to sleep? The current commotion was so subtle, sneaky, and uncharacteristic of her style. Forget it, she thought. Remaining still and passive is quite pleasant. It was only when the other party pounced on Chen Xing like a ravenous tiger, embracing him, that he reached a conclusion. Such a petite and delicate figure could only belong to Xiao. But hadn't she been absent for the past few days? Why this sudden ambush? At this moment, however, he couldn't concern himself with such thoughts. The meat was laid before him, and it would be foolish not to indulge. As dawn broke and the storm subsided, he focused his gaze and realized that the smiling woman in his arms was not Xiao at all. Manager Liao? How is it you? Chen Xing exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. Before him stood Liao Yuma, the housekeeper, smiling sweetly. The morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her face and accentuating her enigmatic smile. She raised her right index finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Her movements graceful, yet imbued with a hint of mystery. The faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, enhancing the alluring atmosphere. Moments later, the ambience in the room regained its tranquility. Chen Xing sat dazed at the head of the bed, the morning light casting a confused expression on his face. His brow slightly furrowed as if he had yet to awaken from a dream. On the other side of the bed, Yuan and Bing were still fast asleep. Breathing evenly and unaware, the soft blankets draped over them creating a serene tableau. Meanwhile, Liao Yuma had donned her hotel uniform, standing before the floor-length mirror, her image reflecting her adeptness. This is my first time, but rest assured, I do not expect you to take responsibility, nor do I desire your money, she said softly and deliberately while touching up her makeup. From the subtle movements of her hands, Chen Xing discerned that her inner turmoil was not as calm as her exterior suggested. The morning light illuminated her profile, her eyelashes fluttering in the reflection, revealing a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xing couldn't help but exhale in relief, his shoulders slightly sagging as the tension within him finally eased. He had genuinely feared that she might cling to him, creating a web of complications. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow again, questioning, if you desire nothing, then what do you seek? I am hardly a handsome man. Do you think I am a mere child easily deceived? The enormity of her actions left him genuinely perplexed. His gaze inadvertently drawn to her, filled with boundless confusion. I merely hope that you can remember that I once existed, she replied. Do you see that? With that, she turned to face Chen Xing, the hem of her uniform swaying elegantly. She even playfully extended her delicate tongue, slightly parting her lips to reveal a small white pill resting upon it, glimmering in the morning light. This medication seemed strangely familiar. Subsequently, she cast Chen Xing a tantalizing smile, her eyes conveying profound significance, the curve of her lips perfectly poised. Then, she quietly picked up her bag and stealthily exited the presidential suite, the click of the closing door echoing in the silence, leaving Chen Xing leaning against the headboard, utterly bewildered. Chapter 60 Liao Yuma, Part 1. On a spacious terrace atop the hotel, the sun gradually rose, and the city's neon lights began to fade. At this moment, no guests had yet arrived to relax here. Liao Yuma held a cup of tea in her hands, gazing into the distance at the towering skyscrapers, her eyes deep and seemingly penetrating all. Originating from a small county in the northwest with a population of less than 200,000, the fresh air of the countryside and the earthy scent accompanied her childhood. Outside her childhood home, rolling mountains loomed in the distance, and the small courtyard was adorned with several old jujube trees. During her high school years, she relocated with her parents to the city center, bidding farewell to the fields and becoming a city dweller. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the obedient daughter in her parents' eyes, the exemplary student in the views of her teachers and classmates, the proverbial child of someone else's family. Throughout her student years, aside from her studies, she was oblivious to the outside world. She skillfully navigated her way through exams and successfully enrolled in a prestigious 211 university, choosing to major in hotel management. After graduation, armed with a solid academic background and excellent English proficiency, she secured a position at an international chain of five-star hotels. Starting as a management trainee with an initial salary exceeding 10,000, she then progressed to lobby manager, experiencing various departments such as food and beverage, concierge, and housekeeping. She maintained a rhythm of changing positions annually and switching jobs every 2 years, gradually solidifying her resume. With each transition, she meticulously reviewed her experiences, her figure bustling through different five-star hotels, busy yet composed, steadily establishing her foothold in the industry. In her 6th year of work, she joined the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, becoming a manager in the housekeeping department, specifically responsible for the top-floor Peninsula suite. In simpler terms, she had become the personal housekeeper of the presidential suite in an ultra-5-star hotel. Not everyone could fulfill the role of a private housekeeper for a presidential suite, as the clientele comprised dignitaries and top-tier billionaires from around the globe. Appearance, demeanor, professional capabilities, language skills, and experience were all indispensable, and Liao Yuma happened to meet every criterion. Given the high demands, the remuneration naturally soared. The monthly salary for this position exceeded 30,000, nearing 40,000, which was considered top tier for non-internet, high-tech industries, and non-leadership roles. It could hardly be surpassed. However, despite the substantial income, it was far from sufficient to quench a deep-seated yearning within her, which seemed to quietly grow with each passing night. Liao Yuma was unwilling to return to her hometown, where the familiar fields and old jujube trees, though filled with childhood memories, could no longer hold her back. She longed to remain in a bustling metropolis like Yanjing. Yet, to establish roots in a big city, her current income was evidently inadequate. Considering Yanjing's housing prices, she lacked both the financial means and the necessity to purchase a home for settling down. After all, her focus remained on the future. After more than 6 years of work, although she had saved some money, using it for a down payment on a small apartment in Yanjing would essentially deplete her finances. What good would that do? Renting seemed more sensible, allowing her to preserve her funds for unforeseen circumstances. The only apparent solution appeared to be finding a wealthy boyfriend, yet this thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed by reality. This hotel job felt like a firmly welded screw, anchoring her to her position, making it nearly impossible to stray far or for long. Each day, she traversed the luxurious corridors, and after serving, could only take a brief respite in the staff lounge. Where would she find the time or opportunity to meet a quality partner? Moreover, immersed in the 5-star hotel environment and interacting daily with elite individuals and billionaires, Liao Yuma's standards had inadvertently risen to unattainable heights. Common young men no longer captured her interest. The mere thought of future mortgage payments, daily necessities, and even raising children and finding schools for them filled her with dread. That was certainly not the life she desired. She had witnessed too many opulent displays from the wealthy, private jets, luxury yachts, and transactions involving billion-dollar mansions, scenes that left her yearning for more. She longed to step into the realm of the affluent, to engage with them in genuine camaraderie, and perhaps become one of them, rather than merely a servant. Yet, the harsh reality doused her hopes. She understood that this dream was nearly impossible. The chasm of social class felt like an invisible wall, instilling a sense of despair. If she could ascend to a management position above that of deputy general manager in a 5-star hotel, perhaps she could barely penetrate the circle of the wealthy. Though far from being a billionaire, she would feel a modicum of satisfaction. Achieving a position within the entire management hierarchy of a hotel is no small feat. It is not merely a matter of filling designated roles. Her current capabilities and qualifications are woefully insufficient. and it is unlikely she will ever see such a possibility within her lifetime. Contemplating this, her fingers instinctively tighten around her teacup, her gaze lowered, revealing a hint of despondency. What exacerbates her frustration is the fact that she serves affluent individuals daily, yet they regard her with mere politeness, showing no genuine interest in her as a person. She questions her own attributes. Her physique and appearance are not lacking, and her abilities and refinement surpass those of the vast majority of women. Should she seek marriage, she would likely attract a queue of single men, eager to spend lavishly for the privilege of having her as a wife. Yet, she finds none of these suitors appealing. The thought of potentially becoming a highly discriminated, unmarried woman in a sprawling metropolis fills her with discontent. She has even prepared herself mentally to become a mistress to an elderly magnate. Yet she remains stymied in finding such an opportunity. Frequently working night shifts, she often stands before the expansive windows of the unoccupied presidential suite, gazing at the distant lights, her thoughts inevitably meandering through a labyrinth of emotions, until Chun Xing's arrival, akin to an unexpected beam of light, shattered her silent yet unfulfilled existence. This wealthy individual, though not particularly young or handsome, seemed to descend from the heavens, imbued with an enigmatic allure. Liao Yuma remains uncertain as to how he suddenly acquired his fortune. Was it through winning the lottery, or perhaps a fortuitous investment? Or does he harbor some unspoken secret? While enjoying her morning tea atop the hotel's terrace, her thoughts drift towards this enigmatic man. Yet, all of this seems trivial. Even the details of his life before his fortune, whether he delivered takeout or worked as a security guard, or lived quietly, have become inconsequential, overshadowed by the brilliance of his newfound wealth. What truly matters is his intense desire for companionship, so much so that he does not hesitate to seek advice from her, his personal steward, on where to meet women. Whenever she recalls the slightly bashful yet eager expression with which he earnestly sought her counsel, Liao Yuma cannot help but smile. As his steward, Liao Yuma is acutely aware of Chun Xing's daily activities and acquaintances. She meticulously organizes his suite, records his itineraries, and witnesses firsthand his extravagant spending spree, from luxury watches to opulent residences, from fine garments to exquisite jewelry. His lavishness is astonishing. Yet, she harbors no disdain for this nouveau riche individual. Instead, she feels a sense of curiosity and awe, as if witnessing a real-life rendition of a Gatsby-esque wealth saga. Initially, she speculated that he might have won a substantial lottery prize. She had calculated that even a windfall of 100 million would hardly justify the long-term rental of a presidential suite, an expenditure she herself would never entertain. However, her assumptions were swiftly dismantled. One day, upon returning to the hotel, Chun Xing casually placed a property purchase agreement on the desk in the study, its edges glinting under the light. She did not actively pry, but inadvertently caught sight of a page that boldly proclaimed an astounding figure of 2 billion. In that moment, she was rendered speechless, her heart engulfed by a profound shock, nearly causing her to drop her teacup and spill its contents upon the luxurious floor of the presidential suite. This was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Chun Xing continued to spend with reckless abandon, his lavishness leaving her astounded. She quietly estimated that within just 10 days, he had likely squandered the equivalent of 10 small fortunes, showing no sign of slowing down. Having encountered countless magnates over the years, some worth hundreds of billions, she had rarely seen anyone like Chun Xing, who treated money as if it were inconsequential. She conservatively estimated his wealth to be in the tens of billions, and her initial theory of a lottery win evolved into a belief that he had inherited a vast fortune from a wealthy relative. Each time she found herself alone with Chun Xing, she longed to exclaim, "Hey, why are you searching for other beautiful women when I am right here?" If such directness seemed inappropriate, perhaps subtle hints would suffice. Yet, her sense of propriety and professional ethics always quelled such thoughts. Perhaps, deep down, she hoped that through prolonged interaction, Chun Xing would gradually come to appreciate her qualities and develop feelings for her. She envisioned various scenarios of their time together, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, yet she quickly suppressed any unrealistic expectations that he would fall for her. She merely yearned for the slightest possibility. Over the years, Liao Yuma had interacted with numerous affluent individuals and understood that their standards for partners were often absurdly high, sometimes even peculiar. The whispered conversations and laughter that occasionally echoed in the suite led her to ponder the stringent criteria these wealthy men held for women. With someone like Chun Xing, who had suddenly acquired wealth, his standards could very well be inflated, rendering her less desirable in his eyes. Nevertheless, she had never witnessed a wealthy man surrounded by only one woman. She contemplated that since she had known Chun Xing from the inception of his success, If he were a sentimental person, she might have a chance to become one of his significant others. However, he had consistently shown no special interest in her, and his gaze would always flit past her hurriedly. Soon, a diverse array of women began to frequent his room. Tall, alluring, and gentle, they came in succession. Fortunately, she was aware of their true identities. She understood that such women, no matter how captivating, would not be taken home by an ordinary man, let alone a wealthy one. They would not even be afforded the status of a girlfriend. As for Chen Xing's exuberant lifestyle, would it evoke disdain or disappointment in her? Please. After spending 6 years in the hotel industry, she had witnessed far more extravagant scenes than this. From late-night quarrels to clandestine transactions. From inebriated patrons to whispered gossip among staff, she had grown accustomed to the myriad facets of human nature behind the luxurious facade of the presidential suite. Chen Xing's indulgences, in her eyes, were merely a facet of the affluent lifestyle, utterly commonplace. If one assumes that those residing in five-star hotels are exclusively high-caliber individuals engaging in meetings, lavish dinners, and business negotiations, one is sorely mistaken. Whether it is a budget motel or a luxurious hotel costing tens of thousands per night, the night inevitably showcases the most primal behaviors of humanity. The reality remains. The wealthy possess greater means and creativity in their pursuits, employing tactics and diversions beyond imagination. The sole source of her disappointment stemmed from the realization that Chen Xing had an unusual preference for statuesque women, a peculiar quirk indeed. Gradually, she began to feel that her hopes of becoming his official girlfriend were dwindling. Until yesterday, when she witnessed Chen Xing bring a girl to the hotel whose height and beauty eclipsed her own, and the satisfaction on Chen Xing's face was unmistakably that of someone intending to treat her as a true girlfriend. The image of that girl seemed indelibly etched in her mind, igniting her nerves. She realized she could no longer remain passive. A wealthy man like Chen Xing, akin to a magnet with a powerful allure, would effortlessly attract women wherever he went, leaving her little chance to approach him. No one knew that tomorrow marked her 30th birthday, and she did not wish to become a 30-year-old leftover woman, wandering the city with a label of self-mockery. She made a decisive choice to offer herself. To this end, she carefully selected a time when Chen Xing would likely be preoccupied in the early hours of the night. For the lively sounds within the suite had yet to subside. It is often said that a man's desires subtly awaken in the early morning hours. She calculated that if Chen Xing remembered their past, perhaps she might still have a chance to secure a place, however insignificant, in his emotional world. If he were to be unyielding, she would simply resign herself to fate. At the very least, for her, this would not be an unremarkable experience on the occasion of her 30th birthday. This is where Liao Yuma and Gu Annie diverged. Despite their similar backgrounds and experiences, both hailing from small towns and striving to ascend to large cities, their mentalities were distinctly different. Gu Annie, although she had encountered many wealthy individuals, had only done so in the context of real estate transactions, always separated by a veil that obscured the true nature of the affluent. In contrast, Liao Yuma, having been immersed in such surroundings, saw through the facades. Was it not the case? To say she was unscrupulous might be an exaggeration. She resembled an injured cheetah, sensing the last opportunity and leaping at it with all her might. In truth, compared to many women, Liao Yuma exhibited considerable restraint. When they seized the chance to encounter a billionaire, they would rush forward without hesitation. Why wait 10 days or more? If they failed, it would simply be viewed as a friendly competition. What if, by chance, she became one of his women? At this moment, Chen Xing remained blissfully unaware of Liao Yuma's thoughts and circumstances. He sat on the sofa in the hotel suite, morning light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A cup of coffee in hand, yet his mind lingered on the revelries of the previous night. Liao Yuma had once told him that this was her first time. Chen Xing could not discern the truth. He merely sensed that she possessed a boldness, yet her actions bore a hint of awkwardness, reminiscent of innocence untainted by experience. Shaking his head, he cast those thoughts aside, choosing not to dwell further as the bitterness of the coffee lingered on his tongue, accompanied by a soft sigh. Although the previous night had been wild, Chen Xing was not devoid of responsibilities today. The transfer paperwork for 2 properties and company changes had been entrusted to others, but acquiring a driver's license required his personal attendance. Today's agenda included the first driving examination. Outside, the streets of Yanjing were bustling with traffic. He gazed into the distance, silently resolving his course of action. Now that he had the option, Chen Xing would not venture out alone. Initially considering inviting Gu Annie to accompany him, he decided it would be best to let her rest after the exhausting day they had shared. Instead, he opted for Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu to join him. The 3 young women readily agreed. their laughter filling the room with a joyful ambience. The driving school special vehicle was not needed for pickup, as Chunxing and the three ladies climbed into the hotel's Rolls-Royce to head to Dongfang Shixing Driving School. This elongated vehicle accommodated 4 passengers comfortably. The soft click of the car door closing resonated, and the supple leather seats emitted a faint scent of leather. As soon as they settled in, the trio began to fidget, playfully teasing each other within the confines of the vehicle. Chunxing could only smile in resignation, acknowledging the truth that indeed, 3 women could create quite the spectacle, regardless of their nature. The atmosphere inside the car grew lively due to their exuberance. Upon arriving at Dongfang Shixing Driving School, located beyond the 5th Ring Road, the Rolls-Royce parked steadily in the VIP area. A gentle breeze swept through as a coach awaited at the entrance. This coach, named Du Hong, appeared to be in her 40s, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit that exuded competence and professionalism, clearly embodying the essence of an experienced instructor. From her accent, Chunxing surmised she was a local of Yanjing, though her specific residence remained unknown. As he disembarked, his gaze swept over Coach Du with curiosity. She displayed no astonishment upon seeing the 3 young women. Rather, it was Chunxing who took the initiative to introduce them, stating proudly, "My girlfriends." Standing beside him, the trio, with their strikingly long legs, was particularly noticeable under the sunlight. Through Coach Du's introduction, Chunxing learned that she would guide him through both the 2nd and 3rd driving examinations in a one-on-one format. And she would accompany him for today's first exam as well. If he passed in the morning, he could attend a few lessons for the 2nd examination in the afternoon, a schedule that was both compact and considerate. Chunxing initially intended to take the exam alone, allowing the 3 ladies to occupy themselves with a game of do di zhu in the car. However, upon hearing his plan, the ladies insisted on accompanying him to the examination venue. This delighted Chunxing, as their presence would undoubtedly create a more vibrant atmosphere. Coach Du led Chunxing through the driving school, with the 3 tall beauties trailing behind, attracting the attention of passers-by. The driving school boasted an impressive environment with its pristine buildings and bustling activity, resembling a university campus. On the tree-lined paths, students walked in small groups, adding a touch of vitality. The trio displayed no shyness, confidently showcasing themselves to onlookers. Chunxing, however, refrained from holding their hands this time. Managing 3 at once would be cumbersome, and he wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Fortunately, they swiftly passed through, without giving the idle spectators time to react or capture photographs. Coach Du guided Chunxing through the registration process and a brief health check, after which he awaited his turn for the examination. The wait was not long, and soon it was Chunxing's turn to enter the testing area. With 100 questions to answer, he completed them in just over 20 minutes, achieving a score of 98. As the sunlight bathed his face outside the examination hall, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Since he was already there, Chunxing decided to take a few lessons for the 2nd examination before returning. It would be a shame to make the long trip for nothing. At noon, Chunxing and the 3 ladies found a high-end restaurant near the driving school to enjoy lunch. The restaurant was bathed in soft lighting, and the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. As they ate and chatted, Chunxing found himself relaxing for a rare moment. In the afternoon, Coach Du led Chunxing to a VIP training area at the driving school, free from interruptions by other students. During today's lesson, she taught him how to accelerate and brake, how to maneuver the steering wheel, providing detailed explanations while demonstrating the techniques. The instructor's vehicle was a sleek electric car from Beike, which started smoothly. However, as it was his first lesson, Chunxing was not yet qualified to drive himself. He could only observe attentively, listening to the coach's patient instructions. While Chunxing focused on learning, the 3 young women remained in the Rolls-Royce, playing cards and using their phones. The windows partially open, their laughter occasionally drifting out, capturing the attention of passers-by. After an intensive 3-hour session, Chunxing and the ladies departed the driving school around 5 in the afternoon. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the lights in the car illuminated, and he leaned back in his seat, contemplating that learning to drive should be done in a single, continuous effort. He resolved to come to the driving school every afternoon for practice, confident that he would soon obtain his license. Upon returning to the hotel, the 3 young women eagerly began to order dinner. Whatever dishes they chose, Chunxing would follow suit. Yet after several days of dining out, he found himself suffering from decision fatigue due to the sheer variety offered by the hotel's menu. At the dining table in the suite, soft lighting cascaded down as the 3 discussed their selections, the air perfumed with subtle fragrances. Leaning back on the sofa, Chunxing listened to their laughter, feeling a sense of contentment. Outside, the night view of Yanjing sparkled brightly, adding warmth to the atmosphere. Today's driving lesson had been exhausting. That evening, Chun Xing decided against driving again, concluding that it would be better to alternate days for such outings. Sitting on the sofa, he massaged his slightly sore shoulders, reflecting that a man must possess a degree of self-control. The crux of the matter was that if he continued this way every day, even the strongest of bodies would struggle to endure. He leaned against the backrest, his gaze sweeping outside the window, reminiscing about the days when he had finally unleashed the tiger after years of restraint, a time that had initially seemed vigorous but now required a degree of moderation. In the evening, Chun Xing deliberately summoned Xiao Xiao over. After several of them enjoyed a bath, laughter echoed in the misty bathroom, which soon transitioned to the SBA room, where Xiao Xiao instructed them on how to perform authentic massages. The dim lighting of the SBA room, infused with the scent of aromatic oils, created a tranquil atmosphere as Chun Xing reclined in the massage chair, half-jokingly yet half-seriously remarked, "You must learn, whether you wish to or not. This is your task." Of course, during this process, his hands were not idle, unconsciously gliding over certain areas, eliciting playful pouts and laughter. He increasingly realized that the joy of a car is not solely found in its operation. The gleam of luxury vehicles flickered in his mind, and he contemplated the pleasure of parking a car nearby, occasionally sitting behind the steering wheel to caress its surface, or honking the horn, or even washing and maintaining it. Each act a delightful indulgence. The melodious engine sound and the aesthetically pleasing curves of the car body uplifted his spirits, and the satisfaction of a car enthusiast could be derived from such simple pleasures. He began to understand why collectors of luxury cars harbor such passion, his eyes gradually reflecting a hint of yearning. "Xiao Xiao, what have you been up to these days?" Chun Xing inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. Xiao Xiao flashed a coy smile, her voice soft and playful. "Sir, I've just been at home, waiting for you to call me over for a massage." To this, Chun Xing could only chuckle, internally questioning whether to believe her words, his gaze lingering on her face with a hint of speculation. "All right. Continue to come over every day to play and teach them massage techniques," he decisively declared. Xiao Xiao nodded in compliance, her voice bright and slightly mischievous. Chun Xing also observed an interesting phenomenon. The women he recently interacted with referred to him by various titles. The trio of Yuan Yuan initially called him boss, but now collectively addressed him as husband. Though it was all part of the act, the familiarity hinted at a sense of dependence. Steward Liao and Chun Yu consistently referred to him as Mr. Chun, maintaining a professional distance, even after their morning encounter. Today, upon seeing Steward Liao again, she remained composed and aloof, her elegance evident beneath her uniform. Xiao Xiao simply called him sir, her tone laced with playfulness. As for the other saleswomen, property management staff, appraisers, and even Coach Du, they referred to him as either Mr. Chun or General Chun, their titles a colorful array. Finally, Gu Annie addressed him as Chun Gu, a title he had specifically requested. He recalled how classmates, colleagues, and even family and friends used to call him by various names, Chun Xing, Xing Gu, Lao Chun, and so on. His relatives, like parents and uncles, had called him Little Xing since childhood, leading him to self-deprecate, wondering if his height was related to that name. Each title bore its own significance, and as he leaned back on the sofa, the corners of his mouth curled upward, finding the situation rather amusing. His former company leaders had once called him Little Chun, a moniker he was now reluctant to hear, as memories of past professional scenes flashed through his mind, prompting a dismissive hum. Thinking of Gu Annie, Chun Xing felt that he could invite her out again the next day and picked up his phone to send a message. "Annie, I'm going to practice driving at the driving school tomorrow afternoon. Would you accompany me?" After sending the message, he leaned back, waiting for a reply, his heart filled with anticipation. A prompt response arrived. "Chun Gu, sure." Chun Xing, delighted by her reply, quickly responded, "Then it's settled. I'll take the hotel car and pick you up directly at your place." Gu Annie sent her location shortly thereafter. Baizawan was a place Chun Xing was quite familiar with. Although he felt somewhat abrupt or insistent in inviting Gu Annie to accompany him for driving practice, he struggled to find a more suitable excuse to ask her out. He hadn't anticipated her enthusiastic acceptance. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? The thought flitted through his mind, eliciting a joyful smile as his gaze rested on the location marker she had sent, a touch of delight in his heart. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, casting a warm glow. After breakfast, Chun Xing embraced 2 luxurious pillows and indulged in a delightful nap, the soft pillows emanating a faint fragrance. Upon waking, he engaged in playful antics with the 3 women, laughter filling the suite, their cheerful voices echoing against the walls, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. After lunch, As the clock approached 1 in the afternoon, Chen Xing departed from the hotel and drove to Baizuan to pick up Gu Annie, heading together to Dongfang Shixing Driving School. As the door of the Rolls-Royce opened gently, Chen Xing waved for her to enter. Today, Gu Annie had donned a new outfit. Yet her style remained sharp and refreshing. During the drive, Chen Xing seized the opportunity to inquire about the essentials for the second driving test and various driving techniques, struggling to find other suitable topics of conversation. The soothing melodies of Schubert's piano pieces played softly through the car's sound system as he listened, occasionally glancing at Gu Annie. However, Chen Xing sensed a subtle shift. Although she continued to answer his questions with composure, her demeanor towards him seemed to have changed. Reflecting on their previous night together, he had felt an unspoken bond forming between them, akin to the budding affection of a young couple, an invisible magnetic connection that drew them closer. Yet today, that delicate sensation appeared to have quietly dissipated. In other words, he perceived a growing distance between himself and Gu Annie, the air thick with an inexplicable barrier. What could be the reason for this? Chen Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation, his gaze inadvertently fixed upon her as he sought answers. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Annie exuded this peculiar aura. Sitting in the back seat, her hands folded on her lap, her gaze occasionally wandered, suggesting a hint of preoccupation. Chen Xing found it hard to believe that she had no interest in him. Their previous interactions had revealed a natural closeness, and her immediate agreement to meet today, along with her continued willingness to engage in conversation, was telling. Yet, if she were interested, why did it feel as though their relationship had not only failed to deepen, but had indeed grown more distant? He pondered this repeatedly, unable to find clarity, ultimately deciding to relinquish the matter, leaning back in the seat with a soft sigh. He noticed that Gu Annie sometimes gazed at him intently, her eyes akin to searchlights, as if attempting to see through him. At other moments, she appeared lost in thought, her brow slightly furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together. Oh. Chen Xing also observed that today, Gu Annie had replaced her previous black combat boots with a pair of fashionable mid-heeled Chelsea boots, which glimmered subtly in the sunlight, complementing her black coat and adding an air of elegance. In the afternoon, Chen Xing practiced driving for 3 hours at the driving school. Today, he not only managed to grasp the steering wheel, but also practiced making right-angle turns. Coach Du sat patiently in the passenger seat, his explanations resonating in the car, while Gu Annie quietly occupied the back seat, occasionally glancing at her phone, her expression tranquil. Chapter 64. Doubts as the sun dipped below the horizon. The trees bordering the driving school swayed gently in the evening breeze, shedding their last few leaves. After practice, Chen Xing felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon returning in the evening, he invited Gu Annie to dinner, and she graciously accepted. They found a reasonably nice restaurant near Baizuan, where they managed to dine for a few hundred yuan. The restaurant was warm and inviting, filled with enticing aromas, yet the atmosphere between the two was somewhat subdued. Annie, from now on, I will practice driving at the driving school every afternoon. Will you accompany me? Your guidance in the car will help me learn faster, Chen Xing suggested. Sure, Chen Gu, Gu Annie replied softly. After dinner, Chen Xing did not offer to escort her upstairs, but instead drove away directly. He felt the moment was not quite right. Making such a suggestion might lead to rejection. As the streetlights flashed by outside the car window, he leaned back in his seat, contemplating. Days passed in a repetitive cycle, and soon it was November 27th, a Sunday. Chen Xing's daily routine had settled into a fixed rhythm. He would sleep in at the hotel in the mornings to recharge, indulging in the comfort of a plush bed and luxurious ergonomic pillows. In the afternoons, he would learn to drive at Dongfang Shixing Driving School, always accompanied by a beautiful companion, and in the evenings, he would indulge in unrestrained fun with 3 ladies. The women spent their afternoons freely exploring the bustling shops of Wangfujing, occasionally returning with bags of treasures, which soon filled their room. During this time, the transactions for the villa at Yanjing Courtyard and the apartment at Wanlu Academy were successfully completed, with the final payments and various fees settled promptly, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Seated at the desk in the living room, Chen Xing perused the relevant documents, the city skyline visible in the sunlight outside. He nodded in approval, appreciating the professionalism of the team. The red stamps on the documents glimmered under the light, exuding an air of solemnity. Throughout these days, Gu Annie's demeanor towards Chen Xing remained unchanged from that Tuesday. In the car, she sat across from him, responding to questions in a steady tone. Yet her gaze held a hint of distance, as if veiled by an invisible mist. Chen Xing attempted to share amusing anecdotes, but her laughter was subdued, lacking the intimacy of the past, leaving him to ponder without a clear path forward. During this period, Chen Xing's frequency of driving practice noticeably decreased. Yet each time he got behind the wheel, the situation seemed increasingly chaotic. Leaning against the sofa, he reminisced about the lively nights, realizing that more people indeed brought more fun. With only two individuals, such vibrant scenes would never unfold. He found himself increasingly fond of the idea of racing alongside multiple cars, sensing the same inclination among the other drivers. Otherwise, the enthusiasm in their singing wouldn't have intensified so dramatically. The sound waves reverberated within the presidential suite, accompanied by joyous laughter. When he inquired about this, the unanimous response was clear. Having more people together certainly felt more enriching than being alone. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, laced with a hint of mischief. Over a week, the bond between the three women deepened, transforming them into close confidants and sisters. In their room, they gathered to chat, sharing secrets, and even the massage therapist, Xiao Xiao, had become quite familiar, occasionally joining their conversations, creating an atmosphere as intimate as family. Of course, Xiao Xiao did not participate in the games, choosing to return for rest regardless of how late it was, as Chen Xing had never asked her to stay. Chen Xing glanced at his account balance, then opened the system panel. With 14.5 days remaining for his novice task, he had just over 10 million yuan left. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed softly. Spending this money posed no challenge, yet it felt rather constraining. Despite the seemingly vast sum of 1 billion yuan, it dissipated quickly. The remaining funds barely sufficed for the activities of the women, and he doubted they would cover the cost of renting an office space. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the necessity of postponing the office rental, as time was of no essence for him. His gaze drifted outside as he silently calculated future arrangements. Tonight, he decided against making additional plans, sending the women off to bed while he changed into comfortable sleepwear and retreated to the study of the presidential suite. The room was softly lit, filled with elegantly bound books on the shelves, and the night view of Yanjing sparkled outside. He alternated between sitting thoughtfully and pacing, the soft sound of his slippers on the carpet accompanying his swirling thoughts, while a subtle blend of fragrances filled the air. After a while, Chen Xing finally made up his mind, picking up his Vertu phone to dial a number. The call connected after a few seconds, and a clear female voice greeted him. "Mr. Chen, I am Xiao Lin. It is a pleasure to assist you. How may I help you today?" This time, the online personal customer service representative was not Shan, but a foreign lady who spoke Mandarin fluently, her tone infused with professional warmth. Leaning against the desk, Chen Xing peered out the window, unfazed, acknowledging that such service changes were quite normal. "Hello, Xiao Lin. I would like your assistance in finding a private detective, preferably one with an excellent reputation in the industry, ideally located in Huaxia Yanjing," he stated calmly, unconsciously twirling a Marlboro pen in his hand as he awaited her response. Xiao Lin's voice came back swiftly, laced with confidence. "No problem, Mr. Chen. Within a minute, I will send you the contact details of the private detective you need via your mobile phone." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xing was taken aback, pausing his pen in surprise. "So soon?" Sensing his astonishment, Xiao Lin's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen. This is indeed the type of private detective you require, renowned for their exceptional reputation in the industry. Our Vertu clients often have such needs." Her voice echoed in the tranquil study, and Chen Xing realized the implications. Leaning back in his chair, he chuckled softly, recognizing that only the wealthy would seek to hire a private detective, and Vertu's clientele consisted of countless affluent individuals. It was only natural that they had readily available resources for private detectives. Nodding to himself, he felt fortunate to have sought assistance from the right place. True to her word, a few minutes later, the screen of his Vertu phone lit up with a text message containing the name of the private detective, contact number, and a brief introduction. Chapter 65, Private Detective. 1. The detective's name was Li Bing, though his true name remained uncertain. A veteran police officer turned private investigator. He resided in Yanjing and was capable of conducting business across Huaxia, frequently consulted by various affluent clients for his detective services. Chen Xing stared at the screen, envisioning the enigmatic figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. There was no need for explicit details. What kind of inquiries would a private detective entertain from the wealthy? If a tycoon sought to investigate competitors or steal trade secrets, they would not turn to a private detective. Rather, it was likely concerning matters of their personal lives, such as whether their partner was being unfaithful or secretly transferring assets. The clock in the study chimed 9 times, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively dialed the number, arranging to meet Li Bing the following morning at 10 a.m. at a cafe near Wangfujing, where private rooms were available for discreet discussions. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window into the profound night, yet a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. On Monday morning, Shortly after 9 a.m., Chen Xing finished his breakfast, donned a set of comfortable sports attire, the black fabric accentuating his slightly robust physique. He put on a pair of sunglasses to shield his eyes and slung a minimalist backpack over his shoulder, ready to embark on his journey. Inside the suite, Xiao Xiao arrived fashionably late, joining Yuan Yuan and Bing Bing as they gathered around the large bed, shuffling a deck of playing cards. Preparing for a lively game of do di zhu, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Lulu, on the other hand, headed to the hotel gym alone, declaring it to be back day. "Darling, are you heading out this morning?" Yuan Yuan inquired, her curiosity evident as she held up an ace of hearts. The three women turned their gazes towards Chen Xing, who responded with a smile, "I'm just going to take care of some matters nearby. I'll be back shortly, and we can all have lunch together." With a wave of his hand, he made his way to the elevator, leaving behind a flurry of light-hearted whispers in the room. Though these women did not voice their questions outright, they were enveloped in a thick veil of curiosity. After all, each harbored independent thoughts. They were not mere NPCs. Having known him for 10 days, they had never witnessed him at work. Well, he was a wealthy man, but his work seemed more like a lavish lifestyle, buying properties and watches, indulging in revelry with them. In just over a week, he must have burned through an astronomical sum, perhaps 1 billion yuan. Occasionally, they stumbled upon his discarded receipts on the suite's carpet, the amounts astonishing, leaving them speechless. While it was not uncommon for some wealthy individuals to be completely idle, such as retired magnates or second-generation rich, Chen Xing was relatively young and did not fit the profile of an idle heir. They had never encountered a second-generation rich person who spent so extravagantly. Quietly, they speculated various scenarios. Perhaps Chen Xing was an heir to family wealth, disinterested in the family business, instead choosing to languish in the hotel and enjoy a carefree existence. In this regard, their opinions aligned with Liao Yuma. The distinction lay in Liao's belief that a wealthy benefactor had found Chen Xing, a long-lost descendant, before passing, leaving him a vast inheritance that catapulted him from an ordinary individual to a figure of immense fortune. With such sudden wealth, it was unsurprising that he might appear a bit lost. At this very moment, as Chen Xing stepped out of the hotel, exchanging pleasantries with the concierge, Liao Yuma stood by the service desk, her gaze following his retreating figure, pondering whether he would eventually calm down and perhaps remember her, potentially leading to an unexpected delight. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her uniform, tinged with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuan and the others speculated that Chen Xing's affluent parent might have passed away or completely relinquished his upbringing, leaving him unrestrained to revel in his whims. Yet, this playful scion had not yet learned to drive, a fact that left them perplexed. No one was foolish. They harbored an array of conjectures but would never stoop to inquire directly of Chen Xing. Often, they tacitly avoided discussing the matter amongst themselves, and when it was mentioned, it was done so with discretion. Encountering such a wealthy figure who seemed to be enamored with their type of woman, they were eager to charm him to their utmost abilities. They dared not dream of anything more, yet the prospect of playing cards with him again loomed favorably. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Whether regarding the ongoing game or Chen Xing himself remained a mystery known only to each of them. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xing remained oblivious to their musings, his focus primarily on Gu Annie during this period. With her, he had crafted a distinct persona, an emerging, low-key yet formidable new tycoon, a character he had meticulously shaped. Engaging a private investigator was a strategic move for Gu Annie, as he hoped the results would aid his plan of persuasion. The cafe where they had agreed to meet was conveniently close, prompting Chen Xing to choose a leisurely walk. Arriving at the cafe, he found it was not yet 9:50 a.m. He pushed open the glass door, making his way to the reserved private room, where the soft lighting and the scent of fresh pine from the wooden tables and chairs enveloped him. After sitting in the room for a few minutes, the door gently swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face. He carried a slightly worn black briefcase, his disheveled hair mostly gray, and his beard unkempt, his skin dark and lean, lacking glasses, standing about 1.75 meters tall, clad in a loose, somewhat tattered suit, without a tie, and his blue shirt slightly wrinkled, revealing a modestly protruding belly. His gait appeared somewhat unsteady, yet he exuded a sense of seasoned gravitas. His mental state seemed acceptable. Chen Xing observed the man, noting his bright eyes and deliberate pace, which, while slow, conveyed a sense of experience. Yet, this did not align with the image of a private investigator he had envisioned. Leaning back in his chair, scenes from classic detective films flashed through his mind. He had anticipated a private investigator to embody sophistication and mystery, perhaps akin to Holmes' enigmatic presence or Yukawa's suave demeanor, if not Poirot's charming cunning, complete with a well-groomed mustache, sharp suit, and a pipe. But this man, was he truly the best-rated investigator endorsed by Virtue? He felt an impression of dishevelment, bordering on shabby, as he absent-mindedly spun the coffee cup on the table, bemused. Upon entering the private room, the investigator paused at the sight of the young Chen Xing, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You must be Mr. Chen? I didn't expect someone so young." His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of a Beijing accent, as he placed his briefcase gently on the table, producing a soft thud. "Hello, Li," Chen Xing replied, rising to respond, his tone tentative as he grappled with how to address the man. Just as he hesitated, the investigator waved his hand, smiling. "You can just call me Detective Li. That's what my clients refer to me as." His smile radiated a touch of warmth, accompanied by a glint of professional sharpness in his eyes. Chen Xing nodded, feeling relieved that the title suited him well. "All right then, Detective Li. Please, take a seat." He gestured for the man to sit down, and thus commenced a rather peculiar meeting in Chen Xing's eyes. After a brief handshake, their formalities concluded. As Chen Xing withdrew his hand, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Detective Li's hands, rough and darkened, with knuckles that bore the marks of time, as if each crease told a myriad of stories. Perhaps Detective Li is following the Columbo approach? Chen Xing thought, an image of the disheveled yet astute detective emerging in his mind. No longer fixated on the appearance of his companion, Chen Xing turned to summon the waiter, ordering 2 cups of latte, as Detective Li, with a serene smile, indicated that anything would suffice. Although one could easily scan a code nowadays, Chen Xing reasoned, if one could simply call someone, why bother with a scan? It was a trivial matter that need not be navigated through a smartphone, which he deemed inefficient. The waiter exited, the soft creak of the door heralding a return to tranquility in the private room. Before long, Detective Li retrieved a half-consumed pack of classic Zongnanhai cigarettes from his pocket, the box showing signs of wear. He extracted a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a delicate plume of smoke before inquiring, "Mr. Chun, do you mind? Would you care for one?" "Please, Detective Li, feel free. I shall abstain." Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. It was then that he realized he did not smoke and had no habit of carrying cigarettes with him. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out the window, contemplating whether he should prepare for such contingencies in the future. Soon, the coffee arrived, steam swirling upward, its aroma permeating the room, and the conversation took a more serious turn. Detective Li took a gentle sip of his coffee, turned his gaze toward Chen Xing, and asked, "May I inquire what specific investigative needs you have, Mr. Chen?" His tone remained steady, the cigarette resting between his fingers, smoke rising slowly. "I wish to enlist your assistance in investigating an individual. Or rather, to be precise, for individuals," Chen Xing replied. Initially, he had intended to investigate only Gu Annie, but upon further reflection, he decided to include the other 3 as well, as curiosity about them had begun to stir within him. Were Chen Xing merely an ordinary person, he would never have thought to hire a private detective for such inquiries, deeming it unnecessary. Trust could be cultivated gradually through mutual understanding. However, with his financial means and resources, why not take advantage of a private investigator? His gaze settled on the coffee cup, his thoughts drifting to Gu Annie. The impetus for his inquiry stemmed from her sudden shift in demeanor toward him, leaving him perplexed and eager to unravel the mystery through a third-party resource. Detective Li inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling a ring, nodding in acknowledgement, his expression imbued with professional composure. "There is a slight complication with the number of subjects. However, it poses no issue. May I inquire what specific aspects you wish to investigate about these individuals? Are there particular areas of focus?" His voice was low, the cigarette but tapping gently against the ashtray as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xing, awaiting further instructions. "That is precisely what I am about to articulate," Chen Xing replied, leaning back in his chair, his attention fixed on the coffee cup. Clearing his throat, he continued, "These individuals hail from different cities. I wish to gain insight into their emotional statuses and histories, as well as their private lives. You understand? I would prefer to trace back to their university days. Though if you can delve further back to their high school years, that would be acceptable as well. Additionally, I seek information regarding their family situations and personal finances. Though I will not impose too many demands in this regard. If you can uncover relevant details, that would be advantageous, but if not, it is of little consequence. The timeline for this investigation should conclude by November 15th of this year. Any further inquiries would be unwarranted." Chen Xing spoke with calm assurance, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Detective Li took another puff of his Zongnanhai cigarette, releasing a gentle stream of smoke, his gaze fixed on Chen Xing, nodding once more. Family situations and financial matters are relatively straightforward. The emotional statuses are also not overly challenging. However, the historical aspects of their emotions and private lives may require some effort. He stated, pausing as the smoke dissipated into the air, before adding, I presume these individuals are all women? May I inquire about their ages? The older they are, the more complex the investigation becomes. Also, their positions. Higher positions tend to complicate matters. This time, it was Chun-Shing's turn to nod. Lifting his coffee cup to take a sip, his demeanor composed as he assuredly replied, Rest assured, Detective Lee, they are all in their 20s, quite ordinary working individuals. Thus, the difficulty should not be substantial. As for the timeline, I anticipate needing around 2 weeks. In terms of cost, it will be 100,000 for each individual, primarily covering travel and evidence collection. Detective Lee set down his cigarette, his tone steady as he explained, his gaze penetrating as he observed Chun-Shing's reaction. However, before he could finish, Chun-Shing promptly agreed, his palm striking the table with a decisive clap. No problem. To him, the prospect of uncovering years of private history for a mere 100,000 seemed exceedingly reasonable. Leaning back, he mused that this sum was but a trifling expense in his current financial landscape. Little did Chun-Shing know that many affluent individuals spend months and hundreds of thousands investigating their spouses or lovers. The individuals he sought to investigate were merely passers-by. The endeavor relatively simple, primarily involving the costs of travel and time spent on discreet inquiries. Mr. Chun, while I am indeed a private detective, I am not alone in this venture. I have a team at my disposal. Given the magnitude of this undertaking, I could not manage it single-handedly. Naturally, I will handle the critical aspects personally, as certain information requires a more nuanced approach. Hence, I have not charged you extra. Despite Chun-Shing's agreement, Detective Lee felt compelled to elucidate further, his tone imbued with sincerity, his briefcase slightly ajar, revealing the edges of several documents. Detective Lee, I fully comprehend. What information do I need to provide? You need only furnish the names and mobile numbers of the individuals. Of course, photographs would facilitate the process. Detective Lee replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of professionalism in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, Chun-Shing retrieved his phone, sending the names and mobile numbers of the 4 women, each accompanied by a photograph that was clearly visible in the light. With a gentle tap on the screen, his movements were fluid. By the way, Detective Lee, I hope your investigation remains discreet and undetected by the subjects. Chun-Shing added, his tone serious as he met Detective Lee's gaze. In response, the detective smiled lightly, producing several sheets of paper from his briefcase and handing them to Chun-Shing. The edges of the pages slightly worn. Mr. Chun, you have touched upon a critical point. Once you review these, all will become clear. Chapter 67, Private Lawyer, 1. At this moment, a hint of mystery danced in Detective Lee's eyes, adding an air of suspense to the atmosphere of the private room. Although Chun-Shing felt perplexed, he accepted the documents handed to him by Detective Lee and began to read. The file was thin, comprising only 3 A4 pages, printed in a small font, containing concise yet densely packed content. He scrutinized the key points, his gaze flitting across the text, his mind swirling with questions, his heart churning with confusion and astonishment. The document commenced with the prominent title consultation service agreement. Its contents structured with clarity. Party A, the client, entrusts Party B, the consultant, to provide the necessary consulting services. The total consulting fee payable by Party A to Party B is specified, with Party B obligated to deliver a complete consulting report to Party A before the agreed deadline. Should Party B fail to comply, Party A reserves the right to claim a penalty for breach of contract, with Party B required to compensate Party A 5 of the total consulting fee for each day of delay until the report is provided. To fulfill the consulting services required by Party A, Party B shall employ all lawful means to conduct necessary investigations of third parties, the specific methods of which are deemed confidential by Party A. Thus, Party B is neither entitled to inquire nor need to be informed. Party B guarantees the objectivity and authenticity of the consulting report provided. Any falsification will entitle Party A to seek damages. Except for Party A and members of Party B's team involved in providing the consulting services, under no circumstances shall Party B and its team members disclose the existence of this consulting service to any third party, nor shall they allow any third party to learn about the purpose, methods, progress, results, and existence of the investigation itself. In the event of any breach of confidentiality by Party B, Party A has the right to seek damages. Party A retains the right to engage a third party for cross-verification and counter-investigation of the consulting content provided by Party B, provided such actions do not interfere with Party B's normal provision of consulting services. The confidentiality period for this consulting service is perpetual. Upon reaching the conclusion of the document, Chen Xing comprehended it thoroughly. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled deeply, exclaiming his newfound understanding, a hint of reflection evident in his gaze. Is it not remarkable that even private detectives possess such a strong legal awareness? This prompted him to ponder whether he should promptly retain a lawyer as well. Nevertheless, a sense of doubt lingered in his mind regarding the efficacy of this so-called consultation agreement. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Shenzong, what do you think? In this industry, I dare say I am likely the only one daring enough to sign such a confidentiality clause. Detective Li remarked with a smile, an air of pride evident in his tone, a newly lit cigarette held between his fingers as smoke wafted lazily into the air. His words illuminated an understanding in Chen Xing, who realized that the crux of the agreement indeed lay in the stringent confidentiality provisions. What more could Chen Xing worry about? A weight lifted from his heart, a subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded in quiet affirmation. Detective Li produced a fresh copy of the agreement, which was signed by both parties with ease. Detective Li, I may not be in Yanjing when the time comes, so please send me the electronic version of the investigation report directly, Chen Xing stated calmly, his gaze shifting to the other. The atmosphere in the private room lightened slightly with the signing of the agreement. Detective Li nodded, responding nonchalantly, as you wish. Detective Li, there is something I am curious about, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to ask. The recommender mentioned you were once a criminal police officer. What led you to become a private detective? Chen Xing could not resist inquiring, his gaze fixed intently on the other, an inquisitive tone in his voice. There is nothing to conceal. It is merely a means to make a living, to earn a bit from affluent individuals like yourselves. I have no choice but to pursue this line of work, Detective Li answered candidly, a trace of self-deprecation flickering in his eyes. He took a drag from his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke, his gaze resting on Chen Xing, imbued with a sense of life as hardships. Shenzong, do you have any further instructions? Detective Li placed his cigarette down, focusing his attention on Chen Xing, awaiting his final directives. Chen Xing, seated in the chair, contemplated for a moment before finally stating, Detective Li, I would like to add 2 more individuals. After Detective Li's departure, Chen Xing did not leave immediately. Instead, he picked up his Virtu phone once more and dialed the customer service hotline within the private room. On the wooden table of the cafe, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting dappled shadows, while a faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air. Leaning back in his chair, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment of reflection, he spoke with resolve. This time, I wish to find a lawyer, one who excels at alleviating the troubles of the wealthy. The customer service responded promptly, providing a recommended lawyer named Li Dushing, a serendipitous coincidence as he shared the same surname as Detective Li. Chen Xing took a sip of his now-cold coffee, his gaze falling on the phone screen, decisively scheduling a meeting with lawyer Li for the following morning. The venue once again the cafe, the tranquility of the private room reassuring him that all arrangements were in order. As the foot traffic outside increased and the sounds of honking cars echoed faintly, he gathered his belongings, pushed open the glass door, and exited the cafe. The time was nearing 11, and the sunlight warmed his shoulders, bringing a touch of early winter's comfort. Upon returning to the presidential suite, soft lighting illuminated the dining table where Chen Xing sat with several women, enjoying lunch together, the plates brimming with colorful and fragrant dishes. The air filled with the aroma of the meal as laughter and conversation flowed among them. The afternoon followed the planned course, as he arranged for Gu Annie to accompany him to the Dongfang Shishing driving school for practice. As the street scenes whizzed by outside, he and Gu Annie exchanged occasional remarks within the car, yet the atmosphere remained subtly distant. That evening, the customary routine unfolded as expected. The following morning, at the same time and place, Chen Xing arrived a few minutes early once again. Today, entering was an elite lawyer clad in a tailored suit. Appearing to be in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance yet exuding an air of competence and cleanliness, unmistakably a senior white-collar worker, or more precisely, a gold-collar professional. He wore a pair of refined prescription glasses, his keen eyes peering through the lenses, dressed in a well-cut Zegna suit. The deep blue fabric reflecting a subdued luster under the light, and adorned with an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch, the metallic dial shimmering in the sunlight, signifying professionalism and taste. As the door creaked open, he entered the private room with a steady stride, exuding a sense of professionalism. Lawyerly, greetings, Chen Xing said, rising to extend his hand with a smile. Shenzong, hello, Li Dushing replied, shaking hands with an appropriate grip, a smile gracing his lips that conveyed a friendly professionalism. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, and Chunxing once again ordered 2 lattes, this time at Lawyer Li's request. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation, Chunzong?" Li Dushing asked directly, adjusting his posture, his gaze fixed on Chunxing, his tone steady as he gently placed his briefcase on the table. "Lawyer, let us not rush into business just yet. I would first like to inquire about your fee structure," Chunxing replied, leaning back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, his expression composed. He contemplated, seeking to ascertain the details first. Li Dushing appeared slightly taken aback, adjusting his glasses as a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He considered himself sufficiently direct and did not expect the other to be even more forthright. Thus he proceeded without further ado. "Chunzong, it is as follows. I hold both a bachelor's and a master's degree in accounting from Tsinghua University and 2 doctoral degrees in accounting and law from Columbia University. I have been practicing for 15 years and currently serve as a senior partner at Yanjing Zhongheng Law Firm." His voice was deep, resonating with confidence, as sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a dignified glow on his suit. "I offer 3 fee structures. The first is an hourly consulting fee at 5,000 yuan. However, since this is our first consultation, I will charge you a preferential rate of 2,000 yuan for the first hour. The second method involves charging fees based on the project or case, commonly referred to as attorney representation fees, depending on the nature of the case. These fees can range from tens of thousands to several million. The third method entails receiving a fixed salary, whereby you employ me as your dedicated personal lawyer, providing legal services exclusively to you. For your reference, my annual income at the law firm is approximately 5 million. However, I have yet to encounter the third scenario." After a brief pause, he cast his gaze back at Chunxing and added that his specialties lie primarily in asset preservation, risk avoidance, and family property disputes. Specifically, if you require assistance with prenuptial and postnuptial agreements, divorce asset division, will establishment or inheritance issues, estate disputes, family trusts, or management of assets under your name, seeking my counsel would be the right choice. In other words, I excel at resolving the personal dilemmas of the affluent." Li Dushing smiled slightly, his tone exuding professionalism and composure, noting that if you are in search of a chief legal officer, CLO, for your company, I may not be the most suitable candidate. Lastly, should you have legal needs pertaining to traditional criminal litigation, I recommend that you directly engage a specialized criminal lawyer. Our law firm has several suitable candidates to recommend." Upon hearing this, Chunxing felt a surge of joy and paused to contemplate Li Dushing, realizing that this lawyer was not only a distinguished attorney, but also an exceptional accountant and wealth management expert. Leaning back in his chair, he silently acknowledged that he had indeed found the kind of talent he was seeking. He gently placed his coffee cup on the table, producing a soft clink, which conveyed a sense of satisfaction. Chunxing was not surprised by Li Dushing's income level. He was well aware of the current job market dynamics. In today's internet giants, many entry-level programmers and product managers can easily earn over $1 million annually through salary and stock options. Management personnel at these companies earn anywhere from several hundred thousand to several million, and technical experts often see their incomes soar without limits. Some of his former superiors in the film and media industry, a sector notorious for its low compensation, managed to earn over $1 million annually despite the minimal technical demands of their roles, which was astonishing. Major celebrities can command fees exceeding 100 million for a single film, while participation in a variety show can easily yield several million, approaching 10 million. In Chunxing's eyes, an annual income of several million was merely the standard for a well-known internet celebrity, a nominal screenwriter, or a junior director. Although such individuals are relatively rare, their absolute numbers reach into the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Certain super influencers in live streaming sales can earn several billion in a year, which is not out of the realm of possibility. That Li Dushing could become a partner at a prestigious law firm, handling several major cases and earning 5 million annually, seemed entirely reasonable to Chunxing. At times, the value of such distinguished lawyers is by no means inferior to that of technical prodigies. What? You say that most presidents of publicly listed companies report annual salaries of merely a few million? Chunxing scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion. Come on. Having reached the position of a publicly listed company president, how could one's income be limited to an annual salary? An annual income of a few million might not even suffice to sustain the executive team under the president. In contrast, a lawyer's income is primarily derived from the division of case representation fees. Chunxing also found it easy to comprehend the other situations mentioned by Li Dushing, who, lacking a fortune of several hundred million, would frivolously spend millions annually to maintain a dedicated personal lawyer? Generally, wealthy individuals rely on the legal counsel within their companies, only hiring an attorney on an as-needed basis. In Europe, many individuals with fortunes just exceeding 100 million euros often employ personal lawyers for extended periods. Though these lawyers typically serve multiple clients and, strictly speaking, are not dedicated personal attorneys. In Huaxia, this practice is not yet common. People usually seek law firms only when issues arise. Lawyerly, you are precisely the person I have been seeking. This time, I shall consult with you for just 1 hour. An hour later, Chun Xing and Lawyerly departed from the cafe. During that time, the specifics of their discussion remained known only to the two of them. In the ensuing days, Chun Xing's life followed a remarkably regular rhythm, adhering to a 3-point schedule, enjoying leisure or sleeping late in the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel in the mornings, attending driving lessons at Dongfang Shixing Driving School in the afternoons, and hosting parties in his suite during the evenings. Years later, Chun Xing would reflect fondly on that first month spent in the presidential suite at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Throughout those days, the relationship between Chun Xing and Gu Annie did not advance significantly. However, they had indeed grown more familiar with each other, almost completely adapting to one another's presence. Chun Xing noted that aside from accompanying him for driving practice, Gu Annie had only occasionally updated him on the progress of her search for an office and seemed to have ceased showing other clients' properties. Speaking of driving practice, Chun Xing had successfully passed the second part of the driving test a few days prior and had become quite proficient in the third part. With the exam date already scheduled, during the practice sessions, Coach Du would simply sit in the back seat, attentively observing, while Gu Annie occupied the passenger seat, ready to step on the brake if necessary. In those days, matters related to Chun Xing's 2 companies had been successfully addressed, the corporate accounts had been opened, and the company seal was prepared, with only the registered address remaining unchanged due to Chun Xing's delay in pursuing office rental. Chen Yu, the private banking manager at China Merchants Bank, had temporarily secured 5 license plates for Chun Xing, costing him over $1 million. Chun Xing specifically requested ordinary license plate numbers, foregoing the so-called lucky numbers. All the plates were registered under the name of Xinxing Life Service Company, Limited. During this time, Chun Xing continued to use TE to search for new models, with various profiles flashing across his phone screen. Yet he had not encountered any young ladies of the same caliber as Yuan Yuan and her companions. As time passed, even he began to lose hope. Meanwhile, the 3 young women, noticing his frequent browsing of TE, actively brainstormed ideas, gathering around the sofa, laughing continuously and offering numerous whimsical suggestions, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. On one occasion, spurred on by the 3 women, Chun Xing made a bold decision and impulsively arranged for 7 high-performance racing cars, which were the best options he could find in a short period, thus culminating in a total of 10 cars for an exhilarating off-road adventure, burning through an additional several $100,000 in fuel costs. On the smooth expanse of wilderness resembling the presidential suite floor, the 10 racing cars lined up, their headlights illuminating the surroundings in a blinding light, causing Chun Xing to squint, the visual impact reaching its zenith, with the roar of engines intermingling with laughter, making him feel as though he were in a paradise for racers, an exhilarating experience indeed. Nevertheless, despite the thrill, Chun Xing felt that something was amiss. Lying on the carpet and gazing at the ceiling, he pondered for a while before finally identifying 3 words: lack of heart. The 7 hastily assembled racing cars were nothing more than temporary workers in pursuit of novelty, contributing little effort. With no prior acquaintance, how could they possibly invest emotionally? The mere absence of nonchalance was already the highest standard of professionalism. Even though he had developed a tacit understanding with Yuan Yuan and her companions, he could not ascertain whether they genuinely enjoyed racing or were merely trying to please him by assuming he liked it. The latter was likely the prevailing sentiment. Despite the unwavering obedience of the 3 women, who allowed him to pluck their affections, the absence of a profound emotional connection between them rendered true intimacy unattainable. Not a single one of the 7 temporary workers remained with Chun Xing, as they were utterly incomparable to the trio, Yuan Yuan, Bing Bing, and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 69. The completion of the novice task. Some may harbor resentment, questioning why Chun Xing spends his days in the opulent presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, indulging in pleasures and revelries, seemingly neglecting all serious matters. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that when tasked with serious endeavors, Chun Xing is utterly inept. If he were to engage in investments, his ignorance would likely result in the depletion of any funds he might possess, favoring instead ephemeral enjoyment over enriching speculative pursuits. Moreover, the system prohibits him from financial or investment activities, After enduring a decade of relentless toil as a corporate wage slave, he has no desire to return to such a life. Now, the system generously allocates funds to him, compelling him to spend and relish life. Should he stubbornly insist on laboring or starting a business, subjecting himself to a life of deprivation, it would be a folly of the highest order. While one might perceive Qin as simply biding his time, he believes he is savoring life. His aspirations are modest. His dream is to indulge in pleasures, engaging in activities he enjoys with those he cherishes, while also providing a better life for his family. He considers this a reasonable outlook for a normal person. The notions of striving and changing the world are better left to others. Furthermore, the so-called transformation of the world is not necessarily a benevolent endeavor. Often, it is those noble yet radical pursuits that render the world a hellish place. Qin feels immensely fortunate to possess such a system. Although it assigns him tasks, they are not burdensome. Apart from the initial urgent task, he is not overwhelmed by demands. The system seems to merely require him to spend money and enjoy life, never intruding upon his leisure time. As the morning of December 11th, 2023, dawns, the novice task deadline approaches. Sunlight filters through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, casting a soft glow within the room, while the air is infused with warmth and various fragrances. Yuan, Bing Bing, and Xiao Xiao are gathered on the expansive bed, engaged in a spirited card game filled with laughter, discarded beverage bottles strewn across the carpet. Meanwhile, Lulu occupies the gym, clad in her signature pink form-fitting attire. Diligently running on the treadmill, perspiration cascading as if a seismic tremor had struck the garden and balcony. Alone in the study, Qin fixates on the system panel, the desk lamp casting a faint light over neatly arranged hardcover books. His fingers unconsciously tap the tabletop as he anxiously monitors the balance and countdown. The system indicates that his total monetary assets have dwindled to 980,000 yuan, with less than an hour remaining on the novice task countdown. The numbers on the screen flicker under the light, the passage of time akin to an invisible hand gripping his heartstrings. He observes that despite depositing 5 million yuan into his parents' accounts, they have yet to spend a single cent. However, this sum has been continually accounted for by the system as an expenditure. Leaning back in his chair, he ponders the system's judgment. With less than 1 million yuan remaining, he contemplates that it would be simple to exhaust it, perhaps by prepaying the trio's expenses. Speaking of the trio's finances, Qin had been so engrossed in enjoyment over the past 10 days that he had completely forgotten about it, and the three women had not pressed him for funds. It was only yesterday, upon noticing his substantial account balance, that he suddenly recalled the matter and promptly transferred 2 million yuan each to Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu. As for Xiao Xiao, who had initially agreed to a 5,000 yuan compensation for a day's work, that had long since slipped his mind. After a moment of reflection, Qin recalled that the ingredients he purchased for the family nearly a month ago must have been consumed by now. Thus, he opened the Hema Yungo interface and selected the most expensive cuts of meat, such as steaks priced in the hundreds per pound, seafood like Boston lobsters and Australian lobsters, and fruits like cherries and Australian oranges, adding them to his cart for home delivery. Just a few days prior, his mother had enthusiastically informed him that his uncle and the neighbors praised the delicious beef and fruits he had bought, with the Iberian ham receiving particularly high acclaim. This time, he cleared the platform's inventory of premium steaks and high-end fruits, spending over 300,000 yuan solely on Iberian ham. He also noticed a type of watermelon he had never tried before, priced at several dozen yuan per pound, and without hesitation, ordered 50, intending for his family to sample it. Consequently, this Hema order amounted to over 800,000 yuan, with a note requesting that the prices remain undisclosed to prevent his parents from overthinking. Despite this, his funds were still not fully depleted. Qin then opened Tmall, carefully selecting 3 top-tier latex mattresses, several goose down comforters, and various luxurious household items, such as exquisite tableware and smart appliances, placing the entire order for home delivery. After spending an additional 100,000, only a few thousand yuan remained, and Qin, feeling too lazy to continue, decided to forego the effort. After all, the novice task did not stipulate that every last penny must be spent. He was curious to see what the system would evaluate if he left a small balance. With a hint of intrigue, he sipped his coffee, awaiting the outcome. Soon, the countdown concluded, and the system panel illuminated with a flash, prompting Qin to hold his breath and focus intently. System name, Wealthy Benefactor System, genuine, unique. Host, Qin, only, officially bound. Cannot be unbound total monetary assets of the host, 432. 758 Huaxia Yuan novice task, Spend 1 billion novice task evaluation. A. Spent 1 billion. Novice task reward. 100 billion US dollars. Distributed gradually. Mainline task. Phase 1 global asset allocation mainline task. Phase 1. Description. After a 30-day introductory period to familiarize the host with the art of spending. The mainline task is now officially initiated. The host is urged to embark on the path of affluence promptly. Shortly, 20 billion US dollars will be credited to the host's accounts at China Merchants Bank and Bank of Communications. The host is kindly requested to establish an account at JP Morgan Chase, where an additional 20 billion US dollars will be deposited. Furthermore, 40 billion US dollars has been transferred to the host's Swiss bank account to be collected at the bank headquarters. The system will send the account and password to the host in 6 months. The deadline for the first phase of the mainline task is 1 year, during which the host must simultaneously spend and complete global asset allocation. The host need not worry about insufficient funds, as the second phase of the mainline task will grant even more resources and rewards. Chapter 70. Mainline task. This system's funding sources are entirely legal and compliant, posing no risks. The host can utilize the funds with complete confidence. No inquiries will be made regarding the source of the host's funds by the Earthbank system. The host may freely consume and purchase various fixed and non-fixed assets. However, the purchase of virtual currencies is prohibited, and investments in financial products such as bank wealth management, stocks, funds, bonds, and futures are limited to a maximum of 20 billion Huaxia yuan. The host may not make substantial donations or gifts to anyone other than family members. The host may acquire various industrial companies, institutions, and commercial entities, but acquiring a controlling stake in any publicly listed company is strictly forbidden. During the course of the task, should the host engage in any violations, the system will issue a warning. Upon the conclusion of the first phase of the task, the system will reward the host based on their performance and announce the subsequent phase of tasks. The countdown for the task, first phase, 365 days. After reviewing the system panel, Chen Xing sprang up from his expansive office chair, the plush carpet muffling the sound of his movement. With wide eyes, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Goodness, this is small, the scope is too limited." As time passed, Chen Xing speculated that the system would likely continue to allocate funds to him. Yet he could never have anticipated such grand generosity from the system. This was the true beginning of his ascent. As he paced excitedly within his study, he repeatedly punched the air in exhilaration. The numbers on the system panel glimmered with a blue hue, exuding an aura of authenticity and incredibility. Furthermore, the new so-called mainline task required him to continue consuming $1 billion. What an extraordinary notion. He might still be far from being the richest person in the world, but is it possible that I, Chen Xing, might be the wealthiest in Huaxia? This thought sent his heart racing. No, I must remain calm and grounded. Taking a deep breath, he sought to steady his emotions, casting his gaze out the window, where the city skyline towards Guomao seemed almost within reach. After regaining a semblance of composure, Chen Xing's understanding of his current status became clearer. In terms of cash flow, he was undoubtedly among the elite of Huaxia's wealthy, yet regarding total assets, he likely did not rank at the forefront. Not to mention the likes of Li Laotu from Hong Kong, whose assets conservatively exceeded 3 trillion, or Duan Wangye, often referred to as the Huaxia Buffett, whom he felt he could not compare to. The true financial prowess of many super-rich individuals surpassed the imagination of the average person. The so-called Forbes rich list was akin to entertainment gossip in nature. However, unlike all other affluent individuals, Chen Xing's wealth required him to expend it entirely, without concern for profit or cost-effectiveness during his spending. $1 billion. Could he possibly spend it all? Would he no longer have to worry about running out of money? At this thought, a light chuckle escaped him, tinged with self-deprecation. Upon examining the system panel once more, he noted that the task description retained a blend of bravado and naivety, yet he could genuinely feel the system's affection for him. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. With no explicit task requirements, he was not burdened with the need to exhaust himself in pursuit of task completion. The concept of global asset allocation, in Chen Xing's perspective, merely entailed purchasing properties across the globe. The system was compelling him to acquire various real estate, tangible assets, and commercial entities while strictly prohibiting him from holding shares in publicly listed companies. This posed no challenge for him. There were countless companies that remained unlisted, and Chen Xing had no intention of taking his company public. However, the expectation that he could single-handedly spend $1 billion within a year was evidently unrealistic. He needed a team, a substantial one. Gradually calming himself, Chen Xing began to devise a plan. First and foremost, the matter of renting an office needed to be revisited. Previously, he had dismissed the inferior options and found the superior ones too costly. Now, however, the situation was markedly different. Determined, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed Gu Annie. "Chen Gu?" Gu Annie's voice resonated through the receiver, familiar and clear. "Annie, how is the search for the office going?" Chen Xing inquired with a steady tone, his gaze sweeping over several documents on his desk. "I found several places. Do you need one now?" She responded, her tone laced with anticipation. "Yes, I've made up my mind. I want to consider average environments. If we're looking, let us find something upscale." "No problem at all. I found one near Guamao, with excellent surroundings, and the rent isn't exorbitant." Gu Annie's voice brimmed with excitement. "Guamao? That sounds promising. Can we visit tomorrow?" Chen Xing's eyes brightened at the mention of Guamao. Was there a more prestigious location in Yanjing? "Tomorrow morning works. By the way, Chen Gu, is there anything else?" "Not at the moment. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After concluding the call, a little while later, Gu Annie sent him the address for the viewing the next morning, but Chen Xing did not scrutinize it. His focus lay on the grand plan ahead. In his study, he paced excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Suddenly, he recalled that his presidential suite's monthly rental was about to expire and needed renewal. Previously, he had lacked the funds and direction, but now those issues were non-existent. A smile crept onto his lips as he grabbed his phone and called Steward Liao, who promptly ascended to his floor. Upon entering the presidential suite where Chen Xing resided, Liao Yuma felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that after tonight, Chen Xing's stay in the hotel suite would conclude, and he was likely to relocate, perhaps to that lavish villa in Yanjing or who knows where else. After all, one could only be reckless for so long. With the hotel stay ending, he would have to return to normalcy. This would not have been an issue. But for the past several days, Chen Xing had offered her no extra words, leaving her to wonder if he truly was a heartless scoundrel. With a sense of unease, Liao Yuma pressed the doorbell to the presidential suite. "Steward Liao, please come to the study." Chen Xing's familiar voice resonated through the intercom. His implication was clear. He wished to be undisturbed by the others for the time being. In fact, the other women had grown accustomed to not interrupting him during his private moments in the study. Was he inviting me for a private conversation? Liao Yuma's heart raced, fearing he might bring up the issue of checking out. Previously, whenever Chen Xing had given her instructions, it had been in the presence of the other three women. But now he had chosen a relatively intimate setting. "Mr. Chen," Liao Yuma called softly at the study door, suppressing her apprehension. "Manager Liao, please come in and have a seat." Chen Xing replied warmly, his gaze sweeping over her as she stood at a distance of about 2 meters. Refraining from sitting on the couch, he was not bothered by this, leaning against the desk as he continued. "Manager Liao, I wish to renew my stay in the presidential suite." "Renew?" Upon hearing Chen Xing's desire to extend his stay, Liao Yuma was uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. "Indeed. Let us renew for a year," Chen Xing stated. Liao Yuma was momentarily taken aback, her mind erupting like a thunderclap. Did she mishear him? Yet, Chen Xing was known for his eccentricity, but he never joked. Liao Yuma stood there frozen, her eyes and mouth agape, her expression surprisingly endearing. Observing her reaction, Chen Xing approached and gently shook her shoulder, prompting her to snap back to reality, her face betraying a mix of bewilderment and delight. Chapter 71. Renewing the suite. "I apologize, Mr. Chen. Are you saying you wish to stay for another year?" Liao Yuma's voice trembled as she stood in the study, her tone underscored by disbelief. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Chen Xing leaned against the desk, his tone calm, his gaze fixed on her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Liao Yuma shook her head, forcefully suppressing her inner astonishment. She had conducted multiple prior checks and confirmed that the presidential suite had no other reservations for the foreseeable future. The reason behind this fortunate occurrence eluded her. One could only say that this wealthy individual was indeed exceptionally lucky. Nevertheless, her current financial situation was somewhat constrained. "How about this?" she suggested. "I will charge 1 month's accommodation fee to my credit card, and in a day or two, I will settle the remaining balance." With that, Chen Xing retrieved his Bank of China Centurion card from his wallet and handed it over, then waved his hand, signaling the conversation's conclusion. Liao Yuma had no choice but to accept the card and turn to leave. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed in the quiet room as Chen Xing impulsively gave her a playful pat on her pert backside beneath her beige uniform. His voice, calm yet teasing, resonated. "Manager Liao, I remember you." Liao Yuma's body trembled slightly, and a blush instantly graced her cheeks. She lowered her head in silence, feigning nonchalance as she quickened her pace out of the suite. The soft click of the door's hinge masked her flustered excitement. After her departure, Chen Xing returned to his office chair, leaning back with a faint smile. The more wealth he accumulated, the bolder he became. in the past. He would never have dared such shameless acts. Little did anyone know that Liao Yumao, after leaving, felt as if she had consumed honey, her heart brimming with sweetness. Exiting the presidential suite, she skipped lightly toward the elevator hall, her fingers gently brushing the spot where she had been playfully touched, her lips curving into an involuntary smile, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness and delight. Upon entering the elevator, she struggled to regain her composure, her hands clasped in front of her as she re-established a professional demeanor. Chen Xing would likely never have anticipated her series of reactions. He was merely wealthy and bold, but not particularly adept at discerning a woman's thoughts. Indeed, he held little interest in such speculation. He only understood that, regardless of any internal aversion, his actions left her no room to protest, compelling her to comply. Perhaps this is the sense of control sought by men in positions of power? He mused. Men are strong, women are weak. Yet, from a dialectical philosophical standpoint, it is challenging to discern who truly holds dominion over whom. Between Chen Xing and Liao Yumao, who is the hunter and who is the prey? Your answer may differ from his. Some may feel compelled to lament Chen Xing's perceived folly. After all, the presidential suite costs over 100,000 a day, amounting to more than 40 million annually, enough to purchase a luxurious residence in Yanjing. Yet, Chen Xing maintained that he currently had billions to expend and did not need to fret over cost-effectiveness. For him, residing in the presidential suite was convenient and hassle-free, which sufficed. After dismissing Liao Yumao, Chen Xing found himself at a loss for what to do next. The system indicated that funds would be allocated to him soon, but the specific timing remained uncertain. He approached the window, gazing at Yanjing's skyline, feeling somewhat anxious due to the emptiness of his pockets. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly chimed with a bright ringtone. He pulled it out to find a familiar number lighting up the screen, and a smile spread across his face. Answering the call, before he could speak, the excited voice of Director Hui burst forth from the receiver, tinged with urgency and respect. Mr. Chun, what a substantial sum. Truly impressive. Earlier, you mentioned funds might arrive this month, and now I hardly know what to say. Director Hui, you flatter me. Chen Xing replied humbly, though a bitter smile lingered within. He himself was unaware of the source or magnitude of the funds. You are not flattering me at all, Mr. Chun. My small establishment can no longer accommodate you. Our bank president wishes to invite you to dinner, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Director Huey's tone conveyed sincerity and a hint of eagerness. The faint sound of papers rustling could be heard over the line. The bank president? Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Indeed, Director Hui confirmed. Chen Xing quickly grasped the implications. The scale of the funds had attracted the attention of higher-ups at the bank. Accepting an invitation to dinner posed no issue. However, he was curious whether Director Hui was acquainted with the president of the transportation bank. His tone remained steady, laced with a hint of inquiry. This time, Director Hui seemed taken aback. A brief silence followed. Then he cleared his throat and responded, I do not personally know President Zhang of the Transportation Bank, but I am certain our bank president is familiar with him. What does Mr. Chen imply? I would like to dine with both President Zhang and your bank president. This way, it will save time. Please inform them, and I believe they will agree. Understood, Director Hui replied without further ado, his tone reflecting admiration. The call quickly ended, leaving the study in tranquility once more. Chen Xing, disinterested in further complications, decided to resolve all banking matters at once, alleviating any concerns. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Director Huey's call came through again. Mr. Chun, everything is settled. The time is set for the evening after tomorrow. I will send you the location shortly. Great. By the way, Director Hui, I have one more question. Please go ahead, Mr. Chun, Director Hui responded, his tone still respectful. Regarding my current account situation, has your bank made appropriate arrangements for confidentiality? Rest assured, Mr. Chun. The bank president issued a confidentiality order immediately. Very few colleagues are aware of the specific amount, and this will remain the case moving forward. Even Manager Chun is not informed at this time. I believe the confidentiality level of your private banking account will remain the highest tier at our bank. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction, even though no one else was present. So, during these days, will I be able to use my card for transactions as usual? Mr. Chun, the funds in your private banking account are currently in a locked state. I must apologize for this. However, your Centurion credit card has now been upgraded to a truly unlimited limit. For transactions below 100 million, you may use it freely. For transactions above that amount, simply give me a call for confirmation. I will be available to take your calls around the clock. Understood. With that, the conversation concluded. Chapter 72, Investigation Report. 1. Setting down his phone, Chen Xing had yet to catch his breath when the device on the table rang again with a crisp tone. He furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, answering the call to hear a steady, yet slightly excited voice introducing himself as Zhao Changpa, the vice president of the Transportation Bank's Yanjing branch. Vice President Zhao's voice exuded professional enthusiasm, and the content he shared echoed what Director Hui had mentioned earlier. Mixed with a touch of respect, he suggested they add each other on WeChat. After accepting the friend request, Chen Xing saw a refined, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses appear on the screen, exuding an air of gravitas that signified an executive demeanor. At this point, the clock had quietly struck past 1 o'clock. In the presidential suite, Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lu sat gathered around the dining table, each clad in pink loungewear. Their long hair elegantly styled up, calling in unison for Chen Xing to join them for a meal. In their hands, they wielded exquisite cutlery, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air, their colors tantalizingly vibrant. However, on this day, Chen Xing exhibited a lack of enthusiasm for the meal. He lounged carelessly in his chair, clad in a white silk robe, the hem slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his lean chest. As he idly twirled his chopsticks over a plate of Wagyu steak, he occasionally chuckled to himself, his gaze wandering, revealing a hint of distraction. The three women exchanged glances, and it was Bing Bing who broke the silence, her voice gentle as she inquired, "Darling, what troubles you? Is there something good on your mind?" She tilted her head, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulder, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It is indeed something good," Chen Xing replied, lifting his gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. His tone casual, yet unwilling to elaborate. Noticing his reluctance to delve deeper, the others refrained from pressing him further. And the atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat subdued due to this brief exchange, the three women sharing puzzled looks as they continued their elegant repast. In the afternoon, a phone call from Detective Li interrupted the tranquility. It had been more than 10 days since Chen Xing had last heard from him, and he had nearly put the matter out of his mind. "Mr. Chen, the consultation is complete, and the report is ready. How would you like it delivered?" Detective Li's voice was deep and tinged with fatigue. "Please send the report directly to my email. I will review it when I have the time," Chen Xing instructed. "Understood." Detective Li responded succinctly before the call ended swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the investigative report arrived in Chen Xing's inbox. The two had exchanged contact details during their initial meeting, and the consulting fee of 600,000 yuan had been promptly settled via bank transfer. Chen Xing retreated to his study, closing the door behind him. Enveloping the room in silence, he walked steadily to his desk and opened the silver MacBook he had purchased. Entering his email, he clicked to download the files. In no time, several documents were ready for his perusal. He eagerly selected the one labeled Gu Annie and began to skim through it. Upon opening the report, Chen Xing exclaimed at the sight of over 50 pages of PDF content, richly illustrated with numerous photographs, charts, and detailed descriptions. The comprehensive nature of the information far exceeded his initial expectations of a mere resume plus. Leaning back in his chair, he scanned the screen, a smile of surprise and satisfaction creeping onto his face. Much of the information was unnecessary for him, so he focused on the key points, the mouse wheel gliding effortlessly beneath his fingers. Gu Annie, born on August 7, 1994, hailed from Qingxing District in Q City, Ji Province. Her father, Gu Junsheng, 57, was an employee of the Southern Power Grid, non-staff, who had retired early due to health issues and was currently doing odd jobs in Qingyuan City. With an estimated annual income of less than 20,000 yuan. He owned no car, but possessed a 100-square-meter commercial apartment purchased in 2008. Her mother, Yang Fong, 59, had formerly worked at the local gas company and had been retired for many years. She now worked as a sales promoter at a local supermarket. With an annual income of around 60,000 yuan and owned no car or property, with the family's total savings estimated at around 500,000 yuan. Her younger brother, Guankong, 27, married, was a graduate of South China University of Technology with a bachelor's degree in electrical automation. He currently worked as a junior electrical engineer at a Honda plant in Y City, earning approximately 250,000 yuan annually, with no car or property to his name. His wife, Zhang Wanwen, 28, also a graduate of South China University of Technology with degrees in food safety, was a classmate and university peer of Guankong, and currently worked as a QC at Unilever's Y City production base, earning around 240,000 yuan annually, with no property but owning a Honda Civic. They married in 2021 and had no children, currently renting in the Baiyun district of Y City. Gu Annie also had an older brother who was born in 1990 and passed away prematurely. In 2012, he scored 650 on the college entrance exam, gaining admission to Yenjing University of Finance and Economics, majoring in marketing. He graduated in June 2016 and began working as a sales manager at the first opening group's Tang Song Project company. He rented in Daxing District from June 2016 to October 2018, and in Chaoyang District from November 2018 to June 2022. In March 2020, he purchased a BMW X3 outright for 3.95 million yuan, and in July 2022, he acquired a 60 square meter commercial apartment in Baizuan District for 3.2 million yuan, with a loan of 1.2 million yuan, of which approximately 1 million yuan remained. Other significant expenditures over 10,000 yuan were documented. As of November 15, 2023, he had completed transactions on 57 properties, ranging from 2 million to 1.2 billion yuan, with a list of related owners. His total earnings from salary and commissions were approximately 4.5 million yuan, with personal savings estimated to be less than 50,000 yuan. During his secondary school years, he consistently ranked among the top 10 in his class and had no romantic records until 2015, when he received a national scholarship. In September 2015, he began a relationship with his classmate Sun Bo, which ended amicably in April 2016 due to Sun Bo's parents' refusal to allow them to buy a house and settle in Beijing. Sun Bo, born in 1993, graduated from Yenjing University of Finance and Economics with a degree in management and immigrated to Australia with his family in 2016, where he is now married and has children. During their relationship, neither he nor Sun Bo had records of hotel stays. As of November 15, 2023, there were no other romantic records or hotel stay records associated with him. There were no records or rumors of him engaging in intimate activities with clients, colleagues, or others. His historical travel ticket purchase records were also detailed. He was a close friend of his classmate Chunyu, having stayed over at her home multiple times. Chunyu, from Yenjing, lived in Dongqing District. Upon completing the report, Chun Xing's eyes widened, and his lips twitched slightly, his mind reeling with astonishment. How could a private investigator uncover such extensive details about an individual? The report contained over 10 tables, with comprehensive records of significant expenditures and monthly rental details, accompanied by hundreds of photographs, even including a blurry black and white image of Gu Annie from her elementary school days. Leaning back in his chair, his fingers instinctively tightened around the mouse, a sense of dread creeping in as countless questions swirled in his mind. No wonder the agreement had included a clause stating that the investigative methods were a business secret of Party A, and Party B had no right to know or inquire. The thought of questioning this was daunting, truly daunting. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. An increasingly vivid image of Gu Annie began to take shape in his mind, her delicate features, her poised demeanor, interwoven with her past and perseverance. Many details in the report corroborated what Chun Xing had previously learned. How should one evaluate Gu Annie? This young woman was indeed a remarkable girl, he murmured softly, a smile curving his lips. Despite her apparent obsession with marrying a wealthy man and settling in Yenjing or a major city, her family background and striking beauty made such choices quite understandable. A woman of her caliber should not be confined to the social class of her origin. Her family situation was not significantly better than his own. Perhaps the only distinction was that her family did not engage in agriculture. He chuckled softly, a touch of self-mockery in his laughter. Chun Xing pondered that if he were Gu Annie, he might have even higher aspirations. Although the report did not conclude Gu Annie's moral boundaries, he understood, after years of interacting with countless wealthy individuals, not only had she never been kept as a mistress by some affluent man, but there were also no rumors surrounding her, indicating a stringent adherence to principles of integrity. Closing Gu Annie's report, Chun Xing rubbed his temples and clicked to open the next document. Li Shuwan, born on March 1, 2000, is 23 years old and hails from the Xinqing district of W City in S Province. She is the only child of her father, Li Mingjia, aged 53, a former national-level athlete who now works in the logistics department of Jiangnan University, earning an annual income of approximately 300,000 yuan. He owns a 140 square meter commercial property in the Binhu district, valued at around 3 million yuan, with no outstanding loans, and possesses a Volkswagen Magotan. Her mother, Zhang Chunyan, aged 51, is a professor at Jiangnan University, with an income of about 800,000 yuan. She owns a 220 square meter commercial property in the Lihu district, valued at approximately 5 million yuan, free of debt, and has a Toyota Camry. The family's estimated savings amount to around 5 million yuan. They embody a tiger mother and cat father dynamic. Li Xiuan enrolled in the environmental design program at Shanghai Visual Arts College in 2019 and graduated in June 2023. During her time in school, she had no records of staying out late. In July 2023, she began renting an apartment in the Lanting apartment of Shanghai's Pudong New District. As of November 15, 2023, she has no work or romantic history. Throughout her middle and university years, due to her height and personality, she struggled to fit in and had no close friends. In April 2023, guided by alumni, she began frequenting several bars and nightclubs in Shanghai and shortly thereafter connected with an agent through a close friend. In July 2023, she commenced dating clients. With a total of 9 dates recorded by November 15, 2023, she has no records of hotel stays and possesses no real estate or vehicles, holding a C2 driver's license. She enjoys a refined lifestyle and loves shopping in high-end malls, with notable expenditures exceeding 10,000 yuan in single transactions. However, her savings are less than 50,000 yuan. Upon reviewing Li Xiuan's report, Chen Xing was left puzzled. Coming from a scholarly family with ample resources, how could she exhibit such rebellious tendencies? Especially as she nears graduation in a materialistic society? Yet, he did not perceive any signs of rebellion. Shaking his head, he decided to move on to the next report. Wang Bing, born on May 4, 2000, is also 23 years old and originates from the Shaoshan district of H City in Z Province. She is the only daughter of her father, Wang Dajuan, aged 54, who owns 3 properties in Hangzhou's Shaoshan, Jianggan, and Gongshu districts, each approximately 200 square meters, with a total market value exceeding 30 million yuan and no loans. He also possesses a Land Rover Range Rover. Her mother, Zhou Ping, aged 54, owns a Mercedes-Benz C260L. The couple jointly operates a well-known local supermarket, Dajuan Supermarket, in Shaoshan, and they have several additional shops and trucks, with a total value of no less than 50 million yuan. Their estimated annual net income is around 5 million yuan, with savings exceeding 50 million yuan. In addition to stocks, financial products, and receivables worth at least 30 million yuan. Wang Bing enrolled in the Business English program at Shanghai Business College in 2019 and graduated in June 2023. She had no records of staying out late during her studies. In July 2023, she began renting at Longming apartment in Shanghai's Pudong New District. As of November 15, 2023, she has no work or romantic history. Her demeanor is aloof, and she has not cultivated any friendships. In July 2022, she began frequenting various nightclubs and bars in Shanghai, eventually becoming a part-time resident at Space Face. Inspired by a close friend to contact an agent independently, in May 2023, she started dating clients, with a total of 15 dates recorded by November 15, 2023. She has no hotel stay records, no property, no vehicle, and holds a C1 driver's license. She delights in a refined lifestyle and enjoys high-end shopping, with significant expenditures exceeding 10,000 yuan in single transactions. However, her savings are projected to be less than 50,000 yuan. What could be happening? Chen Xing was utterly baffled. While it was somewhat understandable to grasp Li Xiuan's transformation, Wang Bing's situation was perplexing. Although she may not be exceedingly wealthy, she undoubtedly possesses a comfortable financial standing, with no apparent need for monetary concerns. Unable to comprehend, he decided not to dwell on it further and continued to the next report. Dai Xiaolu, born on April 2, 1995, actual birthday December 2, 1995, is 28 years old and comes from Haludio City in El Province. She is the only child of her father, Dai Yong, who tragically passed away in a car accident in 2005. He was known for his gambling and drinking habits. Her mother, Gong Shulei, aged 53, officially divorced Dai Yong in 1998, having never registered their marriage. She remarried in 2000 and had a son and a daughter, leading a fulfilling family life, and has not been in contact with Dai Xiaolu since. Dai Xiaolu was raised by her grandparents, Dai Bingkuan and Li Xiaoxia, who both passed away in 2018 and 2021, respectively. Their savings and properties were entirely spent on medical care, leaving no inheritance. Dai Xiaolu enrolled in the English department of Shanghai University of Technology in 2013 and graduated in June 2017. She has a solitary nature, struggles to socialize, and has no friends or romantic history. An avid sports enthusiast, she is passionate about fitness. In December 2016 and February 2017, she obtained ACE and NSCA fitness instructor certifications. From July 2017 to November 2022, she worked as a personal trainer at the Carey Hotel Fitness Center, during which there were no rumors or records of intimate behavior with clients, colleagues, or others. In December 2022, she became a freelancer. Beginning in August 2023, she started dating some former clients, with a total of 6 dates recorded by November 15, 2023. She has 10 hotel stay records, all for solitary accommodations. She possesses no real estate or vehicles and holds a C2 driver's license. Significant expenditures exceeding 10,000 yuan in single transactions are noted. Her travel ticket purchasing situation is as follows, with her estimated savings around 300,000 yuan. This report reveals a rather unfortunate situation, with no one to guide her. Has she simply given up? However, given her background and experiences, Chen Xing could understand her current state. He opened the 5th report. Lu Xiaoxiao, born in 1996, is 27 years old and hails from B City in Y Province. She is the only daughter of her father, Qin Liwei, aged 58, and her mother, Lu Xiangjuan, aged 60. Qin Liwei and Lu Xiangjuan were married in 1990 and divorced in 1998. He subsequently established a new family in 2000 in Shishir and ceased contact with Lu Xiangjuan and Lu Xiaoxiao, who raised their daughter alone and has not remarried since. Lu Xiangjuan works as a cleaner at Xinwang Shopping Mall in B City, with no vehicle, and owns a 90 square meter commercial property. Lu Xiaoxiao enrolled in the nursing department of Shishir Economic Vocational College in 2014 and graduated in May 2017. In July 2017, she began working as a clinical nurse, without formal employment, at the 4th People's Hospital of Shishir, leaving in February 2018 to venture independently into Yanjing. From March 2018 to August 2020, she worked at Yanjing Ya Beauty and Body Center. From October 2020 to December 2021, she was employed at Shangri-La Spa. Since March 2022, she has been working as a massage therapist at the Peninsula Hotel's recreation department. In September 2016, she began a relationship with her classmate Zhang Shuai, which ended in December 2016 due to infidelity on his part, with 5 hotel stay records during their relationship. She has no other romantic experiences or hotel stay records. There are no records of intimate behavior with colleagues or others, and her current phase of intimate relationships with clients remains under investigation. Lu Xiaoxiao owns no real estate or vehicles and holds a C2 driver's license. She has no medical records from obstetrics and gynecology or maternal and child health care. Significant expenditures exceeding 10,000 yuan in single transactions are recorded, and her travel ticket purchasing situation is noted, with estimated savings around 1 million yuan. After reviewing this report, Chen Xing shook his head, uncertain how to assess the situation. He resolved to read the final report before forming any conclusions. Liao Yuma, born in 1993, is 30 years old and hails from Wushan County, T City, X Province. She is the only child of her father, Liao Jigang, aged 57, who is currently a mathematics teacher at Wushan County Qingyuan No. 1 Middle School, possessing a 150 square meter commercial apartment in Qingyuan Town and a Chevrolet Cruze, with an annual income of approximately 100,000. Her mother, Chui Lijuan, aged 56, is a Chinese language teacher at the same school and also currently employed, with no properties or vehicles under her name, earning around 100,000 annually. The family's estimated savings are around 2 million. Liao Yuma enrolled in Jinan University in 2012, majoring in hotel management, and graduated in June 2016. As of November 15, 2023, she has no recorded romantic relationships. In July 2016, she began her career at the Pengcheng Hilton Hotel as a management trainee, earning a monthly salary of 15,000. In September 2018, she joined the Marriott Hotel Group and then, in August 2022, transitioned to the Peninsula Hotel Group as the housekeeping manager at the Yanjing Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, with a comprehensive monthly remuneration of 38,000. She has no record of hotel stays nor any rumors or records of intimate behavior with clients, colleagues, or others. She possesses no properties or vehicles but holds a C2 driver S license and has no significant consumption records. Her savings are estimated at 2 million, with 1.7 million accumulated from her salary and 300,000 from stock appreciation. Liao Yuma's report essentially serves as a meticulously detailed resume. She comes from a middle-class family, is diligent and ambitious in her work, steadily advancing in her career, with a commendable income and a frugal lifestyle, as her accommodation and meals are provided by the hotel, allowing her to save the majority of her earnings. Chun Xing initially believed that among the women he was assessing, Liao Yuma had the strongest sense of purpose. However, after reviewing her report, he felt that she was, in fact, a remarkably earnest young woman. Her involvement in stock trading revealed a certain level of restlessness and insight, akin to a calculated gamble, where, as it had been that night, if she was to act, she would strike decisively. After thoroughly examining 6 investigative reports, Chun Xing found himself deep in contemplation within his study. Gu Annie and Liao Yuma shared similar backgrounds, both being ordinary individuals from respectable families, hardworking and ambitious, seeking wealthy partners to remain in the metropolis, while also maintaining their integrity and displaying slightly introverted and shy personalities. However, perhaps due to differing work environments, their mentalities began to diverge, leading to distinct approaches. While both encountered him around the same time, Liao Yuma had quietly taken the initiative, whereas Gu Annie seemed to be entangled in hesitation. Undoubtedly, in terms of family background, Liao Yuma had the advantage, while Gu Annie excelled in personal attributes. Li Xiwan, despite coming from a family situation that many would envy, faced educational failures, rebellious tendencies, and high material desires, seemingly never contemplating a serious job, instead opting for shortcuts. Wang Bing, already deemed a minor affluent lady, could easily find a partner for marriage and lead a stable life, even marrying into a family of equal or greater wealth. Yet, aside from her inherent love for play and thrill, Chun Xing struggled to envision any other possibilities. Her usual demeanor was so aloof and serene, making it difficult to perceive her penchant for excitement. Fortunately, the two women remained relatively naive. Was there still hope for them? Dai Xiaolu's situation was akin to that of an orphan, utterly tragic. She chose to pursue a costly fitness path without competing or aspiring to become an influencer, desiring a relatively refined life while being independent and unencumbered, which led her to her current predicament. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, her career trajectory aligned most closely with Chun Xing's expectations among the group. Chapter 75. Renting an office, should I become the one to take on this burden? Should I intervene to rescue them from their aimless and mundane lives? Chun Xing paced in his study, torn by indecision. Ultimately, he established a confidential folder, transferring several documents into it, and concealed it away. He then sent a message to Detective Lee. Detective Lee, I believe we will collaborate again in the future. Soon. Detective Lee replied, handshake. The afternoon passed swiftly. That evening, Chun Xing arranged no activities, needing time to himself to calm his thoughts and plan for the future. The following morning, he rose leisurely, took a shower, and then savored a sandwich with coffee before brushing his teeth and leaving the hotel promptly at 10 o'clock. Dressed in a white tracksuit and carrying a gray backpack filled with 3 mobile phones, he finally settled into a Rolls-Royce. It was only when he checked his phone that he discovered the office Gu Annie had found for him was located within Huaxiazun. This building, also known as the CITIC Tower, is situated in the heart of Guamao, completed in 2019, and is renowned as the tallest building in Yanjing, virtually known by all. Leaning against the leather seat, a smile crept onto his face, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Having an office there was indeed a splendid choice. They agreed to meet at the entrance of Huaxiazun on the 1st floor. Upon arrival, Chun Xing found Gu Annie already waiting with a manager from the building's property management. Gu Annie's attire today mirrored that of their initial meeting last month. Her long, straight black hair cascaded like silk beneath a white baseball cap, complemented by a light brown leather jacket over a white cashmere sweater, and light blue fitted jeans that perfectly accentuated her slender figure, further enhanced by a pair of mid-heeled black leather boots that clung to her calves with a blend of sophistication and capability. Chun Xing recalled having seen her in those boots once before. Standing there with her hands clasped and a slight furrow in her brow, she exuded an air of concern. Annie, Chun Xing approached, his voice gentle as he nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Chun, you're here. Gu Annie looked up, managing a faint smile, her tone somewhat subdued. Before she gestured to introduce the property manager, this is Manager Xiao. She pointed lightly to the individual beside her, her voice tinged with professional courtesy. Manager Xiao, approximately 40 years old, was robustly built, clad in a deep blue suit, his tie impeccably straightened, a CITIC Group property badge adorning his chest. His face displaying a professional smile as he extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Manager Xiao. Without further delay, Manager Xiao produced a magnetic card from his suit pocket, swiped it at the entrance, and led Chun Xing and Gu Annie toward the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Manager Xiao stood to one side, hands behind his back, calmly introducing, Mr. Chun, the office we are viewing today is located on the 55th floor, covering 150 square meters, which is the smallest rental unit in the entire building, priced at 216 yuan per square meter per day, offering great value. He glanced at Chen Xing as he finished speaking. Inside the elevator, Chen Xing, with his hands in his pockets, noted that the control panel only indicated buttons for floors 43 to 56, with the 56th floor button dimmed. Raising an eyebrow, he could not help but inquire, "Manager Xiao, why is the button for the 56th floor not lit?" "Mr. Chen, the 56th floor currently has no companies residing there. It is being prepared for full rental. Hence it is temporarily closed off," Manager Xiao replied with a slight smile, his tone steady and professional. Chen Xing nodded, redirecting his gaze back to Gu Annie as the elevator chimed and came to a halt, the three of them stepping out into the available office unit for rent. Located near the northern side of the building, the 150 square meter unit area includes shared space and has undergone exquisite renovations. It features a spacious office for the general manager, 2 compact offices for management, a simple small conference room, and a larger office area that can accommodate approximately 20 people, with no additional functional areas remaining. The walls of the office are pristine white, the floor gleams with a mirror-like shine, and a faint scent of latex paint lingers in the air. Chen Xing surveyed his surroundings, silently calculating the expense. Renting this office would cost over 90,000 yuan each month. Gu Annie stood beside him, observing his expression, and could not help but speak up, her voice gentle yet tinged with concern. "Chen Gu, are you considering this as a registered location for your 2 companies, while also serving some office purposes?" Her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her clothing, her gaze fixed on him as if probing his thoughts. "Indeed," Chen Xing replied, turning his head to nod in confirmation. In truth, there was no necessity to lease such a high-end office. There were many affordable office buildings available. Yet, he found himself drawn to a more upscale environment, which compelled him to recommend this place. Gu Annie's reasoning was astute. Had it not been for the subsequent $100 billion, Chen Xing would have likely settled for a dilapidated apartment building as the company's registered address, spending perhaps only a few thousand yuan monthly and hiring an accountant or cashier to manage the finances regularly. However, with such a significant sum at his disposal, he felt that even if he did not intend to commence genuine business operations, renting a 150 square meter office would be rather petty and unworthy of his status. Deep down, he even mused that acquiring the entire building might not be out of reach, considering its value was merely over 20 billion. Yet, CITIC Group would undoubtedly refuse to sell. "Manager Xiao, since we are here, why not take us to the 56th floor? "Certainly," Manager Xiao agreed after a moment's contemplation. As he had no pressing matters at hand, Gu Annie assumed Chen Xing was merely curious about other floors. The trio ascended the stairs and soon arrived at the 56th floor. Manager Xiao switched on the lights, revealing the entire floor of offices to Chen Xing. The total area approached 3,000 square meters, excluding the elevator shaft, utility rooms, and structural components. The usable space was around 200 square meters, square and spacious. Such a large layout could easily accommodate 500 employees if arranged properly. Of course, Chen Xing would not subject his staff to such cramped conditions. This floor was also exquisitely decorated, with a standard of finishing that was not low, yet only basic hard furnishings were provided. Computers, desks, chairs, and sofas would need to be procured independently. In summary, Chen Xing felt that this space could serve as a transitional office or a base for a future branch. Albeit temporarily, he could make do for now, but he was certain he would seek a different location for his office in the future. He believed that his future office should occupy an entire floor to befit his stature. It seemed imperative to expedite the purchase of a building, he thought to himself. "Chenzo, how do you feel?" Noticing Chen Xing pacing back and forth in the office, having circled the room without uttering a word, Manager Xiao felt an inkling of urgency, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he had just received a notification from his superior to attend a meeting. Despite his efforts to maintain a calm and professional demeanor, Chen Xing observed Manager Xiao frequently glancing at his phone, easily interpreting the unspoken tension. "Manager Xiao, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go ahead. We need to discuss some things." "No problem. The restrooms on this floor are fully operational. I will head to the property management office. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Manager Xiao forced a smile, nodded an apology, and hurriedly departed, the sound of his shoes echoing on the floor as he swiftly vanished into the stairwell. Gu Annie eagerly awaited Manager Zhao's departure, her hands instinctively twisting together, a flicker of urgency in her eyes, clearly yearning to confide in Chen Xing. Now, the entire floor was theirs alone, standing by the expansive glass curtain wall on the southern side of the building. Outside, the streets bustled with traffic. "Annie, what do you think about my renting this entire floor?" Chen Xing turned to her, his tone casual, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze probing her reaction. Alarmed, Gu Annie realized that Chun Xing had been silent for too long, reminiscent of that day at Patek Philippe when he bought a watch, and she feared he might suggest renting the next floor instead. Now, her fears were confirmed. She stepped closer, wrapping her slender arms around Chun Xing's. Her voice laced with urgency. "Chen Gu, please remain calm." This took Chun Xing aback. He froze, disbelief written across his face, wide eyes downward at Gu Annie's unexpected embrace, which was entirely uncharacteristic of her. He noticed that in her anxiety, she exhibited a hint of nervousness, her body trembling slightly, her delicate fingers clenching his sleeve tightly. Unfazed by Chun Xing's astonishment, Gu Annie pressed on, her voice hurried. "Chen Gu, have you calculated how much rent you would need for this floor?" "Actually, I have not. Would you mind calculating it for me?" Chun Xing raised an eyebrow, his tone light, attempting to ease the atmosphere. He noted her unusual demeanor. She sensed his surprise, yet they continued their dialogue, an unspoken understanding hanging in the air. 43,000 square meters. If we consider 20 yuan per square meter per day, that amounts to 1.8 million yuan monthly and 21.6 million yuan annually. And Chun Xing tilted his head toward her, his forehead slightly raised, a glint of mockery in his eyes. To an outsider, their posture might appear somewhat comical. Thus, it constitutes a substantial sum. Over 10 years, that would total over 200 million yuan, sufficient to purchase 2 grand villas in Yanjing. Gu Annie frowned, her voice slightly agitated as she met his gaze, seemingly attempting to dissuade him. "Who would have thought you were quite considerate of me?" Chun Xing chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. At that moment, Gu Annie suddenly released her hold and stepped back, her beautiful eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, falling into silence. Chun Xing similarly regarded her, brow furrowed, lips pressed tight, enveloped in silence. They maintained this gaze for a minute or two, neither willing to break the silence. The atmosphere thick with tension and unspoken affection. "Chen Gu, I know everything." Gu Annie finally shattered the silence, her gaze steady upon him, her melodious voice infused with a hint of sorrow and determination. "You know everything? What do you know?" Chun Xing's heart raced, a wave of apprehension washing over him, masking his concern with a facade of nonchalance, forcing a smile. He felt stiff, speculating whether the private investigator's involvement had been discovered or if the matter regarding the 3 women had come to light. "You are keeping 3 tall beauties in a hotel. They are still there, aren't they? I can still detect the lingering scent of you." Gu Wanyi furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness as she clasped her hands together, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Was it truly merely due to the scent? Chun Xing inhaled sharply, his chest rising slightly as he composed himself, contemplating whether he should offer an explanation. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a low tone. "When did you discover it?" "I knew the day we went to the hotel together," she replied. A bittersweet smile crept upon Chun Xing's lips as he internally chuckled at his previous self-satisfaction regarding his acting skills, now rendered pointless as he realized he had been exposed. He lowered his head, his eyes wandering, pondering whether to employ a familiar tactic to alleviate the tension. However, Gu Annie chose not to pursue the matter further. Nor did she question him more deeply. She merely stood there, rubbing her hands together, her beautiful eyes gradually reddening, glistening with unshed tears. Silence enveloped the moment. "Chen Gu, I have resigned. I will no longer sell houses." Gu Annie's unexpected declaration caught him off guard. "Why did you resign?" Chun Xing frowned, a note of surprise in his voice as he locked his gaze upon her, seeking answers. "I no longer need to sell houses because I have finally found a wealthy boyfriend," she said, her eyes shimmering with tears as a reluctant smile graced her lips, laced with self-mockery. Chun Xing was momentarily baffled by the implications of her words. He watched as Gu Annie stood there, wiping her tears, a mixture of laughter and weeping. At this juncture, even a fool would comprehend the situation. Was this girl confessing her feelings to him? Chun Xing refrained from uttering any trivial remarks and stepped forward to embrace her. Yet, as he held her close, she began to weep even more intensely, her laughter completely overshadowed by her sorrow. "Am I your first official girlfriend? You mentioned you had never dated anyone before." "Yes, of course you are." "Am I considered a mistress in your eyes?" Chun Xing felt a sense of bewilderment at this question, unsure of its origin. Nevertheless, he answered without hesitation. "How could you possibly be a mistress? You are my one and only girlfriend. Can I tell others about our relationship?" "Certainly. We can be open about it. You can inform anyone, including your parents. If a mistress were to appear in the future, could I confront her?" "Absolutely. You can." At this point, Chun Xing was willing to agree to anything she proposed. He had merely intended to rent a house today, yet unexpectedly found himself with a girlfriend. Had the modern woman become so astute? Aware of his several alluring companions, she still dared to confess her feelings to him? Chapter 77. Mutual thoughts. After nearly a month of interaction and understanding, Chen Xing had planned to make a grand gesture soon, presenting Gu Annie with an exquisite gift to express his feelings, hoping to solidify their bond. However, he never anticipated that he would not need to take the initiative. She would shatter the stalemate herself, and in such an extraordinary manner, catching him off guard. He had not even made any significant efforts. Aside from acquiring the luxurious property at Wanlu Academy and paying the associated commission of 790,000 yuan, Chen Xing had spent not a single penny on Gu Annie. This was not due to his charm being exceptionally potent, but rather an invisible allure he exuded. Indeed, without wealth, Chen Xing would amount to nothing, and the women around him would likely not spare him a second glance. Yet, the current reality was that Chen Xing was wealthy. There was no need to disregard his greatest advantage and instead dwell on hypothetical scenarios of being without money. Wouldn't that be self-imposed discomfort? Since Gu Annie was attracted to the affluent version of Chen Xing, he could potentially ensure her continued affection. After all, Chen Xing was destined to remain wealthy. From Gu Annie's perspective, she sensed that Chen Xing harbored feelings for her. She had always been aware of this. Naturally, she also recognized that his interest was initially sparked by her appearance. However, isn't it true that a man's attraction to a woman often begins with physical allure? Desire breeds affection, and that is the correct sequence. Just as she had begun to like Chen Xing, solely because of his financial standing. You seek beauty, I seek wealth. This is entirely normal, and can even be considered a natural aspect of courtship, an inherent truth. Her criteria for a partner were always clear. He must be wealthy. The only aspect she cared about was the means by which that wealth was acquired. She had set boundaries for herself, delineating her moral code, steadfastly refusing to become a mistress. She desired to maintain her dignity wherever she went, holding her head high in front of anyone. Her only romantic experience thus far had occurred in her senior year of university, with her classmate, Sun Bo, from the finance department. After 3 years of observation, she confirmed his affluent background and decent character, thus she agreed to his pursuit. However, mere months later, upon learning that his family had no intention of settling in Yanjing and were even considering immigration, she decisively ended the relationship. She could never disregard her parents in pursuit of a fleeting romance. Fortunately, during her brief romance with Sun Bo, considering they were still students, she remained cautious. Their interactions were limited to hand-holding and hugging, devoid of any deeper intimacy. It was not out of a desire to remain chaste, but rather an understanding that, given her family's circumstances, achieving her goals left no room for error. She recognized her academic abilities were adequate, but her capacity to navigate complex situations was quite ordinary. In a landscape where her background was rather humble, her only advantage lay in her appearance. After graduation, she opted to work in a luxury real estate sales office, not only to earn money quickly, but also to connect with wealthy individuals. However, she never anticipated that after several years, despite having amassed the contact information of hundreds, if not thousands, of affluent individuals, the majority were married, and the remainder either had girlfriends or did not meet her standards. Thanks to her cautious approach during her university romance, she had developed a stronger resistance to temptation and maintained her boundaries. Certain commitments, once upheld, become easier to maintain, while initial compromises can lead to deeper entanglements. Throughout the years, having witnessed the many wealthy men engaging in clandestine affairs, she had experienced doubt and hesitation, questioning whether her choices and persistence were wise. Yet, upon reflection, she continued to diligently sell houses until Chen Xing entered her life. In her eyes, Chen Xing possessed many admirable qualities, the only flaw being his penchant for frivolity. To phrase it more delicately, he was charming. To say it plainly, he was somewhat lecherous. What she appreciated most about Chen Xing was threefold: his financial resources, his single status, and his family background. Financial resources speak for themselves. His single status indicated that she would be his sole girlfriend. Even if he were to take a mistress in the future, that mistress would not be her, thus preserving her standards. As for his family background, if he hailed from a prominent family and was as playful as he was, she would need to be wary, as the likelihood of being discarded after being toyed with would be high. Yet, Chen Xing's family situation mirrored her own, creating an unspoken sense of security through this equality. In light of these three factors, other considerations seemed less significant. As for height and looks, if the other party's net worth only amounted to several tens of millions, she would undoubtedly hesitate. However, when the other party's wealth begins at 1 billion, who would still care about such trivialities? Moreover, Chen Xing's looks are merely average. He is not unattractive. Being ordinary is quite satisfactory. If he were to be as handsome as Wu Yinzu or Peng Yuyan, what role would she have in his life? If she enjoys casual encounters and frivolities, then let her indulge. I shall feign ignorance. After all, this is the nature of the affluent. As her friend Xinyu remarked, it is not just wealthy men. Even among ordinary men, how many are genuinely honest? Those who play without spending are merely constrained by their capabilities. Yet, despite this understanding, she hesitated for a long time, undergoing over half a month of mental preparation before convincing herself. This is the most significant choice in her life. Now, having resolved to accept Qinxing, she is ready to offer all of herself to seize this opportunity. Both her age and Qinxing's current circumstances instill a subtle sense of urgency within her. She intends to be the moth drawn to the flame. The resolution she ultimately reached was also influenced by her observation that Qinxing is a person of deep loyalty and integrity. Although he speaks little, he is sincere and straightforward, expressing what he feels without pretense or deceit, eschewing schemes and boasting. His actions may be extravagant, yet he possesses the means to fulfill them. Setting aside his flirtatious nature, he is indeed a quintessential honest man. She silently reassures herself that her choice is not misguided. On Qinxing's side, he too pondered for an entire day yesterday. Despite his newfound wealth and penchant for leisure, he has not abandoned the contemplation of a pressing question. Where can he find a true girlfriend? Or rather, what kind of girlfriend should he seek? Oh, perhaps he desires more than one. Yet, it must begin with the first. Firstly, the girlfriend he seeks must be someone with whom he can envision a future marriage. Given his age, it is pragmatic to consider the prospect of children as well. Otherwise, how can such a vast estate remain without an heir? If he were in his 20s, he would surely be in no rush, leisurely enjoying life until he finds someone with whom he can take that step towards marriage. Of course, one does not necessarily need to be married to have children. Many exist who have children without the bonds of matrimony. However, Qinxing believes that he should at least seek a girlfriend who meets the criteria for marriage. As for whether or not they will eventually obtain a marriage certificate, to be honest, Qinxing has yet to make up his mind. He prefers to assess the situation when the time comes. To be considered a potential spouse for the current Qinxing, one must first pass the threshold of family background or personal history. Regarding family background, after much contemplation, Qinxing concludes that it is advisable to seek a marriageable partner from a similar social stratum. What he deems as a suitable match is someone whose social standing may differ in degree from his own, but should not diverge excessively. Specifically, families like Wang Bing or Chunyu represent the absolute upper limit he would contemplate. Beyond that, he feels it would be somewhat forced. For further up the social ladder entails true affluence. While Qinxing is wealthier than they, his riches still exist as mere numbers in his account. The truly wealthy do not lack for money. Even when they do, their financial struggles differ from those of ordinary individuals. Marriages among the affluent are not merely a contest of who has more or less money. If the other party comes from a prestigious family, they undoubtedly do not lack for funds. What material needs could he fulfill that they cannot meet themselves? What could Qinxing provide? Contributing his wealth to enhance an already illustrious family? On what grounds? What would he gain from it? When both parties possess wealth, discussions shift from finances to backgrounds, tastes, education, connections, and other such matters. Minor physical imperfections, trivial character flaws, and everyday habits will be magnified in each other's eyes, leading to increased intolerance. Not to mention the potential clash of values. Both sides will harbor the same question: why should I tolerate you? Whether she is the daughter of a wealthy family or a bureaucratic lineage, Qinxing and she are destined to be incompatible. Moreover, those women may possess remarkable eloquence, but their looks and figures may not be as appealing. Would he be willing to accept such terms? No matter how substantial his bank account, it cannot alter the fact that Qinxing hails from a lower social stratum. Now that he possesses wealth to such an extent, he finds little value in the resources typically associated with other affluent individuals. He contemplates, why not start from scratch and build a dynasty of his own? That is the endeavor he should pursue. Secondly, the girlfriend he seeks must possess beauty and an alluring figure, someone pleasing to the eye. Lastly, she must be patient, accommodating, and kind to him. He desires a supportive partner, not a temperamental princess. In essence, she must possess a sense of measure, understanding when to advance and retreat, and possess self-awareness. Should she meet his expectations, he will not hesitate to spend on her. Regardless of the amount, it is merely a number generated by the system. In Qinxing's eyes, Gu Annie appears to fit his criteria. Now that she has taken the initiative to confess, he finds himself delighted. He is willing to offer her an opportunity. As long as she does not falter subsequently, he is prepared to accompany her to the pinnacle, to behold the scenery together. Thus, the The two stand by the window, tightly embraced, remaining still. At this angle and height, Chunxing's face grazes the contours of her chest, surpassing even those of Yuan Yuan. Previously, without physical contact, such nuances were imperceptible. Chunxing's heart leaps with joy, feeling the warmth of her delicate form. Chunxing's body instinctively reacts. Yet, in this moment, he knows he cannot act on his impulses. He can only hold her gently to convey comfort. Minutes pass before Gu Annie's trembling frame gradually steadies. She bites her lip, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Outside, the sun shines brightly, casting its glow on the glass facade of Huaxiazun, reflecting dazzling light that illuminates her slightly flushed cheeks, accentuating her fragile beauty. Gu Annie. Her voice is barely above a whisper, trembling. Chunxing responds with warmth and conviction, his voice deep as a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. His gaze remains fixed on her, imbued with a reassuring strength. Now calm, Gu Annie allows Chunxing to gently grasp her hands. Her fingers, slender and cold, tighten slightly, as if striving to absorb the warmth of his palm. Chunxing retrieves a pack of tissues from his backpack, raising his hand slowly to delicately wipe the traces of tears from her cheeks. His fingertips brush her skin with a cautious tenderness, as if fearful of disturbing the tranquility of the moment. They do not speak further. Silence flows between them, yet does not feel burdensome. Outside, a gentle breeze stirs, carrying faint echoes of distant commotion, while sunlight filters through the glass, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Their breaths gradually synchronize, filling the air with an unspoken understanding, as if time momentarily pauses for them. Minutes passed once more as Chunxing's gaze gradually shifted toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of Huaxiazun. The skyline of the Guamao CBD soared into the clouds, its towering skyscrapers glimmering radiantly under the daylight. The glass curtain walls reflected dazzling brilliance, sketching a modern and majestic urban panorama. In the distance, the streets bustled with traffic, and pedestrians flowed like a river. The city's pulse appeared even more vibrant in the sunlight. Annie, come, take a look outside. Chunxing's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a hint of encouragement. He gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to draw near, his lips curling into a warm smile. Gu Annie paused momentarily at his words, then obediently stepped forward to stand beside Chunxing at the window. She lifted her gaze, following his line of sight to behold the bustling scene outside. Sunlight refracted into tiny specks in her eyes, and curiosity and yearning sparkled within them, as if the vibrancy of the city had ignited her spirit. Their fingers remained intertwined, the warmth of their palms conveying mutual faith and comfort. Annie, this place. Chunxing hesitated, his gaze profound, as if he could pierce through the present splendor to the infinite possibilities of the future, where our family business shall commence. His tone was resolute, imbued with undeniable strength, yet tinged with hope for what lay ahead. Gu Annie turned to look at him, the sunlight reflecting in her eyes, mirroring his steadfast profile. She said nothing, merely nodding gently, her lips curving into a soft smile. The sunlight flowed behind them. The city outside was alive with commotion at that moment. It felt as if the entire world was shining in affirmation of their union. Chunxing did not mention career or enterprise, but spoke of family business. He had his own essence, and Gu Annie, of course, did not notice this detail. Even if she did, she would not dwell on it. At this moment, she felt warmth in her heart, not from his ambitious declarations, but from the decision they had made to be together. She had waited for 29 years, persevered for 29 years. With the dust settling, she began to feel that her choice could not be wrong. Once a person chooses to believe, they will convince themselves. Gu Annie's gaze softly descended, resting gently on Chunxing. Her beautiful eyes, illuminated by the sunlight, resembled clear lakes, shimmering with delicate luster, radiating tenderness and trust. Chunxing, upon hearing this, withdrew his gaze from the skyline and turned to her. His eyes were deep and warm, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Annie, please do not call me Chinga any longer. Gu Annie was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as if she had not expected him to say such a thing. What should I call you then? Chinga? Chunxing gently shook his head, his smile growing softer. Call me Xing. He paused, his voice low and resolute, as if he were entrusting his heartfelt intentions to her without reservation. Xing, Gu Annie tentatively called, her voice soft like a gentle afternoon breeze, laced with a hint of shyness and sweetness. Just a single word seemed to carry 1,000 sentiments, softly resonating in the air. Chunxing's response was warm and affectionate. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, as if wishing to engrave her image deep within his heart. He gently squeezed her hand, the warmth of his palm providing her with a sense of reassurance. Let us go, let us have a meal, he suggested, his tone light and imbued with anticipation. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating his profile and enhancing the clarity of his charming smile. Gu Annie nodded gently, the smile at her lips becoming more pronounced. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she glanced down at their entwined fingers, a warm current surging through her, as if the entire world had turned soft and beautiful in that moment. Thus, hand in hand, they walked side by side out of the 56th floor of Huaxiazuan. The sunlight cast long shadows behind them, and the hallway echoed with the rhythm of their light footsteps. The city outside remained bustling, with towering buildings and ceaseless traffic. But at that moment, their eyes held only each other and the path ahead, glistening with infinite possibilities. Chapter 79, A Visit at This Time. The clock was nearing 1 p.m. In the lobby on the first floor, Qinxing leisurely withdrew several tens of thousands of yuan in cash from the ATM, placing it within his wallet before departing the building with Gu Annie. He believed that as a billionaire, it was prudent to always carry some cash for tips. In the Rolls-Royce, Qinxing and Gu Annie no longer sat facing each other, but rather side by side. Qinxing held Gu Annie's hand, his arm wrapped around her waist. Throughout the journey, they remained silent, quietly savoring each other's presence. The restaurant's address had already been sent to Yao Jun's phone while he was withdrawing money. In the preceding days, after practicing driving, Qinxing and Gu Annie had dined at modest restaurants in the Baiziwan area, where meals typically cost 1 to 200 yuan per person. Since they had established their relationship today, they could no longer afford to be indifferent to their dining choices. Qinxing recalled a place that held significant meaning for him and for today. Soon, they arrived at Xiaofu Fengkaidi. Qinxing held Gu Annie's hand as they ascended the escalator and entered the establishment. Upon seeing the store sign, Gu Annie paused in surprise. This restaurant, which had opened less than 2 years ago, was renowned in Yinjing for its high prices. "Xing, this place is quite expensive," she remarked. "Not at all. It's about the same as Xin Rongji," Qinxing replied, smiling as he held her hand, whispering, "A month ago, my splurge began right here. Today, I wish for you to experience its exquisite flavors." The restaurant was not very crowded that day. Soon, a service staff member in her 30s approached. Clad in a black uniform, impeccably clean and tidy, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Mr. Chen, welcome back to Hanjianghui. And this young lady, hello?" She slightly bowed, her tone friendly, her eyes glimmering with professional warmth. Qinxing was taken aback, pausing mid-step and raising an eyebrow. "You recognize me?" Zhang Jing smiled and nodded, her tone familiar. "Of course, Mr. Chen. I was the one who served you when you dined here last month. My surname is Zhang." Her eyes sparkled with delight as her gaze swept over Qinxing's new attire, then glanced at Gu Annie, her tone laced with admiration. "This time, you've brought along a beautiful young lady." Qinxing recalled the day of the first deposit of the system's 1 billion task reward. He had been in a daze that entire day, hardly remembering the serveress face. Yet, Zhang Jing, indeed, remembered this somewhat peculiar young man. He had arrived in shabby, trendy clothing, hastily ordering over 3,000 yuan worth of dishes without inquiring about prices, and after finishing his meal, he specifically requested a bottle of chilled Evian, gulping it down and signing the bill without a word before leaving. Out of curiosity, Zhang Jing had looked at the name on the bill and retained the memory of Qinxing. Little did she expect to see him again a month later. Not only clad in luxury attire, but also accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. "Zhang Jia, hello. Annie and I are here for a meal." Qinxing greeted with a smile, holding Gu Annie's hand, his tone relaxed. Zhang Jing beamed even brighter, leading them toward a private room. "Mr. Chen, Miss Annie. This way, please. We have a private room available." She led the two individuals into a charming private room, where a mahogany table was adorned with exquisite porcelain tea sets, and a delicate ink wash painting of lotus flowers graced the wall. After preparing fragrant Longjing tea, she handed over the menu and politely withdrew, saying, "Please take your time. I will return shortly." Qinxing accepted the menu and handed it to Gu Annie, his eyes filled with affection as he said, "Annie, you choose." However, Gu Annie closed the menu and smiled sweetly at him, saying, "Xing, you have been here before. You order. Whatever you choose, I will have as well." "Very well then." Qinxing replied without reluctance, opening the menu and skillfully placing the order. He requested a serving of ice cream hairy crab, a dish of lion's head goose with rice sausage, a winter melon pot with crab meat and scallops, a portion of fresh abalone and scallion oil, 2 servings of Australian crispy blue meat sea cucumber, a partridge stew with wild ginseng, and a fruit tomato as a side dish. After finalizing the order, Qinxing called Zhang Jia back in and opened a bottle of sparkling rose from Chateau Nuo to accompany the meal. No juice today, he decided. This bottle was reasonably priced at just over 400 yuan, akin to a beverage. Had it been evening, he might have opted for a bottle of red wine priced around 10,000 yuan to enhance the ambience, but at midday, such extravagance was unnecessary. The total cost of the meal amounted to less than 10,000 yuan. Zhang Jing smiled and nodded, noting down the order before exiting the private room. Soon, the table was filled with delectable dishes. The ice cream hairy crab emanated a delightful blend of milk and crab aromas. The lion's head goose gleamed golden, and the winter melon pot had an enticing fragrance. Chun Xing and Gu Annie sat across from each other, their hands occasionally intertwined, their gazes meeting, reflecting sweet tenderness and affection. Although Chun Xing had never been in a serious relationship, he felt that this moment was indeed romantic. They leisurely enjoyed their meal for over an hour, sharing laughter and conversation, and the dishes were soon devoured. After the meal, Chun Xing settled the bill early and generously tipped Zhang Jing 500 yuan, prompting her to express her gratitude repeatedly. However, the couple did not rush to leave, remaining in the private room, basking in each other's presence. Chun Xing patted the spot beside him with a smile, saying, "Annie, come sit here." Gu Annie's cheeks flushed as she gently leaned against his shoulder. Chun Xing assessed the moment, feeling a surge of affection. Soon, feeling insatiable, he lifted her onto his lap. Simply sitting together, the petite Gu Annie, weighing no more than 120 pounds, was effortlessly cradled by Chun Xing, who found it quite pleasant. Initially, Gu Annie felt shy about this position, but unable to resist Chun Xing's insistence, she acquiesced to his desires. They exchanged little conversation, instead relishing the intimacy of their closeness for an eternity. In truth, it was Chun Xing who was a bit clumsy. With an entire afternoon and evening ahead, Chun Xing found himself contemplating where to go. After a moment's pause, Gu Annie lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "Xing, shall we go to my place?" Biting her lip, her eyes sparkled with both shyness and determination. Chun Xing was momentarily taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. "To your place?" "Yes, I have a home in Baizuan." Gu Annie's small apartment in Baizuan was indeed her abode. On several occasions when Chun Xing had driven her home, he had been tempted to ask if he could come up for a visit, but hesitated for fear of rejection. To his astonishment, she was now extending an invitation. Moreover, given the situation, Chun Xing was fully aware of her intentions. Am I truly this fortunate? He couldn't help but feel elated. In fact, Gu Annie's invitation to Chun Xing was a reflection of her readiness to accept him. She had prepared for this moment. Additionally, she had noticed that despite the hours passing, Chun Xing's physical reactions had not ceased, and she genuinely worried about the consequences if this continued. With such promising prospects, Chun Xing was eager to act. He promptly informed Yao Jun to head to Gu Annie's residence, the address already familiar to him. During the past few days, while dining out, Chun Xing had not invited Yao Jun to join him. Yao Jun had managed his meals independently. Nonetheless, Chun Xing had consistently sent him 100 yuan as a token to cover his meals. Half an hour later, Yao Jun arrived in a Rolls-Royce, smoothly transporting Chun Xing and Gu Annie to her building. Chun Xing patted Yao Jun's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Yao, for your hard work today. You may head back to rest. I will message you for tomorrow night." "Understood, Chun Zong," Yao Jun replied with a smile, expertly driving away. It was unclear when Yao Jun had begun referring to Chun Xing as Chun Zong instead of Chun Xiansheng, but Chun Xing paid it no mind. Quickly, Chun Xing and Gu Annie walked hand in hand to the 9th floor of her residence, entering her home. Chun Xing had always been curious about Gu Annie's living space, and now he finally had the opportunity to see it. The apartment was modest in size, claiming to be 60 square meters, but the usable area was closer to 30 square meters. It featured a tiny independent bathroom, roughly 3 square meters, a half-open kitchen of similar size, and a large bedroom of approximately 20 square meters that served as both bedroom and living room, lacking a balcony. The bedroom faced south, with a window that, while not a floor-to-ceiling style, still allowed for ample natural light. Chun Xing noted that this floor housed at least a dozen or 20 units, likely with similar layouts. Despite having 2 elevators, the majority of residents were probably office workers, resulting in a less than ideal living experience. Spending over 3 million yuan on such an apartment seemed impractical to Chun Xing, as it bore no distinction from many rented rooms available for just a few thousand yuan. Within the bedroom lay a 1.5-meter bed, a large wardrobe, a vanity, a chair, and a refrigerator. No other substantial furniture was present. The remainder consisted of Gu Annie's decorative items, daily necessities, and dozens of books. The room was tidy and organized, even featuring a fragrance diffuser, with the trash can empty. Chun Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was not the type of seemingly polished yet disheveled individual. Upon entering the room, they settled onto the bed, embracing one another, as there were no other seating options available. Chen Xing could see that Gu Annie was quite nervous, her face flushed, glancing at him one moment and then shyly averting her gaze. They embraced for quite some time. "Annie, do you have an extra toothbrush?" he inquired. "Let me look." Gu Annie stood up, hurriedly rummaging through her belongings, eventually retrieving a box of toothbrushes from her storage box, from which she handed him one. Without hesitation, Chen Xing went to brush his teeth, using Gu Annie's cup since it was the only one available. The bathroom was too small for them to brush their teeth simultaneously. A few minutes later, having completed his own brushing, Gu Annie shyly approached the bedside. Chen Xing, sensing the moment, knew he had to take the initiative. He reached out to embrace her, gently rolling them onto the bed. The next step, naturally, was a kiss. Despite being 29 years old, Gu Annie was inexperienced. Her expression shy, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She mostly pressed her lips together, occasionally extending her tongue, her beautiful eyes alternating between gazing at Chen Xing and closing in shy anticipation. There was no other option. Today, Chen Xing would have to take the lead, even though he himself felt like a novice. Soon, their kisses grew passionate and fervent. The saliva, containing 30 million microbial communities, underwent a thorough exchange, and the room was permeated with the scent of hormones. Then came the bathing ritual. Gu Annie took her turn first, indulging for a full half-hour, leaving Chen Xing in a state of anxious anticipation, unable to sit or stand comfortably in the room. As for his phone, it had long been powered off and stowed away in his backpack. Until the following day, he had no intentions of checking it again. Regardless of how significant the matter might be, it could wait. He noticed that Gu Annie appeared to be in a similar state. Chen Xing had initially hoped to catch a glimpse of the beauty emerging from her bath, but when Gu Annie finally appeared, she donned a charming patterned nightgown, which, while lovely, was not quite what he had envisioned. It was evident that she remained a touch bashful. In a flurry of urgency, Chen Xing rushed to take his own shower. Once finished, he opted to dress before stepping out again. On the bed, the two embraced once more, sharing kisses and savoring each other's presence, leading to an intimate entanglement. Over the next 20 hours, they completely melded into one. When fatigue set in, they whispered sweet nothings while nestled together. When drowsiness struck, they held each other close as they drifted into slumber. Upon waking, they continued their affectionate exchanges. During moments of hunger in the evening, they feasted on Gu Annie's stash of snacks and fruits, too lazy to order takeout. The same routine persisted into the early hours of the following day. However, by midday, their supply of fruits and snacks had been exhausted, prompting Chen Xing to order takeout. It was now nearly 2 p.m. on the second day, and they had just awakened from their afternoon nap, still wrapped in each other's arms. Gu Annie nestled quietly against Chen Xing, gazing up at him with her large, blinking eyes, lost in thought. Chen Xing, reveling in the warmth and softness of her presence, reflected on the moments shared. He was astonished by the exquisite quality of Gu Annie's skin, flawlessly fair and devoid of any blemishes or excess. It was as white as snow, with a texture smoother than cream. Not to mention her alluring physique, with long, shapely legs and a perfectly rounded posterior, complemented by a delicate waist. Even without makeup, her beauty remained striking. What truly captivated him was her apparent inexperience. She seemed entirely uncertain of what to do, relying solely on Chen Xing's lead. Fortunately, her gentle and accommodating nature meant she wholeheartedly supported him, offering boundless tenderness. She never expressed fatigue when he did not, nor did she cease when he continued, remaining motionless until he issued new directions. Her sensitivity was remarkable. A mere touch sent shivers through her, and as passion ignited, tears would flow from her eyes. It was rather alarming for Chen Xing that her tears were not limited to her eyes alone. Over the past 20 hours, they had spent half of the time asleep, while Gu Annie had spent the remainder crying, genuinely crying. The 3 bedsheets in her home had long since become drenched, and soon, they disregarded the state of the sheets altogether. Venturing outside that day, they did not carry an umbrella, as per Chen Xing's request. Everything about the experience entranced him. Although he felt genuinely exhausted, he wished for this state to persist indefinitely if possible. This was what a man ought to possess. Chen Xing realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Gu Annie was truly a paragon among women. Unless she were to change her heart, she would never escape his grasp. In his mind, he could not help but compare Gu Annie with the trio of Yuan. While the latter were equally compliant, Chen Xing sensed that their obedience stemmed from a sense of duty rather than genuine instinct. The trio could provide him with unparalleled feelings of conquest, but that conquest was purely one-sided. In contrast, Gu Annie not only offered him an unmatched sense of triumph, but also sought to merge with him, as if she, too, had conquered him in a way unique to women. They were destined to be inseparable. At that moment, Gu Annie pondered how her partner could possibly not feel fatigued. How was Chen Xing so different from the men Chen Yu had described to her? Her current companion was indeed a man of charm and desire, possessing both financial and physical prowess. Over the past 20 hours, her heart had been filled with sweetness, only to be torn apart by it. Now, walking may even pose a challenge, yet deep within, she felt an enduring sense of satisfaction and happiness, willing to fulfill his every desire to the greatest extent possible. Simultaneously, a hint of anxiety lingered in her heart. If he were to abandon her now, she was uncertain how she would cope. It was not only Gu Annie who felt astonished. In Chapter 81, fearless of spending, Chen Xing, having spent 30 years as a recluse, likely remained unaware of his own capabilities. Reflecting on his performance over the past 20 hours, he too felt astonished. He was unsure whether this transformation was due to his newfound wealth or the exhilaration brought on by having such a remarkable woman by his side. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Looking back, he realized that since moving into the presidential suite, he had engaged in high-intensity activities quite frequently. Was he truly this capable? He could not fathom it, nor did he wish to linger on it. He resolved to let things unfold naturally. It is worth noting that during a whispered conversation the previous evening, Gu Annie and Chen Xing had established a set of 3 agreements. First, Chen Xing could pursue other romantic interests, provided he practiced safe measures and chose women of taste. Gu Annie permitted him to maintain other relationships, but insisted that her position as his first girlfriend remained unchanged. Second, he was required to inform her of any new romantic entanglements, although he could withhold information if he believed he could successfully deceive her. Third, Chen Xing could not insist that she partake in games with other women. For the first 2 agreements, Chen Xing cheerfully agreed. He had not anticipated Gu Annie's level of understanding. As for the third agreement, he had not considered it until she brought it up. Though he enjoyed gaming, he was not without limits. After some contemplation, he realized that his future romantic endeavors would likely be numerous, and distinctions among roles such as wife, girlfriend, confidant, lover, and even pet were essential. He had yet to determine how to differentiate among these roles, as he lacked experience. Perhaps this was what the ancients referred to as hierarchy. Chen Xing never dismissed the wisdom of the past, recognizing its merit. In retrospect, having Gu Annie as his girlfriend seemed entirely acceptable, and whether she could ascend to the status of his legitimate wife would be determined step by step. Thus, he agreed to the third clause and had no intention of violating it lightly, as granting respect to his girlfriend was paramount. Unbeknownst to Gu Annie, she held little faith in the binding power of their agreements. She understood that men could be fickle and prone to boredom. Initially, she had aspired to be Chen Xing's sole girlfriend, but, lacking confidence, settled instead for the role of his first. As for the subsequent 2 requests, her original intention was merely to hope that Chen Xing could exercise some restraint and moderation in the future. Naturally, she did not wish for him to be surrounded by too many women. At this moment, the air conditioning was set to maximum power, drying the room. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Xing held Gu Annie in his arms. He had already opened his phone and replied to several messages received over the past 20 hours. Yuan and the other women in the group asked why he did not return to the hotel last night. Chen Xing simply replied that he had matters to attend to and would return to the hotel at an uncertain time over the next couple of days, allowing them to make their own arrangements as usual. President Hui and others reminded Chen Xing not to forget about the meeting with the 2 presidents that evening. Chen Xing assured them that there was no problem. He had checked the location, and the meeting place was a private restaurant named Shanghai Lu in Dishengmen. Chen Xing sent the location to Yao Jun, instructing him to prepare and to depart from the hotel at 5:30 p.m. He set his phone down and looked up at Gu Annie, who was sitting across from him, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. "Annie, how much mortgage do you have left on this apartment?" Gu Annie was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xing's sudden question after he had been typing away on his phone. Blinking in confusion, "About 1 million, I suppose. The 790,000 you gave me, I've kept as a reserve and haven't used it to pay the mortgage yet." Chen Xing gently shook his head at her words, pulling Gu Annie a little closer, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. "That 790,000 was not given to you by me. It is your own earned reward. Send me the bank account number for your mortgage payment." Gu Annie was taken aback, a hint of surprise flitting across her eyes, soon replaced by a touch of hesitation. She bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper as she tentatively asked, "You don't mean to help me pay the mortgage, do you?" "Of course. How could my girlfriend, Gu Annie, be burdened with a mortgage and live as a house slave?" Chen Xing's tone was resolute, as if he were proclaiming an undeniable truth, yet his eyes sparkled with tenderness, silently conveying that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Gu Annie lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if concealing an internal struggle. But that amount is rather substantial. Besides, it feels inappropriate to spend your money. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, the teasing expression on his face diminishing slightly, replaced by seriousness. He cradled Gu Annie's delicate face in his hands, looking directly into her eyes. Are you afraid to spend money? To him, this was not a trivial matter. He could discern that Gu Annie's hesitation was not mere politeness, but a genuine inner conflict. Despite her years of striving in society, being decisive and independent, Chen Xing understood that deep within her lay a soft-hearted woman, gentle and sensible, yet endowed with a stubborn resilience. She yearned to marry someone who could provide her with a sense of security and live a stable, happy life. However, now that such an opportunity had arisen, she began to worry. If she continuously relied on him financially, how would their future unfold? She feared that Chen Xing would become weary of her if she kept taking from him. Chen Xing was well aware of where her concerns lay. His gaze softened, as if he could see through her thoughts. Clearing his throat, he moderated his tone, adopting a hint of coaxing. Annie, it is perfectly natural for a girlfriend to spend her boyfriend's money. What is there to hesitate about? Gu Annie looked up, uncertainty glimmering in her eyes as she quietly countered. But there are many women who are financially independent and rarely spend their boyfriend's money. Chen Xing could not help but laugh at this, shaking his head as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He gently tapped Gu Annie's forehead, his voice laced with playful mockery, but also an unyielding authority. Those kinds of women are exceptions. Here, we do not entertain such exceptions. You must understand that, fundamentally, this world remains a patriarchal one. Men earn money, while women manage the household. Just look around. Over 95% of men earn for their women to spend. This is one of the fundamental characteristics of human society, unchangeable by anyone. A man who spends a woman's money is either a kept man or a scoundrel, a fraud. You are my girlfriend. If you do not spend my money, how can I be responsible for you? If you do not spend my money, who will? Should I let a mistress spend it instead? So go ahead and spend my money freely. Your boyfriend, Chen Xing, has plenty of money and is not afraid to spend. This line of reasoning sounded quite domineering. Many people, especially feminists, would likely be displeased upon hearing it and would be quick to criticize Chen Xing's twisted logic. Of course, if it were the kind of ethereal women who prioritize ideals over facts, they would probably applaud him fervently. As for how fellow countrymen would react, well, Chen Xing could not concern himself with that anymore. Having become extraordinarily wealthy overnight, he was no longer just an ordinary man among his peers. He was now among the elite at the pinnacle of the food chain. Gu Annie listened to Chen Xing's grandiose declarations, and, although she sensed something was amiss, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. In truth, she rather appreciated these assertive promises, feeling a stir of emotion within her. While she was different from the typical ethereal women, she was still, after all, a woman. Seeking a man as a material support had always been her pursuit. She merely valued her dignity and preferred to speak with reason. Chapter 82. Unfazed by spending money. 2. In Gu Annie's view, many ethereal women exhibited a double standard. They felt it was perfectly justified to unilaterally demand from men, yet when it came to contributing themselves, they would preach about feminism and equality. To her, whether men or women, as individuals, they are equal in character. However, equality in character does not equate to equality in economic capacity. The reality of society is that men generally earn more than women. Although this is a historical issue, it remains an undeniable fact that cannot be altered. It has been this way in the past, remains so in the present, and it is uncertain how it will be 1,000 years hence. But the visible future will likely remain unchanged. Men provide materially and offer affection, while women reciprocate with gentleness and virtue. This may be traditional, but who can say there is anything wrong with it? There are certainly a considerable number of successful women with substantial wealth, but she is not one of them. Otherwise, she would have long attained financial independence rather than persistently seeking a wealthy partner. Naturally, she has her own standards and principles when it comes to choosing a wealthy man. Now that she has found Chen Xing, she has decided to fully commit herself to him. She can tolerate Chen Xing having other women, but she fears that she and Chen Xing may not last in the end. Gu Annie's fingers absent-mindedly traced Chen Xing's chest. Her voice soft yet imbued with a hint of determination. But what you mentioned pertains to married couples. Without marriage, it seems inappropriate to spend too much of a boyfriend's money. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing realized that the young woman still harbored some reservations. After a pause of 5 seconds, he decided to lay it all on the line. He tightened his embrace, holding her even closer, his tone firm yet gentle. Let us take things as they come. If we have children, we will discuss marriage then. You are my woman, and you shall never think of leaving me. Gu Annie's heart trembled at his words, her nose tingling as tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Biting her lip to suppress the tumult within, she could not help but bury her face in Chen Xing's chest, feeling his warm embrace. Chen Xing looked down and gently kissed the top of her head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as his fingers tenderly caressed her soft hair. Chen Xing came to a realization. Having a gentle and virtuous woman like Gu Annie as the mother of his child would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. The two embraced quietly, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Ultimately, Chen Xing assisted Gu Annie in settling her mortgage. As she lay in his arms, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Although she had come to terms with the idea of spending Chen Xing's money in the future, she vowed to do so judiciously and with restraint. She reminded herself to maintain a sense of moderation and discernment. Chen Xing turned on his side, propping his head with one hand, while gently pinching Gu Annie's cheek with the other, his tone imbued with a hint of grandeur. Annie, you shouldn't continue living in this place. It's overcrowded and uncomfortable. The house is too small. It's a struggle just to turn around in the bathroom. You have to order takeout for meals and handle the trash yourself. How confining. He frowned, his expression replete with distaste. My girlfriend deserves to reside in a mansion and drive luxury cars. At his words, Gu Annie couldn't help but roll her eyes, though a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her gaze. Here we go again with your grandiose claims. If I don't live here, where else would I go? You wouldn't expect me to move into your presidential suite, would you? I refuse to do that. She mused internally that Chen Xing's ostentatious demeanor resembled that of a nouveau riche character from a novel, yet it was tinged with an irresistible sincerity. Chen Xing flashed a grin, mischief dancing in his eyes. He sat up and leaned closer to her, his voice softening with an enticing tone. Remember the villa I bought? You can move there temporarily. If you find the villa too far, feel free to choose any 5-star hotel in the city. You won't have to worry about the cost. Alternatively, if you prefer the Wan Lu Shu Yuan apartment, that's fine too, though it is somewhat distant from the office. He paused, his gaze turning earnest. If there's another property you fancy, let me know, and I'll purchase it in your name. But it must be a spacious one. We won't settle for this cramped living anymore. At that moment, Chen Xing appeared as a true embodiment of bourgeois extravagance. Gu Annie could see that he had grown unaccustomed to living in such a small space. She herself was reluctant to reside apart from him, as it would only provide opportunities for other women. Therefore, moving away from here was inevitable, even if she did not wish to feel overly indebted to Chen Xing. When she heard his disdain for the small apartment, Gu Annie was momentarily taken aback and looked up at him with curiosity. Will you be living in that villa? Chen Xing pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips, his tone light, yet laden with significance. When I'm in Yanjing, I certainly will. However, I might be leaving Yanjing in a month to pursue opportunities in other cities. For this month, we'll focus on establishing the company here. There was an unspoken part of his statement. While in Yanjing, he would indeed reside in both the villa and hotels. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to articulate everything too definitively or completely, was it not? Chen Xing had no intention of spending all his wealth in Yanjing. His aim was to acquire properties throughout Huaxia and beyond, as was required by his mission. Gu Annie's eyes widened in surprise, her voice tinged with inquiry. Xing, are you leaving Yanjing? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow and playfully inquired. Why? Are you reluctant to leave? Gu Annie gently shook her head, a soft smile gracing her lips. It's not that. You know I'm here for my studies and work. The housing prices are high, and selling a property offers good returns. But if you're leaving, she lifted her chin, a newfound determination in her gaze. Wherever you go, I will follow. Chen Xing felt warmth spread through his heart as he leaned down to plant a tender kiss on her forehead, his voice low and affectionate. All right. If the villa is too distant, we can manage for a few days. Let us stay in the largest master bedroom. With their plans settled, Chen Xing joyfully kissed Gu Annie on the forehead. In truth, Gu Annie had her own considerations regarding this choice. She could not opt to live in a hotel indefinitely, as that would diminish her standing to the level of other undesirable women. Unless Chen Xing ceased to support them in hotels, she could not allow herself to be perceived in such a way. The Wan Lu Shu Yuan apartment, while suitably sized, was too far away. Given Chen Xing's reluctance to live there himself, what purpose would it serve for her to live alone? As for requesting Chen Xing to purchase another large property and put it in her name, that was a thought she would not entertain, let alone make demands for. In comparison, moving into the lavish villa, valued at over 800 million, became her optimal choice. Since Chen Xing intended to reside there himself, she could be with him. Moreover, by living there, she could subtly assert her position as his primary partner. After all, acquiring another villa of such caliber would not be an easy feat for him. If she did not move in, it was only a matter of time before another woman took her place, and that simply would not do. Furthermore, she was merely moving in. She did not intend to claim ownership of the villa. She felt justified in her decision to reside there. Subsequently, Chunxing picked up his phone from the bedside table and quickly navigated through it. I'll transfer an additional 2 million into your card. Please procure some bedding, tableware, and daily necessities promptly. Aim to move in within the next 2 days. After speaking, Chunxing swiftly transferred 2 million from his credit card to Gu Annie. Upon hearing this, Gu Annie's eyes widened, her tone tinged with exasperation. Huh? Why are you transferring money again? Bedding and dishes 1 tea cost much. I can afford them myself. Chunxing, however, shook his head, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Annie, you're not planning to purchase items based on what's in your current apartment, are you? Much of the furniture and daily essentials I bought from IKEA are not cheap. Seeing Chunxing's silence, Gu Annie rolled her eyes and tentatively asked, should we aim for a higher standard? Her thinking still lingered in the past. Without Chunxing's reminders, she would have likely ended up buying a plethora of IKEA items to fill the villa. Chunxing's expression turned serious, yet remained gentle. Absolutely not. Listen to me. For bedding and tableware, you need to buy exclusively from Hermes. You might also consider sofas from Fendi. Of course, if you have a preferred brand, that's acceptable. But it must be a top-tier international label. The same applies to bath products. We only use the finest quality in our home. Items from Taobao, Pinduoduo, or similar popular brands must not find their way into our abode. If you can't find anything you like, we can have Hermes customize it for us. This 2 million is merely a deposit. I'll transfer additional funds as needed. His voice was low, imbued with a hint of authority. As his gaze swept across the room, seemingly envisioning a new life, Gu Annie was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, before she lowered her head and chuckled softly to mask her astonishment. Chunxing continued enthusiastically. By the way, make sure to deal with everything in this room. Also, those counterfeit items in your closet need to go. My girlfriend cannot be using knockoffs. For your future clothing and cosmetics, choose from Dior, Chanel, or Hermes. I've heard these are the 3 brands that girls adore most. His tone carried an air of jest, yet his eyes sparkled with sincerity and a touch of pride. Chunxing has already realized that Gu Annie's wardrobe, filled to the brim with clothing, including her frequently worn outfits, consists entirely of high-end replicas from Taobao, each purchased for merely a few hundred yuan. Her bags, on the other hand, are genuine, albeit entry-level pieces priced around 10,000 yuan. The brands Chunxing mentioned are undoubtedly familiar to Gu Annie, as they are the very labels her clients often indulge in. What Chunxing described is precisely the life she has longed for. Yet, it has suddenly materialized. She is both exhilarated and momentarily overwhelmed. It's not just her. Even Chunxing himself hasn't spent excessively on these brands. His current assertions stem from both a sense of financial abundance and a desire to impress her. While Gu Annie feels touched and happy, she wonders how much such a lifestyle would truly cost. It is said that some beds and sofas can reach hundreds of thousands, even millions of yuan. With such extravagant spending habits, no amount of money would suffice. Gu Annie hesitates and softly inquires, Xing, how much would that cost according to your standards? I believe some expenditures are simply unnecessary. Chunxing waves his hand dismissively, his tone taking on a more commanding edge. Enough. There is a dinner party tonight, and you will accompany me. Upon our return, you shall see. He is reluctant to linger on the matter any further. He resolves to provide her with a small yet profound experience of opulence. Gu Annie's eyes glimmer with curiosity, and she smiles in agreement. A dinner party? Sounds delightful. Her tone is light, laced with anticipation. As a homebody, she wonders what sort of dinner party Chunxing could possibly attend. Besides, remaining indoors all evening is hardly an option. It is indeed time to venture out. Yet, she can't help but ponder whether she will be able to walk gracefully. Annie, do you have a formal gown? Chunxing's sudden question catches Gu Annie off guard. A gown? I actually do not have one. I seldom have the occasion to wear such attire. However, I do possess several dresses. Upon hearing this, Chunxing rolls his eyes in exasperation. Forget I asked. I had forgotten your wardrobe consists entirely of replicas. Come, while we still have some time, let us purchase you an outfit for tonight. Gu Annie senses the importance of the evening's dinner party and concludes that acquiring a suitable outfit is not too extravagant a request. However, during their shopping excursion, Chunxing grows increasingly bold, playfully kissing Gu Annie from head to toe, captivated by her radiant complexion and fair skin. By the time they step out, it is already past 3 o'clock. Both are clad in the clothes they wore yesterday, and Gu Annie carries no bag, taking only her phone as instructed by Qinxing. He orders a Didi ride in a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, heading straight for SKP. Seated in the back of the car, Gu Annie nestles into Qinxing's embrace. And in that moment, words are unnecessary. They both cherish the warmth of each other's presence. Upon reaching the shopping mall, Qinxing takes Gu Annie's hand and leads her directly to the Hermes flagship store. He vaguely recalls that many flagship stores within SKP often require patrons to queue for entry due to their popularity. He muses to himself, wondering if he could arrange for the store to close its doors to the public in favor of serving only him on his next visit. Of course, he dismisses such frivolous thoughts. In the future, if a need arises, he would simply call to have items delivered to him. Fortunately, the store is not overly crowded today, allowing them to enter without delay. The iconic salon-style layout of Hermes greets them, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. The air is imbued with the distinct scent of leather and perfume, while the meticulously arranged scarves and handbags resemble exquisite works of art. Having experienced the lavish ambience of the Patek Philippe boutique, Qinxing is unfazed by such opulence, but Gu Annie's gaze occasionally flits over the displays, revealing a hint of both wonder and discomfort. Qinxing scans the room, noting the near one-to-one ratio of sales associates to customers, who are scattered throughout the various displays and lounges, engaged in lively conversation. For some reason, no sales associate has approached them yet, but Qinxing remains unperturbed. Hand in hand, they stroll into the dress section. Today, it is Qinxing's task to select clothing for Gu Annie, rather than simply purchasing whatever she fancies. He has unwavering confidence in his aesthetic taste, favoring styles that exude elegance, intelligence, and femininity. His choice of Hermes is not solely due to its status as a luxury brand, but also because its designs are consistently on point, rarely veering into overly avant-garde territory. Unlike brands such as Dolce & Gabbana, this allows him to save considerable time in selection. Gu Annie follows closely behind Qinxing, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation. It is not merely the prospect of finally donning a genuine high-end piece that excites her, but rather the significance of this being the first time Qinxing is choosing clothes for her. She resolves to cherish whatever outfit he selects, no matter the style, and to treasure it as a keepsake. After a thorough search, Qinxing finally settles on a pure black A-line waist-cinching gown. The upper part features a small round neckline and short sleeves, while the lower half boasts a circular pleated skirt, crafted from silk and adorned with embroidered patterns. Initially, Qinxing had intended to purchase a formal gown for Gu Annie to wear that evening, but he later reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. A simple dress would suffice. As for formal gowns, he could always have several custom-made for her at a later date. Off-the-rack gowns simply do not measure up to her elegance. Upon noticing a customer selecting a dress, a young sales associate approaches them just in time. She stands approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a matching black uniform. Her smile professional yet warm, likely in her mid-20s with a refreshing demeanor. Qinxing silently rates her a 7 out of 10. She slightly bows her head, her voice gentle. "Excuse me, sir and miss, would you like to try it on?" Qinxing nods subtly. "Very well, I will fetch the required size for the lady." In no time, the sales associate returns from the stockroom with a brand new version of the same dress. As for Gu Annie's size, it is obvious enough. She should simply take the largest size without further inquiry. If the Hermes sales associate cannot grasp such a simple cue, she has no business working there. Qinxing, however, is in no rush to have Gu Annie try on the dress. "May I ask how to address you, miss?" "Sir, my surname is Joie. You may call me Xiao Joie." "All right, Manager Joie, could you please fetch a few pairs of black high-heeled shoes to complement the dress for Annie to try on? The heels should be approximately 7 to 8 centimeters. "Certainly, sir. Annie, please follow me." Gu Annie then follows Xiao Joie to try on the dress. She has already glimpsed the price tag. The dress costs 650,000 yuan, likely not the most expensive item in the flagship store, but still quite extravagant. She is no stranger to luxury, aware that high-end ready-to-wear pieces from such brands generally start at several thousand yuan. To have the means to purchase such garments is the life she has always dreamed of. Yet, as her dream suddenly becomes reality, she finds it hard to grasp. For a moment, she feels dazed and unable to adapt. She recalls having entered this store with Chunyu in the past, but they had only browsed the cosmetics, bags, and lingerie sections. She once purchased a bottle of perfume priced around 1,000 yuan and several lipsticks costing a few hundred yuan each. However, when it came to the ready-to-wear section, neither she nor Chunyu had ever ventured to take a look. It was simply out of reach, truly out of reach. Given their income levels, bags priced in the tens of thousands were entirely within their means. After all, a bag can be carried daily, as long as it remains intact. Using it for 10 or 8 years poses no issue, making it quite a worthwhile investment. Occasionally buying a set of cosmetics from these brands is also feasible, as skincare and makeup are necessities, and a single set can last quite a while. Although high-end cosmetics are expensive when calculated on a daily basis, the cost might only amount to a few dozen yuan. However, the clothing in this section can easily cost tens of thousands for a single piece. She knew that many women had hundreds of items in their wardrobes. Even she herself possessed over 100 various garments. It was unavoidable, as the styles in women's fashion were simply too abundant. Some women even owned over 1,000 pieces. Due to the sheer volume of purchases, it was natural that they could not afford overly expensive items, and thus, popular yet affordable alternatives became their best choice. Even so, spending tens of thousands on clothing each year was quite normal. If all those garments were replaced with high-end ready-to-wear, how much would that cost? The thought alone was staggering. No matter how expensive a bag, having a few to rotate was sufficient, but the quantity of clothing was measured in hundreds. The crucial point was that many styles were indispensable, yet once acquired, they couldn't be worn every day. Throughout the year, one might only wear certain items 3 to 5 times, rendering the purchase of expensive brands unnecessary. Take the gowns that Chen Xing deliberately mentioned. Even a piece costing tens of thousands was not considered costly, but could it be worn twice a year? In her 29 years of life, she had yet to encounter an occasion requiring formal attire. Only billionaires could afford to replace an entire wardrobe with luxury brands. Truly affluent individuals could treat Hermes and Chanel ready-to-wear as casually as one would Uniqlo, even discarding them after a single wear without a second thought. Amidst such reflections, both real and fantastical, Gu Annie, with the assistance of the sales associate Zhou Xiaoqing, changed into a dress. Stepping out of the fitting room, she wore a pair of 8-centimeter black high heels, the heels clicking against the floor, producing a crisp sound, while her bare feet grazed the shoe's surface, adding a touch of sensuality and elegance. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, glossy and dark, accentuating her fair neck. Upon seeing Gu Annie, Chen Xing was utterly captivated. He leaned slightly forward, narrowing his eyes, and involuntarily smiled, silently affirming that he had indeed made the right choice. Gu Annie's previous fashion sense leaned too much towards a sharp and edgy style, with leather boots and tight jeans emphasizing her assertiveness. Yet it felt somewhat mismatched with her reserved personality. The black gown, however, perfectly highlighted her gentleness and intellect, transforming her into a beautiful and dignified princess, exuding an air of nobility and composure. Standing at 178 centimeters tall with a graceful figure, her all-black ensemble radiated 7 parts elegance, 2 parts sensuality, and 1 part mystery, seamlessly intertwining 3 distinct qualities. Chen Xing's gaze lingered on her, unable to resist nodding in admiration, internally exclaiming that there was not a single aspect of Gu Annie that was not beautiful. Her collarbone was elegantly defined, her legs long, and the flowing hem of the dress exuded charm, making it impossible to look away. Even Gu Annie herself could not deny that Chen Xing's taste was indeed impeccable. She gently bit her lower lip, a flicker of joy in her eyes, realizing why the women he associated with, remarkable in beauty, physique, and fashion, left her with no room for criticism. She turned, happily twirling in front of the fitting room, the skirt swaying, her black hair dancing, and a satisfied smile illuminating her face, no longer preoccupied with the price. This outfit, she resolved to cherish for a lifetime, even secretly determining that from now on, she would wear whatever Chen Xing chose for her. Chen Xing, seated nearby, found himself unable to look away, leaning forward with hands on his knees, eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaiming, "Wonderful. We're just like that. Let us forget about the previous outfit. Have the store donate it." "All right," Gu Annie replied softly, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she cast her gaze downward. The outfit she had previously worn, consisting of jeans and a leather jacket, was priced over 2,000 yuan. While not a luxury item, it was of excellent quality. Since Chen Xing disapproved of her wearing imitation goods, she had no choice but to relinquish them, gently caressing the hem of her new dress as she embraced this fresh choice. "Xing, thank you," she said, looking at Chen Xing with soft eyes, her voice laced with gratitude. She understood that without him, she might never have the opportunity to wear such exquisite clothing. Taking a deep breath, she felt the warmth of Chen Xing's affection and indulgence from the previous afternoon until now. Knowing no other way to relate to him than to yield, Chen Xing stepped closer, his right hand naturally wrapping around Gu Annie's waist, his palm feeling the smooth fabric of her dress, as he affectionately and earnestly said, "What is there to thank between us? This is merely the beginning of our wonderful journey together." What significance does my extravagant spending hold if not shared with you? In that moment, Gu Annie chose not to respond, stepping closer to embrace Chen Xing tightly, her slender arms encircling his strong waist, gently resting his head against her chest. At that moment, her chin brushed the top of Chen Xing's head, and the warmth of her breath caressed him. Inside the store, several sales associates had begun to take notice, but she remained indifferent, her eyes glistening with tears, lost in bliss. Chen Xing grew increasingly fond of her, more satisfied, as he gently patted her back, his smile broadening. Feeling the essence of being in love, Zhuo Xiaoqing stood to the side, her short hair neat, hands folded, her eyes filled with envy. Feeling as though she had stepped into a scene from a television drama, silently observing. After a minute, Chen Xing released Gu Annie. Turning to Zhuo Xiaoqing with a composed tone, "Manager Zhuo, could you kindly lead us to the bag section? We need to select a bag as well." "Certainly. Please follow me," she replied, forcing a professional smile, her tone light as she stepped aside to guide them. Internally rejoicing at the prospect of a bag to accompany the tens of thousands spent on clothing, anticipating a commission nearing 1,000 yuan. She led them to the women's bag section, which consisted of multiple display areas, each enclosed by 3 sides of display cabinets. Chen Xing stood tall, his gaze sweeping across the cabinets filled with bags of various styles and sizes, totaling around 100, a veritable feast for the eyes. After a cursory glance, he found no sign of the ideal black handbag, his brow furrowing slightly, pondering that while it was disappointing, the bags were either too large or too diminutive. The materials primarily ordinary leather, lacking in quality. Although devoid of price tags, he estimated they could barely reach around 100,000 yuan, far below expectations. Chen Xing had limited knowledge of Hermes, but was aware that its most famous items were the Kelly and Birkin bags. Where's the Birkin bag? Is the flagship store's inventory not comprehensive? Chen Xing could not help but inquire, hands in his pockets, brows knitted as he surveyed the bags within the showroom. Zhuo Xiaoqing managed a professional smile, responding in a calm tone, "Sir, the new arrivals are primarily here. There are only a few pieces in rare leather." Just as Chen Xing was about to speak up, intending to suggest, "Then let us take a look at the rare leather bags," he was interrupted. However, Zhuo Xiaoqing suddenly inquired in a cheerful tone, "Sir, you are a member of our Hermes, aren't you?" Chen Xing felt a sinking sensation in his heart, pondering. Inquiring about membership before the checkout, his expression darkened slightly, and he replied nonchalantly, "I am a member, but registered at a different store." His tone was casual, yet a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Zhuo Xiaoqing maintained her professional smile, saying, "No problem. Let me check for you." "Very well," Chen Xing shrugged, his tone indifferent. Zhuo Xiaoqing took the mobile number Chen Xing provided and swiftly began her search on her phone. The results came back quickly. Although this Mr. Chen was not even a VIP member of Hermes, merely a regular member, his single purchase exceeded 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had no interest in ordinary handbags, specifically requesting a platinum bag, indicating his substantial purchasing power. Zhuo Xiaoqing felt a surge of excitement, her eyes glinting with shrewdness as she calculated her sales opportunity. She straightened her posture, her tone laced with a hint of mystery, and smiled as she said, "Mr. Chen, we happen to have a 31-inch crocodile leather Kelly cut clutch that was reserved by another customer, but is now available. It would perfectly complement Sister Annie's long dress. Would you be interested? What color?" A glimmer of anticipation crossed Chen Xing's eyes. "Black," Zhuo Xiaoqing replied, her lips curling slightly. Chen Xing's expression brightened instantly. Black was precisely what he desired, whether it be a handbag or a clutch. Just as he was about to express his wish to see it, his voice was interrupted by Gu Annie. "Xing, crocodile leather bags are quite expensive. I think this one looks nice," she said, leaning against Chen Xing, her slender finger pointing toward a beige shoulder bag in the display case, indicating her satisfaction. "Expensive? How much could it possibly be?" Chen Xing thought to himself, not wanting to purchase anything too inexpensive. After all, this was the first bag he intended to gift Gu Annie, and it shouldn't be too ordinary. "Sister Annie, you have impeccable taste. This one is our seasonal new release, the 24 Rue du Faubourg Roulis bag, priced at 1.15 million yuan, and it can be taken directly," Zhuo Xiaoqing informed. Is it that expensive?" Gu Annie was well aware that the Kelly bag was a dream bag for many women, though its price was indeed stunning. Even for a regular leather version in a small size, it would cost around 100,000 yuan, and purchasing it would require a matching purchase. Not to mention the crocodile leather. She believed there was no need to pursue such luxury. A bag priced between 10 to 20,000 yuan would already be sufficiently classy. Her intention was to discourage Chen Xing from buying the Kelly bag, but she had not anticipated that the random bag she pointed out would be similarly priced. leaving her slightly embarrassed. Zhuo Xiaoqing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. 15 million? The price is reasonable, but this color seems a bit too light. Chen Xing remarked dismissively. Manager Zhuo, how much is that Kelly bag you mentioned? Chen Xing inquired with curiosity. Zhuo Xiaoqing's smile deepened. Mr. Chen, that clutch's lowest price a few years ago was 95 million yuan. However, this year, many of our classic styles have had their prices adjusted. And the current price is a neat 250,000 yuan. Chen Xing was taken aback. He had expected a much higher price. Only 250,000. That's not overly expensive. He replied lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Please bring it out for me to see. Mr. Chen, I can retrieve the bag for you to see if both of you like it. However, Zhuo Xiaoqing's expression faltered, and she hesitated to continue. Manager Zhuo, are you implying that if I wish to purchase it, I need to make a matching purchase? Gu Annie, clearly more perceptive than Chen Xing, interjected. Chen Xing had not considered that buying a bag would necessitate a matching purchase. Zhuo Xiaoqing nodded gently, offering no explanation of the matching purchase process. Xing, I think we should forget it. That bag is already too expensive, and with a matching purchase, it becomes even less worthwhile. Let's choose another one, Gu Annie suggested. Her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a hint of embarrassment. She was well aware of the matching purchase rules for the Kelly bag, which could easily add tens of thousands to the price. Yet, Chen Xing remained unfazed, taking her hand and confidently declaring, Manager Zhuo, please bring the bag out for us to see. The matching purchase is negotiable. I never stated I would only buy one bag today from your store. You may bring out your most expensive bags. I am determined to find a satisfactory bag today. Zhuo Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded as she hurried away. After standing for a while, Chen Xing felt a bit fatigued and plopped down onto the sofa in the display area to rest. Gu Annie nestled beside him, gently leaning against his shoulder, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety, seemingly worried about his extravagant spending. She bit her lips softly and murmured, Xing, are you really going to buy something so expensive? Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her discomfort. Chen Xing turned to look at her. His eyes filled with affection. Whether it is worth it, you will only know once you wear it. Shortly thereafter, Zhuo Xiaoqing returned. Chen Xing had expected her to bring out a multitude of bags for him to choose from, but to his surprise, she only brought 2 exquisite boxes. Zhuo Xiaoqing placed the boxes on the coffee table before Chen Xing, opened them, revealing 2 black crocodile leather bags that glimmered subtly under the light. Their lines elegant and sharp. Chen Xing's eyes lit up, while Gu Annie gently squeezed his hand, her expression filled with complex emotions. Zhuo Xiaoqing smiled as she introduced, Mr. Chen, Sister Annie. We currently have only these 2 rare leather bags in the store, and both are classic styles in the requested black. Here, we have a 31-inch Kelly cut clutch priced at 350,000 yuan, and a 35-inch Kelly retorn handbag priced at 390,000 yuan. Both are super classic styles made of glossy crocodile leather. The matching purchase standard for these 2 bags is 2. These 2 bags were reserved by the same customer back in May, and when they arrived last week, the customer unexpectedly claimed financial difficulties and chose not to pick them up, opting instead to return them. They would remain in the store for about a week, and if they were still available, the store would contact loyal customers first. It is well known that the matching purchase rule has long been a notorious issue for Hermes. Although Hermes boutiques do not loudly proclaim their matching purchase rules, they do not conceal them either. When recognizing a customer's purchasing power, transparency is essential. Hermes has its own unique quota system. The classic Kelly and Birkin bags, even in regular leather, are notoriously difficult to acquire, requiring a matching purchase to obtain. Each person is limited to no more than 2 bags per year. As for rare leathers, they typically require advance reservations from customers. Acquiring them directly at the store is nearly impossible, even for those willing to make a matching purchase, as stock is simply not available. It is crucial to understand that quotas and matching purchases are 2 distinct matters and not mere typographical errors. Quotas limit the number of bags a customer can purchase and are a globally recognized supply rule for Hermes, though they may vary slightly by region. In contrast, matching purchases refer to the requirement that customers must purchase a sufficient amount of other products to acquire certain popular bags, such as the Constance, Kelly, or Birkin bags. Each Hermes boutique may implement varying matching purchase rules based on their sales situation. What Zhuo Xiaoqing stated was indeed accurate. She did not employ any deceptive sales tactics on Chen Xing. She had noted Chen Xing's purchasing history and specifically recommended rare leather bags as a result. Chen Xing was simply fortunate to encounter available stock due to another customer's cancellation. If these 2 bags were to be placed on the second-hand market, their price would undoubtedly exceed the current figure. As for the notion of needing to purchase additional items, Chen Xing recalled that there was indeed such a practice associated with Hermes, yet he dismissed it as trivial. The rarity of an item enhances its value. That is merely a commercial strategy. One can choose to buy or not. His curiosity piqued regarding the specifics of this purchasing requirement. He found it hard to believe that such stipulations could hinder his acquisition of the bags. Upon seeing these 2 bags, even Chen Xing was captivated. They were exquisite and elegant, perfectly complementing Gu Annie's attire. As for Gu Annie, these 2 crocodile skin Kelly bags represented an almost mythical allure. However, the price was somewhat daunting. Manager Zhua, we will take both of these bags. Do you have a Birkin bag available? No need for the ordinary leather, Chen Xing stated casually, wrapping his right arm around Gu Annie's slender waist. Zhua Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She had actually sold these 2 bags, and now the customer was inquiring about a Birkin bag, and they did not want the ordinary leather? Realizing that he was not joking, she felt a wave of excitement, nearly leaping with joy. A rare leather Birkin bag. That was something only the deputy manager and the manager were authorized to sell. Was fortune truly smiling upon her? The little sales associate Zhua Xiaoqing? Mr. Chun, you only need to purchase additional items, and you can take these 2 bags home right now. As for the rare leather Birkin bag, we truly do not have any in stock. Even the rare leather Kelly bags are limited to these 2. If you are adamant about acquiring a rare leather Birkin bag, it would have to be pre-ordered, and that too would require additional purchases. Pre-order? How does one go about that? How long would it take? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Curiosity evident in his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the counter, his tone laced with nonchalance. Zhua Xiaoqing quickly clarified, you simply need to make the additional purchases. Once you buy these 2 Kelly bags, I can immediately invite you to become our VIP. Then you would be able to pre-order a rare leather Birkin bag. The wait time varies from 6 months to 1 or 2 years, depending on the specific style you choose. Chen Xing turned to Gu Annie. His gaze filled with affection. If it takes half a year, then let it be. I will first order 10 bags for Annie to enjoy. Crocodiles grow slowly, and the number of skilled craftsmen is limited. Chen Xing found himself with no other option. He had resolved that since he was here, he would go all out and purchase several of the finest bags for Gu Annie. His girlfriend deserved nothing but the best. As for Zhua Xiaoqing's mention of becoming a VIP, he paid it no mind. Mr. Chun, did you just say you wish to order 10 bags? Are they 10 in rare leather? Zhua Xiaoqing exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, unsure if she had misheard. Was it 1 bag or 10? Chen Xing responded with an air of indifference. Yes, 10 bags in rare leather. You heard me correctly. Is there a problem? Zhua Xiaoqing felt dizzy with disbelief. The serious expression on his face left no room for doubt that he was not joking. Biting her lip, she forced herself to regain composure and said, Mr. Chun. Sister Annie, please follow me. Zhua Xiaoqing picked up the 2 Kelly bags, her steps slightly hurried, leading them into a private VIP room. Inside the VIP room, an exquisite tea set and champagne graced the rosewood table, while Hermes classic silk scarves adorned the walls, creating an ambience that was both understated and luxurious. Zhua Xiaoqing invited them to sit and serve Longjing tea and champagne, smiling as she said, Mr. Chun, Sister Annie, please make yourselves comfortable. I have already notified our store manager. She will be here shortly. Chen Xing realized that his request might have overwhelmed the young sales associate, pushing her beyond her service capacity. Glancing at the time, he decided there was no rush. A short wait would be acceptable. However, Gu Annie appeared anxious. Whispering to Chen Xing, Xing, are you out of your mind? How much will this cost? It's nothing, just a small sum. Since we are here, we might as well do it right, he replied, his fingers gently caressing her lower back, his eyes brimming with tenderness. His tone casual, as if they were merely purchasing vegetables at a market rather than limited edition Hermes bags. A small sum? In such a setting, Gu Annie could not allow Chen Xing to lose face. Moreover, since he was purchasing bags for her, she could not appear ungrateful. All she could do was watch and hope he would temper his enthusiasm or reconsider. Within 2 minutes, the store manager, Lu Xiang, arrived in a flurry. In her 40s, clad in a sharp black suit, she exuded a calm demeanor, flanked by 2 sales associates. She approached swiftly, shaking hands with Chen Xing and Gu Annie. Her smile warm. Mr. Chun, Miss Annie, how do you do? I am Lu Xiang, the store manager. I hear from Xiao Zhua that you wish to place an order for bags. Her eyes sparkled with professionalism, her gestures elegant, and her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Indeed, Chen Xing affirmed succinctly, confirming his intention to purchase. Leaning back on the sofa, he appeared relaxed, his fingers lightly tapping the tea table, confidence radiating from him. He then briefly communicated his requirements to Manager Lu. Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering in her eyes before she regained her composure. Mr. Chun, after purchasing these 2 Kelly bags, you will become our VIP. However, as a VIP, you may only order 1 limited edition Birkin bag per year. If you insist on ordering 10 limited edition bags today, even as a super VIP, VVIP, it may not be so straightforward. Oh, a super VIP? Chen Xing's interest was piqued, and he leaned in. Please elaborate on how one becomes a super VIP. Lu Xiang maintained her smile, her tone composed. Mr. Chun, you are currently a regular member of Hermes. As I mentioned, after purchasing the 2 Kelly bags, Xiaozhua will invite you to become a VIP client. A super VIP, however, typically spends over 10 million per year with us. She paused, adding, Mr. Chun, please note that both VIP and super VIP statuses are not permanent and must be reassessed annually. Chen Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, a spark of ambition lighting his eyes. If I were to spend 10 million today, I could immediately become a super VIP, correct? He leaned forward, his fingers tapping the tea table lightly, his tone casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Lu Xiang replied with a smile, absolutely. Some clients expedite their path to super VIP status by purchasing high-value items, such as jewelry, allowing them to joyfully order bags afterward. However, the most expensive jewelry we currently have is priced at just over 2 million. Therefore, if you aim to spend 10 million in our store today to achieve super VIP status, it may not be as simple as it seems. Moreover, even as a super VIP, based on your purchase history, you will only be able to buy 2 limited edition Birkin bags this year. Chen Xing understood the implications. A slight frown crossed his brow as he felt a twinge of frustration. Was it truly this difficult to procure a satisfactory bag? He found it hard to accept such limitations. Manager Lu, may I inquire further about your purchasing requirements? Do all items in the store count towards the additional purchase requirement? Lu Xiang answered seamlessly, of course not. Only limited supply items are excluded from the additional purchase requirement. For example, if you wish to pre-order a limited edition bag, those bags cannot be counted towards the additional purchase quota. Manager Lu, under the condition of becoming a super VIP, do you have the means to elevate my purchase quota to 10 bags today, or even more? With a crisp sound, Chen Xing declared, extracting a Zhaohong black card from his sportswear pocket and slapping it onto the coffee table. Its sound was clear, and his tone was exuberant. Although this card is merely a black card from Dong, I have effortlessly withdrawn 100 million from it today. I have the direct line to the bank manager. You may verify this at your convenience. Lu Xiang gazed at the black card, her brow slightly furrowed, remaining silent for a full half-minute, as if weighing a significant decision. The 3 store attendants beside her, including Zhuo Xiaoqing, were filled with shock and disbelief, holding their breath in rapt attention, afraid to utter a sound. Finally, Lu Xiang looked up, her tone resolute. Mr. Chun, I have a way. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes, yet she did not elaborate on her method. Chen Xing was uncertain whether the other party truly faced a dilemma or was simply displaying exceptional acting skills. He was indifferent to this. His gaze swept over Manager Lu and Zhuo Xiaoqing, the corners of his mouth lifting. Very well then. Do you have a catalog of bags? I would like to select a bag first, and then we can discuss how to place this order. Lu Xiang turned to Zhuo Xiaoqing, signaling, Xiaozhua, please bring the catalog of bags. Zhuo Xiaoqing froze for a few seconds, hurriedly presenting a thick catalog, her hands trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Her eyes filled with excitement. Mr. Chun, Miss Annie, please take a look. This showcases our classic styles of platinum bags, Kelly bags, and others. All available for reservation according to the dimensions, styles, and colors depicted in the images. Of course, you may also propose other design requirements. Chen Xing casually began to flip through it. Each style was accompanied by a rough price range, denoted in euros. Indeed, the prices were quite steep. As for Gu Annie, she sat there in a daze, completely unresponsive. Chen Xing did not expect her to make a selection anyway. Manager Lu and Manager Zhua, please note this, and this. Within just under a minute, Chen Xing came to a halt. He felt that this initial batch would suffice for Gu Annie. In the future, if she encounters something she likes, she can purchase it herself at any time. Without consulting Gu Annie's opinion, Chen Xing made the decision himself. He understood her character. Allowing her to choose would likely result in her taking an eternity, and the prices would surely intimidate her. Chen Xing held an inexplicable confidence in his taste, and the visual representations clarified the appeal. Ultimately, Chen Xing selected 5 30-inch matte alligator leather platinum bags in black, crystal purple, coffee, pearl gray, and elephant white, each priced over 800,000 in Huaxia yuan. He also chose 3 Himalayan platinum bags, each adorned with varying quantities and colors of diamonds, priced at 2 million too. 4 million for two 30-inch bags, and 3 million for one 35-inch bag. To maintain budget control, Chunxing opted for a modest number of diamonds on these bags. The most expensive platinum bags could easily exceed 10 million. Additionally, he selected two similarly adorned Himalayan Kelly bags in matte white, measuring 28 inches and 30 inches. Priced at 2 million and 2.4 million respectively, along with one 35-inch red Kelly Lakis bag priced at 700,000. All these bags required alligator leather. And after Lu Xiang's calculation, the total amounted to approximately 16.7 million. Each bag would also bear a metallic inscription of Chunxing loves Annie. Zhuo Xiaoqing and the other two attendants surrounded the computer, diligently recording the requirements. After her calculations, Lu Xiang's tone conveyed a hint of helplessness. Mr. Chun, the wait time for the bags you ordered ranges from 6 months to 2 years. Regrettably, there is nothing I can do about that. Chunxing made no demands regarding this. He was willing to wait. However, Manager Lu, could you assist me in changing the name on my membership account? Changing the name? Manager Lu was taken aback, unsure why he suddenly inquired about this. Upon seeing Chunxing holding Gu Annie's hand, it dawned on her. Mr. Chun, are you intending to transfer the VIP account to Miss Annie? Precisely. Chunxing realized that after this expenditure, his Hermes membership points would likely increase significantly. However, this elevated membership status held little significance for him. In the future, all purchases from this brand would primarily be conducted by Gu Annie. Therefore, it would be more convenient for the VIP points to be attributed to her name. Mr. Chun, there is no need for such a hassle. We can assist you with this. Moving forward, whether you or Miss Annie make purchases, the VIP points will accumulate under the same account. How does that sound? Excellent. This is even better. Chunxing nodded, his tone refreshingly agreeable. He then proceeded to methodically arrange. I will place an order for 50 million today. Of this, 16.7 million will be the full payment for these bags. The remaining funds can be allocated for inventory or future purchases. Feel free to arrange as you see fit. I will send you our address shortly. Starting tomorrow, you may regularly or irregularly deliver the latest clothing, shoes, accessories, skincare products, and perfumes to our home for Annie to select. The sizes and styles of the clothing will, of course, be tailored to what Annie can wear and enjoys wearing. Your entire range of home textiles, sofas, tables and chairs, tableware, jewelry, and other products can be sent to our residence. Please discuss with Annie regarding her preferences for specific products. I believe this sum will be used up quickly. When the time comes, if additional funds are needed, Annie and I will remit more to you. By the way, please arrange for a designer as soon as possible. Annie requires custom gowns, outerwear, skirts, and so forth. The idea of having these luxury brands deliver regularly was something Chunxing learned from Yuan and Bingbing. He had not anticipated utilizing it so swiftly. Mr. Chun, certainly. We will proceed as you have instructed. Lu Xiang responded readily, her smile wide. Thus, Chunxing took out the black card and charged 50 million. Although he spent this amount in mere moments, it still did not rank as the largest order in Hermes history. However, it undoubtedly stood among the top orders in this store's history. Subsequently, Manager Lu sent the order details and the privileges of Super VIP status to both Chunxing and Gu Annie via WeChat. She also promptly created a group chat, adding Chunxing, Gu Annie, Zhuo Xiaoqing, several other store employees, and herself into it. Although Chunxing joined the group, he would not frequently check the messages. The purpose of this group was singular, to connect with Gu Annie and serve her, as indicated by the group name, Miss Gu Annie's exclusive Hermes service group. Chunxing instructed Manager Lu to have someone fetch a selection of necklaces, bracelets, bangles, and rings from the store, choosing the most expensive items to adorn Gu Annie on the spot. Among them, the most costly diamond necklace was valued at over 1 million. Of course, jewelry could be found in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. $1 million was merely a standard price point. However, the store lacked exceedingly expensive items at the moment. Items worth several million or tens of millions could be purchased whenever they appeared in the future. The two Kelly bags were taken home immediately, while a dress and a pair of high heels were already worn, including the jewelry. Gu Annie's current ensemble was valued at over 2 million. The remaining items could be selected gradually. After all, they were not going anywhere. As Chunxing prepared to depart, he withdrew 1,000 yuan in cash from his wallet, explicitly designating it as a tip for Zhuo Xiaoqing. Noticing her slight hesitance to accept the money, Chunxing decisively slapped it onto the table before taking his leave. Unbeknownst to him, after he and Gu Annie exited, the VIP room erupted in excitement as everyone gathered around Zhuo Xiaoqing, brimming with envy. It seemed likely that a significant portion of the credit for this lucrative order would be attributed to her. Furthermore, Future dealings with Gu Annie would primarily involve Zhuo Xiaoqing, unless Gu Annie specifically called upon someone else. Zhuo Xiaoqing herself could hardly fathom that today would mark the acquisition of a property in her hometown. Such is the nature of fortune, it cannot be curtailed. By this time, it was nearly 5 o'clock when Chen Xing took a Didi ride away from the Hermes flagship store. As he sat in the car, he playfully nudged Gu Annie for a while before she finally registered the moment. Spending over an hour at Hermes and spending 50 million? Chen Xing was truly astonishing. She did not refrain from stopping him, but rather, she was momentarily stunned. From the moment he decided to procure the super VIP membership, her mind had gone blank. Chen Xing's actions at Hermes mirrored those from that day at Patek Philippe, perhaps even surpassing them. Am I living in reality? As she regained her composure, Gu Annie felt as though everything was simply too surreal. Instead of being overwhelmed with elation over the acquisition of numerous exorbitantly priced bags or reprimanding Chen Xing for his extravagant spending, she nestled against his chest, clinging tightly to him, as if that would assure her of his reality and the authenticity of the moment. Her body still trembled. Chen Xing affectionately stroked her hair. Do not worry, Annie, this is merely pocket change. You must acclimate to my spending rhythm. By the time we return from tonight's dinner, you will understand that our resources are abundant enough to warrant such expenditures. Gu Annie held on to Chen Xing tightly, remaining silent, her bright eyes gradually regaining their usual sparkle. Let's head back to the hotel for a moment. You are still missing a watch. I have been keeping that Patek Philippe aside for you. She murmured softly in response, her voice barely audible. At this moment, and in the future, she could only yield to his whims. Upon their return to the hotel, Gu Annie had mostly regained her composure. Arriving at the hotel lobby, Chen Xing took her hand and leisurely approached the elevator reserved for the presidential suite. Gu Annie gazed down at the Kelly bag in her hands, still somewhat in shock, the sound of her high heels clicking against the marble floor resonating, while the diamond necklace around her neck sparkled under the lights. Mr. Chun, welcome home. A crisp voice rang out as Liao Yuma appeared before them seemingly out of nowhere. Clad in a hotel uniform, her beige suit accentuated her professional silhouette, a practiced smile gracing her face, though her eyes betrayed a hint of complex emotions. How did this young lady know I was returning to the hotel? I never mentioned it to her. After Gu Annie became his girlfriend, Chen Xing felt that he could reserve the term young lady for other girls, such as Liao Yuma. What Chen Xing did not know was that Liao Yuma had been waiting in the hotel lobby for him the entire day, as the stewardess of the suite. She was well aware that Chen Xing had not returned the previous night. It was worth noting that this was the first time in a month of occupying the presidential suite that he had spent the night away. Immediately, she sensed something amiss. Although Chen Xing did not inform her, she took the initiative to inquire via WeChat, as it was her duty to understand the travel needs of the guests. However, she received no response. During the afternoon room cleaning, she seized the opportunity to ask the women inside, but they too were unaware of Chen Xing's whereabouts. If he were merely out for leisure, he would surely have summoned them to the hotel, as he had done throughout the month. Just moments ago, before Chen Xing and Gu Annie's arrival, Liao Yuma had deduced that it likely pertained to the woman she had previously encountered. Now, her suspicions were confirmed. Seeing Chen Xing with his arm around the other woman, their affectionate demeanor evoked a pang of disappointment within Liao Yuma. Last night, they must have spent the night together. She already knew that it was nearly impossible for Chen Xing to choose her, but witnessing her assumptions materialize into reality left her feeling as though she had lost something. Nevertheless, her strong professional demeanor concealed her disappointment. Chen Xing was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Manager Liao, you are here. Liao Yuma maintained her smile, her tone light, yet laden with unspoken meaning. Mr. Chun, I have always been here. As your personal stewardess, how could I possibly be absent? Chen Xing laughed heartily, oblivious to her unusual demeanor. All right, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 89. Introductions. Manager Liao, this is my girlfriend, Gu Annie. Annie. This is the hotel's manager Liao Yuma. Chen Xing formally introduced the two. A dimpled smile graced Liao Yuma's face, her professional demeanor still warm and welcoming. Miss Gu, hello. We met last time. You are truly beautiful. It is no wonder Mr. Chan holds you in such high regard. Gu Annie smiled slightly, her eyes shimmering with polite appreciation. Manager Liao, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are quite lovely as well. In truth, it was not just Chen Xing who would perceive the exchange as innocuous. Anyone else present would have thought nothing of the simple pleasantries shared between Manager Liao and Gu Annie. Their tones were entirely ordinary, akin to two women meeting for the first time, exchanging routine compliments, a commonplace occurrence. Gu Annie did not regard Liao Yuma with any significance. It was not due to a lack of beauty, but rather a matter of height. She was acutely aware of Chen Xing's peculiar tastes. Thus, women under 1.7 meters had not even registered on her radar. Moreover, she could discern no particular connection between Chen Xing and the suite manager. Their interactions were strictly professional, characterized by the typical client-staff dynamic. Chen Xing nodded casually. By the way, Manager Liao, could you please arrange for another suite at the hotel? Just the Wang Fujing suite will suffice. Additionally, I will need to step out again shortly. Liao Yumo responded with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Chun. I will arrange that immediately. The three of them entered the private elevator, the atmosphere calm, yet subtly charged. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Liao Yumo stood aside, her gaze occasionally drifting to Chun Xing's arm around Gu Annie's waist, her smile becoming slightly strained. Gu Annie leaned against Chun Xing, her fingers gently caressing the Kelly bag. Her eyes filled with sweetness, entirely oblivious to Liao Yuma's complex emotions. Upon reaching the presidential suite, Liao Yuma did not depart after escorting them to the entrance. Instead, she lingered in the corridor, her eyes following their retreating figures. Chun Xing guided Gu Annie into the suite. The 4 Patek Philippe watches he had purchased 2 weeks ago were now safely stored in the study's safe. In the spacious living room, Yuan, Bing Bing, Lulu, and Xiao Xiao were gathered on the sofa, engaged in light conversation, the table adorned with macarons and sparkling water, the air fragrant with the scent of pastries and tea. Upon seeing Chun Xing and Gu Annie enter, the conversation abruptly ceased, and all 4 women turned to them, their expressions varied yet silent. Chun Xing and her companions exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a serene confidence as they led Gu Annie through the living room towards the study. Since Chun Xing continued to converse with them, Gu Annie naturally pretended not to notice their presence. In fact, she instinctively lifted her elegant neck, as if no one else existed in the room but Chun Xing and herself. Yuan, Bing Bing, and Lulu had all seen Gu Annie before. Although they were unaware of her name or her relationship with Chun Xing, they were certainly aware of her presence. Xiao Xiao, who had not encountered Gu Annie before, had evidently gleaned her existence from the other 3. In that moment, each of the women harbored their own thoughts, yet they wisely chose silence, quietly observing as Chun Xing and his girlfriend passed by. Once the 2 figures disappeared, several pairs of eyes discreetly darted towards the direction of the study. Inside the study, a fragrant lavender aroma filled the air from a scented lamp resting atop a rosewood desk. Chun Xing opened the safe and retrieved a Patek Philippe 7300-1200R watch. Smiling as he said, "Annie, try this on." He delicately placed it on her wrist, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "This watch complements you perfectly." The watch gleamed under the light, harmonizing beautifully with the bracelet on her wrist. Although this timepiece was somewhat modest in prestige, it at least completed Gu Annie's ensemble. In her view, the dress she wore, the shoes she stepped into, and the jewelry adorning her were all inconceivably extravagant. Adorned in such luxury, she felt a sense of unease, as if it were all too surreal. However, recognizing that Chun Xing's choice to adorn her was a manifestation of his affection and indulgence, she could only accept it with grace. She felt as if she wholly belonged to Chun Xing, and whatever style he preferred for her was something she should embrace. Moreover, considering that the 4 women in the living room did not share this privilege, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She believed Chun Xing treated her exceptionally well, and she felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Chun Xing then retrieved a villa contract from the safe and handed it to her, saying, "Annie, take a look at this." Gu Annie received the contract, casually flipping through it before smiling and responding, "Xing, you can handle this." She had little interest in examining the contract further, as she was already aware of the villa's address and had promised to move in within a couple of days. A few minutes later, Chun Xing and Gu Annie exited the study, and as they passed through the living room, he paused, cleared his throat, and declared with conviction, "Annie and I are heading out now and won't be returning tonight. You all may continue to enjoy your time at the hotel, but please refrain from venturing too far. Tomorrow, I have something important to announce." At this moment, he felt no embarrassment. Rather, he embraced the feeling of being a true man. Upon hearing Chun Xing's words, Yuan and Xiao Xiao nodded with smiles, while Bing Bing and Lulu lowered their heads in silence, none daring to respond. Chun Xing paid them no mind and led Gu Annie away without looking back. Once Chun Xing and Gu Annie departed, the awkward atmosphere in the living room dissipated. So, the main lady was named Annie, though her surname remained a mystery. The bold Xiao Xiao was the first to shatter the silence among the group. Meanwhile, back with Chun Xing, Liao Yuma saw Chun Xing and Gu Annie emerge from the suite and quickly ushered them into the elevator. "Mr. Chun, the Wang Fujing suite you requested is ready for your stay, booked for 2 nights. Is that acceptable?" Chun Xing nodded, smiling as he replied, "Perfect. Thank you, Manager Liao. You're welcome, she said. Soon, they arrived at the lobby on the first floor, with Chunxing and Gu Annie walking ahead. Observing their retreating figures, Liao Yuma couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Annie's gait. She vividly remembered how difficult it had been for Chunxing that morning. She herself had spent 2 days reducing her own swelling. Yao Jun had parked the Phantom in front of the hotel. And once Chunxing and Gu Annie entered the vehicle, he slowly drove towards the dinner venue. Liao Yumo remained standing, lost in thought until the Rolls-Royce vanished from her sight. If only I had grown 10 centimeters taller, she muttered to herself. No, 10 centimeters might still not be enough. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Gu Annie leaned against Chunxing. There was a question she longed to ask him, but ultimately, she opted for another inquiry. Xing, who is that shorter girl? Oh, she is a hotel masseuse named Lu Xiaoxiao. She is not one of my women. Her massage skills are quite good. Perhaps she can give you a massage someday, Chunxing responded with genuine concern in his tone, as if it were only natural for Lu Xiaoxiao to offer Gu Annie her services. A massage therapist? But you haven't been at the hotel these past few days. How could she be giving you massages? Is she just hanging around your room, eating and drinking without your concern? She wouldn't be that kind of therapist, would she? Gu Annie did not press further. Unconsciously, she had already marked Lu Xiaoxiao on her mental radar. It seemed that height was not necessarily a definitive indicator of anything. Seizing the opportunity without regard for his girlfriend's feelings, Chunxing took the initiative to introduce more women. The elegant lady is named Li Xiwan, while the fashionable and aloof one is Wang Bing. The fitness enthusiast is Dai Xiaolu. Upon hearing Chunxing's introductions, Gu Annie felt a weight settle more heavily in her heart. There was no need for further questions. She had already gleaned that Chunxing likely intended to support these women long-term. Compared to those three-leggy beauties, Gu Annie felt she held no absolute advantage in appearance or figure in Chunxing's eyes. Perhaps their only flaw was their lack of cleanliness. Reflecting on this, she did not resent Chunxing's flirtations. Rather, she felt her years of patience and waiting had been validated. No one had the right to judge her. The feeling of standing tall in the light was truly delightful. Annie, the individuals we will meet tonight are the presidents of China Merchants Bank and the Agricultural Bank of China. Be prepared for potentially substantial figures in our discussions, Chunxing noted, seeing that Gu Annie appeared lost in thought and her mind had wandered elsewhere. He felt it necessary to provide her with some mental preparation for the evening's dinner. The presidents of the banks? Gu Annie was somewhat taken aback, but composed herself quickly. After all, she had interacted with several billionaires in her real estate dealings. However, the mention of large figures raised her curiosity. She had an inkling that the evening's discussions would revolve around Chunxing's banking matters. How large? She jested with a hint of concern. Please don't scare me. Chunxing took her hand firmly and replied earnestly, above 10 billion. Stretch your imagination to the utmost. Think as big as you can. Given Chunxing's performance over the past month and his recent dealings at Hermes, Gu Annie had already concluded that his financial resources were in the tens of billions. Yet, 10 billion was beyond her wildest thoughts. Hearing him say this, she wondered if perhaps her imagination could indeed soar higher. She knew she had to brace herself for what was to come. When Chunxing and Gu Annie arrived at the private dining establishment, Shanghai Lu, it was already 6:15. The restaurant was nestled within a tranquil Sihiyuan, adorned with blue bricks and gray tiles, exuding an aura of timeless elegance. In the courtyard, the shadows of bamboo swayed gently, adorned with a few ancient palace lanterns along the stone path. The dim yellow light cast an ethereal ambience, evoking tranquility and elegance. Chunxing and Gu Annie alighted from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The night breeze was cool, playfully stirring Gu Annie's black Hermes dress, causing its hem to sway, while the diamond necklace around her neck and the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist sparkled under the lantern's glow. She held tightly to a black crocodile leather Kelly clutch, leaving the Kelly handbag in the car, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Chunxing, clad in his signature white Hermes tracksuit, carried no backpack, merely clutching a mobile phone, which he slipped into his jacket pocket. Annie, let us proceed, he said affectionately, guiding Gu Annie out of the car. A twinge of concern crossed Chunxing's mind, wondering if this high-ranking bank president could withstand the system's challenges. As they exited the car, Chunxing and Gu Annie were greeted by Chun Yu and a charmingly elegant female executive, both donned in sleek black business suits. Nearby, a cluster of 20 vehicles stood parked, and Chunxing noted that hardly any of them were priced below 500,000, while there were no extravagant Rolls or Bentleys. Several Maybachs were present. Chun Yu was pleasantly surprised to see Gu Annie and Chunxing together, and upon observing Gu Annie's exquisite attire and their affectionate demeanor, she felt a sense of delight for her dear friend. Mr. Chun, welcome, Both Chun Yu and the other executive greeted simultaneously. Chun Yu then turned to acknowledge Gu Annie with a nod. Following this, Wen Xin, smiling warmly, introduced herself. Mr. Chun, I am Wen Xin from the Bank of Communications. Several bank presidents are already waiting for you inside. Chun Xing nodded with a smile, pulling Gu Annie closer. Manager 1, Manager Chun, greetings. This is my girlfriend, Gu Annie. Miss Gu. Hello, they responded in unison, their tone now less formal, given their familiarity. Gu Annie offered a polite smile in return. Miss Chun, Miss Wen, greetings. Shall we enter? Chun Yu and Wen Xin led the way, while Chun Xing gently wrapped his arm around Gu Annie's waist, trailing leisurely behind. Although Gu Annie looked stunning, it was clear that prolonged exposure to the outdoors would soon chill her. Guided by the palace lanterns, they walked 30 meters to arrive at a quaintly decorated private room. Through the intricately carved wooden windows, the interior was brightly lit, revealing a delightful atmosphere. Before they could push the door open, President Hui of the Bank of Communications and a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman emerged to greet them. President Hui beamed. Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Extending his hand, his eyes gleaming with familiarity. The gentleman beside him, exuding a composed demeanor, smiled and said, Mr. Chun, I am President Zhao of the Bank of Communications. It is an honor to meet you. The two men shook hands with Chun Xing, their gazes briefly sweeping over Gu Annie, eyes sparkling with admiration. Chun Xing introduced Gu Annie succinctly. There was little time for pleasantries, as soon two other distinguished gentlemen in suits, both around 60, approached with commanding presence. President Hui introduced, Mr. Chun, this is President Liu of our bank, and this is President Zhang of the Bank of Communications. He paused, smiling. Presidents, this is our star of the evening. Mr. Chun, along with his girlfriend, Miss Gu. Presidents Liu and Zhang shook hands with Chun Xing, their smiles warm. Mr. Chun is indeed young and promising. Mr. Chun and Miss Gu, a delightful couple, truly a match made in heaven. President Liu's eyes shimmered with appreciation, his tone hearty. President Zhang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, chuckling. Mr. Chun's operations are nothing short of miraculous. We old-timers can hardly keep pace with the times. Chun Xing laughed heartily, gesturing humbly. Not at all, esteemed presidents. Your compliments are unwarranted. I appreciate your willingness to meet amidst your busy schedules. Following this brief exchange of pleasantries, the group surrounded Chun Xing and Gu Annie as they entered the private room. Inside, an elegant round table made of redwood was set with 8 chairs, the tableware exquisite, and the aroma of Longjing tea wafted through the air as the dishes had yet to be served. Chun Xing and Gu Annie were seated in the center, with Chun Yu, President Hui, President Liu, and Wen Xin, President Zhao, and President Zhang flanking them, the two prominent bank presidents positioned directly across from them. Once seated, the bank presidents exchanged contact information with Chun Xing. The private room, approximately 30 square meters, was tastefully adorned in a traditional style, with a screen separating a cloakroom and lounge furnished with wooden sofas, wardrobes, and a bar. 2 attendants stood by, ready to assist. Next door, another spacious private room was occupied, presumably by other bank personnel. Chun Xing felt the gravity of the situation as the two presidents referred to him as Boss Chun, a title he found fitting. It would be inappropriate for him to belittle himself by suggesting they call him Little Chun. Regarding President Zhang's remark about his miraculous operations, Chun Xing was left puzzled, though he had a vague notion. A lifetime of experience had honed his ability to navigate through unclear conversations with finesse. During this period, he had been contemplating how to respond if the bank presidents probed into the origins of his funds. Fortunately, as time passed, they did not broach the subject of his financial sources, nor did they inquire about the substantial sum he had deposited in the bank. Chapter 91. Banking services within the private dining room of the Shanghai Lu restaurant. The redwood round table showcased the fragrant Longjing tea, with dishes such as steamed tiger grouper, private recipe snowflake beef, cordyceps and conch soup, braised roasted duck, and pan-fried hairtail arriving in succession. Each dish was presented artfully, akin to a masterpiece. After an hour of casual conversation, ranging from flavors to Chun Xing's recent acquisition of a luxury CBD apartment, the discussion meandered across various topics without delving too deeply. Presidents Liu and Zhang skillfully guided the dialogue, striking a balance that neither overly praised nor allowed for awkward silences, fostering a harmonious yet delicate atmosphere. It was evident that while everyone chatted amiably, none were genuinely focused on the meal. Chun Xing, although much of the conversation did not pertain to him, remained attentive, not overly anxious but keen to catch any crucial remarks. Gu Annie, recognizing the significance of the dinner, spoke little yet instinctively assumed the role of protector for Chun Xing, keen to remember every word spoken by the bank presidents, whether useful or not. Chen Yu reached out with a smile, encouraging them to try the dishes. Mr. Chun, Miss Gu, the matsutake chicken soup is delightful. You must taste it. When Xin then offered a small bowl of bird's nest, saying gently, Miss Gu, this is beneficial for your complexion. The restaurant specialized in Cantonese and Hunan cuisine, with dishes crafted to perfection, comparable to Xin Rongji in Chen Xing's view. As for the cost, he was unsure, but estimated that the meal for the table might approximate 10,000 yuan. Far from the extravagant business banquets portrayed in online novels that often exceeded hundreds of thousands. The number of dishes was modest, for 8 individuals. Only about 20 dishes were served, each portion small. Except for Chen Xing and Gu Annie, the others were seasoned diners, efficiently enjoying their meals with impeccable table manners. Coupled with the timely removal of plates and attentive service, the dining table remained immaculate, entirely devoid of any disorder. In such a setting, dining naturally goes hand in hand with the consumption of spirits. The bank had brought its own Maotai liquor, yet due to the limited knowledge of Chen Xing, he could not discern which specific variant it was. When the alcohol was presented to him, Chen Xing waved his hand and stated, I apologize, but I am allergic to alcohol. His allergy to alcohol was genuine. However, even if he were not allergic, he would never allow anyone to persuade him to drink. Regardless of whether the individual was a bank president or a provincial governor, Chen Xing would steadfastly refuse even a single drop of baijiu for the entirety of his life. His actual tolerance for alcohol was limited to 1 or 2 glasses of beer or wine. Anything beyond that would truly lead to complications. Observing Chen Xing's refusal, the several bank presidents did not press him further, as it was not a matter of face. President Liu, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, Mr. Chun, your straightforwardness is refreshing. Tea can serve as a suitable substitute for wine. Gu Annie, on the other hand, accompanied the others by consuming a couple of small cups of liquor. As the clock struck 7:30, the guests had eaten to a satisfactory level, and the idle chatter began to wane. President Liu exchanged knowing glances with President Zhang, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and the conversation finally shifted to serious matters. President Liu lifted his teacup and, with a steady tone, addressed Chen Xing, Mr. Chun. Our bank has tailored a bespoke private banking service plan specifically for you. I wonder if it will meet your expectations? Chen Xing's interest was piqued as he leaned back in his chair and smiled. Oh, could you perhaps elaborate on it, President Liu? President Liu nodded, his demeanor composed. Firstly, we have assembled a dedicated team of 20 professionals exclusively for your private banking services, the largest such team our bank has ever formed. All 20 members are elite talents from our institution, and they will serve you exclusively, undertaking no other business. Among them is Manager Chun, whom you should already know, currently serving as one of your client managers. The other team members are present today in the adjoining room, and I will introduce them to you shortly. After taking a sip from his teacup, he continued, your private banking service team consists of investment advisors specializing in various fields, wealth consultants, private bankers, trust and insurance specialists, seasoned lawyers, and tax experts. Additionally, there are 3 private banking client managers available to assist you with transfers and address any lifestyle service needs. All personnel will be available to you around the clock. He paused for emphasis. Furthermore, concerning your personal information and financial status, aside from this team of 20, very few individuals will have access to that information, apart from myself and President Hui. Our institution places a high priority on client privacy, especially for esteemed clients such as yourself. You can rest assured on this matter. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he lightly tapped the table. Moreover, Mr. Chun, you may contact me directly at any time. Although President Hui and several vice presidents do not belong to this 20-person team, we are also available 24 hours a day to respond to your calls. After President Liu concluded, he turned his gaze toward President Hui, who, understanding the cue, retrieved a small booklet from his briefcase and handed it to Chen Xing with a smile. This is a selection of investment products tailored for you, encompassing investment durations, directions, interest rates, and minimum investment amounts. Chen Xing casually flipped through the booklet, which was visually appealing and outlined various investment plans with annualized rates ranging from 3 to 8%, covering bonds, funds, overseas assets, and more. Once Chen Xing had perused the investment booklet, President Liu added, should you have any needs regarding loans, we can provide multiple loans exceeding 10 billion for a single transaction, with your deposits or other assets serving as collateral. The annual interest rate can be as low as 3%. His tone was resolute, and sincerity sparkled in his eyes. President Zhang then interjected, adjusting his glasses, our services at the commercial bank are quite similar to those at your bank, but we have assembled a dedicated team of 30 just for you. He paused, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Our investment products and loan rates will be even more favorable than those offered by your bank. As he finished speaking, President Zhao, beside him, opportunely presented a similar booklet, his eyes gleaming with a competitive spirit. President Liu feigned dissatisfaction and jested, "Old Zhang, this is ruthless competition." President Zhang chuckled awkwardly, coughed lightly, and lowered his head to sip his tea, refraining from further comment. After hearing the presentations from both banks, Chen Xing's mind began to race. He had more than enough funds to spend and had no desire to take on debt with the banks. The system had already laid out a clear plan for him. With $100 billion in cash, he needed to allocate it all within a year, converting it into other assets. Various bank investment products had already been set at a limit of 20 billion Huaxia coins. How should he respond to the bank's enthusiastic services? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xing decided it was time to lay everything bare. Otherwise, many subsequent matters would become increasingly complicated. Regaining his composure and refining his words, he slowly said, "President Liu, President Zhang, the situation is as follows. The reason my funds are being transferred back to Huaxia is that I am preparing to invest in some tangible industries. Engaging solely in finance lacks substantial meaning. After all, it is the real economy that strengthens a nation." He continued, "In the near future, I plan to acquire some properties, real estate, and factories, which will require significant capital and a high degree of flexibility. I fear I may not be able to purchase many investment products." He concluded, "To be honest, although the funds in my account appear substantial, purchasing a few plots of land or several buildings could quickly deplete them." Chen Xing's last remark carried a distinctly ostentatious tone, yet the attendees, all well aware of the reality, did not perceive it as mere boasting. Nevertheless, they were still taken aback. This young tycoon, having exhausted his interest in finance, was now venturing into real estate. The real estate sector was not particularly lucrative at this moment. However, the choice of investment sectors belonged to him. From the bank's perspective, their responsibility was simply to provide excellent service while managing their own risks. What Chen Xing stated, although it might seem a bit sensational at first glance, was indeed the truth. A skyscraper easily costs over 10 billion, and a plot of land can reach tens of billions. While 1,000 billion seems like a lot, it may not suffice for real estate endeavors. For instance, certain large developers are burdened with debts exceeding 20 trillion. 1,000 billion would not be enough to save a major real estate developer. Mr. Chen plans to engage in real estate. The industry possesses many quality assets, making it quite suitable for loans. President Liu appeared unwilling to relent, attempting to promote loan services to Chen Xing. There was an unspoken implication in his words. The essence of the real estate industry is high debt and high turnover, a game all developers play. I intend to focus on commercial real estate and have no plans to engage in residential products for now. All funds will be sourced from my own capital, without loans," Chen Xing asserted earnestly. The several bank presidents, observing this, ceased their persuasion. After all, the individual possessed over 1,000 billion in cash. It was unreasonable to compel him to take out loans. President Zhang's eyes reflected a hint of surprise as he inquired, "Mr. Chen's intention is to neither obtain a mortgage nor purchase investment products or stocks, funds, and to keep all funds in the account as demand deposits for immediate use?" Chen Xing nodded gently, thinking to himself that the leader's comprehension was truly commendable. Such audacity. The several bank presidents, aware of the exact figures in Chen Xing's account, exchanged glances, their hearts filled with a mix of surprise and disappointment, yet they soon regained their composure. It is rather peculiar upon reflection that the thoughts of the affluent, particularly those of extraordinary intellect, often diverge from the norm. Guanyi, who stands beside Chen Xing, finds it challenging to keep pace with his line of reasoning. The bank's financial products and fixed deposits certainly offer a substantial degree of security, do they not? The sums discussed here are not trifling, amounting to hundreds of millions. Such a high interest rate, simply dismissed? Nonetheless, she would never dare to question Chen Xing's judgment. Moreover, thus far, the dialogue has not ventured into the specifics of the deposits under Chen Xing's name. Although the conversation has been rather sophisticated, she does not sense any overwhelming shock from it. A moment of silence envelopes the private room. Sensing the atmosphere grow somewhat somber, Chen Xing speaks again. "President Liu, President Zhang, it is not as though I am eschewing all financial products. I intend to purchase 5 billion Huaxia coins in financial products from your esteemed banks. As for the remaining funds, I wish to deposit them entirely as demand deposits, as I will soon require access to them. That is quite feasible. However, with regard to Mr. Chun's demand deposits in our bank, we can only offer an annual interest rate of 0.35, calculated daily, in accordance with national policies. Is that acceptable? We can only extend the same rate for demand deposits, both presidents affirm. Very well, Chen Xing replies, revealing that he is not particularly concerned about the interest rate. President Liu, President Zhang, will my funds at your bank need to be converted into Huaxia coins before I can access them freely? Chen Xing, having gauged the dialogue's progression, cannot restrain himself from inquiring about this crucial matter, as he is mindful that his account remains in a locked state. Certainly, Mr. Chen, in Huaxia, most transactions are conducted exclusively in Huaxia coins. We will conduct the currency exchange for you at a rate of 1.73. Does that meet your approval? Absolutely. However, I wish to expedite the currency exchange process. Additionally, I would like to retain a small portion of US dollars in my account for unforeseen circumstances. Chen Xing has already verified that the current exchange rate from Huaxia coins to US dollars hovers around 73. Not an issue. We shall proceed to facilitate the currency exchange for you immediately. At this moment, the two presidents exchange glances before turning their gaze back to Chen Xing and Gu Annie. Appearing somewhat hesitant to broach a certain topic, Chen Xing understands their reticence. The two presidents are uncertain about the appropriateness of discussing the specifics of Chen Xing's account in front of Miss Gu and feel compelled to seek his permission first. President Liu, President Zhang, feel free to speak candidly. There are no outsiders present here. Mr. Chen, may I inquire how much US dollar liquidity you wish to retain in your account? I would like to maintain 500 million US dollars in your bank, while converting the remaining 19.5 billion entirely into Huaxia coins. How does that sound? Chen Xing articulates his intentions plainly and without hesitation. The two presidents exchange another glance. That is agreeable. Mr. Chen, please accompany us to the adjacent room, and we shall facilitate the currency exchange on-site. Chen Xing, puzzled, wonders why the leaders cannot simply make a phone call to the headquarters. Yet he is elated that the exchange can be processed immediately. Despite his confusion, he complies with their guidance and rises, leading Gu Annie along with him. At this juncture, he sees no reason to continue concealing the truth from her. However, Gu Annie appears utterly bewildered, her mind seemingly adrift, unable to process the situation. When Chen Xing urges her to rise, she complies, and as he places his arm around her waist, she follows his lead. 500 million? An additional 19.5 billion. Does that not total 20 billion? In US dollars? Do both banks possess such substantial amounts? Is this the extent of Chen Xing's true financial prowess? How much is that? Where am I? Wait, who am I? When Chen Xing initially mentioned intending to invest 5 billion in each bank, Gu Annie was taken aback, but managed to grasp the situation, as she had somewhat prepared herself mentally. Yet, what is happening now? In Chen Xing's view, while Gu Annie appears dazed, she has not fainted. He observes her movements are slightly stiff, yet she can still walk, which brings him some measure of relief.